System, are you out of energy? I'm in a hurry. If not, I'll do it myself. After the system used me up and ran away, my influence monitored the world, shocking everyone, and I ended up winning big. When I arrived in Florida, generals from various countries. What the hell? Why is the whole Cherry Blossom Island emitting black smoke? In the country, one needs to be cautious, but what about abroad? P.S. Can you guys drive? The system gave too much. I can't hold it all, planning to give you a little money. Chapter 10001 System Activation after 2.5 years reporting here with a sack. Crackbank DIY. Blue Star. Magic City. At night, the dazzling sky. It's the carnival moment in the 10-mile foreign market of Magic City. Su Lintian was walking back, looking at the bustling traffic and the neon lights of Magic City, smiling helplessly. They say graduation equals unemployment. Looking at those magnificent buildings and elegantly dressed men and women, it felt like he was from a different world. During the day, it was their working-class world. The nightlife had nothing to do with him. Returning to his small rented room of just over 30 square meters, life seemed to lose direction. He had been unemployed for 2 months right after graduation. If I had known graduating meant this, I wouldn't have come to Magic City. Jobs are so hard to find. In a couple of days, I won't even have money for food. If crossing over just means enduring more hardships, it would be better not to cross over at all. I've already been here for 2.5 years. Looking at the time on his phone, if he remembered correctly, in half an hour, it would be exactly 2.5 years since he crossed over. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up with a red envelope notification. Picking up the phone, it was a red envelope from his sister, 2,000 yuan. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Mom knows you haven't found a job yet, so she asked me to send you some living expenses. Chapter 20002 System products must be high quality. One could say that what Su Lintian lacked now was power and weapons. Of course, he didn't want to rebel, just to protect himself. Su Lintian waved his hand to release 2 bodyguards. Master. As soon as they appeared, the 2 bodyguards bowed and said. Hearing this title, Su Lintian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The title Master felt a bit strange, but it also confirmed their absolute loyalty to him. After all, products from the system are bound to be high quality. From now on, call me Young Master. Don't call me Master anymore. Yes, Young Master. Looking at the bodyguards who were over 6 feet tall and robust, Su Lintian was very satisfied. He then released 10 more bodyguards, a male butler, 6 spies, and a hacker. In this tiny room of just over 30 square meters, now filled with 20 people, Su Lintian felt a bit awkward. What delighted Su Lintian was that the hacker actually brought his own computer, which looked quite sci-fi. There must be something unusual about him. Everyone had their own phones, which made him feel more at ease. Intrude on the surrounding surveillance. And you 6 bodyguards, plus the 2 spies, go back and secretly protect my parents. Su Lintian casually pointed at 6 people, including a man and a woman in their 40s who were spies, and said, Chapter 30003 Mad Sheep. You stupid bastard. Su Lintian's lips curled up as he gave himself a new name, Village Chief of Sheep Village. Although he had watched live broadcasts before, he was just a freeloader, not spending any coins. With that money, he might as well buy a spicy hot pot. Upon entering the live broadcast room with a low-level account, he didn't stir up any waves. Looking at the number of viewers in the top right corner, there were only a few dozen people. Those bloggers with millions of fans often had dozens of viewers as soon as they started streaming. With 200,000 fans, having 60 or 70 people in the live room was considered good. At this moment, the background music of the live broadcast, Lost Heartbeat, began to play. You say you love me, yet you ignore me, making me wait for you to mature while doing childish things. You know I fight alone for us, and you won't even lend me a hand. Lazy Sheep's voice came from Su Lingshuan's mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Leaning closer to the camera, she slightly lowered her head. Emotions? Suddenly raising her head, she laughed wickedly. Ha! Emotions are the cruelest things in the world. Su Lintian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his sister to have this skill, and her mimicry was spot on. Well, with this isn't what I wanted to hear. I, lazy emperor, am not like this. Chapter 40004 The village chief sold the sheep of Sheep Village to buy gifts when Su Lintian saw his sister singing. He was truly shocked. He didn't expect her to have such talent. No wonder she could earn money from live broadcasting. A song lasting 3 to 4 minutes left the audience wanting more. Little hearts and small beers were being showered in abundance. Su Lingxian didn't shy away from thanking each one. This made Dream Brother furious. He didn't even receive such treatment when he showered gifts during the carnival. while those who showered small beers and little hearts became brothers. Dream brother, lazy, in the stream, I need to talk to you. Village chief of Sheep Village. Just throw a couple of coins. Why so many issues? Village chief of Sheep Village sent out 10 carnivals. Village chief of Sheep Village sent out 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals totaled 300,000 and in a live broadcast room with less than 100 viewers. To shower, so many was truly unique on Douyin. 100 carnivals left not only the audience in the live room stunned, but even Su Lingxian was a bit dazed. She had never seen a single carnival before. What was going on today? Thank you. Thank you for the carnival, village chief, so generous. What song would you like to hear next? Su Lingxian stood up, bowing at a 45-degree angle, too excited. With this money, her brother could eat better, and her younger brother could improve his high school meals. Chapter 5000. This slap on the back of my head. Am I going to have brain atrophy? Su Lingxian was currently looking at the houses here with Butler Long and a few others. A middle-aged man in a suit was excitedly introducing the place. Young Master Su. Manor number 1 covers a total area of 888 square meters, 3 floors above ground, 1 basement, 1 main building, 2 auxiliary buildings equipped with an underground garage. With 20 parking spaces, the main building has a total of 21 rooms, 18 bathrooms, 1 outdoor swimming pool, 2 indoor swimming pools, 3 restaurants including breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as 3 game rooms, 2 gyms, a sauna, and more. The 2 auxiliary buildings include one for maids and servants, covering an area of 80 square meters, 4 floors, with a total of 66 rooms, while the other auxiliary building covers an area of 888 square meters, meant for guest accommodation, 3 floors, with a total of 24 rooms. The garden area is 666 square meters. Manor number 1 is priced at 13,888 billion. If you pay in full, I can offer you a discount, just 1 billion. How does that sound? Su Lingxian casually toured the interior and exterior, finding it quite nice. Butler Long, I leave this to you. Please handle it as soon as possible. Chapter 60006. Clipped sound, clipping the big brothers into concussions in the luxurious living room. Su Lingxian was scrolling through Douyin videos on his phone. Ever since he stopped looking for a job, he had developed a liking for watching videos. Suddenly, a new video was posted by his only follow, who was also live streaming. Posting a video before going live was a way to attract viewers. It seemed his sister had put in a lot of effort on Douyin over the years. Entering the live broadcast room, it was still the same room, with not much change in the number of viewers, just a few more than yesterday. Of course, this number was quite stable, with a level 47 account. He quickly caught the attention of the viewers in the live room, as the highest levels in the entire room were only around 20 or 30, all small streamers. Welcome, village chief, to inspect the village. Welcome, village chief, do you want a wife? How about our lazy king? Not bad, right? I'll betroth her to you. Yes, I'm a fan of lazy king. I'll accompany the bride. Accompanying the bride should be in pairs. Just right, I'll accompany the bride too. Why, you guys, since you're accompanying the bride, I'll join too. I'm a guy too, I want to know. Is it too late to go abroad now? Su Lingxian watched the barrage and couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes, the live broadcast room was full of lively characters. Chapter 70007. A thought becomes a god next. Su Lingxian took Su Lingxian to PK in the wild area, showering 100 carnivals, leaving the opponents with no chance to fight back. The number of viewers in the live room surged to over 300, showing significant results. Su Lingxian seized the opportunity, occasionally sending out small lucky bags. Su Lingxian's level rose to 59, just 100 carnivals away from reaching level 60. Wow, village chief is awesome. Really going to hit level 60. In just 2 days from level 1 to 60, I witnessed the rise of the village chief. Sheep Village is invincible. Village chief of Sheep Village. Let us fight one more time. After that, I'll take a break and just hit level 60. Su Lingxian was stunned. Her big brother had showered over 1 million in gifts in one night, a figure that was astronomical to her. Since it had come to this, she couldn't refuse and planned to finish this match before ending the stream. 3 seconds later, they were randomly connected again. This time it was a guy dressed in a suit, looking somewhat handsome, with a small stage behind him. He was different from those smaller streamers. Sure enough, the number of viewers in his live room was 10 times hers. Over 3,000 viewers, and his follower count exceeded 110,000. The lowest level in the top 10 of the leaderboard was 45, with the number 1 being a level 66 named One Cigarette. Chapter 800082 major organizations forget it. Just give him back his share. Thinking this way, she felt much lighter. Xiaobai was somewhat at a loss. However, Su Lingxian did not forget Su Lintian's instructions. You're just like that. After saying this, she directly kicked him out. Village chief, isn't that a bit harsh? Ha ha ha. I knew it. How could lazy kings say such things? It turns out the village chief told him to say it. The village chief is so bad. I really like it. Village chief, I want to give you a baby. Is this the thrill of crossing species? I suddenly understand. No, Booty. What do you understand? Tell me more. Village chief of Sheep Village. It's fine. I asked you to speak, so what's there to be afraid of? All right. I'm leaving first. You should rest early too. Don't stream too late. After Su Lintian left, the comments in the live stream suddenly became sarcastic. All right. I'm leaving first too, my lazy one. Don't stream too late. The village chief will be heartbroken. Damn. I shipped the village chief and lazy king. Su Lingxian looked at the sarcastic comments and pouted. Are you all trying to die? I was going to sing a song for you before ending the stream. But now I don't want to sing anymore. Hum goodbye, little sheep. Chapter 9. Encountering 0 yuan purchase 3 days later. Su Lintian attended a car exhibition with 2 bodyguards and Butler Long. He originally wanted Su Bei to prepare a car for his sister, but now he could only come and take a look himself. As expected of the financial center, as soon as he entered the car exhibition, he was greeted by supercars and luxury cars worth over $1 million. The exhibition was large, but there weren't many people. After all, you had to verify your funds to get in. The main point was, if you can't afford it, don't come in. What if you bump into a wealthy guest? Su Lintian strolled around and was truly amazed. Most of the cars could also be bought domestically, but some were difficult to obtain, although he didn't particularly like driving supercars. As he preferred sitting in a Rolls-Royce where he didn't have to drive and it was comfortable, he still knew he couldn't do without one. Standing in front of a super cool supercar, its looks were undoubtedly impressive, and the name was quite suitable for his sister. An overseas salesperson saw Su Lintian's expression and hurriedly approached. Sir, are you satisfied with this Aston Martin Valkyrie? Would you like me to introduce it to you? Su Lintian certainly didn't need an introduction. What was there to explain? It was just a matter of speed. He wasn't buying a racing car. How could it possibly be slower than a bicycle? Chapter 10. Walking Armory. Su Bei's abilities were quite good, and the intelligence network naturally extended outward with Su Lintian at its center. At the Spade Bar, the bar was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and under the dim lights, people's figures intertwined. The music had a strong and powerful rhythm, as if to synchronize with people's heartbeats. People on the dance floor twisted their bodies freely, releasing their inner passion. The sound of clinking glasses was crisp and pleasant, mingling with the laughter of people, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. The air was filled with the scent of alcohol and perfume, intoxicating everyone. Here, you could forget all your troubles and enjoy the happiness of the moment. Wearing just a few rags, you could easily attract attention. The crowd was diverse, with white people, black people, and Asians from all over the world. 2 black men were decked out in gold and silver, dancing wildly on the dance floor. The girls were as passionate as fire. If Su Lintian were here, he would definitely recognize one of them, the teenage black girl who had snatched his jewelry back in the mall. At that moment, the 2 men suddenly felt their bodies go numb and then fainted, as 2 men quickly helped them out of the bar. Outside, a white Mercedes had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 11. Unaware of life and death while Su Lintian was preparing to attend the auction that night. At Deep City University, Zhang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Su Lingxuan's information. An ordinary farmer's family with 5 members. Even her brother graduated just 2 months ago, and he had investigated everything clearly, even her high school. As for the warning that night, he had long forgotten it the moment he got the information. He didn't believe the young master they mentioned was wealthier than his family. And Su Lingxuan's identity and background reinforced his belief in this thought. The woman I have my eyes on, there's nothing I can't get. I will have her tonight. Thinking this, he licked his lips and took out his phone, sending a special group message. I agree to everything you want. Let's do it as you said tonight, and there will be benefits for you. In his mind, he unconsciously began to envision the scene for the evening. In Su Lingxuan's dormitory, she had no classes in the afternoon and was editing her short video. The other 3 girls in the dormitory exchanged glances. One girl wearing glasses sat beside Su Lingxian and said, Lingxian, it's so boring. We haven't gone out to play in a long time. How about we go out to sing tonight? Chapter 12. Zhang Fugui. I have an early class at 8. We meet again. It seems you took the warning from a few days ago as a breeze. The bodyguard bypassed several people and looked at Su Lingxian, who was sitting on the sofa. Thankfully, nothing had happened yet, or he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Another bodyguard passed by several people, and Zhang Hao didn't dare to stop him. The glass from a few days ago was still fresh in his memory. The bodyguard approached Su Lingxian and said, "Miss, let me take you back." Su Lingxuan's eyes were moist. If these two hadn't arrived in time, she would have been violated and wouldn't dare to stay there. Although she didn't know who these people were, leaving this place was the priority. "Lingxian, we were wrong. Please take us away. We really know we were wrong." "Yes, Lingxian. We were also forced. Please take us with you." The three of them begged with tearful expressions, making Su Lingxian feel disgusted. It was already good that she managed to hold back from slapping them. After leaving the private room with the bodyguard, she couldn't help but ask, "Will anything happen?" "I heard that Zhang Hao's family is quite wealthy." Regarding her concerns, the bodyguard smiled and said, "Miss, don't worry. We will handle it well. And you won't see these people at school anymore." Chapter 13. We are here to rob, not to fight. After Su Lingxian was taken back to school, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind. "What kind of people are you?" They had clearly been protecting her in the shadows. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up so timely in the private room. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out who they were. She was just an ordinary sophomore student, and her family only farmed. To this question, the bodyguard only smiled and replied, "Miss, you don't need to think too much. Someone will tell you." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to say more, Su Lingxian didn't press further. Meanwhile, in the country the next morning, at the same time, it was already dark on Su Lingtian's side, and he was attending the auction. The auction hall was resplendent, with hundreds of people. Su Lingtian and the butler were seated in the third row. In front was a huge screen, with a beautiful auctioneer in a gown standing beside it. Su Lingtian sat in his seat, bored, playing on his phone. Su Lingxuan's situation is already known to him. First, let the other party have 2 more days of good meals. He has already asked Zhao Ruilong to open a branch in Magic City, mainly for the maritime transport industry and aviation. Zhao Ruilong suggested directly acquiring a maritime transport company, which would be faster, and he agreed. The sooner, the better. Chapter 14:0014. It's either you die or my ammunition runs out. You shoot single shots while others are firing continuously. By the time your little pistol fires a few shots, they've already changed magazines several times. 800 rounds per minute. Are you kidding? What is Su Lingtian doing? He fired a few shots casually to get a feel for it, then looked around for prey. Suddenly, a white figure caught his eye. "Hey, whose sheep is this? Don't you know it's not allowed to graze sheep here?" Saying this, he fired a burst with his MP5, and looking at the bullets fired, he was pleased. Not a single one was wasted. He took down a patch of grass. The little sheep didn't lose a single strand of wool and was still grazing, which seemed a bit insulting. "Oh, you're not running away? How rude." He emptied the magazine. However, it was of no use. The bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, perfectly avoiding the target. This made Su Lingtian extremely angry. Furious, he tossed the MP5 to Butler Long and took a rocket launcher from bodyguard. He shouldered it, aimed, and muttered to himself, "I don't believe it. Today, it's either you die or my ammunition runs out." Whoosh ba with a single ba, the little sheep was blown into the air. In the distance, hearing the gunfire, someone wanted to come over and herd the sheep, while an old man hiding under a slope watched his sheep flying in the sky, feeling quite uneasy. Chapter 15:0015. I thought we were the same, but your brother is a rich man. The next morning, Su Lingtian rarely got up early. Last night, while watching his sister's livestream, he received a message from her that she would arrive in Magic City around 10:30 a.m. today. "Butler Long, please send someone to the airport to pick up the second young lady. Today is her birthday, so have someone prepare a simple birthday party in the garden tonight." "Yes, young master, I'll arrange it right away." A garden of over 2,000 square meters is more than enough for a small birthday party. At 10:25 a.m., a passenger plane from Deep City landed at Magic City Airport. Su Lingxian, Chun Ziru, and Li Imo got off the plane, and a Rolls-Royce drove over. Just as Su Lingxian was about to walk around it, the driver got out and approached her respectfully, saying, "Second young lady, the young master sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car." Su Lingxian was a bit puzzled, thinking the driver had mistaken her for someone else. But then she recalled that the village chief from her live stream had sent so many gifts and could afford such a car, so it seemed reasonable. She just didn't understand why he called her second young lady. She turned to Chinzuru beside her, who nodded and whispered, "It's fine, we're here." Chapter 16:0016. If there's a lack of gatekeepers, please be sure to tie me to the gate. Su Lintian took his sister to the underground garage, with Chunzuru following behind holding the livestream phone. Several supercars bought abroad were parked in the garage. As the three walked out of the elevator, the garage was filled with more than a dozen cars. 6 supercars, 6 Range Rovers, 2 Rolls-Royces, and a Maybach Pullman S680, which is quite long at 6.5 meters. Su Lingxian looked at these cars, unsure of what to say, while the viewers in the live stream were amazed. My gosh, is this what a rich person looks like? A garage full of luxury cars, and so many supercars. Wow, I even see the same model as mine, Apollo, i.e. Someone upstairs is bragging. Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend. Lying is for puppies. It really is the same model, but my 0 to 100 kilometers H acceleration consumes a ton of battery. I see my dream car, Ferrari LaFerrari. Wow, there are even 2. So cool. Bugatti Chiron, Aston Martin Valkyrie, Koenigsegg Jesko. My village chief is amazing. What do you think? If you like any, pick one as a birthday gift for you. Chapter 17:0017 to eliminate the root of the problem. While Su Lintian was at the airport picking up his sister, Dragon Tongue Shipping Group, as the maritime leader, had a market value that exceeded 200 billion last year. They owned hundreds of large ocean-going vessels, the smallest being over 10,000 tons. However, for the global group, which had several $100 billion, Dragon Tongue Shipping was merely a larger ant. Wang Tung sat in his office, perplexed, not understanding why the other party insisted on acquiring his group. Although many areas at sea are now unsafe and piracy is rampant, causing the group's performance to plummet, it was still not to the point of having to sell the group. He wanted to refuse firmly, but he was powerless. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The secretary, with her long legs, walked in with a somewhat unpleasant expression. President Wang, the head of the global group's Asia region, is here. She naturally knew the purpose of their visit, but as a mere secretary, she had no authority to intervene in such matters. Sai, what's coming will come. Bring them here. Yes. The secretary nodded and left. In less than 5 minutes, she returned with 2 men, then quietly exited the office, closing the door behind her. Chapter 18:0018. Dad. Should we punish the whole family? Dad's meaning was clear. To eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles, to eradicate the weeds by uprooting them, and to be merciless towards enemies, ensuring complete silence, leaving no trace, and punishing the entire family. Digging 3 feet deep, chopping worms into pieces to feed the fish, and killing chickens to get eggs. But isn't that too cruel? Then just leave the chicken and make Kung Pao chicken. Mom and Dad, don't go back. Just stay here. In a few days, I'll have the butler take you around to see the beautiful mountains and rivers. Su Jinzhou's eyes lit up. He was quite open-minded. He used to be poor, and if he didn't work, he would starve. Plus, he had children to raise, so it was unavoidable. Now that his son is successful, he wants to live a more comfortable life in his next life. What's not to like about that? Should he go back to work hard and tire himself out? Why should he suffer when his son is making so much money? Li Jiayao was about to refuse, but was stopped by her husband. All right, don't refuse. Our son has grown up, and this family should be his responsibility now. Jiayao, I haven't taken you out to travel yet. This family will be left to Xiaotian. Let's go out and enjoy our time together. Li Jiayao rolled her eyes at Su Jinzhou. What are you doing, saying this in front of the kids? Chapter 19:0019. We don't cause trouble, nor are we afraid of it after the banquet. Su Lintian returned to his room, took a shower, and then went to Su Lintao's room. At this time, the latter had just finished showering and was sitting on the balcony enjoying the night view. Su Lintian knocked on the door, and after receiving a response from inside, pushed the door open. Brother, what brings you here? Is there something on your mind? You little brat, can't I just come to chat if there's nothing else? Why do you look so gloomy? What are you thinking about? Finding a stool. He sat down next to him. Su Lintao held a cup of water with both hands, looked up at the sky, and said, Brother, what if a girl confesses to you, and after you reject her, you regret it? What would you do? Su Lintian really wanted to give him a slap. So this was a love problem. Little brother, stop being so melancholic, okay? You're only 18, why pretend to be mature? You should have the spirit of the sky, being the oldest and you being the second. Brother, don't tease me. Haven't you heard? Poor kids grow up early. Hey, you little brat, dare to educate me? When I was peeping at the village beauty bathing, you didn't even know where you were. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. That's just your heavy taste. Speaking of childhood, Su Lintao finally shed that layer of mature pretense, and the two brothers began to bicker. Chapter 20020 No problem. Don't be afraid in the living room. After taking a sip of water, Su Lintao looked up at Wang Tung. He didn't know why the other party insisted on seeing him, but he could guess a few things. Speak. What do you want to see me for? Wang Tung didn't beat around the bush. He knew too much small talk would be annoying. He stood up and bent slightly. It's like this, young master. I would like to use my 10% dividend rights and the position of chairman to see if I can get my son a job at the global group. I hope you can give him a chance. Although he didn't know who Su Lintao was, he didn't dare to investigate, as it was no longer necessary. Even a global group was enough to know that the young master's identity was not simple. One should know that it involved around 400 billion US dollars in capital flow. And this was just one global group. Who could be sure that the other party only had this one group? Seeing his son sitting there in a daze, he kicked him, cursing inwardly for being so clueless. Wang Yulong was just stunned by his father's words. Global group? Is that the one that has been making waves recently? He had heard from his father that it was a giant, and although it had only appeared for a short time, its funds were enough to buy 14 Longting shipping companies. Chapter 21002 When are you interested in joining the dark web? The twos leaped from the building, caused chaos downstairs at the hospital. Zhang Hao never expected that he would die in such a way, being dragged down by his own family. Longting Shipping Group. Wang Tung sat in his office. Jump from the hospital? Both father and son? All right, I got it. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside. Sometimes, people are just that fragile. No matter how rich one is. What does it matter? Billionaires, what does it matter? It seems he needs to warn his son not to mess around everywhere. Because you never know what dangers lie behind seemingly ordinary girls and what will happen in the future. Even the biggest companies can be ruined because of a woman. And the outcome of the Zhang father and son is a stark reminder. Mr. Wang, this is the appointment letter from above. You will assume the position of CEO of the group, and the chairman position will be sent over from the global group headquarters. The secretary knocked on the door, received permission, and entered with an appointment letter. Wang Ting didn't expect he could become the CEO. He would retire after this. I understand. Since I'm going to tidy up the office, all items should be replaced with new ones. Chapter 22002 quickly surround the young master's car the next day. Su Lingxian and Su Lintao left the number 1 manor, and Su Jianzhou and his wife were arranged by Su Lintao to go on vacation. He had already arranged for someone to buy a villa near the school in advance. They could live wherever they wanted, and it was fine if they didn't live there, but they couldn't go without one. Jiangcheng. After returning from the Magic City, Su Lintao radiated confidence. He looked much more spirited. After getting off the private jet, he was surprised to see 2 familiar faces, a boy and a girl, accompanied by 2 men who looked like bodyguards. This left him a bit stunned. He hadn't realized how wealthy these 2 were, walking with bodyguards and leaving together. Third young master. Before Su Lintao had a chance to greet them, they suddenly approached him respectfully. Even those 2 bodyguards did the same, and he suddenly realized something. You were sent by my brother? Yes, young master. Upon hearing their confirmation, he couldn't help but show us, so that's how it is expression. No wonder his big brother knows everything. It turns out that everyone around him is on his side. A male spy pulled out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Chapter 23002 Let you chase. Let's see how you die this moment. A girl dressed in a school uniform, wearing a pair of small white shoes and having a baby face, was wandering downstairs at the boys' dormitory with a conflicted expression. Pouting and talking to herself, she thought, maybe I should go back. He rejected you. So why are you still pestering him? Yi Sinny, how can you be so shameless? Maybe I should just go back. But he hadn't come to school for a week. Then just call or text him. But would that make him think she was pestering him? Then go back. Why are you still here? Deep down, you still don't want to give up. But what if he hasn't come to school for so long because something happened? At this moment, it felt like 2 little people were fighting in Yi Sinny's mind. She lowered her head, feeling very conflicted. Just then, a voice rang out beside her. Who got into trouble? The sudden voice startled her. Why do you walk without making a sound, Lintao? Looking up, she met Su Lintao's gaze and suddenly remembered her earlier self-talk. Didn't he hear all of it? Thinking of this, her face instantly turned red, and she covered her face and ran toward the girls' dormitory, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 24024 Sir. How much do you think is appropriate for me to charge? Wang Yulong took an MP5 out from a hidden compartment, his lips curling up in a grin. Ha ha ha. So to speak, heaven doesn't completely close a door. Damn it. Whoever comes at me now, I'll take them down. That said, he wasn't foolish and could only wait for the right moment to counterattack. Now the car had stopped, and the other party was passing by, firing wildly. The car's windows were all shattered, and it became riddled with holes, but fortunately, they thought he was still in the driver's seat. The pursuing vehicle stopped ahead, and seeing two foreigners get out of the car, Wang Yulong gritted his teeth and directly counterattacked. The sudden sound of the MP5 startled the opponents, who without hesitation dove back into their car. Damn, wasn't he just a rich second generation? Not a big deal. Why do they have an MP5 in the car? Stop complaining. There's only one person on the other side. Let us take care of him quickly. No dragging this out, or the dogs will come after us. You suppress him, I'll drive the car into him. The MP5 fire kept them from showing their heads, even if Wang Yulong's aim wasn't precise. The gunfire was enough to increase the pressure on the opponents. Wang Yulong's arm was a bit numb from the recoil. It was his first time firing a gun, and he was a bit unaccustomed. Seeing the other party start their car, he instantly knew their intention, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chapter 25002, 5 Your husband has no idea about my good intentions. Li Anren sat in the chair, opened the computer on the desk, and soon turned it towards Wang Yulong. Take a look. Initially looking up at Li Anren with confusion, he then directed his gaze at the computer screen. As he looked at the information on the computer, he frowned slightly, moving the mouse, and when he saw his own avatar, his eyelids started twitching. It was a bounty list. He was ranked 299th, with a bounty of 200,000 USD. What shocked him even more was that he recognized the person ranked 10th. He had seen them at the West Suburb Manor. If you remember correctly, it seemed to be his masteress sister, this, who had the guts to put a bounty on her, and the bounty was as high as 20 million US dollars. There was even personal information attached below. For example, his own character profile, the useless son of a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Hobbies, weaknesses, lecherous, likes women. Level, not mainstream, garbage among garbage. A normal person could handle him. And Su Lingxuan's character profile was, character profile, the younger sister of the behind-the-scenes boss of the global group. Hobbies, level, be prepared to die at any time. Wang Yulong took a deep breath. It seemed that the information on here wasn't very accurate. What did he like women? Chapter 26002, Dear, you scared me to death. I thought you found out not seeing the other party. He could only focus his gaze on his wife. Who was that man? When did this start? The woman's heart sank, knowing they couldn't be in the living room. Damn, it's better to go back to the room next time. Venus, what are you talking about? What man? I don't know what you're talking about. Venus was about to say something when she suddenly noticed what the other was wearing, instantly furious. What a promiscuous woman. And you still say no? What are you wearing? That's the third party's little outfit. The woman looked down and panicked. That's yours. Am I that kind of person? Venus completely ignored her, starting to search around the house, and then picked something up from the ground behind her. Seeing this item, her expression turned terrifyingly dark. It was something belonging to a state senator. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down, putting the item into her pocket, and her expression returned to normal. Turning around to hug her wife, Dear, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. I've been busy with official business lately, and I'm a bit tired. The woman, who thought she had escaped a disaster, smiled and comforted him. Dear, you scared me. It's okay. As the mayor of Crand, I can understand. Chapter 27002, Sure enough, everything is under their control. The video content was exactly what he wanted to see. Looking up at the still calm Tang Jiu, he was filled with shock. How did the other party know about his conversation with him? And saying 10 minutes really meant 10 minutes. What could others do in 10 minutes? They probably haven't even found the person yet, but the dark web not only found the person, but also successfully resolved the situation. The amount of information inside was extraordinary. Moreover, the other party was truly unscrupulous, switching places if the dark web wanted to kill him. Then Tang Jiu still didn't know that the other party had already seen the video, only knowing that 10 minutes had passed. He thought to himself, how come there's no news? Could have failed. No, I need to find a way to escape. Thinking this, he was about to get up. Seeing him about to leave, Venus nodded. Indeed, everything was under the other party's control. I see your sincerity. I can agree to join the dark web. But there's one condition. If I find out you're working for the East, I reserve the right to withdraw. Just as Tang Jiu was about to get up to figure out how to escape, hearing this, his mind seemed to crash. What? They really solved the opponent in 10 minutes? Chapter 28002, famous online streamer. Choo Choo Baby, still missing the next day? Su Lintian arrived in Indonesia with 2 bodyguards and butler long. As soon as he got off the plane, people from the global group had already been waiting for a long time. Young master. Su Lintian nodded. Is the boat ready? He didn't want to waste time here. He wanted to go directly to the island by boat, arranging things early to leave early. It's already prepared. Does the young master want to go straight to the port? Or have a meal and rest first? Eat on the boat, go straight to the island. I don't have much time. I'll leave after I finish. You can start working then. The subordinates who came to pick him up didn't ask further and nodded in agreement. Understood, young master. The group, in 3 cars, headed straight for the dock. Indonesia isn't big. As a country made up entirely of islands, the port is very close. 20 minutes later, a 3-story luxury cruise ship came into view. Measuring 128 meters long, with complete facilities inside, resembling a villa on the sea. There were already a dozen bodyguards on the ship, patrolling various areas to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from boarding. Just as Su Lintian was about to board with his men, suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him. Hey brother, are you going out to sea? Can you take us to that island? Chapter 29002, research base number 1. Don't say, you really shouldn't say. If it weren't for the clear slap mark on the little assistant-s face, I might have almost believed little white dragon-s nonsense. Giving face is real. Not giving face is a script. You're really bullying a fool. Without strength, trying to act tough. Now that it backfired, you almost got beaten into a fool. The little assistant S&T just almost. He has already been concussed and even got water in his ears. Ha ha ha. Looking at these comments, Song Tianhong's face turned dark. He could only helplessly pretend not to see it and shifted his focus. Brothers, we're starting our live broadcast journey now. Challenging to spend the night on the island. 2 men and 3 women. Let's see if we can succeed in this challenge. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. And later I will send everyone a big lucky bag. Upon hearing such an exciting challenge, the atmosphere in the live stream suddenly changed. Wow, this is great. I love this challenge. More updates, please. I love watching it. Watching other live streams makes my eyes uncomfortable. I only love watching survival on a deserted island. Especially the overnight ones. Just thinking about it is thrilling. The content is too real to disclose. Please leave a message for details. What does the person above mean? Please elaborate. I can't elaborate. There's no time. It's too late. Hurry up and get on the bus. Chapter 300030. It's not good to influence in the classroom. And there are cameras too. The morning sunlight spilled onto the small path of the campus. Jiangxing No. One high school. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the classroom, as Su Lintao rubbed his eyes and walked in. He had been staying at school for the past few days, not for any reason, just too lazy to run back. If he didn't have to attend evening self-study, he might have gone back to the villa. That Koenigsegg Jesko was almost gathering dust at the school. No, it seems he can't just listen to his elder brother and only focus on studying. He decided he wouldn't attend evening self-study anymore, just as he was lost in thought. The sunlight was blocked by a figure, and a faint body fragrance wafted into his nose, making him unconsciously sniff. Yisini looked at this scene, her smile slightly blushing. She whispered, Lintao, have you had breakfast? Here, I brought this for you. Su Lintao looked up and realized Yisini was standing beside him. Her little face slightly flushed as she looked at him. Her baby fat little face, fair and delicate, made him want to reach out and pinch it. Thank you, beautiful Sini. I will eat the breakfast you brought, even if it kills me. At this moment, in Yisini's eyes, he had changed, becoming more confident. Moreover, his words had become sweeter. Such ambiguous words made Yisini lower her head and whisper, Lintao, you've changed. Chapter 310031. If you don't give it, then don't. Why kill me? What is this all about? Unexpectedly, being in the same dormitory as Yisini, the contrast is so great. Images of sheep and wolves floated involuntarily in his mind. Yisini was the little sheep. When only the 2 were left in the classroom, Su Lintao finally got up and walked over to her. He reached out and touched her little head. Such an ambiguous action made the cute girl shrink her neck. Her body stiffening, her mind going blank. Seeing her unmoving, he had to withdraw his hand. What are you thinking? Let's go, it's still early. We can go eat first. Then I'll accompany you to shop. Yisini nodded slightly. The 2 walked downstairs side by side, strolling along the campus path. The sunset casting long shadows of the 2, finally merging together. The teaching building was a 5-minute walk from the school gate. Su Lintao suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence first. Why do you want to hide your identity? He just wanted to be honest with her, but who knew? Upon hearing this, Yi Sini was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to grab his arm. No, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I didn't mean to deceive you. My identity isn't even known to my close friends. I'm really sorry. I just didn't want you to feel distant from me because of my identity. I'm sorry. I promise I won't do this again. Chapter 3200-3 2 Research Base Number 2 The armed personnel looked at the leader on the ground, directly falling asleep. While everyone was sweating profusely, beads of sweat running down their cheeks. They weren't quite sure where they were, as those who knew had already died. Their captain was also a tiger, yet dared to ask the other side for people. Now good. They didn't get anyone, but sent one instead. Go back and tell your boss that if he wants people, let him come himself. Whoever dares to say another word here will end up like you. Hurry up and get lost. The soldier, stepping on the corpse, said with a grim expression. Everyone dared not hesitate, nodding repeatedly, and ran off. Why run so fast? Bring him away, what bad luck. The soldier kicked the corpse on the ground towards the other side. In the area behind the soldiers, inside the research lab, Su Lintian was accompanied by a man in military uniform, who would be the future head of this base. After touring this newly built research base, which was only the size of a football field, but it was enough. Not bad, very good. There are no problems with the warlords here, right? Just don't let them bite you later. Rest assured, young master, he has already joined the dark web, and the 2 deputies beside him are our spies. Moreover, 90% of the guard around him are our people. If he has any ulterior motives, we will be able to deal with it immediately. Chapter 3300-3 Encountering Principal Wang, the 6th warlord of Yumen, controlling 2 provinces with a total military strength of 200,000. However, he is poor as a church mouse. Although he has 200,000 troops, only about 150,000 are actually capable of fighting. Even so, it is not something those small armed forces can provoke. It is precisely because of his poverty that the dark web was able to smoothly recruit him, making him join. Inside a mansion only the size of a villa. Connor was looking at the documents coming in from various places, his brows furrowed, but relaxed 3 seconds later. Alas, unfortunately, the strength is insufficient, and the area under my jurisdiction is even poorer. He considered himself not a good person, his hands stained with blood. But where is there a bridge to be built without corpses? Among so many warlords, he is the best one. At least he won't exploit the people for his own amusement, because he is also a person who has come from there, born of the same root. Why should they harm each other so quickly? However, things have improved a lot since joining the dark web. Just when he was frowning, a lieutenant walked in from outside. General, the dark web has sent orders for us to eliminate the armed forces entrenched in Samo City. Connor was puzzled. Those people were not simple. The leader was the nephew of the neighboring warlord, and they had strong forces. He wasn't very keen on provoking them, at least not for now. Chapter 3400-3 Damn. The enemy, even his backup. Su Lintian hated these guys the most, not for any other reason, but because he had encountered them twice already. Especially the first time, in the mall, it was also when he felt closest to death. After all, at that time, there were not many bodyguards around him, and he didn't have a gun on him. If the other party went crazy and wanted to kill him, he guessed he wouldn't die, but would definitely get injured. What happened here? Can you solve it? He turned to Zhao Ruelong. Although he knew the dark web was infiltrating wildly during this time, he wasn't clear about how many usable people they had. Young master, rest assured, this is the group headquarters, so the dark web has almost infiltrated this place. As long as it's not a large-scale massacre, we can easily handle it. Knowing that you are bored, I have arranged for a helicopter to come, so you can have a great time today, which is my way of welcoming you. Zhao Ruelong smiled and assured. As the headquarters of the global group, we cannot be careless here. The dark web has infiltrated the military and politics, and it can be said that the global group is the local emperor here. At that moment, the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades came from afar, with the logo of Fabo on it. Chapter 3500-35. Let's see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, or just 2 arms. Regarding Su Lintian's bold maneuvers, Principal Wang and his companion were already accustomed to it. They were even more curious about Su Lintian's identity. This could be considered as doing whatever he wanted. Someone who could achieve this level abroad must not be a nobody domestically, but he really couldn't think of such a powerful person in the country. Get down, and later you will send them back, he said. Understood, young master. Su Lintian put down the launcher he was holding, turned to Principal Wang and his companion, and reminded them, it's not safe abroad. Be careful in the future, don't get caught out there. Brother is right. I don't know your name, but could you leave me your contact information so I can thank you for saving my life when I return to the country? The plane landed on the road, and Zhao Ruilong stood by the car, with bodyguards scattered around, vigilant of their surroundings. Su Lintian jumped off the plane and said, I'm Su Lintian. As for contact information, you will find out. He then turned and got into a Rolls-Royce, heading towards the group headquarters. The bodyguards quickly returned to their vehicles and followed. Principal Wang felt a bit envious. Look, this is what a big shot looks like, the world's top second generation. With bodyguards, presence, and ranking. Compared to him, he felt utterly weak. Chapter 360036. Just wait. I'll have someone go to the museum to get it. After the two had a tour around the scenic area, Yi Sini received a phone call at noon, and her expression turned somewhat unnatural, hesitating to speak. This left Su Lintao a bit puzzled. Sini, what's wrong? Is something happening? Looking at Su Lintao's worried face, she thought for a moment and finally stammered. My grandpa's 70th birthday is tomorrow, and he wants me to bring you back. Su Lintao was taken aback. This sudden meeting with the parents caught him off guard, but he couldn't avoid it. He would have to meet them sooner or later. He just never expected it to be so soon, especially since they hadn't even graduated from high school yet. He felt inexplicably nervous. So, Sini, what is your grandpa like? I need to prepare quickly. At that moment, he was already thinking about what kind of gift he should get, something not overly extravagant, but valuable and meaningful. Actually, it doesn't need to be too expensive. My grandpa dotes on me. That won't do. Because he dotes on you, I have to prepare something with more thought. What if he doesn't approve of us being together? Hearing Su Lintao say this made her feel sweet inside. Well, my grandpa likes calligraphy and paintings, those cultured things. Calligraphy and paintings? Okay, I got it. I will find a way. Chapter 370037. Where's the stuff? It's done. Of course, Su Bei wouldn't find it difficult. No matter how hard it was, if the young master wanted something, he had to get it. If not, he would just set on fire and take it during chaos. Of course, this kind of killing the chicken to get the egg approach was only used when absolutely necessary. In the early morning, the museum was unusually quiet, with two security personnel joking and patrolling. One looked at his watch, turned and smiled. Hey, finally off work, it's time to change shifts. Let's hand over and get a good night's sleep. After the shift change, a man and a woman took over. Less than 2.5 minutes later, the man suddenly held his stomach and said, Jenny, you look around for a bit. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, hurry up. Unexpectedly, the man turned and went to the monitoring room, intending to knock out the person inside. But to his surprise, he found two people lying in the corner. And the person sitting in the chair suddenly said, if you want to take something, go ahead. I'll handle the monitoring. Also, I only have half an hour. Someone will be waiting for you outside to take you away. The man didn't ask further and turned to leave the monitoring room. Meanwhile, Jenny was looking at the paintings hanging on the wall, wondering what was so interesting about these things and what significance they had, as if they were rare treasures just placed here. Chapter 380038. Good kid, here to sell stolen goods to me. This matter certainly couldn't be kept under wraps. Fable was searching everywhere in the city, and they were well aware of the opponent's files and identities. But no matter how early they tried to find him, that guy seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even his family had disappeared without a trace. This was outrageous. The curator received this news and was helpless. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Lintao opened a box that had just flown back from America and froze in place. He was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the item that had just been reported missing in America? Recalling what his elder brother had said yesterday, it turned out he really had taken it from the museum, or rather, from someone else's museum. Isn't this the bamboo and bird painting from the news just now? The most shocked was Yi Sini, who had just seen the news, and now the item appeared right in front of her, pointing at the painting in disbelief. Ahem, this is originally our item. It's quite reasonable to take it back now, right? Yi Sini opened her mouth and finally said, reasonable? This is too reasonable. Let's go. Grandpa will definitely like it. Okay, wait for me outside. I'll go get the car. In a while, an Apollo IE drove out of the garage. Chapter 390039. Drunk, staying out all night, gone, buff stacked full. Seeing that Grandpa was very satisfied with Su Lintao, half of the job was already done, and from what he just heard from his mother, she also seemed quite satisfied, so this was already 98% done. As for the remaining 2% from his father, It was better to let it go. If Yizhongwen knew what she was thinking at the moment, he would probably be furious. Hee, Grandpa, you chat. We'll go talk to Mom. Then Su Lintao received his future father-in-law's attention. A heavy slap landed on Su Lintao's shoulder, almost knocking him over. Sitting next to his future father-in-law, Su Lintao knew he couldn't escape today. Daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. This is not just talk. Yi Sini had already been pulled away by her mother to chat in private. Yi Ziliang looked at Su Lintao with an expression that seemed to say, "Brother-in-law, help." To this, he could only shrug helplessly. "Little Tao, come, have a drink with me." "Dad, Lintao is still in high school. Drinking white liquor isn't good. Let's have some beer." Go, you go play." "What's wrong with high school? Isn't he an adult now? Besides, in the future when he enters society, there'll be all kinds of socializing. I'm just training little Tao's drinking capacity. Let him adapt a little. We'll just drink a few less bottles." Chapter 40:0040 The 10 Groups of Rakshasa Sakura Country. Sakata City. Under the night, two figures just emerged from a villa. Inside the villa, the scene was simply horrific, with over a dozen corpses and severed limbs scattered throughout the room, and in the center of the living room lay a pile of bodies. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, and the two dogs in the yard, covered in blood, lay lifeless on the ground, unable to even stir in a breeze. As if freshly pulled from a pool of blood, two severed heads rolled against the corner of the wall. This task was no challenge at all, as simple as killing two dogs, though it was a pity the commission was a bit low. A little less is still something. Even a mosquito is meat. You're right, our world isn't peaceful right now. Since the appearance of the Rakshasa, we have all been living in fear. Where did this Rakshasa come from, and why we never heard of it before? Let's not talk too much. Beings like the Rakshasa are beyond your understanding. Let's just say, do you know who is at the top of our organization's bounty list? Of course, that commission, let's not even mention it. If I could complete it, I could retire from the assassin world and live a shameless life, partying every night like the Chables in Han Country. Chapter 41:0041 Let the Dark Web Investigate. I want the Rakshasa to accompany my son in burial. Reflexively, he raised his dagger to defend himself. Clang, he watched in horror as his dagger broke into two pieces. The opponent's knife effortlessly sliced through his body as if it were tofu, even giving him the illusion that his heart had been cut in half. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, he couldn't utter a word. Ajura flicked the blood off his knife and inhaled the smell of blood in the air, which excited him. He turned around, expressionless, to look at the dazed son of the so-called Red Spider leader. Rest assured, you are not alone because the entire Red Spider will accompany you in burial. You're just going first. Why? Our Red Spider has never provoked you, Rakshasa, right? Why must you annihilate us? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. You are not fit to be an assassin. Let me tell you, you accepted a task you shouldn't have taken, and someone on the list you shouldn't have targeted. Some tasks bring money, but some tasks will cost you your life. After saying this, without giving the other party a chance to speak, a flash of light appeared, and the opponent's head and body were separated. The opponent wisely did not resist, perhaps knowing that resistance would only excite Ajura further. Chapter 42:0042 Only pay attention to domestic matters. What to pay attention to abroad. The car headed towards a desolate mountain. Soon, it stopped halfway up the mountain, and the two men carried the person to a secluded spot. They tossed the person onto the ground, and the assassin flopped around like a fish thrown ashore. Looking at the surrounding environment and the freshly turned earth on the ground, he felt a wave of desolation. Longtime killers know that this kind of place, with freshly turned soil, is clearly a good place to kill and bury bodies. Those who are used to killing often have some inexplicable quirks, like digging up corpses, burying a little here and a little there. The two bodyguards pulled out a jar from somewhere and placed it beside the assassin. After comparing it, they frowned and said, "This jar seems too small. It won't fit." "Well, if it won't fit, just force it in. We can always customize a larger one." "How about this? You go find a big rock, and we'll start from the feet and crush his bones little by little, then stuff them in, leaving just the head outside. But it still won't fit. Then how about this? You go to the car and bring the butcher's knife we use to dissect those two assassins. We'll dissect him, then crush the bones and stuff them in. That should work." Chapter 43:0043 A Life Like an Ox. Never at leisure. When at leisure, I sleep with the mountains. Su Lintian's words excited the fans in the live stream. Listen to this domineering statement. After hearing the village chief, I suddenly look forward to the Lazy King's outdoor live stream abroad. Village chief brother is so handsome, I also want a brother like that. Damn. How did Mianjiang come out? Xianjiang, how did you supervise him? And Fiangyang, how did you let this useless sheep escape? Su Lintian directly ignored such comments. The software was just like that, suddenly speeding up. Su Lingxian could only smile wryly and said, "Little sheep, that's it for today's live stream. Let's end early. See you tomorrow. Good night, brother." Oh, the lazy king finally said good night to me. I'm so excited. How can I sleep tonight? Shameless. He was clearly talking to the village chief. You dead sycophant. Brother, listen to my advice. Lust is a disaster. Cut it off for eternal peace. All right. Isn't there a high-paying security guard in Magic City? Quite suitable for you. You can apply for it then. Seeing this, Su Lingxian quickly closed the live stream. The longer they chatted, the more likely it was to turn into a positive energy session. Su Lintian casually scrolled through 2 videos, all of which were pointless and repetitive. Chapter 440044, The Village Chief is Invincible. What do you think? What identity does the lazy king's brother have? Stop guessing. With our knowledge, we can't guess it. Su Lingxian held her phone, turned around, and white smoke puffed out of her mouth. Little sheep, how's the snow scenery? The air here is so fresh. Though it's a bit cold. When I arrived, I looked from the helicopter and saw, just as the cloud steward said, there are no residents around. As a little potato from the south, the snow scenery here is really beautiful. It makes me want to go. Looking at those trees covered in snow. Like Christmas trees, with goose feather snowflakes falling from the sky, I can't even imagine how great it would be to have a snowball fight. Just thinking about it makes me feel giddy. Just then, a prompt appeared on the left side of the live stream, catching everyone's attention. The village chief of Sheep Village has entered the live stream. Instantly, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a climax. As Su Lintian's identity brought endless imagination to the audience. The village chief of Sheep Village. Why did you run to Siberia? Su Lingxian smiled and said he came here to see the snow. It's all white, without the hustle and bustle of the city, without the noise of traffic, without worries. I emptied everything. Although it's a bit cold, it's very comfortable. Brother, don't you think it's beautiful here? Chapter 450045 Nationwide Wife Selection. Watching the other party send 100 carnivals. Although she didn't lack money, she still politely thanked him. Thank you for the 100 carnivals from Tinquan Appraisal, but everyone, there's no need to send gifts. However, the gift effects didn't stop, and she could barely see her own people. Helpless, she had to close the gift rewards. Exactly, don't send gifts. I can't even see our lazy king. Lazy king doesn't lack your few bits. Everyone report the top brother. I have a lot of money, so I send gifts. Okay, first send me 500 to see your strength. Listening to the spring treasure. Little sister, where is this? Dressed so warmly and in a wooden house. Is this in the wild? Quan Go, your smile is so lewd. Your expressions change faster than flipping a book. Truly the listening spring cat. Su Lingxian picked up her phone, walking outside while saying, I'm in Siberia now. It's quite cold here. As she stepped out of the wooden house, Butler Yun approached. Miss, everything is ready. Su Lingxian looked outside and saw a long high table several meters long in the snow, filled with various weapons. From handguns to sniper rifles, even a big pineapple. And she also spotted a wooden box containing round objects. Grenades? As she got closer, she realized they were indeed grenades. Upon her arrival, 2 women in camouflage uniforms standing by the weapons saluted her. Second miss, would you like a brief explanation of these firearms? However, Su Lingxian waved her hand, indicating no need. Practice was better than explanation. At this moment, Butler Yun brought 2 maids over and took Su Lingxuan's phone. She then picked up a small handgun. Feeling a bit excited, it was her first time handling such weapons. One of the women stepped forward and said softly, Second miss, I will teach you. After receiving her consent, she gently held Su Lingxuan's hand that was holding the handgun, explaining how to shoot, aim, and hold the gun, while correcting her posture. Pulling the trigger towards a large tree in front of her. With each gunshot, her heart raced. Those who entered the live stream room with listening spring were momentarily stunned. Wait, these are real guns? I thought they were just for show. By the way, is this allowed for live streaming? Didn't they say it would be taken down immediately? Come on, look at who this is. Can I be the same as the lazy king? It really does get taken down immediately. Xiao Ming will be taken down as soon as he shows his head. In contrast to the banter in the comments. Listening Spring was thinking deeper. He glanced at the live stream ID and realized he had never heard of this streamer. If not for some comments that piqued his curiosity during his own live stream, he might not have appeared here. looking at everything around Su Lingxian. These weapons were so openly displayed in the live stream. Yet Douyin's official platform turned a blind eye. This was worth investigating. It seemed he would have to check who the other party was later. Half an hour later, Su Lingxian had tried all the weapons except for the sniper rifle, which she deemed unnecessary to try. The tree across from her was already battered and bruised. Hey, are those little black fans still around? Speak up. Choose your bullet caliber yourself. Surprisingly, they were indeed still there and were quickly tagged. Don't tag me. It's not me, I don't have it. I'm a loyal fan of the Lazy King. I wouldn't smear her even if she smears my dad. Are you unable or just afraid? I did it on purpose by accident. Impudent. Answering the question incorrectly, bring a little lamb, take him out, and execute him for 10 minutes as a warning. Meanwhile, in a manor on the outskirts of the Magic City, Su Lingxian was looking at the information sent by Su Bei in the morning, which was quite a lot. Over 100 people. He looked through them one by one, each with decent looks and temperament. Suddenly, a girl caught his attention. The photo showed her in ancient makeup and traditional clothing, exuding a somewhat regal aura, though not too obvious. Her temperament could be described as very good, and there was also a bare-faced photo of her, which made him frown as he looked at her information. Chapter 460046, A Beauty That Topples Nations. Chen Yunyun in the bare-faced photo, the girl was dressed rather simply. Su Lingxian did not care about her family background, nor did he require a match in social status. After all, in this world, whether there was someone of equal status to him or not, he did not want that kind of relationship. Once social status was equal, it would no longer be pure affection, always mixed with something else. Looking at the other party's information. Name, Chen Yunyun. Age, 21. Identity, graduate of the Central Academy of Drama. Current residence, Hangzhou. Artist under Xinqing Entertainment. Relationship history, none. Family background, born in a small rural town in the Southern Oil City. Her parents are farmers, and her older brother dropped out of high school to work to support her college education. Besides this, there were some of her film and television works, most of which were unknown ancient costume dramas. No wonder her temperament was so good. It seemed she specialized in acting in ancient costume films or dramas. However, it seemed a large part of it was her works before graduation. It seems that no matter where, identity and background are truly important. Long Butler, get ready. Tomorrow we will go to Hangzhou for a visit. The hundreds of girls on the list had no idea that because of Chen Yunyun's presence, they missed out on a huge opportunity for marriage. The next day at noon, Su Lingxian got off the plane, looking at this prosperous city. It was his first time here. Chapter 470047, The Word Envy, I no longer want to say. Upon seeing him come out, Chen Yunyun quickly walked up. Su Lingxian immediately squeezed his hand hard, causing the bandage to turn red with blood. Ouch, I squeezed too hard. The pain made him gasp, tears welling up in his eyes. Ah, you're hurt. How is it? Is it serious? She nervously grabbed Su Lingxian's injured hand, and he felt a cold sensation from her touch. It was very soft and comfortable. It's nothing, just a skin injury. Chen Yunyun looked at the blood-stained bandage, somewhat amused and exasperated. Was this really just a skin injury? She felt a bit guilty, thinking that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be like this. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Lingxian. It's nothing. I'm a boy. A little injury is nothing. As long as you're okay. How about I take you to the hospital to take care of it? Then I'll treat you to a meal to thank you. No need to trouble yourself. It's really just a small injury. If you don't believe me, look. Saying this, she discreetly squeezed his hand, and blood was about to seep through the bandage. I have urgent matters now. Let's skip dinner. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, they'll be coming out soon. Don't let them see you. Chapter 480048, Clearing the Palace of Versailles, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He no longer cared about his tone. Miss Fong, please leave immediately. We will compensate you 3 times the fee. Fong Xinglan was not angry. If it weren't for the earlier scene, she might have been a bit upset. But seeing those men in camouflage with sniper rifles, she dared not cause too much trouble. She originally planned to finish the photos in half an hour, but now it seemed she would have to wait until next time. All right, she sighed. Su Lingxian held her phone, walking while looking at the Palace of Versailles before her. She had only seen it in videos before, and she never expected to come in person today. I'm really crying, Lazy King, this scene. Can you let me perform for half a minute? No, just 10 seconds will do. I'll take 2 photos. Lazy King, you're really too handsome. I sincerely want to know Lazy King's background. I actually want to know the identity of the village chief more. Why is there no one in the Palace of Versailles? It's so quiet. Wait, you guys say, is it possible that lazy king cleared the Palace of Versailles? Hiss, what the hell? Su Lingxian also noticed that the entire Palace of Versailles was empty, with no one around, only service staff. Chapter 49004-9, The Fierce Tiger, is released not long after. A video exploded across the internet. Fans edited Su Lingxian's live stream of clearing the Palace of Versailles and posted it on Douyin. Now on Douyin, anything related to Su Lingxian's live stream just attracts traffic. After a night of fermentation, it even made it to trending topics. That video received tens of millions of likes overnight. Who is this young lady? First, she cleared the Temple of Heaven. Now she's even more impressive, directly clearing the Palace of Versailles. Jealousy distorts one's appearance, and I have already shed tears. Is this a corner of the heavenly palace? Someone come and cover it up. Don't let me know, I don't want to see it. Princess of Versailles? I also saw Feng Xiao. Sob, sob, sob. Sure enough, wealthy people huddle together for warmth. And I can only hug the wife. I just customized for me Wu for warmth. It's okay. It's still fair. Everyone only has one life, right? Rich people aren't afraid of you picking up legal weapons, but they are afraid of us putting down the law and picking up weapons. Hey, brother upstairs. If you're going to say that, then I have no choice but to pick up my sniper rifle. Hurry. I want to see if the sniper next to Lazy King has a real Barrett. Rest assured, if it's real, I'll give you 200 when you come back. I'll also follow with 200. Just call me when the banquet starts. Su Lingxian gained 2 million followers overnight. Su Lingxian hadn't been browsing Douyin these days because he had more important things to do. That is, chatting with Chen Yunyan. Of course, it was her who took the initiative to contact him. Chen Yunyan, is your hand better? Using this topic, Chen Yunyan took the initiative to reach out to him twice. Once on the first day back and now again. Su Lingxian, it's almost fine, it's not bleeding anymore. Chen Yunyan, what do you mean it's not bleeding anymore? It's been 2 days, and it just stopped bleeding. Do you have time now? I want to treat you to a meal. Su Lingxian. Knowing the answer, I have something to return to the Magic City, and I might not leave for a while. Let's save this meal for later. By the way, what do you do? That person in the private room the other day seemed quite imposing. How did you offend him? Chen Yunyan. Well, this isn't something I can't talk about. Actually, I'm an actress. I just graduated a little over half a year ago. I was too naive, and then my manager signed me into New Morning Entertainment. At first, it was fine, but you know how the entertainment industry is. I don't know why, but our boss took a liking to me. I didn't agree, and then I was frozen for half a year, and then there was that incident. Su Lingxian. Is it because of the breach of contract that you can't leave? You could try making short videos. Maybe you'll have some luck. Chen Yunyan. Exactly. I wanted to leave for a long time, but the breach of contract fee is in the millions. I can't afford it, so I can only wait it out. As for the short videos you mentioned, it's not that easy. Don't look at those influencers with tens of millions of fans. They have capital backing them. Without traffic, it's impossible to get anywhere. Her words surprised Su Lingxian. It seems she is not entirely ignorant. She knows a lot, possibly due to being frozen for half a year. She has seen through many things. Su Lingxian, don't be so pessimistic. It's all in the hands of people, and there is always a way out. As long as you want to walk, the road is right at your feet. Come on, believe in yourself. Perhaps because of Su Lingxian's encouragement, Chen Yunyan started posting videos on Douyin, trying to salvage her fate. The two gradually became more familiar with each other. America, headquarters of Universal Group. Wang Yulong looked up at the sun in the sky, his expression excited. Wang Yulong, have finally seen the light of day again. A month of close training has finally ended. All right, stop screeching. This is the appointment letter from the group. From now on, you're the acting president of Universal Entertainment. Do a good job. The young master values you very much. Chapter 50050, The Rakshasa Second Group. Golden robes and white hair. Lustful Heaven Wang Yulong was quite puzzled, not understanding why the Universal Group recalled him back to the country. He thought that once he finished training, he could do something else. After all, he had learned quite a bit about the group over time. Unfortunately, he had no place to use his skills. After receiving the appointment letter, he didn't linger and directly took a flight back to the country. Meanwhile, the struggle between the Rakshasa and the Red Spider has reached a fever pitch. For the old assassin organization Red Spider, Robert did not intend to eradicate it completely because Red Spider does not follow an elite soldier route. It is essentially a gathering place for all sorts of people. As long as someone has killed a person, they can call themselves an assassin. Even the small ruffians on the street could be Red Spider assassins. Because of this, the number of Red Spider organization members is very large. This is also the reason it was able to develop rapidly at the beginning. Although Rakshasa has the capability to handle it, it is completely unnecessary. A large portion of the members have no loyalty to Red Spider. They see it as just a platform. Rakshasa is the exact opposite. Thus, in the Dark World, Robert released this statement. A week later, those who have not withdrawn from Red Spider will be considered enemies of Rakshasa. Heaven and earth will have no place for you. Chapter 51005, One Those in the Know Die. When Su Bei received this news, he was also shocked. The Umbrella Organization is not a big deal. But if it relates to the Universal Group, that would be terrible because it concerns the young master. There can be no accidents. Notify the people over there to monitor the entire CIA. No matter who it is, those in the know must die. Then he picked up the phone and called Robert. Robert clearly understood what this call meant. Does anyone on your Rakshasa side know about this news? Yes, a killer from the second group. Let him die just like that. Also, that CIA member must disappear before he relays the message back, just in case. Anyone related to the other party must also be dealt with. I will provide you with the information later. That's it for now. This time I was negligent, and I still need to report to the young master. Hearing the call that had already been hung up, Robert's face darkened, realizing the seriousness of the matter, and did not care about Su Bei's almost commanding tone. The most important thing now is to eliminate all those who know about this matter. Come, let the second group leader come to see me. In a while, a slender woman walked in, her long, straight legs accentuated by a golden outfit, and her white hair tied in a ponytail swayed in the air. With a devilish figure, she was captivating. Chapter 52005, Two Horse, treading on cherry blossoms. The Red Spider had the dark web investigate the Rakshasa. And how could Su Bei not let the other party have their way? $1 billion. Not only did he inform them of the location of the Azura, but he also provided the location of the Rakshasa headquarters. Of course, the location was false, but the people were real. It wasn't easy for Robert to find a headquarters, and he couldn't expose it so easily. After receiving the news, the leader of the Red Spider couldn't wait even a moment. He went directly to the destination, intending to capture the Rakshasa all at once. Leader, shouldn't we send someone to test the waters first? Yes, if possible, we should find some help just in case. Given our current strength, if we rush in, it might lead to complications. Several high-ranking officials exchanged words, almost directly saying, "You want revenge for your son. But he's not my son." No need. Since we found out the other party's lair, we must seize the opportunity. If we alert them, it will be difficult to find them again next time. Meanwhile, they silently cursed the dark web, which was really asking for a high price. They directly opened with $1 billion. A few high-ranking officials were about to retort when they heard the other party say, "Don't worry. The other party's headquarters is in the Cherry Blossom country. I have already contacted the 3-member group over there, and I have spoken with their president. They will do their best to assist us." Chapter 53005, 3. The Armory. In the car, when Wang Yulong arrived at Manor Number 1. He couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable things were. The first time he came, he was just a useless, rich second generation. This time, he was still that rich second generation, but he could barely consider himself somewhat useful, at least in his own opinion. Some things can only be understood through experience. After collecting his emotions, he followed the manor's bodyguards to the living room, where Su Lin was looking at the underworld information of the entire Cherry Blossom country. It was different from that of the Han country. The Han country's underworld operated in a corporate manner, part of a conglomerate. Young master. Wang Yulong looked at the young man sitting on the sofa, who was a few years younger than him, and felt he had to be cautious in front of him. Since returning from the United States, he seemed like a different person. The living room fell silent for 3 seconds as Su Lin glanced up at Wang Yulong, who had clearly become much sturdier since their first meeting. He knew everything about the other party in the group. Seat. At that moment, a maid brought over a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid simply smiled, nodded, and turned to leave. "How has your time in the United States been? Has it been fulfilling?" Chapter 54005, 41. Can't just carry an RPG everywhere upon entering the villa. It was ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. The most unique part might be the basement mentioned in the information. Arriving at the study, he moved the bookshelf and pushed open the wall, revealing a staircase leading down. The lights instantly turned on, illuminating the entire basement. With curiosity, he walked down the stairs. The basement wasn't large, resembling a living room, with a wall adorned with an array of firearms, including a 100mm mortar and boxes of shells scattered on the floor. Light machine guns, sniper rifles, handguns, MP5 submachine guns, RPGs, boxes of grenades, and glittering bullets were all present. Seeing these items, he thought he had come to the wrong place, mistakenly arriving in Somalia instead of the cherry blossom country. The rest was manageable since he had seen such things before in the United States. But a 100mm mortar? Was that for real? The overturning the world that the young master mentioned was quite literal. It seemed he had been somewhat conservative in what he told his father. According to the information, there were a total of 10 villas like this throughout the cherry blossom country. Looking at the bulletproof vest hanging on the wall, he quickly grabbed one and put it on, as saving his life was paramount. Chapter 55:0055, leaving the women for the brothers' nighttime. The headquarters of the three-member group was brightly lit. The leader of the Red Spider appeared here. Mr. Sambin, long time no see. I hope you're well. Brought to a tea room by members of the three-member group, he smiled at Sambin Ichiro inside. You've come, sit. These days, I've noticed that the new world from the Han country has been actively entering the Sakata territory. When you plan to take action against the Rakshasa? Although the new world had suspicions of aggression, his expression remained calm, as if he were observing an ant. Indeed, he didn't regard the new world highly, especially not on his own turf. Even a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake, and the other party was just a snake. Oh, why did the new world choose this time to come? There must be some trickery involved. The Red Spider leader sat down, then frowned in confusion. It can't be that the Rakshasa called for reinforcements, right? Impossible. How could they know my plans? The dark web wouldn't shoot itself in the foot. Sambin Ichiro spoke softly, noticing his concerns. Don't worry, it shouldn't be as you think. I heard they have a new president and want to achieve something to solidify their position, but I think you should act quickly to avoid prolonged complications. Chapter 56:0056, getting used to $0 purchases in the United States. Every move was lethal. Every strike drew blood. Before long, the area was littered with corpses, and the stench of blood filled the air, making people frown. The wild grass on the ground had changed to a new color, the vivid hues telling the tale of its recent brush with death. Intense gunfire caused the owners of distant houses to hurriedly turn off their lights and hide with their children, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, a large number of personnel from the three-member group attempted to rush to the rescue, but unfortunately, as soon as their convoy set out, they were blocked on the road. Baga, what's going on? Who's the blind one, tired of living, that dares to stop our three-member group's cars? A leader of the three-member group yelled angrily as he lowered his car window when he found himself blocked. Hey, leader, it's the new world. Damn it. They're coming at us. They must be reinforcements called by the Rakshasa. What should we do? However, he was met with a slap. Baga, it's the enemy. Then let's eliminate them. We were going to help the Red Spider anyway. And since the new world is with the Rakshasa, that's perfect. Compared to those cold-blooded killers, I prefer to deal with these gang members. Chapter 57:0057, the naive cherry blossom police. Is there such a good thing? Originally listening to the DJ sing, it suddenly felt like a battle was breaking out beside him. After the disturbance, the convoy quickly left the area and sped towards the headquarters of the three-member group. The cherry blossom police arrived late this time, looking at the wrecked road and the two explosion craters. The officers fell into deep thought about whether they should take a few days off. It was too dangerous. What kind of terrorists were these? Moreover, tonight was particularly unsettled with gunfire erupting everywhere, and the scale wasn't small either. As a result, only 2 cherry blossom police cars arrived, with just a handful of people. Considering the firepower on the other side, one strike could force them into early retirement. Captain, what should we do now? Should we chase them? The speaker was clearly a rookie, unaware of the saying about not pursuing a desperate enemy. Slap. He was met with a slap to remind him of the value of life. You want to chase, you go chase yourself. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Can't you see who those people are? Just look at those 2 explosion craters. They could bury you alive. Gather the team. You. Go back and write a 200,000-word self-reflection report and submit it to me tomorrow. If you can't submit it, I'll take your place as captain. I'm taking a few days off, and when you finally submit it, I'll come back to work. Chapter 58. Mortar attack on the Sanko Group headquarters while Su Lintian was busy with romance. Wang Yulong was having a lively time. Several cars came out of the Sanko Group headquarters. Wang Yulong, watching from a distance with binoculars, did not intervene because he knew what they were up to. Sure enough, half an hour later, they returned with a bloody Red Spider leader in the car. Brother Long, aren't we going to take action? Tang Zhu, unable to contain himself, still had the RPG slung over his shoulder. Wang Yulong put away the binoculars and waved to the 4 bodyguards behind him. The 4 began to take the mortars out of the car and adjust their direction. The distance was just right. Old Gio, don't get excited. Just watch. Ding Zhongqing. You take your people and prepare to charge in. Success or failure hinges on this. Ding Zhongqing was extremely excited. Was it finally his time to shine? Don't worry. Sir, I will definitely not let them escape. After saying that, he drove away with the New World members. Are we ready to start? The 4 bodyguards took their positions, and 2 mortars were set up, each with 2 boxes of shells beside them. A total of 8 rounds. That was enough to scare the enemy out. Chapter 59. Damn it, the president has favored us greatly. We must avenge this. When Wang Yulong and the others returned to the villa, 3 jeeps were parked outside, and 10 burly men had appeared inside. Seeing these people, Tang Jiu followed Wang Yulong silently, curiously observing them. Hello, I am a captain. We have been instructed to follow your orders. Please give us your command. Wang Yulong did not dare to act arrogantly, although he did not know who these people were. He only knew they were sent by the young master. After shaking hands with the captain, he first informed everyone about the situation here and then led the captain into the living room. It would take some time to locate the other members of the New World in Sakata City, so I was thinking of conducting the bombing tomorrow night. What do you think? Terrorists? Of course they're terrorists. The president of the New World was killed, and they must seek revenge, right? They were only responsible for fire support. As for the others, they could only fend for themselves. Tang Jiu was taken aback. So they needed the New World to provide cover. Brother Long, if we act tomorrow night, will they still be there? What if they run away? It was not surprising he asked this. He just did not know that Su Lintian's goal was to target the goods, not the people. Of course, it would be best if both could be taken out together. Chapter 60. DeMayo Dame Dame. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, someone was taking a dump. Queue up. One at a time. Hey, who are you? How dare you commit such a filthy act here? Do you know you're insulting the spirits here? The man ignored the accusation and calmly pulled out a cherry blossom coin, wiped his behind, felt its weight, and then waved it in the other person's face. Here, take it. He then pulled up his pants and ran out without looking back. The little idiot frowned, with a cherry blossom coin stuck to his face. And when he lifted it off, he saw something yellow and sticky on it. Seeing that made his brain momentarily short-circuit. Looking around at the crowd, pinching their noses and backing away from him, he even contemplated ending it all. Sanben Ichiro mixed in with the Red Spider leader among the crowd, watching the comings and goings of people, and felt puzzled. He really couldn't figure out where the New World had gotten the mortars. The Sanko group didn't have those things. The Red Spider leader noticed that the other side showed no signs of leaving and whispered in his ear, Sanben Kun, what are we doing here? With so many people, what if a rascal assassin sneaks in? However, Sanben Ichiro just smiled calmly. Don't worry, I've received word that the rascal has already evacuated from Cherry Blossom. And besides, didn't you leave from Ashura? Chapter 61. An unexpected outcome. Looking at the Red Spider leader, he now had the urge to kill Sanben Ichiro. Just after saying the other side wouldn't dare, they brought their people in to attack, and the cannon fire had not stopped since then. Damn it. Hurry and call for backup. Where are your Sanko group people? And you Cherry Blossom police are useless. You still haven't arrived. Damn it. Why am I still here with you? I should have left long ago. Damn squid. You son of a bitch. Now is not the time to say this. What we need to do is find a way to escape and go out the front. Then he encountered Scarface and the others. Finally found you too. Kill them and avenge the president. He was already bloodthirsty. For more than 50 people, only a dozen remained. Don't ask. The answer is they were blown to bits. Wang Yulong never considered letting them escape alive. The Red Spider leader cursed under his breath, feeling unlucky, then began to fight back, retreating while shooting. After all, he was the leader of an assassin organization, and his marksmanship was exceptional. The New World members were momentarily unable to subdue him. Boss, let us hurry and leave. We want to be able to escape soon. The little brother was getting panicked. This situation had escalated too much, and if they didn't leave now, they really wouldn't be able to. Chapter 62. Tianhong Real Estate? Why does that sound familiar? When the news from Cherry Blossom Country broke, some were happy while others were sad. In Han Country, the New World felt as if the sky had fallen. The old president hadn't even had his 7th day memorial yet, and the new president was already dead. They felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, with many members going to Cherry Blossom and not returning. Now, they were labeled as terrorists by Cherry Blossom Country. Before the enemy even began to act, they were already in chaos directly breaking away from the New World and establishing their own faction. In just 2 days, the New World was either being devoured by other forces or left empty. In a short span, the New World went from its peak to decline and then to extinction. All assets were completely consumed. Wang Yulong is already on his way back to the country, with a red spider enemy dealt with. Luo Cha is now unrivaled in the Third World, forming a powerhouse alongside the dark web. Other individuals or small assassin teams have chosen to join Luo Cha. As a result, Luo Cha's power has not only remained strong, but has actually surged several times over. The dark web and Luo Cha complement each other and naturally will not remain stagnant. In Magic City, at Manor Number 1, Su Lintian watched the videos posted by Chun Yinyu on Douyin. She had posted a total of 6 videos. But the views weren't great. The highest likes were only a few hundred, while the lowest had only a few dozen. Chapter 630063 Damn, isn't this a joke? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Butler Long quietly reminded him, Young master, this is the streamer we encountered in Indonesia, Song Tianhong. Here are the materials regarding their group and the Song family. As his personal butler, he naturally prepared some information that the young master hadn't mentioned. Although Su Lintian hadn't explicitly asked for the information, he needed it nonetheless. Su Lintian took the documents, his face full of satisfaction towards Butler Long. With him around, it seemed like many of his worries had lessened. By the way, young master, Wang Yulong has returned. Su Lintian glanced at the mundane documents in his hand, which held nothing special. Of course, this mundanity was only from his perspective. After all, Tianhong real estate was valued at hundreds of billions. Hearing that Wang Yulong had returned from the Cherry Blossom country, he looked up at the manor's exterior. He's back. Then let's resolve Yinyu's situation and that new entertainment company. As for Tianhong real estate, let's see what happens. If it doesn't work out, I'll just give it to my sister-in-law's family as my brother's betrothal gift. Xiaolong is back. Perfect. Let him come see me. I have something for him to do. He did well this time. Have the group draft an appointment letter designating him as the CEO of Global Entertainment. Chapter 64006, For Eating Bear Hearts and Leopard Gall. Who dares to touch? Wang Yulong didn't dare to interrupt and could only silently complain in his heart, determined that when he had time, he would definitely teach that arrogant Song Tianhong a lesson. This little brat had once flaunted his power in front of him, probably thinking that their family had a good relationship with the Yi family. Damn, what a load of crap. Song Jianhua even deceive his own son. Su Lintian, hearing Butler Long's words, suddenly thought of Yi Zhonghua. Isn't he his brother's future father-in-law? What a coincidence. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Xiaolong, when their company has its annual meeting, you go over and sign this person to Global Entertainment. Tianhong Real Estate is inviting the little star, Chun Yunyu, for a commercial performance. No matter the reason, he can't just sit back and do nothing. Wang Yulong took the documents handed over by Butler Long and glanced at them briefly, instantly amazed, looking at the simple information on Chun Yunyu. It only had her name and a photo. He believed that he had once been quite the playboy, but compared to Chun Yunyu, damn, it felt like he had been appreciating nothing but dung. He looked up at Su Lintian and then back at the photo on the documents. Chapter 650065 Brothers. The situation is a bit tough. Let's withdraw. On the road, the scene suddenly changed, with numerous police cars speeding down the road. The chief was pressing the gas pedal to the floor, sweat pouring down his face. If anything happened to the other party, not only would he be finished, but all members of the dark web here, regardless of their rank, would also be doomed. Several motorcycles sped ahead, clearing the way. Get out of the way. All vehicles clear the road. Ooh, there was no choice. They had to clear a path for the cars behind. The vehicles on the road were confused upon seeing this situation. What was happening? So many police cars, and the speed was astonishing. What's going on? What happened? People in the houses on both sides of the road rushed out, looking at this scene, puzzled. They had been here for so long and had never seen so many police cars. It must be something serious. Isn't that obvious? Even blind people can see that if nothing happened, why would it be like this? Look, the first 2 or 4 cars have smoke coming from their wheels. That speed is rarely seen in a lifetime. Meanwhile, over on Su Jinzhou's side, the robbers had just approached the Land Rover Range Rover. And as they pulled open the car door, they witnessed a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Inside, everyone was holding an MP5, all aimed at him. Chapter 66006 The other side is already wielding an RPG, and you still want to go to jail? After the chief returned to the station, he received a shocking piece of news. Just as he set down his hat, the chair beneath him hadn't even warmed up. "What did you just say?" He stood up, staring at the reporting officer, even doubting if he had misheard. The officer looked at the chief's stern face, swallowed hard, thinking, no wonder no one else came to report. They sent the newcomer to do it. What was all that about giving opportunities to the unprepared to minimize harm? So this was a life-and-death situation for him. He felt a bit like he was riding a tiger, with an impulse to turn and run, as the chief's expression was too frightening. "Chief, the other side has escaped, and we've lost 3 brothers with 5 dead. Slap. The officer felt as if he had left the blue planet and entered the universe, with stars swirling above his head. He had no idea where his hat had flown off to. Obviously, this slap was merciless. He spun around twice before collapsing to the ground. Blood was oozing from his mouth, and he didn't dare to get up, fearing another slap would come if he stood. Hoo-hoo, useless, are you all dead? Where are your sidearms? Are they firewood sticks? Chapter 67-006-7. I'm being honest now. Do you think it's still not too late? After the speedboat rescued the people, they quickly fled. At this moment, when the chief returned, he wasn't completely empty-handed. He soon captured someone related to the robbers. It was a gangster boss. When they caught him, he was exercising at home. Halfway through, the door was burst open, and by the time he reacted, he was already facing a dozen guns pointed at his head. He shrank his neck and forced a seemingly friendly smile, asking in confusion, "Everyone, is this really necessary? What have I done to deserve such a large operation from you? Hey, don't shake. Be careful of misfires." Looking at the police officers in front of him, all appearing as if they were facing a great enemy. It seemed that if he made any sudden moves, they might just open fire. This left him puzzled. When had he become so terrifying? How did he not know? "Stop talking nonsense. Don't move. Put your hands on your head and squat down. Don't try any tricks. We have the right to execute you on spot. If you don't cooperate, we don't mind each giving you a peanut." "Boss, should I not move, or should I squat down with my hands on my head?" Bang! What responded to him was the sound of a gunshot. Looking at the marks on the ceiling, his face turned pale with fright. Chapter 68-006-8. New grudges and old hatreds counted together soon. Butler Lin received a call from the director. After a few murmurs, he fell silent again. He knew that the people from the umbrella had moved last night, and now the director's call made it clear that all those related to the robbers had been executed. The travel life of Su Jianzhou and his wife had returned to calm once again. It is worth mentioning that in addition to traveling, they also practiced shooting and had bodyguards teach them some simple fighting techniques. In their 40s, they were doing just fine when Su Lintian received news from his parents. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect them to be so open-minded, not stopping their travels because of the robbers' incident, but rather taking an interest in exercising. That's good. While they're still young, they should exercise more to prepare for the future. In Magic City, at the Royal Palace Hotel, Chen Yinyan had been staying here for a day. She originally thought there would be a performance that night, as it seemed from Hongjia's urgent tone before. Now it seemed that it was not her agent Hongjia who was anxious, but rather the young master of Tianhong Real Estate who was eager to meet her in person. "Yin Yun, young Master Song is quite nice, much younger than General Zhang, and comes from a good family. He is genuinely interested in you. Look, as soon as we arrived yesterday, he hurried over to meet you. Don't think about that poor guy anymore." Chapter 69-006-9. Song Tianhong. If Wang Yulong dares to cause trouble, let him leave sideways. Wang Yulong arrived with his people at the table on the left side of the stage. The people who were sitting there quickly stood up upon seeing him. "Ha! Young Master Wang, please sit down," he said as he made room for them. With Wang Yulong's arrival, the young masters on Song Tianhong's side started whispering to each other. "Young Master Song, does Wang Yulong want to start trouble by bringing so many people?" Unexpectedly, Song Tianhong scoffed. "Start trouble? If Wang Yulong dares to make a scene, I'll let him leave sideways." The two sides glared at each other across the large table in the middle, giving off the vibe that they would fight if things got heated. Song Jianbo frowned slightly. He knew Wang Yulong was coming, but didn't expect him to bring a group of second-generation rich kids along. The Wang family situation had changed. They had boarded the big ship of the Global Group, and both father and son were employed under the Global Group, making it difficult for him to create conflict. So he kept his mouth shut. The annual meeting soon began. Dishes were served one after another. Song Jianbo went on stage and said some meaningless words, and then the program started. The annual meeting's performances continued one by one. Chen Yinyan only went on stage to sing a song. Watching the made-up Chen Yinyan, Song Tianhong was mesmerized. She was incredibly beautiful, like a fairy. Chapter 0070 Wang Yulong. If he doesn't want to hold it, then don't hold it. Damn it. I've been patient with you for a long time. All day long, young master song this, young master song that, what is he worth? Chen Yang glared, angrily saying, if it weren't for wanting to bring Chen Yunyun in front of Wang Yulong, he would have sent the other party to the hospital for 2 months by now. He then turned around and put on a smile, looking at Chen Yunyun and saying, sorry, Miss Chen, for scaring you. Please come with me. Following him, she thought they would meet in a private room, but unexpectedly, it was at the annual meeting. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Chen Yang bringing Chen Yunyun back, Wang Yulong quickly stood up to greet her, and as he did, everyone at the table stood up as well, no one daring to sit. Miss Chen, I apologize for bringing you over in this manner. Please have a seat. At this moment, Chen Yunyun was full of doubts. She seemed not to know the other party, and she wasn't a big star either. The other party seemed overly enthusiastic. If young Master Wang has something to say, please go ahead. I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay long. Wang Yulong kept waving his hands. No, it's like this. I've already looked into Miss Chen's information, and we've been following your videos on Douyin. They are quite good. Our global entertainment sees great potential in you. I wonder if you would be willing to sign with us? Chapter 71, 0071 Super Recovery Potion. A dozen people were somewhat injured, but compared to them, Song Tianhong's side was worse. Shortly after they left, Uncle had arrived, looking at the chaotic venue with some surprise. Who didn't he know the Song family? How could anyone dare to cause trouble here? What shocked them even more was that Song Jiangbo was still here. What a fierce person. Mr. Song, are you okay? What happened here? Who did this? This is truly lawless. However, Song Jiangbo's answer surprised them greatly. It's nothing. They drank too much and fell. He couldn't let the incident escalate. The Song family was not on the same level as the Wang family anymore, especially now that they had the global group backing them. As long as the Wang family didn't court death, who could touch them? And who would dare offend them? Moreover, it was his son who started the fight first. Uncle Hat looked at the second-generation kids on the ground, all in terrible shape, especially Song Tianhong, who had become squinty-eyed. His mouth twitched. How could they end up like this? Did they hit someone else's fist? However, since the other party clearly didn't want to pursue the matter, there was no need for them to say anything more. The annual meeting ended quietly. Chen Yunyun found another hotel to stay in, lying on the bed. She opened her phone, just about to send a message to Su Lintian. Chapter 72, 0072 Your super sweet 10 vials of world-shocking potions were packed into a briefcase and escorted by 5 jeeps to the airport. Since this was Connor's territory, and Connor was with the umbrella, it was naturally smooth sailing all the way. The 5 vehicles charged straight to the airport, where a private plane was on standby 24 hours a day. After handing over the items to the person in charge of the plane took off 5 minutes later. By the time Su Lintian got the items, it was already noon the next day. Sitting on the sofa and looking at the briefcase on the coffee table, he reached out to open it, revealing 10 vials of yellow potion. Picking one up casually and examining it, it seemed like there was nothing special about it. Is this the potion sent back from Base 2? Butler Long stood by and replied, yes, young master. According to the information, this is a potion that can heal wounds quickly. Su Lintian was secretly surprised. It was truly a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect such results to come so quickly. It seemed that other bases were urgent. Quickly heal wounds? How quickly? Butler Long smiled and said, in 1 minute, young master. How many? 1 minute? Thinking she heard wrong, she jumped up from the sofa. Her heart stirred with waves of shock. Chapter 73007-3 Let him go abroad on his own, then handle it. Su Lintian reached out and cupped her face, saying earnestly, actually, I'm the boss of the global group. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. Chun Yunshuan was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked up at Su Lintian, her eyes slightly red. Thank you. Can you give me 2 days to calm down? No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't lose anything, so you didn't really deceive me. On the contrary, if it weren't for you, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. After saying that, she quickly ran away. Watching her back, Su Lintian didn't chase after her. He decided to let her calm down for 2 days first. Seeing this, Butler Long quickly walked over with bodyguards from a distance. Young master, send a few female bodyguards to assist her, and when she returns, let me know. Butler Long nodded, indicating he understood. After returning to the manor, he sent a few messages to her and then resumed his peaceful and leisurely life. The next morning, Chen Yunshuan returned to Hangzhou City. And as soon as she got back to the company, she was taken to Manager Zhang's office by Hongjia, where she was scolded by Manager Zhang, who pointed at her nose. Chen Yunxuan, have you grown wings? I tell you, go back and apologize to young Master Song tomorrow, begging for his forgiveness. Otherwise, your whole family won't have peace. Chapter 74007 For you have one day to escape. This is domestic. If it were abroad, he wouldn't even bother to speak. Manager Zhang didn't dare to say anything more, signing the papers, 2 million, just like that. Faced with the global group, he didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. Get lost. Remember, you only have one day to run away. Manager Zhang didn't dare to linger, directly picking up his phone to leave, booking a flight, notifying his family to pack their bags, practically gulping it all down in one breath. Chen Yunxuan, watching Wang Yulong act so decisively, was dumbfounded. Just like that, the acquisition of New Morning Entertainment? Less than 5 minutes, 2 million? What's the difference from being robbed? Of course, it wasn't sympathy. It was just a reflection on the harsh reality. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. And shrimp can only eat their own kind. Miss Chen, New Morning Entertainment has now merged into Global Entertainment. So you are now an artist under Global Entertainment. We will work to make you a global superstar. At that time, we will provide you with a professional manager and assistant. What others have, you will have. What others don't have, you'll also have. When the time comes, you can put forward any request to the company. Even wanting to go to Hollywood to make a movie is not a problem. Chapter 75075 I won't make things difficult for you. Su Lintao was writing something when he looked up and was attracted by a figure outside the window. When he saw Su Lintian smiling at him, he was immediately stunned. He could hardly believe it, thinking he hadn't woken up yet. How could his busy older brother appear here? Rubbing his eyes, he focused again. Brother? Su Lintao exclaimed, interrupting the teacher who was lecturing, and many classmates turned their heads, including Yi Sini, who glanced curiously at him. Su Lintian whispered something to Butler Long, who waved at the teacher on the podium. The teacher then realized that the other party was Su Lintao's brother. Su Lintao, come out for a moment. Su Lintao happily stepped into the hallway. Brother, when did you come back to Jiangsheng? Is there something going on? Su Lintian nodded and glanced at Yi Sini, who was looking over curiously. Their eyes met, and Yi Sini quickly turned her head, feeling a bit nervous, as if meeting a parent. Good taste. Su Lintian muttered to himself, and then smiled at his younger brother. You guessed it. There is indeed something. Come, let's go outside and talk about your matter. Chapter 760076 Is it that serious? Do I need to hide abroad? Wangting would love this. Meanwhile, lying at home after exercising, Song Tianhong took out a cigar, lit it, and took a comfortable puff. The smoke enveloped his face, and he was lost in the pleasure he had just experienced, completely unaware that this would be his last moment of happiness. Young master, has the old master found out? He won't hit me, right? I'm so scared. Young master, look. My heart is racing so fast. How could that be? My dad loves me the most. It's fine with young master here. You'll be protected. Just then, Song Jiangbo rushed home, angrily asking the maid, where's the young master? The maid shrank her head and trembled as she said, the young master is upstairs. This was the first time she had seen Song Jiangbo so furious, and she didn't dare say another word, fearing he would vent his anger on her. Song Jiangbo looked around, wanting to find something handy, and finally picked up a small vase, stomping upstairs while suppressing his anger. The two people in the room were still in each other's embrace, unaware that danger was approaching. Bang, the door was kicked open, and it was unclear if it was a quality issue or if Song Jiangbo was just that fierce. The door flew off its hinges and into the room. Song Tianhong heard a loud noise and then saw his door flying in. Looking at the door on the floor, he swallowed hard and turned to see his dad holding a vase, his face devoid of any expression. He understood that before a volcanic eruption, there is calm. His voice trembling, he couldn't help but want to jump out the window, but thinking it was the second floor, he ultimately gave up on that idea, constantly comforting himself. Don't be afraid. At most, he would just get beaten up. I'm his son. He can't possibly kill me. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. The maid in the room saw Song Jiangbo and, for some reason, boldly declared, Master, the young master and I are truly in love. This was an opportunity that could take her to great heights. She just needed to win Song Jiangbo's approval, and didn't he want to miss it? Dad, I was wrong. I'll one T dare again. Song Jiangbo was already blinded by anger and didn't care what he said. Holding the vase, he kicked Song Tianhong to the ground. Song Tianhong didn't dare resist and could only silently endure it, thinking that as long as his dad vented his anger a bit, it should be fine. Seeing that Song Jiangbua was really serious, the maid hurriedly took her clothes and ran out. When trouble comes, it's every bird for itself. Dad, I was wrong. I really was wrong. A 1T dare again. However, to his shock, he saw a vase coming toward his head. Bang, it hit him solidly, and a warm flow ran down from his forehead, blurring his vision, and his head felt a bit dizzy. Why are there so many stars? Bang! He collapsed to the ground and passed out. Seeing him faint, Song Jiangbua dropped the broken vase in his hand. He began to sell off their assets. In the afternoon, Tianhong real estate was completely taken over. When Song Tianhong woke up, it was already 7 in the evening. He was lying on a hospital bed, his head wrapped in white bandages. Looking at the expressionless Song Jiangbua beside him, he suddenly felt that his father had become very unfamiliar. I will send you abroad tomorrow morning. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he left the hospital without looking back. Song Tianhong didn't dare to say anything or ask, because this matter was a bit serious, but he couldn't understand what trouble he had gotten into. Was it really that serious? Did he have to go abroad to hide? Chapter 770077 Everyone is here. We can send you on your way. Early the next morning, a plane bound for the United States took off from the Magic City. Song Tianhong sat nervously in economy class, feeling a bit dizzy, not understanding why he wasn't in first class. However, thinking about it now was meaningless. The real problem was that even in economy class, he didn't have a single bodyguard by his side. What exactly had happened? Why was there no bodyguard for him? He frowned and muttered quietly. However, what he didn't know was that all his cards had no money left at all. The plane landed at an airport in New York, USA. Looking at this international metropolis, Song Tianhong felt no excitement at all. He just wanted to find a way to return home as soon as possible. He always felt that staying abroad wasn't safe. After leaving the airport, he arrived at a nearby hotel, a presidential suite. Taking out his previous bank card, he confidently said, "Hello, sir. How long will you be staying?" The front desk smiled politely. After all, their presidential suite wasn't cheap, and it was close to the airport, priced at $48.88 a night, which was quite fair. Without even asking the price, Song Tianhong said he would take it for a month. Chapter 780078 Proposal. Su Lintao had just returned from school. As soon as he entered the door, he saw what was in front of his older brother and gasped. So much. Brother, won't this cause problems? If the other party finds any clues, they can't do anything domestically, but it's different once we are abroad. It's fine. What'd go wrong? I'm just taking back what belongs to us. What can they say? Don't worry, they can't find anything on us, even if they do. So what? Now, let's talk about tomorrow's matter. Su Lintao swallowed his saliva. Since his brother said it was fine, then there must be no problem. Everything has been prepared for tomorrow, and Xiaoxin has also gone back to inform her family. All right, tomorrow I'll take you to propose. 8 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, plus Tianhong real estate valued at 100 billion, along with some world-class treasures. This betrothal gift should be enough, right? Yes. Tianhong real estate is now valued at not 70 billion, but a full 100 billion, just to make it a round number. At the same time, at this moment, the Yi family, a whole family, looked at Yi Sini in shock, making her feel bashful, lowering her head with flushed cheeks. Chapter 790079 Yi Ziliang. The Su family may have connections to foreign organizations. After both sides were seated, Old Master Yi glanced at Su Lintian, feeling very shocked. At such a young age, he was already capable, truly the new generation surpassing the old, while the old are left behind. The younger generation of the Yi family looked at Su Lintian and his group, especially those maids who looked like celestial beings, dressed in palace-made outfits, as if they were fairies descending to earth. They could only be admired from afar and not be trifled with. Even Old Master Yi couldn't help but take a few more glances, secretly sighing that the Su family really knew how to enjoy life. While everyone was marveling at the maids, only one person had eyes wide open like copper bells. He was already filled with tumultuous waves in his heart, and even exclaimed, "It's you." Yi Ziliang couldn't believe that he would see again here the person he met at Yamen, who had also saved his life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Yi Ziliang's exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Su Lintao. Only Su Lintian showed a faint smile. He certainly recognized Yi Ziliang. After all, he was the one who had asked Butler Long to save him. However, He didn't expect that the other party hadn't returned to the military district, but stayed at home. But this was to his advantage. Being too low-key wasn't good, and he needed Su Lintao and Yi Sinny's matters to go smoothly. He didn't want any trouble in between. Butler Long, seeing the other party looking at him, just smiled and nodded in response. Old Master Yi frowned and asked, Ziliang, what's wrong? Do you know each other? Everyone looked at each other, thinking of Yi Ziliang's identity, and couldn't help but doubt whether Su Lintian was some criminal. Even Old Master Yi had such thoughts. Yi Ziliang took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally leaned closer to his grandfather's ear, whispering, That middle-aged man standing behind him saved me last time at Yamen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back from the last mission. The Su family may have connections to foreign organizations. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wenjun felt as if struck by lightning, unable to calm down for a long time. The other party had armed organizations. This was something he hadn't expected. His expression suddenly became complicated. If that was the case, then this marriage proposal. At this moment, he became somewhat indecisive. He didn't want to joke with his granddaughter's marriage. If it were some illegal organization, it would be a loss. And it would be no different from pushing his granddaughter into a pit of fire. Finally, he looked up at Su Lintian and said, Can we talk privately? Of course. Su Lintian certainly knew what the other party was thinking. He stood up and turned to Butler Long, saying, You wait for me here. Yes, young master. The old and the young entered the study one after another. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. What exactly did Yi Ziliang say to Old Master Yi that made him change so suddenly? Yi Sinny held Su Lintao's hand tightly, feeling a bit nervous, suddenly afraid that her grandfather would not agree to this marriage proposal. Sensing Yi Sinny's anxiety, Su Lintao gently patted the back of her hand and whispered, Don't worry. It's fine. In fact, he was also very confused. Perhaps to reassure his family's third young master, Butler Long leaned down and explained the situation to him, while also reminding him that this was a secret. This meant that Su Lintao should not spread it outside. Ziliang, what did you tell Grandpa? So mysteriously. Yi Zhongwu couldn't help but lean closer to his son and ask. But Yi Ziliang looked up at Butler Long and finally shook his head, saying nothing. Chapter 80:0080 finalizing the marriage proposal 20 minutes later, Su Lintian and Yi Wenjun came out of the study. The two were chatting and laughing during those 20 minutes. No one knew what they had talked about inside, but from their expressions, both seemed very satisfied. Yi Zhongwu looked at his father and this Su Lintian, who was visiting for the first time, with confusion. Observing the conversation between the two, he even suspected that they might have known each other for a long time. After the two returned to the living room and took their seats, Su Lintian went straight to the point. I believe everyone knows the purpose of my visit today, which is regarding my brother, Su Lintao's marriage. Hearing that Old Master Yi liked calligraphy and paintings, he brought back a few pieces from outside, hoping Old Master Yi would like them. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 maids, each holding a box, stepped forward and lined up, dressed like palace maids. Their appearances dignified. The scene resembled an emperor's bestowal, making the Yi family members quite envious. Yi Wenjun would naturally not refuse. However, he also wouldn't bother to verify the authenticity of these items, simply waving his hand to accept them. After all, it wouldn't do to have someone hold them forever. With a smile on his face, he laughed. That old man, I won't stand on ceremony. Xiao Xian and young Master Su are a perfect match. How could we bear to break them apart? This marriage is settled. Chapter 81:0081 version T0 Your girlfriend, very. Faced with the company's arrangements, Chun Yinyin naturally wouldn't refuse, as she knew this was all his arrangement. At first, she was a bit confused about why all the scripts she received were set in ancient times. Now, she might understand, and her heart was filled with joy, deepening her love for Su Lintian, who didn't despise her because of her humble background. Southern Region, Oil City, inside a themed restaurant in the shopping mall. Chun Tianqi, dressed in a restaurant staff uniform, hurriedly ran into the restaurant and clocked in. After successfully clocking in, he checked the time and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't late, otherwise his salary would be deducted again. However, before he could feel happy, a cold voice came from behind. Chun Tianqi, you clocked in right on the dot again. Don't you have any sense of time? You've missed a morning meeting 3 times in a row. Don't you know the meeting starts 15 minutes before your shift? Would it kill you to come a bit earlier? Chun Tianqi lowered his head, too afraid to retort, Sorry. Manager, I didn't mean to. There's something going on at home. Who knew? Upon hearing this, the chubby manager became even more excited, looking at him with disdain. Everyone has family matters. Are you the only one? Just you have more family issues? Let me tell you, this is the last time. If it happens again, you're out. Oomph. Chapter 820082 version T0 just swore to be hit by a car. Looking at the two people in the video, Aminai was stunned, as one was herself and the other was Mo-gu. She panicked. She couldn't break up. Tion, listen to me, I was forced. I can't break up with you. How can I live without you? Chun Tianchi looked at Aminai, whose face was streaked with tears, and said coldly, "Get lost." After saying that, he started the Ferrari, and the roar of the sports car echoed, intoxicating. Tion, I know you still love me. Please forgive me, okay? I really like you. I swear if I'm lying. I'll be hit by a car right now. Saying this, she ran into the middle of the road, needing to use this to threaten Chun Tianchi to soften his heart, so she could marry into luxury and soar high. Bang, a truck passed by. Aminai was already gone, knocked several meters away. The truck driver stared blankly at the blood on the windshield. Reflecting on the minute before, he was still listening to the DJ singing. And suddenly a figure jumped out, and then there was nothing after that, as if he saw something fly out. Not only was the driver stunned, but even Chun Tianchi in the Ferrari was shocked into silence. Mo-gu directly drove away. This had nothing to do with him, hurriedly fleeing to avoid being entangled in the matter. Chapter 830083 Su Lintian fixes locks for major shareholders. On the other side, why haven't you signed? There's nothing to sign. Why should I? Nothing. Meanwhile, in the director's office, a phone call came in. The director reached out to answer, and his expression changed immediately as he hurriedly stood up. Yes, understood. I guarantee not to wrong a good person, and I will never let a bad person go. Please rest assured, understood. After hanging up the phone, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing under his breath about the lawlessness of it all, and walked out of the office with a serious face. Chun Tianchi sat calmly in his chair. No matter what the other party said, he wouldn't sign. He didn't believe they would dare to hit him here. Though he appeared calm, inside he was panicking. After all, he was just an ordinary person, honest and straightforward. Could he not be nervous in such a situation? But he couldn't show it. All right, since you're so uncooperative with my work, then don't blame me. The other person hadn't finished speaking when a gritted teeth voice came from outside. What? Do you still want to hit someone? The director walked in angrily from outside, wishing he could shoot the other party on the spot because this matter had made him lose face in front of the leader, greatly losing face. And even the other party had personally called to question him. Chapter 840084 Residents in Litizu, New Year's Eve. Dazzling fireworks burst in the sky, and the manor was full of new beginnings, with ingredients airlifted from the island base early in the morning. At this moment, they had become a variety of delicacies. Housekeeper Long, take everyone down. You all go have the New Year's Eve dinner. We don't need anyone to serve here for now. Su Lintian looked at the many servants in the manor and waved for Housekeeper Long to take them away. Thank you, young master. Saying this, he led them to the annex. After the people left, Su Lintian picked up his wine glass and said to Su Jianzhou and the others, Come. This is our family's first New Year in Magic City. Happy New Year, cheers. Happy New Year. May all our wishes come true, cheers. The 5 members of the family raised their glasses high, their faces beaming with happiness. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Lintian's cheeks turned slightly red. After the new year, we will leave the country and go abroad to live. The house over there has not been settled yet. So I would like to hear if you have any special requests for the future home. Each person can suggest one, and I will have someone look for it later. If we were to rebuild it, it would take too long and is completely unnecessary. We could just buy one and make slight modifications. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to try. Over the past 6 months, even Li Jiao's thinking had quickly caught up with the times, as she previously had no particular demands for life. Chapter 850085 Hangover Remedy. Little sister, what are you looking at? Seeing the smile on her brother's face, she knew he was laughing at her and couldn't help but glare at him. Turning her head to look at Housekeeper Long, who was carrying gifts, she finally reacted. Stop looking. Help Housekeeper Long take the gifts inside. Su Lintian sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting with everyone. Half an hour passed. He basically sorted out the relationship within the Chun family, as well as these relatives. His father-in-law, besides chatting about family matters, did not discuss his work or family. The aunts and uncles are truly unrestrained, almost ready to check his household registration. It's as if they think he is here for a blind date. Lin Tian, what do you do for a living now? When you plan to marry Yin Yan? What does your family do? Can you help arrange a job for my son? Most of the questions revolve around these topics. This made his expression a bit unpleasant, knowing that they had a poor relationship with his father-in-law. He naturally wouldn't give them a good face. If he were a bit more agreeable, he estimated these people would start reaching out for something. Even, Xiao Tian, I see you're going to marry our Xiao Yun. My son wants to start a business recently. I wonder if you have any interest in investing. I can have him work with Tian Qi. Tian Qi is Xiao Yun's brother. You can't ignore him. Chapter 8600860. You really are taking it seriously. The next morning, Su Lin Tian woke up leisurely, suddenly feeling a bit of itchiness in his nose, so he reached up to scratch it. Huh? What is that? Opening his eyes, he was met with darkness, as if he had come to the foot of a mountain, and the peaks ahead obscured his line of sight. As he moved, the mountain suddenly began to tremble. The dream awakened, and then it was dawn. The blanket was flipped open. Only then did he realize that his head was already far from the headboard. He didn't even know how he slept in such a position last night. You bad person, hurry up and get up, always bullying me. Su Lin Tian scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that he was too happy yesterday. Drank too much and wanted to sober up. You still say. Okay, no more talking. Let us hurry up and get up. Just as the two were about to get out of bed, outside, Chen Haomin, come out, you ungrateful thing. How can someone like you appear in our Chun family village? You've risen to fame, but don't even recognize your own brother. Outside, a large group of people shouted at the door. The leader was the village head of Chun family village, along with Chen Haomin's brother. Bodyguards were blocking them outside. Otherwise, they would have rushed in to cause a scene. Chapter 87087 heading to lead estate. Extra update from major shareholders. Seeing this, Su Lin Tian was quite satisfied. Some things, once they go bad, cannot be kept otherwise. It would only pollute oneself. Butler Long, give the evidence to the other party and have the airport prepare. We'll return in the afternoon. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Once back in Modu, he would take Su Lin Tao and others to lead estate. Chen Haomin sat on the sofa, looking grateful. Thank you. Even though there were 1,000 words in his heart, they were meaningless, and, in the end, he could only say 2 words. Su Lin Tian smiled wryly. This was something he had caused. If he hadn't come, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, it was also unavoidable. It was better to resolve it early, otherwise it would only lead to more trouble later. Although he wasn't afraid. Having too many flies buzzing around was quite annoying. What you said, Yun is your daughter. How can I just ignore it? But it's better to have less contact with such relatives in the future. Sometimes you can't hesitate. Some things once changed are changed. Simply yielding one make the other person change. It will only make them more aggressive. He just wanted to tell them that this kind of thing can only happen once. Sometimes you have to be ruthless. Chapter 880088 New Residence. Juqian Palace one day ago. Lead estate. Su Lin Tian had been here for a whole day. When he arrived at his destination, he was shocked by the scene before him. Juqian Palace. At the entrance, a huge stone bore these 3 big characters, along with the magnificent palace gate. Everything here indicated that this was indeed a palace. Butler Long stood behind him, looking at the palace with a calm expression. He had no complaints about the place they were staying, as long as he was by Su Lin Tian's side. Juqian Palace was currently empty because, long before he arrived, all the people here had already been cleared out. Outsiders were not accustomed to, and were also unsafe. Then he noticed the confusion on Su Lin Tian's face. Butler Long explained, Young master, this palace was built by a family of the Cavendish clan, but unfortunately, they had just completed it and hadn't had a chance to move in before going bankrupt and being exterminated. For some unknown reason, Juqian Palace was confiscated by the state government. Of course, the global group spent $200 billion to buy it from them, and now the funds have flowed back to the group. Butler Long spoke these shocking words with calmness and composure. The global group spent money to buy it, and then the funds flowed through various channels to the dark web, which then returned the money to the global group. Chapter 890089 Juqian Palace Chief Steward. Wei Chengxian, Su Lin Tian, and Butler Long have been waiting here. 2 Rolls-Royces, along with more than 10 Land Rover Range Rovers, were enough to take everyone back to Juqian Palace. Who are those people? What a big scene. They seem to be Chinese. So what if they're Chinese? Look, their cars are blocking the road. This is our country. Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see how many bodyguards there are? They're standing still. If you had 2 magazines of bullets, you couldn't finish them off. The Chinese are not to be messed with. Let us hurry up and leave. Exactly. I heard they can fight. I watched their anti-Sakura drama. Not only can they fight, but they can also dodge bullets. Last time, my neighbor beat me up. Don't ask me why, because my neighbor is Chinese. You wouldn't believe it. Even though I'm big and strong, he is skinny, but with one punch, I ended up in the hospital. Can you believe that? The surrounding foreigners quietly discussed as they saw Su Lin Tian and others. Mom and Dad, are you used to flying? Su Jianzhou looked around. Although he had traveled abroad before, it was his first time in Lida State. On the other hand, Li Jiayao chuckled and said, "What is there to be uncomfortable about? I've sat on planes a lot during my previous travels. All right, let us head back." Chapter 90090, 3 palaces in 1 mansion soon. Su Lingxian arrived with her personal steward, Shang Wanyun, while Chun Ziru and Li Mo became her attendants. The 4 followed the leading palace, made to a magnificent palace. Above the palace, there was a name, Chongling Palace. Chongling Palace covers an area of about 80,000 square meters, complete with fish ponds, rockeries, and back gardens. Along the walkways, green bamboo accompanies the scenery, which is picturesque. Chongling Palace has a total of 800 male and female servants, as well as 250 guards, with an additional 100 professional servants, including chefs, doctors, and nurses. Second miss, these people will be your servants and bodyguards in Chongling Palace from now on. At the entrance of Chongling Palace stood 150 servants, and the 250 bodyguards were armed with handguns. Everyone looked at Su Lingxian, the owner of Chongling Palace, who would be their future master. All right, you go ahead and be busy. Yes, the servant takes her leave. After the palace maids left, Su Lingxian glanced at everyone, and all of them lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Xiao Mo, from now on, these 250 guards will be under your management. Xiao Ru, the servants will be under your management as well. Take good care of the Chongling Palace, and Butler Yun will stay by my side. Yes, second miss. The 3 of them responded in unison. On Su Lin Tao's side, it was pretty much the same, but the place was called Mulanfang. Chapter 910091, If You Shoot Again. We will all die. The 9 Heavens Palace has an owner now. For major shareholders, additional update, like felt a bit at a loss. The calmness he had before had completely vanished. The current situation was that he was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Damn it. When did the 9 Heavens Palace have an owner? Like, do you think they might have sneaked in a hunt? Are you joking? Use your brain, okay? With this equipment, they could fight a war. Like ignored the few people next to him and shouted towards Su Lingxian, "Friends, we are not bad people. Can you let us pass? We will leave immediately, and there will definitely be a generous reward." However, no one answered him, and instead, they were delayed, allowing the pursuers to catch up. Run, keep running. Why aren't you running? At this moment, Like was also a loss. In desperation, he said, "If you let your people shoot again, we will all be finished." The 9 Heavens Palace has an owner now. Upon hearing this, the smile on the opposite side disappeared, replaced by disbelief. What kind of place is the 9 Heavens Palace? In Litizu, everyone knows it. After all, it is an existence comparable to a royal palace, no? Even more magnificent than a royal palace. Bays, lakes, forests, palatial complexes, etc., and all of these are private. Chapter 920092, What kind of place is the 9 Heavens Palace? I wouldn't dare to barge in. Su Lingxian didn't know when she had come to his side. The 2 siblings looked out at the sea breeze brushing against her flawless white cheeks, lifting her long hair. She noticed the conflict in her sister's heart. Don't think too much. Sometimes reality is even more brutal than you imagine. This is a world of the survival of the fittest, so why make things difficult for yourself? Moreover, entering with a gun is a death penalty. As an upper-class person, if you don't kill, it won't be enough to deter outsiders. If you really let him go, he won't feel grateful. Instead, he will think that if they're essaying next time, he will come in without hesitation. In his heart, once there is one time, there will be countless times. Some things have either 0 times or countless times. When Su Lingxian ordered to kill, he was quite shocked. According to his speculation, Su Lingxian would definitely not personally order someone to be killed, but would instead have him captured and handed over to himself to deal with. Because her mindset had not completely transformed from a lower-class person to an upper-class one. But unexpectedly, she killed him without hesitation. This truly surprised him and made him realize that his family had transitioned their mindset quite quickly, perhaps during their time abroad. What they saw was vastly different from what they saw domestically, which is why their mindset changed so rapidly. Chapter 93009 3 Rust. Even if I die in there, it is my fate to die. When Rust arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace, he was shocked by the magnificent palace complex in front of him, even though he had seen it many times before. The bodyguard stationed at the entrance of the Nine Heavens Palace frowned when they saw two cars parked at the entrance and approached to check. Who are you? Rust didn't dare hesitate, quickly got out of the car, and smiled. Hello, I'm the person in charge of 14K in Litizu. I would like to meet the owner here. Can you please help me notify him? As he spoke, he handed over a stack of US dollars. The bodyguard glanced at him coldly, waiting. He turned and left. Naturally, he couldn't make the decision to see the young master. At the same time, inside the main and side halls, Su Lintian's family was having dinner, and Butler Long was waiting at the door. At that moment, Wei Changxian took small steps, glanced inside, and didn't dare disturb Su Lintian's meal. He leaned over to Butler Long's ear and whispered, "The person in charge of 14K in Litizu wants to see the young master." Butler Long waved his hand, signaling him to follow him outside. Where are they now? Outside the Nine Heavens Palace. I see. Let them wait. We will talk after the young master finishes his meal. Understood. You can go and be busy for now. Chapter 94009 4 Chief. We can plot loudly together. At the same time, Africa, in a tribe of over 3,000 people. The best houses in the tribe were made of a mixture of yellow mud and hay, while some were even simpler, just thatched huts. In a room at the center of the tribe, several people dressed in simple clothes looked at the tribal chief sitting on a seat and respectfully said, "Chief, our tribe's people have discovered a suspicious place about 10 kilometers away from our tribe. We have been observing for several days and suspect they are building an underground base." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the chief quickly raised his hand to stop him. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Have they discovered you?" "No, we didn't get close. Just stayed far away and watched." "That's good. From now on, don't go over there. Just act like we don't know anything." Immediately, the people below became anxious. "Chief, why? I see that they don't have many guards. If they are building a base there, they must have a lot of supplies. We can rob them. With their transportation, we can move the tribe away from here. This way, we can not only expand the tribe, but the children won't have to go hungry. Right now, the nearby prey is getting scarcer, and the area within 100 miles is desolate. If this continues, more and more tribesmen will starve, and it won't be long before we perish." Chapter 95009 5 Wang Yulong. I'm a major in Africa. Su Lintian looked at Wang Yulong, who was standing beside him, and said, "Let us go back to the Gar Manor and talk." The group returned to the car by the roadside. Su Lintian was thinking about whether to catch some animals in Africa to bring back to raise in the forest, as there are quite a few wild animals in that area. There are fewer animals in the forest. Since coming in, they haven't encountered many. Soon, the group returned to the guard manor. The little deer had already been processed, and the speed could not be called slow, marinated, and flavorful. Setting it on the barbecue rack, it didn't take long for the aroma to waft. Su Lintian cut a piece to taste, and the flavor felt just average. "Xiaolong, how have you been at Global Entertainment?" Wang Yulong sat up straight and smiled. He quite leisurely. Leisurely? Now there's a not so leisurely and somewhat dangerous task. Are you willing to do it? Su Lintian said while eating the delicious food. Wang Yulong thought for a moment about the somewhat dangerous task. Young Master wouldn't want me to go to Russia, would he? Or the dark web. But whichever it is, it's better than being in Global Entertainment. Because in his view, Su Lintian doesn't lack money. What does it matter how much he earns at Global Entertainment? It's better to do something dangerous that way. He can occasionally appear in the young master's sight. Chapter 96009 6 The Chief's Choice hundreds of meters away from the tribe. Wang Yulong suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. All soldiers quickly jumped off the vehicle and formed a line. Tang Jiu seemed to know who the target was this time, got out of the car, and looked up at the distant tribe. At this moment, the people in the tribe had already begun to feel anxious. "Oh no, it's them, the chief. It's the guard from that base. Damn, how did they suddenly increase in number? Before, there were only 20 or 30 people, and now there are at least 10 times that." The entire tribe was on high alert, but although they had guns, no one dared to fire the first shot. If they did, it would mean something entirely different. The chief squinted his eyes, looking in the direction of Wang Yulong and the others, seeing them fully armed. Suddenly a look of relief appeared on his face. Moreover, they hadn't attacked that base before. Otherwise, the entire tribe would probably have been slaughtered by now. Being cautious was indeed the right choice. At least there was still room for maneuver. They didn't keep them waiting long. Soon a jeep drove towards them. Everyone, put down your guns. Without my order, no one is allowed to act rashly. Seeing this, the chief hurriedly turned his head and shouted. Chapter 97009 7 Harris Noble School. As expected, no one is on time. Lead Estate, Jiutian Palace Bay. Su Lintian boarded the Tiangong ship with his team. Let us set off. The island base has been completed, and this time the trip is to arrange personnel and also to relax. The other 8 yachts did not all follow, only 4 accompanied. Guarding the Tiangong ship in the center. Looking at the endless sea, his thoughts drifted. All the bases have been established, and with the technology provided by the experts from the system, it won't be long before results can be seen. The Tiangong ship sailed on the sea for 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Lintian was bored, watching the sea view and fishing. He even encountered a warship, but the other side just glanced at him and left. Soon, the Tiangong ship stopped. Su Lintian looked up and could see a small island in the distance, where a helicopter was on the deck. 4 helicopters flew towards the small island. The person in charge of base was waiting in an open area. Now the entire island had only him. Looking at the helicopters overhead, he was so excited. He had been alone on this small island for several days. After Su Lintian got off the plane, he hurriedly stepped forward. Young master, you finally arrived. Looking at the other party's expression, Su Lintian couldn't help but smile. You've worked hard, Su Chen. Chapter 980098 Luke's. Damn it, I've been dead for months, and they just now remember me. Although there are few classes, one could choose not to come. Harris has no strict rules. If you want to come, come, and if you don't even need to ask for leave. The next day at noon, Su Lintao took Yi Sini to the classroom, and when he walked in, he was attracted by the scene inside. There were no desks, only sofas. The classroom was very large, about 300 square meters, with no one on a sofa, and next to it was a coffee table with all kinds of pastries and special fruits grown specifically for the students by Harris. Besides snacks and fruits, there was also alcohol, like the 1982 law fight, which could not even be served here. There were also various cigarettes. Even beside it, there was a landline. If you wanted anything, you could press a button and say a word, and someone would bring it to you within 5 minutes. Moreover, each class was different. Outside the classroom, several security personnel and their bodyguards were standing. On the podium stood a man with an imposing presence, around 50 years old, exuding an aura of authority without anger. When he saw Su Lintao and the others enter, and after they sat down, he said, "Okay, everyone who should be here is here. Let's start class." There were only 50 people in the class, each with a strong presence. But Su Lintao was surprised to see that there were even minors aged 15 or 16. Chapter 990099 Not Biting the Bait? Wait for me to guard the manor and grab some good food. But it cannot be denied that the CIA really has some capabilities. In less than 3 days, they knew that Luke's was dead. CIA headquarters. Bang. 3 days? In 3 days, you give me such an answer? When did our CIA become like this? Is it that difficult to investigate a person? All right. No need to feign anger to hide your inner calm. I think we're not surprised by this result. Someone is obstructing us. And who this person is, I think I don't need to say much. Who was Luke's target before? Are you talking about Rasha? Upon hearing this name, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Rasha? It's been a while since anyone heard that name. Ever since the Red Spider was wiped out in Hanami country, after leaving Hanami, it seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Perhaps no one dared to challenge Rasha's authority anymore, thus fading from public view. In the future, there would be no more Red Spider to resist them. Now, they were completely alone. Whoever offended him probably had to sleep with their eyes wide open at night. Mentioning Rasha, everyone fell silent. This assassin organization gave them a headache. You go investigate them. If they find out, the consequences will definitely not be good. If you don't investigate, you won't know anything about them when the higher-ups ask questions. Chapter 100.100 The global group is too arrogant. Let us give them a warning. In an inconspicuous manner in Europe, below ground, there is a palace, and in the center of the palace, a huge emblem is displayed. 2 clock hands intersecting with a triangular shape form a rhombus. At a round table, 12 figures cloaked in black robes are seated. And to the upper right of the black robes are numbers 1 to 12. The global group has gone too far, with endless expansion and reckless behavior. That's right. In this world, there are only 2 types of people: those who set the rules and those who abide by them. Although the global group is large, it still cannot jump out of the established rules. It should be said like that. After all, they are young people and a bit of arrogance is understandable. All right, no matter who it is, they must not break the rules we have set. Let us give them a warning. Currently, our targets are the dark web and Russia. These two organizations are too unruly, and if we continue to let it go, I fear the situation will be hard to control later. Number 1 knocked on the table, interrupting the discussions of several people. According to the information we have, you all know that the main members of Russia have already reached the limits of human combat power, and as assassins, it is not easy to deal with them. Chapter 1010010, the galaxy, was almost punched to pieces. Looking at the large group of bodyguards, people around were discussing, which young master is this, with such a grand scene? Hey, you guys don't know, do you? I heard tonight's boxing match is different. It's going to be exciting. Oh, how exciting. Are there female contestants? Yo, if you're saying that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. What the hell are you guys thinking? Your minds must be polluted with nonsense, right? I'm ashamed to be with you. By the way, send me a copy later. Damn, I'm talking about this. A top-notch expert came tonight, and I've heard he's incredibly powerful, capable of killing an elephant with a single punch. No, wait. I heard that one punch could blow up the entire blue star. Damn it, what era are you guys living in? The latest news is that the opponent can blow up the solar system with one punch. I've decided to drive my newly bought tricycle and activate the curve engine to leave the solar system. Such absurd statements only stopped after Su Lintao and the others got out of the car. Almost the entire galaxy was going to be blown up with one punch. Su Lingxian looked up curiously at the clubhouse in front of her, which seemed ordinary on the surface, but she wondered if there were hidden secrets inside. Chapter 102000102, Super Warrior Bruce. Su Lintao didn't say anything, but his expression darkened slightly. From the other person's words, it was easy to hear that what they were going to convey was definitely not good news. Dart's words dampened Su Lingxuan's mood for watching the match. She turned to glance at Su Lintao and saw him shake his head slightly. Su Lingxian then looked at Dark again before turning back to watch the match below. Brian didn't say anything. Since Dark had said so, it meant that the two sides wouldn't fight. Even if they did end up fighting, he wasn't afraid. Soon, the match reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has entered its final stage, and this is the highly anticipated final showdown. Please welcome our super warrior, Bruce. 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 Although no one knew who Bruce was, that didn't stop them from cheering passionately. What surprised everyone was that this match was no longer between humans, but rather, human versus beast. Roar Tiger's roar echoed throughout the venue. A large, muscular tiger was locked in an iron cage, hoisted onto the stage, and a tall, young man strolled onto the platform, looking at the fierce beast without a hint of fear. Chapter 1030010, 3 Guan Shanhai. I will suppress Bruce with one hand. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Nine Heavens Palace, Su Lingtian sat on the sofa, listening to Butler Long's report. Su Lingtian's face showed no emotion. After Butler Long finished speaking, he asked, "Where are Linger and the others now?" "Young master, the second young lady and others are on their way back to the Nine Heavens Palace." "The Samsung family? Have a dark web check who is behind this family." "Understood, young master. Also, when Ling and the others return, it will already be past midnight. Let them go back to their respective chambers to rest. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow, and then bring Guan Shanhai to see me." "Yes, young master." Butler Long nodded and left the hall. Su Lingtian looked up at the golden dragon relief on the ceiling of the hall, wondering if you were a dragon or a snake, super warrior. When Su Lintao and the others returned to the Nine Heavens Palace, it was already midnight. The Nine Heavens Palace was still brightly lit, with numerous guards patrolling inside. Even in the forest behind, 3 helicopters were regularly patrolling the forest's edge, while 4 vehicles entered the forest for inspection. Since 14K broke in, the number of guards at the estate had increased significantly from over 20 to more than 100. Chapter 1040010, 4 Freemasonry. The next morning, after Su Lingtian and the others finished breakfast, Yi Sini was taken by Su Jianzhou and his wife to the forest to the Nine Heavens Palace for fun. The 3 siblings sat down in the hall, and after taking a few sips of hot tea from the maid, Su Lingtian looked at the eager expressions on Su Lintao and Su Lingxuan's faces. He chuckled. After all, extraordinary strength like that of a super warrior, along with what Dark said, would make anyone anxious. "All right, I already know what happened at the boxing match. You don't need to worry about it. Just like before, I've already had someone investigate who is behind the Samsung family. I believe we will have news soon. As for that super warrior, you don't need to worry either. To outsiders, such an existence might seem terrifying, but in our family, he's just a slightly weaker bodyguard. However, we can't be careless. Whenever you go out, make sure to have bodyguards and your personal steward with you. Su Lingxian looked at her elder brother's relaxed smile, and her anxious heart finally settled down. Seeing Bruce's terrifying power yesterday was truly shocking to her. It was no different from a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 10500-105 Old Deng. You're here too, throwing the fishing rod aside. I won't fish anymore. Butler Long, find someone to catch some fish and put them in the lake to raise. All right, young master. Su Jianzhou smiled at this, saying, see, I told you it wasn't my skill issue. There are definitely no fish in this lake. Su Lintao silently took off the fish he had just caught and carefully glanced at his father. Su Jianzhui's smile instantly disappeared. By the way, Dad, I plan to hold an engagement party in 4 days, along with my little brothers. Su Jianzhou waved his hand. Family matters, you decide. As for me, I'm retired now. But you need to inform Xiaoxin and Yunyun's families in advance. Of course, I've already had someone notify both families. Then that's fine. Jiangcheng, in the Yi family's garden, Yi Zhonghua had just sent off the person who came to convey the message to Su Lintian. He turned back to sit beside Yi Wenjun. Dad, do you want to go? However, Yi Wenjun raised his hand and slapped him on the head. What are you talking about? My granddaughter's engagement. How can I not go? Not only will I go, but you all must come too. Call Ziliang back, and we'll go together. Okay, I understand. Then let's prepare and set off in a couple of days. Why does Lintao have to hold it abroad instead of at home? Chapter 10600-106. Do you want to die? Those are the Nine Heavens Palace people. The convoy was driving on the road, and the people in the vehicle were looking at the scenery outside, especially Chun Haomin and his wife, who were very curious about foreign countries. They had always heard about how great studying abroad was, about seeing the world with open eyes. But it's just like that. You open your eyes to see the world. Does the world care about you? The Yi family members remained calm. The Land Rover in front suddenly stopped. For some unknown reason, there was a traffic jam ahead, along with a lot of police presence. They could even vaguely hear gunfire. The convoy had to stop. A captain dressed in police attire saw Su Lintao's convoy and then looked at the license plate, which was very different from others, because all the vehicles in the Nine Heavens Palace had a Su character at the front of their license plates. In the entire Lead Estate, there is only one place that can have such a license plate, and that is the Jiuqin Palace. The Jiuqin Palace represents something in Lead Estate that they do not know. The news they received is that everything makes way for the Jiuqin Palace. Captain Foberl did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly jogged over to salute Su Lintao, bowing as he said, "Sorry, Mr. Su, we are arresting criminals up ahead, and a gunfight is happening." Su Lintao frowned and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Chapter 107. The arrival of the Yi and Chun families since entering the Jiuqin Palace. Everyone was stunned, including Yi Wenjun. The magnificent palaces were such that ordinary people wouldn't dare to step inside easily, as who knows what consequences might await them inside. The Jiuqin Palace truly lived up to its name. It was simply breathtaking. When he came here, he thought the Su family's residence would be a large estate. But now it seemed that reality exceeded his imagination. No, it was beyond what he dared to imagine. Yi Zhonghua cast a somewhat resentful glance at his daughter. Truly, they had been here for so long, and she hadn't mentioned anything about it to him. Now, he was making a fool of himself. Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled by what he saw, Yi Sini felt very innocent. She couldn't casually talk about things here. As everyone had just arrived, Chun Yinyin hurried over from the palace, saying, "Dad, Mom, sorry, there's something going on here. I couldn't go to the airport to pick you up." Chun Haomin naturally didn't mind this. Seeing his daughter living so well now put him at ease. "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit in the living room." He turned to Yi Wenjun and said, "You must be Xiao Xian's grandfather. I've often heard her mention you." Upon hearing this, Yi Wenjun immediately laughed. "Haha, really? It seems I didn't spoil my precious granddaughter for nothing." Chapter 108. The utilization of energy crystals. After that, Yi Wenjun had 2 male servants take him around Jiuqin Palace. After touring the front, they arrived at the guard manor. Looking at the guard manor, which resembled a military base, Yi Wenjun squinted his eyes, due to his old age. His vision was clouded. When he got closer, he realized that everything he saw was real. Helicopters, armored vehicles, only lacking tanks and fighter jets on display. He turned to the servant beside him in confusion. "Where is this?" At the same time, He wondered why such things, which should logically be restricted to outsiders, were now accessible to him. Old sir, this is the guard manor, meant to protect the forest and also to provide weapons and protective power for the young masters and young ladies during hunting. Yu and Jun glanced around slightly before turning back. Meanwhile, inside Base 1 of the Sea Island, as the first base for researching individual weapons, it was now showcasing its achievements. Su Lingtian did not forget the first 2 bases while holding the energy crystals. With these energy crystals, all research progressed very rapidly, without worrying about energy issues. The researcher's speed was almost miraculous. Chapter 109. The imperial seal of the nation. Brian didn't think much of it. Since his father didn't speak, there must be a reason. He understood his father. At the same time, he secretly thought, just don't blame me for causing trouble later. As long as you understand. And, Jenny, it's the same for you. I won't tell you the reason. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Don't be too curious. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally find out. Now, go tidy up. We'll head to Jiuqian Palace later. Father, why don't you go yourself? With your status, wouldn't that show you value Jiuqian Palace more? Jenny's small face was filled with confusion. The governor shook his head. You go. It's more suitable for you than for me. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he couldn't due to orders from the dark web. He couldn't approach the global group personally. The dark web's emphasis on the global group made him suspicious that there were people from the global group among the dark web's high-ranking officials. Seeing this, Jenny didn't say anything more. As the children of a governor, they were not fools. At night, Jiuqian Palace was brightly lit, and luxury cars gathered at the entrance. Inside, the maids wore joyful expressions. In the main hall, Su Lingtian and a few others were formally dressed, chatting with the old Yi master. Chapter 110. The guardian ring and robot dog egg. At this moment, he felt like a clown, leaving in disgrace. No one paid attention to him. Su Jianzhou checked the time, felt it was about time, picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and attracted everyone's attention, then said some formalities, announcing the engagement banquet had officially begun. The banquet lasted until 9:30 p.m. There were no unexpected incidents in between, as any surprises were blocked outside Jiuqian Palace. Even if someone caused a scene outside Jiuqian Palace, it wouldn't affect those inside the main hall. So the banquet went very smoothly. At 10 p.m., after sending off the last guest, Xiao Xian takes some people to send the old master and the others back to rest. Su Lintao gently touched Yi Xin's small face and said softly, Okay, you should return to Mulanfang to rest early too. Shen Yunyan didn't need Su Lingtian to say. She knew they had things to discuss. Lingtian, I'll take Mom and Dad to rest first. I've had someone prepare some hangover soup for you. Remember to drink it. Once only the 3 siblings and a few servants were left in the main hall, Su Lingshuan's eyes darted. Brother, I'm going back to Chongling Palace now. She said this and was about to slip away. Su Lingtian said irritably, Stop. Where do you think you're going? Come here. Chapter 111. You killed someone from the dark web. You're going to get me killed. Su Lingxian and the others didn't interrupt throughout. Waiting until the people from Base 1 left before Su Lingxian excitedly said, Brother, can I have a dog egg? Just then, a maid brought in 3 bowls of hangover soup. After Su Lingtian took a sip, he said, Sure, there are 9 here. Each of you can have one. Xiao Tao, take one back for Xiao Xian later. Hee, thanks, brother. Then she went to Dog Egg 1 and said, Dog Egg 1, from now on, you'll follow me. I am your master. Ding. Dog Egg is scanning. Scan successful. Master, Dog Egg 1 reports to you. Su Lingxian didn't expect it to be so intelligent. She turned to Su Lingtian and smiled. Brother, I'm going back now. Dog Egg, let's go. Dog Egg ran out behind her. Su Lintao also took 2 to leave, along with a guardian ring. Long Butler, have someone take 2 guardian rings and 2 dog eggs to Changshu Palace. Yes, young master. Su Lingtian curiously picked up the materials on the coffee table and began to look through them. As expected, they were indeed materials on dog eggs and guardian rings. Dog eggs had facial recognition and could bind to one person, similar to an account. Once bound, only that person could issue commands to it. Chapter 112. Did I hear you right? Do you think the dark web will listen to me? The CIA agent's expression suddenly became serious. He didn't expect the dark web to be so cautious, but it was understandable. Otherwise, they would have been dissected a long time ago. This matter has nothing to do with my Las Vegas. It's your CIA's affair with the dark web, and I think you should leave here now. The casino manager wanted to distance himself from the situation. He was scared. At first, he thought the people from the CIA were not from the dark web. But who would have thought the other side was indeed from the dark web? Humph! The CIA agent merely snorted coldly and stood up to take the man from the dark web out of Las Vegas. Just as he reached out to grab him, the man dodged. I won't go with you, CIA. Since I stepped in here, and you are from the CIA, either you die or I die. Saying this, he quickly pulled out an ivory handgun. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Bang, a gunshot rang out, hitting his arm, and the gun he had just pulled out fell to the ground. No, no, no. Shit, stop it. You're gonna get me killed. The casino manager turned pale as he saw how the situation was developing. He couldn't afford to offend either the CIA or the dark web. Chapter 11300-113 Not a big deal. Just kill all of you, and there won't be any trouble. Hearing the figure of $6 billion, he was stunned. Is that what he meant? Isn't that too much? I mean 1 billion. He took a deep breath. He knew he had no right to negotiate. All right, then it's $1 billion. After hanging up the phone, his anger couldn't be suppressed. Shit, damn CIA. But what's the use of saying this now? $1 billion is no small sum. Damn it. I can't afford to offend either side. This frustration had to be vented. He picked up the phone and found a number, dialing it. Don't come to me. Just take him directly across the Pacific and bring his whole family along. After following me for so many years, that's all I can do for him. Meanwhile, the CIA agent who left the casino arrived at an inconspicuous small house. Inside, a spirited middle-aged man looked up at his returning companion and asked, "How did it go? Did you get any useful information?" The other party didn't speak immediately, but picked up a bottle of liquor from the table and gulped down a few swigs before shaking his head in disappointment. Not a single useful piece of information. The other side's identity is too low in the dark web. Chapter 11400-114 Solomon, so straightforward. Opening it, there was a piece of paper, and just when they thought it was some useful information, the two words that caught their eyes nearly made them faint with anger. It was written flamboyantly. Continue. Bang. Too much bullying. Indeed, the dark web was too much. They didn't take the CIA seriously and came to provoke them. Hee, don't just talk. Why don't you go deliver them a letter? The atmosphere fell silent, and the two who had just been clamoring stopped speaking. They didn't say it out loud, but in their hearts they thought, as if I don't want to, it's just that I'm somewhat powerless. No, even if I have the power, I don't dare to use it. Their own base had been found by the other side, and they had no temper left. All right, let the higher-ups think about this. Get ready to evacuate. Evacuate? If they can find this place, they might find the next one too. Then you stay here. No, let's evacuate. I also feel this place is unsafe. As the CIA headquarters relocated, a killer organization named Solomon suddenly emerged in the third world. The long quiet third world, like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil, boiled up again. Chapter 11500-115 The drunken man's intention is not in the wine. Arriving at the command room, the walls had 4 large screens, and the images corresponded to 4 tribes. A few minutes later, a convoy appeared on the screen. It was the position of the northern tribe. A man wearing a mask looked at the tribe in front of him, which had a scale of about hundreds of people, with dozens of them holding AKs in readiness, all looking coldly at these outsiders. If anything went wrong, they would immediately open fire. The man jumped out of the jeep, raised his hands to show he wasn't armed and meant no harm. At this moment, the tribe's leader stepped forward, sizing the man up and down, and asked, "What are you doing in my tribe?" In the past, he might have been afraid, but now, backed by the umbrella, he was naturally much bolder. He didn't know that Wang Yulong and the others were the ones behind the umbrella, but at least with Wang Yulong supporting his tribe, the other side's hundreds of people were not enough to fear. His tone became much tougher. "Sorry to disturb you. We just came here for supplies. Do you have food? We could trade for it. How about gold bars?" The tribe leader was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that the other side was definitely not a local armed force. Chapter 11600-116 Hey, someone, help me pick up the soap. Also, joining the dark web was such a wonderful life. He knew that Wang Yulong must know his current situation, but he didn't expect the other party to come to his rescue, because compared to him, the base was more important. A white soldier was about to pull the trigger when a deep voice came from the back of the truck. Oriental? Wait, don't kill him. Take him away. I want to interrogate him myself. Upon hearing this, the soldier decisively put away his gun and didn't forget to smile at Tang Jio, saying, Oriental, you're lucky. When you go back, I hope you honestly tell what you know. Maybe you can save your life. Tang Jio found the other party's words unconvincing, but also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't die now, there was still hope for survival. After being blindfolded and taken to the other party's base, Tang Jiu was locked in a 4 square meter small cell. Moments later, he was taken away again and brought to an office. The blindfold was removed, and a middle-aged white man sat in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Oriental. It's rare to see one here. Now, tell me, who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? Be honest, or else you might suffer some pain. You know, we have more than 20 genders, and many people don't get too hung up on gender, the art of picking up soap. Chapter 1:17:001:17 Umbrella Corporation. What he didn't expect was that these people actually set their sights on the umbrella. They even wanted to recruit him for their own use. It was truly laughable. Savannah Prison? Send someone to rescue him. The umbrella has been low-key since its establishment. Let them handle this. After all, don't they think Tang Jiu is one of their people? Capturing someone from the umbrella, it's reasonable for the umbrella to come to the rescue, right? Just let Base 1 provide them with weapons. Isn't there a big dog egg over there? This time, let's treat it as a test of its capabilities. The Umbrella Corporation really needs to show itself. Aren't they trying to take it for their own use? Let them see if they are qualified enough. Understood, young master. I will notify them right away. Meanwhile, inside Base 1, after receiving the news, they immediately contacted the Umbrella Corporation to discuss what equipment was needed. George, the head of the Umbrella Corporation, felt incredibly excited upon receiving the order, thinking to himself, is it finally my turn? Is it finally our Umbrella Corporation's time? No one knew how long he had waited for this opportunity. The Rakshasa and the Dark Web were dominating the Third World, and the global group was calling the shots in the financial market, while his Umbrella Corporation could only hide timidly in some corner of the world. Chapter 1:18:00118 Is your mouth contaminated with E. coli? Although very angry, he still fished a lighter out of his pocket to light a cigarette. Tang Jiuxuan casually took the lighter from the other person. You be careful. After uncuffing Tang Jiu's hands and feet, he turned and left without looking back. After comfortably taking a puff, he walked closer to the basketball court. To be honest, it was the first time he entered this place after the $0 purchase for so long. As soon as he stepped in, a bald man with a little brother approached him with a smile. Just as Tang Jiu felt puzzled, the two of them bent down respectfully and said, Master Jiu. Who are you? Master Jiu, my name is Tara. You can call me Shaola. This is my little brother, Chun Xiaodao. We come from 14K. Upon hearing this name, Tang Jiu couldn't help but think of saying, it's really like a small knife pulling up, but I've opened my eyes. 14K. What's the matter? Tang Jiu was puzzled. It seemed he didn't know anyone in 14K. Could it be the dark web? That could only explain it. Seeing that Tang Jiu seemed to know nothing, Tara quickly explained, Master Jiu, it was Boss Chun who sent us in to protect your safety. Don't worry. We have already come in advance and figure out the situation in Savannah. Chapter 1:19:00119 George. Is a valuation of $1 trillion for Umbrella reasonable? The next morning, Tang Jiu lay on the big bed in the single room, soundly asleep. A prison guard walked over and was about to knock on the door with his baton when he was stopped by Chun Xiaodao. Tara was a competent boss. Yesterday, Chun Xiaodao had tried every means to show himself in front of Tang Jiu. At first, Tara was quite resistant, but then he thought, forget it. The other party is following me, and I can't offer him a promising future. Besides, Chun Xiaodao is still young and more daring than I am. If he can earn Tang Jiu's appreciation, perhaps he will help me in the future. Moreover, having a little brother with a high status would also make him, as the boss, look good. So, he chose to support the other party and let him guard Tang Jiu. Master Jiu is still sleeping. If there's anything, let's wait until he wakes up. However, the prison guard did not give him a good look. They were not on Tang Jiu's side. The higher-ups only said not to let anyone die, not to let him come here and act like a master. So, they wouldn't indulge him. Do you know what hard labor means? Are you going to wake him up, or am I? The prison guard said with a stern face. Big brother, come on. There's no need to pick on Master Jiu alone. How about this? I'll do 2 people's worth of work. That should be fine. Chapter 1:20:00120 Dog Egg. My gentleness is reserved for women. The matter between Rock Martin and the Umbrella Corporation quickly calmed down like a droplet falling into the ocean. Of course, no one knew what had happened between the two. Time quietly moved to 6 o'clock the next afternoon. In Idaho, on the highway, a 9.6-meter-long truck was slowly heading towards Savannah Prison. Meanwhile, inside Savannah Prison, after finishing dinner, Tang Jiu returned to his cell, followed by Chun Xiaodao. Chun Xiaodao was filled with doubt, wondering what Tang Jiu had brought him here for. Your name is Chun Xiaodao, right? Yes, Master Gio. You can call me Xiaodao or Adeo. Tell me, what are your dreams? This question surprised Chun Xiaodao a bit. Master Gio was asking about his dreams? Was he trying to help him? He had no doubt about Tang Jio's ability. As long as he said a few good words for him in front of Boss Chun, it would be enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Master Gio, I hope you won't laugh, but I was born into a poor family. My dream is to allow my family to live a good life, not to worry about 3 meals a day. Just that would be enough. I don't want to live in fear every day. I want to live in a spacious mansion, raise 2 little dogs, fish, and drink tea every day. That would be a beautiful beginning to life. Chapter 121, 001212 Big. This seems like high technology, but now is clearly not the time to understand these things. Seeing Tang Jio put on the protective ring, Bart let out a sigh of relief. At least this mission was already 90 complete. As for the last 10, that would have to wait until they arrived. Let's go, we're heading out. Don't worry, with the protective ring on, bullets won't hurt you. Bart's words filled Tang Jio with shock, followed closely by excitement. This time was worth it. Thinking of this brought back memories of the bathhouse at the other party's base in Africa and the damned perverted chocolate from when he first came to Savannah. Sir, I still have some personal matters to attend to, you see. Understood, we have plenty of time. No rush to leave. The other side's support hasn't arrived yet. Huh? Tang Jio was a bit taken aback. Wait, how many people has the Umbrella Corporation sent this time? They're so confident and still waiting for support. How self-assured can they be? However, since the other party was the boss, he didn't ask further. All right, once I finish up, I'll come find you. Turning to leave the cell, it wasn't too long before he ran into Dog Egg, who was looking for him. Seeing the 2-meter-tall robot suddenly freeze in place, he thought, is this a robot? Chapter 122, 00122. Look closely. We are the Umbrella Corporation. After dealing with Chocolate, Tang Jio glanced at the people inside and said, don't worry. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I will keep my word, even though you are in cahoots with Chocolate. After giving a few of them a glance, he turned and left. Shortly after he left, the ground trembled slightly. Then, there was another tremor and a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. What is that thing? Looking at the Dog Egg outside the door, the people inside turned pale with fear. Dog Egg scanned the area, and then its Gatling gun on its back slowly rotated. No, 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 oh no. Tat tat tat. After a few seconds, there was no one left inside. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene inside was horrifying, like a hell on earth. Mission complete. Seeing there were no survivors, Dog Egg walked away. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaodao and his companions grabbed a few guns from a corpse, exited through a small door at the back, and plunged into the river with a splash. Inside Savannah, Bart and Tang Jio stood together, surrounded by corpses, the air thick with the smell of blood. The warden's office had been blasted to smithereens by Dog Egg's energy cannon. Only a few minutes had passed since the beginning. Chapter 123001223. You're not here to collect compensation for a terminal illness, are you? Watching the other party drive away, he could only feel secretly angry at why they had such technology. Retreat and report the situation here truthfully to the higher-ups. This is beyond our control. Let those above deal with it. He knew that after today, Umbrella would be completely famous. He turned to look inside Savannah, not wanting to go back in. Those inside were dead, and that was that. Bart drove the truck on the highway, but the incident in Savannah had already alarmed the Phobler headquarters in Idaho. It did indeed cause a stir, but it was just a ripple, and soon it became as calm as a stone sinking into the sea. Idaho, Phobler headquarters. Are we not going to pursue them? A visibly new Phobler looked at his seasoned colleague with confusion. However, the other party took a sip from a cup and said to Nanda, are you suffering from some terminal illness? Not all. Why do you say that? No. Then why are you rushing to your death? Aren't you here to collect compensation? The other party's words left him speechless. All right, go do what you need to do. I understand you newcomers want to make achievements and prove yourselves, but you need to know the timing. Do you understand who those people are? Chapter 124000124, Tang Jio. Remembering the days of starting a business in the U.S. You can take the materials. There is nothing for you to do right now. So you can move freely. There is $10 million on this card as a reward for you this time. Tang Jio's face lit up with excitement as he took the bank card and documents with both hands, gave George a respectful salute, and turned to leave the office. Just as he exited the office, Bart found him and briefed him on the structure of the company building before getting busy. Arriving on the 20th floor, this entire floor was filled with personal items, and everything was brand new. Different identities allowed access to different levels. As a major, he could only choose from the 20th floor. He casually changed into a set of clothes and picked up a phone. These communication devices were different from those outside, processed through the dark web and equipped with many additional features. He didn't team mind, as in the eyes of the dark web, there were no secrets at all. The moment he got the phone, he quickly called Wang Yulong, who was far away in Africa. Wang Yulong was puzzled when he saw it was a call from Umbrella. "Hello, this is Wang Yulong. Who am I speaking to?" Just as he was wondering who was on the other end, a familiar voice came through. Chapter 125001250. The strange cheese has increased. Chun Xiaodao, who was outside pressed against the wall, listening carefully to the movements inside, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Tang Jio's familiar voice. He thought the mafia was about to tear things apart, as Idaho was their territory, and 14K had only established a foothold here. As long as they didn't go too far, they wouldn't dare to confront 14K. Recognizing Tang Jio's voice, he put away his gun and pushed the door open. When he saw his sister pointing a gun at Tang Jio, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Although ignorance is no excuse, he couldn't think that way. "Brother, Ruoxin, what are you doing? How can you point a gun at Lord Jio? Put it down quickly." He then bent down and apologetically said to Tang Jio, "Sorry, Lord Jio, my sister doesn't know you. Please don't hold it against her." Shin Ruoxin saw her brother being so respectful to Tang Jio and realized his status was unusual. She quickly put down the gun, lowered her head, and looked like someone who had done something wrong. She knew she was not in the wrong, but at this moment, she had to act contrite so that everyone could save face. "It's fine. This just shows she has a strong sense of safety. Your boss Tara should have been recalled to the country, right? I mentioned Tara to Chief Chun, and you, from now on, are no longer with 14K. You can stay by my side." Chapter 126000126. Why take them to the ICU? Just take them to the crematorium. The advanced technology of Umbrella made the world tremble. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the previously obscure Umbrella would re-emerge in such a manner? This made them have to complain. "You're really sneaky." Not to mention whether the other party has more technology. Just the two? No, 3 items shown in the video, capable of releasing an energy shield, and that robot with the energy cannon equipped on it. Just these 3 were enough to terrify everyone. These were weapons of war. Lock Martin headquarters. At this moment, Martin, sitting in his office, was dumbfounded. Looking at the technology showcased by Umbrella in the video, it was enough to crush the entire globe. As for those 3 robots, no company could currently develop anything like them. Not only could they transform, but they were also intelligent. That intelligent system alone could become a behemoth. Oh shit. No wonder they are so unscrupulous in pricing their market value so high. Being able to develop such epic-making things is beyond monetary measure. He even thought about what it would be like if he had merged Lockmartin with Umbrella back then. Chapter 127000127. Are the assassins of the Rakshasa as cautious as you? The emergence of Umbrella caused a sensation, but no one could contact them, let alone discuss cooperation. People began to realize what Umbrella meant, and after a few days, the commotion caused by Umbrella gradually calmed down. But everyone's gaze did not waver. They were waiting for Umbrella to be willing to show itself. Freemason headquarters. 12 high-ranking officials gathered again, but this time the atmosphere was noticeably more oppressive than the previous meetings. They initially intended to take Umbrella for themselves, but they never expected the other party to secretly develop in the shadows. They had even developed advanced weapons and utilized the rescued Umbrella members from Savannah as their grand stage for emergence. They even suspected that all of this was arranged by Umbrella, including how Tang Jio just happened to be captured in Africa, but this thought was quickly dismissed. How could they have guessed that they would imprison people in Savannah instead of killing them directly? The first one knocked on the table, attracting the attention of the others, and said in a deep voice, "The situation is a bit tricky. It has started to slip out of our control. We never expected that Umbrella would have such a hidden hand. Let us talk about it. What attitude should we take towards this uncontrollable entity?" Chapter 128000128. The other party waved their hand, and I nearly met my end. The assassin from Solomon appeared so openly in front of me, clearly confident in their abilities. Without waiting for their reaction, I tossed the hamburger in my hand and immediately drew my gun from my waist. Just as I was about to fire at them, I realized the street light illuminated nothing but emptiness, leaving me dumbfounded. This speed. Suddenly I thought of something, and my expression changed dramatically. Super soldier? Although I had never seen one, the organization mentioned them, and clearly, my luck was not great to have encountered one. Nonetheless, I didn't want to just sit and wait to die. Congratulations, you guessed right, so I reward you with death. The other party lifted a trash can by the roadside and threw it at me. As an assassin, I had enough reflexes to dodge it, quickly running into an alley. I couldn't confront them on the street. The only good news was that they were still flesh and blood, and a bullet would still leave a mark. They were not invulnerable. However, before I could reach the alley, gunfire erupted from the other side. Bullets whizzed past me, causing cold sweat to pour down my back. While I silently complained, didn't they have confidence in their own abilities? If so, why use a gun? Clearly, they weren't foolish either. Who wouldn't use a weapon if they had one? Chapter 12900-129 Boss. That's Azura. I'm way back to take care of my grandma during her confinement. Such events occurred in many places around the world. When encountering outer circle assassins from the Rakshasa, they could easily kill each other. But not everyone was so lucky to be sure they weren't facing the real deal from the 10th group. In fact, super soldiers didn't even need to seek them out. The other party came looking for them. In Idaho, inside a bar. The noise was deafening, with dynamic music playing as the dance floor was filled with revelers, dressed in various outfits. In the center was a huge iron cage, holding 3 women, completely igniting the atmosphere. The scant fabric was mesmerizing. One could hardly resist wanting to pull someone out and jump in themselves. Your childhood, my childhood, seems to be the same. Little shoulders carrying big backpacks, off to school. At a booth, Urkel watched the crowd on stage, drinking in boredom. Just then, a man dressed in black and red, wearing a tusked mask, entered the bar, a 2-foot-long knife hanging from his waist. The security at the bar saw this, and their pupils shrank. They didn't dare to stop him and turned their heads aside, pretending not to see. Once he went inside, they quickly grabbed their phones to notify the bar manager. Chapter 130-130. What about Azura? He can't kill me. I can die faster than he can come. Even after Azura left, not a single staff member dared to enter the bar. It wasn't until the next day that they felt safe enough to return to work, and Carl's body remained in the bar for an entire night before being taken away the next day. Looking at Carl's state and the broken handgun, everyone gasped in shock. The news about the bar spread like wildfire throughout the Third World, and even videos leaked out. Because of this, people learned that Carl was a super soldier. But so what? He still died under Azura's knife. Third World Forum. Have you seen the video? My God, can you imagine how handsome Azura is? If I were that awesome, I could definitely find a girlfriend. Actually, a boyfriend wouldn't be bad either. Dude, aren't you concerned about the wrong thing? Sure, he is indeed quite handsome, but is this really the time to discuss that? Just imagine if your enemy paid to hire a Rakshasa to kill you, and you were lucky enough to have Azura come after you. Dude, I beg you, stop talking. I'm about to pee myself. Even if Azura wants to kill me, can I just sit here and wait for him? Do you really think he can kill me? That's a joke, impossible. By the time he arrives, I've already committed suicide. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill me. Chapter 13100-131 Her University, Beyond Your Imagination. Looking at the comments in the live stream, she couldn't help but recall the hardships she faced when she first started making videos and streaming. If it weren't for those initial fans who supported her, her family situation would have been even tougher, and she wouldn't have been able to provide her brother with living expenses while he was in college. You guys are so mean, making me laugh, but I still want to thank those little sheep who have accompanied me from the beginning to now. Lazy King. Don't say that. Although we have accompanied you all the way, it's also your smile, voice, and streaming style that have healed us. Yes, during that time, I felt like I was about to get depression. Luckily, I met you. Great. As a new little sheep, I don't have the right to speak at this moment. I hate Doeen for not letting me discover Lazy King earlier. By the way, Lazy King, where have you been these days while not streaming? Yeah. Without you, even instant noodles don't taste good. Su Lingxian didn't hide it either. She smiled at the camera and said, "Don't say that. I've been too busy moving and dealing with university matters." Although the little sheep in the live stream weren't clear about her identity, they understood she was a young lady, and they were quite curious about her moving and school situation. Chapter 132-00132 Biochemical Research Base. Alice had just reported the news when, 2 hours later, George, far away at the headquarters in Idaho, quickly received the message from the dark web. Understood, I'll send someone over immediately. Shortly after, a call was made to the Umbrella's military base in Africa. At the same time, 600 kilometers away from the small town, at the Umbrella base. After receiving the order, The general didn't dare to hesitate and immediately set out to the town with his men. 10 armed helicopters carried dozens of soldiers. And to be safe, they also brought along the only 2 dogs from a base. The first dog was one that George had, while the Umbrella headquarters kept 5 others, distributing the rest to other military bases. The African base was the most important since the 10th research base was located there. About 2 hours later, looking at the small town ahead, the general instructed his men not to approach. 2 helicopters lowered the dogs, and the ropes holding them suddenly released, dropping the dogs from the sky. Bang! With 4 legs, they landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and their 12-barreled Gatling guns rose up, scanning the surroundings. Only then did the helicopters slowly descend, finally landing, and the soldiers quickly jumped out. Chapter 133.00133. Do you want to be roasted whole or shot a few times by a Barrett? Moments later, a large number of hotel security personnel surged out, clearing a path for the crowd at the entrance. What is happening? Given the situation, it seemed like a big shot was coming to the hotel. Could be the hotel's young master or young lady. Is it true? If it's the young master, am I dressed too much? The man, hearing this, turned his head to size up the other person. You, my brother, don't have any capital, do you? Dressing as a woman and wearing 2 glass beads won't cut it. At least spend $2 to buy 2 buns. The average guy said, I'm a woman. No matter what, I'm not someone for a loser like you to look at. The man continued to assess the situation, curling his lips, his upper and lower lips moving slightly, as if to say, average girl, so small. Just then, 2 helicopters flew in from the distance and landed on the rooftop helipad of the hotel. 4 men jumped out of the helicopters, each carrying a black long box on their backs. They spread out in 4 directions, placed the boxes on the ground, and opened them to reveal cold weapons inside, including a Barrett rifle. Not only that, but on the rooftops of the tall buildings near the hotel, there were snipers in all 4 directions, watching every move beside the hotel. Chapter 134. No cutting leaks, just a little fertilizer after taking a shower. Butler Yun had already arranged for food to be sent to the presidential suite. While enjoying the view outside, she ate. By the way, Butler Yun, prepare for me. I'm going to Dubai Mall later. Yes, Miss Second. After a light meal and resting for a while, she left the Burj Al Arab Hotel with Butler Yun an hour later. Around 2 in the afternoon, the convoy arrived at the world-famous Dubai Mall shopping center, right next to the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. When Su Lingshan arrived, it was already around 2 in the afternoon, and it was quite crowded. She took out her phone, fixed it on a stand, and started a live stream on Douyin. Because of what she said before the last broadcast, many people were curious about the surprise she had for her old fans. Many had set reminders, so they'd know as soon as she went live and wouldn't miss it. Just 1 minute into the live stream, the number of viewers exceeded 30,000, and this number continued to climb. Lazy King, you finally went live. Quickly tell us, what is the surprise you mentioned before? Bro, don't get too excited. I already said it's for old fans. You definitely won't be included. The old fans are from way back. I estimate we have to go back to when Lazy King was in high school. Chapter 135. You dare to take a small plastic bag to the bank for money? Shaolin was struck like a bolt from the blue upon hearing this. The words caught him off guard, leaving him frozen in place. He opened his mouth, trembling, with a forced smile on his face. What is wrong with you today? You were fine just now. Why are you talking nonsense now? He hoped he had misheard. No, I'm not talking nonsense. Let us break up. I don't want to live like this anymore. Only then did Shaolin confirm that he hadn't misheard. Bang! He slammed the bowl down, his eyes turning red. He tried to control his emotions, fearing that losing control would scare her. Break up? Why? Give me a reason. You know how hard we've come this far. In this world, we only have each other. So many words were stuck in his throat, turning into silence. She lowered her head, her shoulders shaking, tears streaming down her face. He felt the pain in his heart. Didn't she know it too? But she didn't have time. The world was truly cruel. Turning them into orphans wasn't enough. After their lives started to improve, it had to separate them again. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, she got up, covered her mouth, ran back to her room, closed the door, sat on the bed, lowered her head, hugged her knees, choking back sobs, and nearly gasping for breath. Chapter 136. The follow you clicked saved your life at the same time. Butler Yin had someone check the other party's information. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Shaolin briefly explained his girlfriend's situation. No wonder. I was originally not expecting a surprise. But now I feel even more depressed. Tears with the charging cable as I watched the live stream. Salute to the pure love warriors. After a while, A bodyguard came over with a phone and handed it to Su Lingxian. The phone displayed the information about Xiao Lin and his girlfriend. The girlfriend's name was Gu Yanqi. Both of them were orphans now, and a day ago, Gu Yanqi had felt unwell, secretly went to the hospital for a checkup, and was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Undoubtedly, this was terrible news for her. This kind of illness was like a death notice for the poor. The information included photos of both of them. The girl smiled, revealing two small dimples, looking very lively, while Xiao Lin, though only 25, seemed mature, and the information included their relationship timeline. Su Lingxian didn't look much further. Late-stage cancer? What is cancer? It's just another means of capital. Curing it would be of no benefit to them. I can offer you 5 million, of course. I can give you another option. You're at home right now, right? Chapter 137. Will I be held accountable for wrong words later? Xiao Lin opened the door. Outside stood a stocky man in a suit. Xiao Lin swallowed hard at the sight of the man who was more muscular than him, his clothes nearly bursting at the seams. Hello, who are you? Though suspicious, he couldn't help but ask. The man's stiff face broke into a not-so-unpleasant smile. Hello. May I ask if you're Xiao Lin, Mr. Xiao? I was sent by the second young lady to connect with you. Xiao Lin let out a sigh of relief. At least the matter of a live stream wasn't fake. They really sent someone over. Hello, please come in. The two took a seat on the sofa, while Gu Yanqi sat beside Xiao Lin in confusion, quietly listening to their conversation. Mr. Xiao, the 5 million mentioned by the second young lady is one option. The other option is... The man glanced at Gu Yanqi before softly saying, the other option is that we can help you treat her illness. Of course, whether it can be cured is still uncertain. We need to understand further. This is the second young lady's other option for you. After speaking, the man wore a meaningful smile. 5 million or love. Which one do you choose? Chapter 138. Global Undercurrents. Butler Long understood immediately. Nodding in acknowledgement. Understood, young master. I will have someone keep an eye on them after they leave. This small episode didn't bother Su Lingxian. Whereas Linger run off to now. Replying to the young master, the second young lady is currently traveling in Dubai. According to her plan, she intends to return home in 4 days. I understand. Let's also return in 4 days. By the way, it's time to take action on George's side. Draw out the restless elements and capture them all, especially the Freemasons. Let Ross clear Solomon as soon as possible. To eliminate this rat, one must first drive it mad. Understood, young master. Headquarters of the Umbrella. After George received the news from the Dragon Butler, he quickly called for Bart. Boss, you called for me? Bart knocked on the door and entered with a curious expression. Ever since the Savannah incident, he had never been so idle. Back at the base, he could still take people to inspect minerals and such. But now he was completely just eating, playing, and then sleeping, occasionally exercising and practicing his skills with Tangjio, the punching bag. Chapter 139.00139 George. Can you tell me who the force behind you is? With the technology from the robots. It is believed that Lockheed Martin will soon become the second major military-industrial enterprise after Umbrella Corporation. It's a pity that the imagination is beautiful. Seeing that the time was almost up, George led Bart out from the backstage and walked onto a makeshift, shabby stage. When the people below saw the main person coming out, they immediately stopped discussing and quieted down. George picked up the microphone, glanced around the hall, and said, I won't make too much of a self-introduction. I know many of you are here for the same purpose. I can clearly tell you now that Umbrella Corporation will not share any technology and will not consider allowing outsiders to invest. Upon hearing this, a few people below were unhappy. If you won't let us invest and won't share technology, then aren't we here for nothing? Mr. George, if you don't let us invest, do you think Umbrella will have a hard time in the future? I say, you have to give us something, at least let us have a taste. George chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, great, there are some hotheads here. He turned to look coldly at the speaker and said, let Umbrella have a hard time? Which company are you from? Or rather, who is the force behind you? If it's convenient to say, don't misunderstand. I'm just asking casually, please don't overthink it. Chapter 140.00140 The Freemasons Probe. Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Soon, Bart received information from Tangjio. George's expression darkened as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the distance, murmuring, it seems today will be bloody. You go ahead and busy yourself. Understood, boss. After saluting George, he quickly turned and took the elevator downstairs. As soon as the gunfire erupted downstairs, the crowd instantly went into chaos. They thought Umbrella had really gone mad and wanted to start a massacre, but then realized it didn't make sense. It was just a gunshot. If Umbrella really wanted to kill them, in less than 10 seconds, no one would be standing. They quickly understood the other party was coming for Umbrella. Time to bail. They decided they would never come back here again. Everyone hurriedly got into their cars, urging the driver to step on the gas and quickly leave this place of trouble. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu quickly locked onto the opponent's position as soon as the gun was fired. However, the opponent was no longer in place, which infuriated him. Firing a shot and then running. What did they want to do? But this was just the beginning. 6 armed helicopters flew in from a distance. Sitting in his office, George suddenly received a call from Su Bei. Chapter 14100-141. From now on, you will be a major. Your future is limitless. Go take the blame. Bombers flew high above, seemingly aware of the danger posed by Umbrella's robots. Not daring to linger, they just dropped their bombs and sped away, not giving Dog Egg any chance. George looked up at the bombs overhead, expressionless. At this moment, it seemed that the eyes of the world were focused on Umbrella's headquarters. If Umbrella could withstand this, then there would naturally be no issues going forward, and in the future, no one in the U.S. would dare to provoke them. But if Umbrella was just a paper tiger, then it would be a different story. After all, an innocent man is not guilty. But possessing something valuable can lead to guilt. Tang Jiu, watching from a distant high building, felt his eyelids twitching, somewhat apprehensive. Chun Xiaodao beside him swallowed hard. This was not on the same level as the gang activities he used to engage in. Even bombers were deployed, which was far more shocking than the gang's handguns. Master Jiu, this. He didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene and not fully understanding Umbrella, he didn't think George and the others would survive. However, Tang Jiu felt quite the opposite. Now it was going to be fun. This was indeed poking the tiger's whiskers. Wanting to end it so easily was impossible. So he felt excited, his blood boiling. Chapter 142-00-142 Sakura. Should we give it a try? Inside the borders of Sakura country, an organization called Yagami Yen. In a nondescript house, 3 people sat on the floor, with a table in the middle covered with various sushi. But no one touched any of it. The base in Africa has disappeared. According to the people we sent to investigate, it is very likely that it was done by Umbrella's people. They found Umbrella to be somewhat tricky, but what they didn't expect was why Umbrella would know and why they would do this. They had always kept a low profile, to the extent that so far, they could ensure that very few people knew of Yagami Yen's existence, even on the dark web. Only the 3 of them knew the name Yagami Yen. All external actions were done under the name of Sakura Country. This meant that the researchers who were mobilized for technical transfers were also using the official name. Umbrella? Judging by the Freemasons' actions yesterday, Umbrella is not to be trifled with. If they cannot break through their shell, it would be meaningless. Our base is so secretive that Umbrella cannot possibly discover it. And since we have no grievances or enmities with them, why would they take unnecessary actions? There must be some issues in between. Chapter 143-00-143. If Umbrella takes an inch, don't blame us for being ruthless while Su Lintian and others return to their country, far away at Umbrella's base in Africa. A convoy of 300 people was getting ready to depart within the base. The lead vehicle extended a hand and waved. The convoy headed towards the airport, which had already been fully secured. The area was empty, temporarily taken over by the military. A 747-passenger plane had been waiting at the airport for a long time. Not long after, the convoy from the base arrived at the airport, and as the plane disappeared into the sky, the military at the airport finally withdrew. Since the Samsung family was abandoned by the Freemasons, the entire family fell into a panic as they realized that no matter how much they resisted, they would ultimately be held accountable by Umbrella. Han Country, the Samsung family's territory. This was a large estate located in the suburbs, covering an area of about 30,000 square meters. The Samsung family status in Han Country was undeniably high, with armed bodyguards patrolling the perimeter 24 hours a day, and the interior was also tightly secured. The entire estate resembled a small base. In the past, at this moment, the estate would have been filled with laughter and joy, but now it was eerily silent, with even the patrolling bodyguards not daring to speak casually, fearing to disturb this quiet atmosphere. Chapter 144-00-144, the first-generation intelligent mech. When George saw that people had arrived at the headquarters, he was about to call Bart over to assign tasks. After all, the young master had said that not only the Samsung family, but also that Lock Martin needed to be dealt with. Compared to the Samsung family, this was easier to handle. Just find their shareholders and get them to transfer their stocks to himself. What? You won't give it? In that case, I can only inherit your legacy. One must pick the soft persimmons first, so he planned to use Martin as a sacrifice. Before he could call Bart, Su Qing's phone rang. Moments later, George's lips couldn't help but curl up. He could accept the weapons from Base 1 again. Inside Base 1, Su Qing was arranging for a new batch of protective rings to be sent to George, along with 20 dog egg robots. With these items, Umbrella would be sufficiently intimidating. As for the dark web and the Rakshasa, they would have to wait for the next batch. After all, they were not in a hurry, and it was better for Umbrella to appear as strong as possible now. Meanwhile, within the base, a large number of researchers were bustling about in a laboratory that was 8 meters high and covered an area of 2,000 square meters. In the center stood 3 jet black mechs, each about 3 meters tall, their glossy black surfaces shining brilliantly under the lights. Chapter 14500-145, The Upper Management's Intentions Outside. Su Lintien didn't care about anything. He was currently basking in the sun at Manor No. 1 in the Magic City. Su Lingxian had also arrived from Dubai, while Su Jianzhou and his wife had gone to visit the Chun family with Chun Yanxian. Butler Long walked over lightly and bent down, saying, "Young master, there's good news from Base 1. The first-generation intelligent mech has been improved. Originally, the doctors wanted to bring it to you, but considering you are currently in the country, it will remain at the base for now. Once you return to the Jiuqian Palace, they will send it over." Su Lingtian, who had his eyes closed enjoying the sun, slowly opened them and showed a pleased expression. "Has the mech been improved? That's truly good news. I'll give you some energy crystals later. Send someone over to deliver them, and let them work freely. Whatever they need, I will provide." "All right, young master." Su Lintien suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, "What about Umbrella? Why haven't I heard any news?" This was not George's character, and moreover, he had given orders to the other party, so it was unusual for things to be so quiet. What was this guy up to? "Young master, George is waiting for the weapons from Base 1. The 300 people sent over from Africa have already arrived at the headquarters." Chapter 14600-146. This feels like a dream. He could roughly guess the intentions of old Master Yi. So he went straight to the point. "I don't know what the upper management wants to ask. I will not hide anything I can answer." Yi Wenjun paused slightly at his words, then smiled. Hee. "Nothing can be hidden from you. Why doesn't the Yi family have a talent like you?" Su Lintien smiled silently, waiting quietly for the other party to continue. "What a joke. What kind of talent is he? At most, he is just a lucky one. Since you understand this is the upper management's intention, then I will say something you may not like, so please don't take offense." Su Lintien nodded, indicating for him to continue. "Is your global group connected to Umbrella?" Old Master Yi said, glancing at the protective ring on Su Lintian's wrist. The implication was quite obvious. The protective rings worn by the Su family were indeed the same as those displayed by Umbrella. He didn't directly say there was a relationship with Umbrella, since they already knew that Global Group had ties to Umbrella. If they wanted to know more, they could investigate themselves. Whether they could find out would depend on their ability. Chapter 14700-147. Want to take revenge on me? Umbrella Tangjio. Always welcome after returning to the familiar house. Both Shaolin and Gu Yinshi breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoxi, how do you feel now? Do you have any discomfort?" He was afraid the other party might have tampered with Gu Yinshi's body, and quickly inquired. Gu Yinshi felt for a moment and shook her head. "No, I don't feel uncomfortable. In fact, I feel much lighter." Knowing what Shaolin was worried about, she suggested, "How about we go to the hospital for another checkup to see if I'm really okay?" Shaolin thought for a moment and felt it made sense. "Okay, but we can't go to the hospital you went to before. Also, from now on, don't mention to anyone that you had cancer. To be safe." He had to remind Gu Yinshi in advance. If she was really fine, and if outsiders found out, it would be a disaster. If he were one of those wealthy people, it would be one thing, but he was poor and an orphan. He was very afraid that someone would take action against Gu Yinshi, and he felt powerless, only able to be furious. "Where should we find Uncle Mao?" I understand the risks involved. Don't worry, we can go to a hospital in another city." Chapter 14800-148. Dealing with Martin hearing Tangjio's words. The other party nearly wet themselves. "Umbrella?" The screams suddenly ceased, replaced by faces filled with fear. The corners of their mouths began to tremble. "Wait. You are from Umbrella?" "I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. I was drunk. I crashed into your car. I'll pay whatever it costs." At this moment, Chen Xiaodao got out of the car, shaking his dizzy head. and walked over to Tang Geo. Master Geo, Fort Burley has arrived. Sure enough, Fort Burley arrived with 3 cars. The traffic behind was already severely congested. Fort Burley had to come. Hey, just in time, get him in the car and keep going. He then walked towards Fort Burley with 2 soldiers and Chen Xiaodao. Before Tang Geo could speak, a soldier from Fort Burley asked, "What does Umbrella want to do? Why didn't he move your car?" Tang Geo glanced at the other party irritably. "Didn't you see the car crash? You guys figure out how to tow it away. By the way, can I borrow a car? I'll have someone return it to you after I'm done." After speaking, he got into a car with the 2 soldiers sitting in the front passenger and driver's seats, which left Chen Xiaodao stunned. Chapter 149.00149. There is no light in this world. Martin didn't expect Tang Geo to actually dare to shoot, but then he thought it over and understood. Indeed, who could threaten Umbrella now? Seeing that the other party still wanted to shoot, and his son lying on the ground, a warm stream flowed down from his pants leg. "Stop. All right, I'll sign." He didn't know how Umbrella found out he was a Freemason, but at this point, saying anything was redundant. He could only pray that Umbrella would let them live. Picking up a pen, he quickly signed the document, and a soldier next to Tang Geo stepped forward to collect it. "The document has been signed, so can you let my son go now?" Tang Geo put away his gun, and the smile on his face made Martin feel a chill. "Of course, but before that, there's one more thing that needs to be resolved. When you came here, your precious son damaged one of our cars. You know, our Umbrella cars are high-tech and worth a fortune, so I'm asking for 10 billion in compensation. That's not too much, is it?" Upon hearing this, Martin was undoubtedly very angry. He suppressed his rage and forced a smile, saying, "Okay, give me 2 days." He just wanted to get rid of Tang Geo as quickly as possible. The longer the other party stayed, the more uncomfortable he felt. As for the follow-up matters, they could wait. He believed the Freemasons would not let this matter rest once they learned about it. Chapter 150. We can't just throw mushroom bombs for us, can we? Su Lintian was drinking tea in the Heavenly Palace at this moment, while Chen Yunxuan had returned to Hollywood to continue filming. Butler Long walked over from a distance, followed by 3 mechas. "Young Master, the intelligent mechas from Base 1 have arrived." Su Lintian looked up at the 3 tall and imposing black mechas behind him, their bodies glowing with blue energy that flowed like veins, emitting a faint blue light. The 3-meter-tall figures were intimidating. "Young Master, Mecha 1, 2, and 3 reporting for duty." There's nothing you need to do right now. Just stay in the Heavenly Palace for now. I'll call you if needed." With them around, he felt much more at ease. The Heavenly Palace was now truly secure. Meanwhile, Bart, Tang Geo, and Chen Xiaodao, along with 300 soldiers transferred from the African base and 10 dog egg robots, were heading to the Han Kingdom. Their destination, the Samsung family. Park Tae-jun was currently very displeased because the Freemasons had the audacity to contact him. He was angry but powerless. "Father, I heard Su Lintao has returned to the Heavenly Palace. Should I go again?" Dak said quietly, looking at the grim-faced Park Tae-jun. Chapter 151. Outrageous. After receiving news from Su Bei, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. The Freemasons were truly outrageous. "Butler Long, send Mecha 1 over, and notify George to make the Freemason base in Africa disappear. Since you've lost your temper, I'll give you a little more medicine." "Understood, young master." Mecha 1, standing guard in the Heavenly Palace, received the order and shot straight up into the sky, making a turn in midair and flying towards Bart and the others. Meanwhile, Bart, who was being attacked at the Samsung family, also received news from George, and his face changed in an instant. Boom! A shell exploded nearby, which he ignored. Without time to think, he shouted to Tang Geo and the others, "Tang Geo, evacuate immediately." "What's going on? Why are we leaving?" Tang Geo couldn't understand why they had to evacuate. "No time to explain. The Freemasons have gone crazy. They're going to drop mushroom bombs here. We need to leave quickly." However, it was too late. From a military base, a bomber loaded with tens of thousands of tons of mushroom bombs was flying toward them. Tang Geo's heart trembled upon hearing this. The other side was using the Samsung family as bait. Without hesitation, he yelled at Chen Xiaodao, "Xiaodao, let's go." Chapter 152. Are we going to die? The aftermath of the explosion spread outward. Even far away, the tall buildings were not destroyed, but all the glass was shattered. Bruce, at the military base, looked at the critical moment when a black figure appeared in the sky. His eyes widened like saucers, almost popping out. What is that?" Everyone in the command room frowned. It seemed to be a person. Before they could see clearly, the bright light from the explosion made them instinctively cover their eyes. The mushroom bomb exploded, But the sudden appearance of Mecha 1 made them feel uneasy. It hovered in midair like Superman. Bart and the others bent over, gasping for breath. In midair, Mecha 1 slowly lowered its right hand, enveloped in an energy shield, but the energy crystal in its chest had dimmed significantly. Looking down at its chest, it felt uncomfortable. It was still a bit low level, having consumed 20% energy. Minutes later, as the smoke cleared, everything seemed to return to calm. But all that met their eyes was ruins. The Umbrella members stood amidst the rubble, looking up at Mecha 1 hovering in the air. Chen Xiaodao looked at the tall figure, swallowed hard, and felt extremely shocked. What kind of existence was the Umbrella? Chapter 153 Opportunities at Base 2 Umbrella Headquarters. Bart and the others returned, but the situation was not optimistic. Their bodies began to show signs of decay, looking quite terrifying. Tang Jiu was very open-minded. Even if he were to die now, he had no regrets. He felt he had lived enough, done things that many couldn't do in a lifetime, seen things that others couldn't imagine, had experienced passion and enjoyment. Although he had only lived for over 20 years, he felt his life had meaning, more than anyone else's. George looked at the crowd before him. Only Tang Jiu and Chen Xiaodao were outsiders, while the others had no fear of life and death. However, he was surprised by Tang Jiu's mindset. All right, it's just a little radiation. This might be your fortune. Time is of the essence, Bart. Take them to Base 2. Once there, follow their orders. Bart looked up in surprise at George. Going to Base 2 was. George nodded slightly, confirming his thoughts. Tang Jiu didn't know what Base 2 was or why George said it might be their fortune. He only knew that perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Chapter 154 Energy Heart, the true super soldier, thick-skinned crabs. Those bastards and the Freemasons really deserve to die. Let's go. Everything is ready below, just waiting for your arrival. Bart and the others followed Solomon expressionlessly into the underground research lab. It wasn't that they didn't want to smile, but with their current appearance, smiling seemed a bit eerie. Minutes later, Tang Jiu lay on an operating table, surrounded by 4 researchers in white coats. Yes, not doctors, but researchers. An elderly man smiled at him, saying, "Don't worry. It will be quick. Just take a nap." Upon hearing this, Tang Jiu felt a chill. If it weren't for George sending them here, he would want to escape. "Doctor, everything is ready. We can begin." Then let's start." Tang Jiu watched helplessly as the other party injected an unknown liquid into his body. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and he needed to fight to stay awake because he didn't know if he would have the chance to open his eyes again once he closed them. However, less than a minute later, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep. Yes, his willpower was strong. Consider yourselves lucky. It was indeed a case of favorable timing, location, and people. When you wake up again, you will be reborn. Chapter 155. Tang Jiu awakens. In contrast to Tang Jiu's dream, the outside world was no longer calm. The explosion of the mushroom bomb could not be concealed, and all media outlets rushed to report it, causing a stir across the internet. High-level currents were surging, while the lower levels were all watching with popcorn. The high-ups at the explosion site, following the Masonic script, concocted a story about the cause of the incident. They directly shifted the blame onto the now turned to ashes Samsung family, and whether the outside world believed it or not, they didn't care. The outcome had been presented to you. If you didn't believe it, they couldn't force you to. What surprised Su Lintian even more was that the other party also defined the Samsung family as terrorists, claiming that they had disappeared without a trace. The implication was clear. From now on, any major incident that needed to be blamed would be pinned on the Samsung family. The family business and assets were all confiscated. A super consortium was uprooted just like that, making people sigh in disbelief. The domestic onlookers, watching the trending topics on Douyin, expressed, "I understand the reasoning, but why did the Samsung family throw a mushroom bomb at themselves?" It turns out that even the wealthy can't do as they please. They think they can just lift a finger to mess with you. But in the end, they end up working for others, and even in death, they have to take the blame. That's too much. Chapter 156. If she runs, we won't survive the night. Looking at the monkey and Yao. It was still the familiar sight, the familiar formula. However, last time he used Lubon. This time he used Hui. He directly turned off Mai and the horn, increased the attack speed, and rushed straight to the red zone. After obtaining the red buff, he returned to the lane, cleared the minions, and shot down the little bird. At this time, the microphone next to the monkey's health bar was flashing, indicating that the opponent was outputting. After a moment, perhaps realizing that Wang Yulong had turned off the horn, he began typing. Wang Yulong smiled and remained silent, With full attack speed, he started to dominate the jungle, leaving no grass unturned wherever he went, helping the enemy take the dragon and stealing the monkey's peaches. Eventually, the monkey went AFK, and Yao, for some reason, didn't go AFK either. She turned around and rode on his head, even typing to tell him to play well, and that if they won, there would be rewards for adding her. Wang Yulong thought this was good, so he started to operate, rushing into the crowd, intentionally leaving Yao behind and running away. 3 minutes later, Yao had given away 7 kills, 0-1-0-1, while he had 3 kills, 5-2-4. Just because she didn't go AFK, did she think she wouldn't lose points? With Wang Yulong in the game, it was hard not to lose. Yao's stats were 0-1-7-4, while he was 9-4-9. After that, he reported them a little. Once he exited the page, a request from the monkey popped up, and he clicked in without hesitation. Chapter 157. My dog egg is not made of mud. After receiving the order, number 2 flew toward Chun Yunyan. The mafia had already begun to despair, chasing after Chun Yunyan while Bo Bol was chasing them from behind. Compared to Chun Yunyan, they seemed more like they were running away. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? It's all Rack's fault for being useless. Big brother, what do we do now? Can we make Bo Bol stop chasing? If this goes on, they'll escape. You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? Keep chasing. I'll call the boss. The little brothers in the car immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. After receiving the information, the mafia boss notified the people behind him, wanting them to use their connections to make Bo Bol stop meddling. Soon, the director received the news, but the other party was not from the same system. Given the situation, he didn't even know if he could protect his own life. So how could he care who you were? Upon receiving the call, and hearing that he was told not to intervene, he was instantly furious. What difference was that from wanting the lives of his entire family? Fuck it, this matter was planned by you behind the scenes, right? Just wait. Soon someone will play the game of exterminating your 9 clans with you, you idiots. Chapter 158. Gene Virus, the withering of cherry blossoms, as Dog Egg said. Number 2 took Chun Yunyan directly back to the 9 Heavens Palace. Outside the main hall of the 9 Heavens Palace, Su Jianzhou and his wife were anxiously pacing back and forth, with several female doctors standing respectfully beside them. Even Su Lintao and Yi Sini were there. The whole family was waiting for Chun Yunyan's return. Su Lintian watched his parents spinning in front of him and smiled helplessly. Mom, it's not certain yet. Besides, I've already sent number 2 over. With number 2 speed, I believe they'll be back soon. Li Jiao glared at him and said, Humph, how can I not be concerned? That's my daughter-in-law, and she might even be pregnant with my grandchild. I say, as a husband, can't you do a better job of protecting her? Su Jianzhou, seeing his wife scolding so vigorously, couldn't help but interject exactly. What's wrong with you? Don't you know to nip all dangers in the bud? Or do you think your subordinates are just loafing around? Far away in different parts of the world, Su Bei and the others couldn't help but shiver. George sat in his office, shivering slightly, wrapping his arms around himself while looking outside, puzzled. Strange, it's such a hot day. Why does it feel cold? Is the air conditioning set too low? Chapter 159. Mafia, he wants my life? Then give it to him at the Mafia headquarters. The Mafia boss was thinking about running away. He couldn't stay here. Just then, a little brother rushed in from outside, looking panicked. Boss, 14K has gone crazy. Many of our territories in Nita State have suddenly been uprooted by them. They aren't here to rob territories. They are purely here to wipe us out. None of our brothers escaped. Moreover, as soon as our people encounter 14K, they attack us without a word. The little brother became more and more frantic as he spoke. 14K is acting like a mad dog now. They bite at us whenever they see us, regardless of where we are. Even if you hide in Bo Bol, they still rush in with guns. It's either you die or I live. Yeah, you're not wrong, because it seems like Bo Bol is also one of theirs. Without lifting his head, the Mafia boss said, give it to them. But boss, we want to wipe them out. Give it to them. Just then, gunfire erupted outside, and another little brother rushed in, covered in blood, in a state that was half a foot in the grave, his eyes filled with fear as if he had seen something horrific. Chapter 160. There are 4 words that together are exterminating the 9 clans. The decision of the Masons was unknown to Bart and the others, but he was currently in the heat of killing. Outside a military base, 31 men in black robes emerged from both sides of the road. Bart looked at the military base in front of him and said in a deep voice, do you really think hiding in here will keep you safe? The person that the Mafia boss mentioned, upon learning that number 2 had rescued Chun Yunyan, knew it was over. Initially, He thought Yin was just someone from the global group, but after number 2 appeared, he realized who they truly were. With no choice, he could only hide here with his family. If he had to say where was safest, it was definitely here. After all, the commander here was his father-in-law. Even hiding here, he still felt unsafe considering that it was the Umbrella organization. The previous events involving the Samsung family were still vivid in his mind. But he had nowhere else to go. Was he supposed to hide in the turret? Don't be ridiculous. They would probably push him out at that time, without even a chance to resist. The entire base was under martial law, and helicopters were patrolling the skies. The highest-ranking officer inside the base looked grimly at his son-in-law. He was now contemplating whether to push the other party out to protect his daughter. Chapter 161 Bloodbath for 3 days compared to Bart and the others. The situation on the Roshan side was more decisive. After all, there were no military forces surrounding the super soldiers. For an entire night, people across the United States were trembling in their homes, too scared to go out. Even so, occasional gunshots and screams could still be heard nearby. Those who didn't hide in the basement were considered bold. Of course, it was also possible that they had no basement and had to squeeze under the bed. Jiuqian Palace. A middle-aged man dressed like a Western noble arrived at the entrance of Jiuqian Palace. He looked up at the magnificent gate, and just thinking about who lived there made his body tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn Freemasons, why did they make me come here? I'm at most just a European noble. Although my family has a bit of money and influence, it really is just a little compared to the owner here. One finger from them could crush me. He truly didn't want to come, but there was no way out. He had to. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Taking a deep breath, he didn't know that at this moment, the bodyguards outside Jiuqian Palace were looking at him with cold indifference. Chapter 162 Tang Jiao am back. You like to pick up soap, don't you? 3 days may not be long, but they are not short either. Bart and his group had been bloodbathing for 3 whole days, eliminating everyone associated with that incident, including some of the Freemasons' influence. For example, those in power, which also allowed the dark web to expand further, directly replacing the vacant positions with their own people, including the director of the Federal Bureau, who directly ascended to the turret. Su Lintian ignored all of this. The dark web was in full charge, and he no longer valued money and power. At least not on Blue Star. Just as the Freemasons were entangled with the Yashin clan, Africa, Tang Jiao was gearing up with Chun Xiaodao, along with 2 robots from the Umbrella's African base. They did not bring the rest of the soldiers. Old Jiao, without orders from above, I can't fight alongside you. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return at the base, Wang Yulong said enviously, patting Tang Jiao on the shoulder. His task was to protect the base, and without orders, he couldn't take the initiative to follow along. Don't worry, Longa. If all goes well, we'll be back in a day. Let us go. Chapter 163 Wang Yulong returns to the country. Even Chun Xiaodao, who was outside, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the screams from inside, tightening the back door involuntarily. Inside the base, the 4 men felt weak all over, collapsing to the ground. In front of them, a body was propped up with rebar, sitting on the ground with legs apart, blood flowing down, mixed with some yellow, unidentified substance. Tang Jiao coldly observed everything, turning to look at the dog egg. Leave no one. And oh, you said that if we did as you instructed, you wouldn't kill us, right? That's right. I didn't kill you. Dog egg wouldn't wait for them to finish speaking. The Gatling gun began to spin, and in an instant, the 4 were torn apart. Bastard, death is death. Let's fight him. A super soldier clenched his fists and charged at Tang Jiao. Unfortunately, in Tang Jiao's eyes, the opponent's strength was laughably childlike. He reached out, grabbed the opponent's fist, and twisted it. The entire arm contorted like a twist of dough. The intense pain rendered the opponent powerless. Tang Jiao glanced at him, struggling to the death. With a wave of his hand, he flung the opponent against the wall, the massive impact displacing his organs and shattering his bones. Chapter 164 It seems the condition has worse in Magic City. Shaolin had been having a rough time lately, bringing Gu Yanqi from Yangcheng to Magic City. After they finished their hospital checkup on the 3rd day, he noticed that someone had entered their rented house while they were away. At first, he thought it was just a thief. Having just arrived in Magic City, there wasn't much there to steal, so he didn't pay much attention. However, gradually, he felt something was off. It seemed someone was watching them. Just yesterday, a young man dressed in designer clothes even came directly to their door. Just as he was puzzled, The man directly asked the question he had been worried about. Did your girlfriend eat anything special before? Just that seemingly ordinary question made him alert. He couldn't understand. He hadn't said anything, and Gu Yinchi hadn't mentioned her previous illness at all during the hospital checkup, merely using it as a pretext for a physical examination. But what he didn't know was that someone was gossiping behind their backs. And Gu Yinchi had a record at the hospital in Yanqing. As long as someone paid attention, it could be easily found out. The other party was very polite, just asking a few questions before leaving. But he knew they had been exposed, and this place was no longer safe. Who knew if the other party would go mad and have them taken away? Chapter 165, I came to find Xiao Haizi on the other side. Gu Yinchi was directly sent to the Huda pharmaceutical building, where a research base was located underneath the building. Gu Yinchi was taken to a laboratory and locked in a small room. A woman in a white coat came over with 2 assistants, glanced at Gu Yinchi in the room, and said, in 8 hours, after the drug's effects wear off, bring her out. Okay. Compared to the unconscious Gu Yinchi, Shaolin, who was now in a mental hospital, was locked in a small room, desperately banging on the iron door. You damn guys, I'm not insane. Why did you lock me up? Let me out. No matter how much he shouted, no one came to take a look at him. That sense of powerlessness made him feel desperate. He knew his girlfriend was in great danger and could lose her life at any moment, yet he was powerless to help. Leaning against the wall, he buried his head in his arms and cried, Xiaoxi, I am so useless. I'm sorry. I was too naive. We shouldn't have come back. Why does it turn out this way? Are our lives not lives? Just as he felt a deep sense of helplessness, a voice came from the next room. Kid, accept your fate. There's not a single normal person who comes in here. Chapter 166. The cruel reality after entering the room with weapons. He began to rapidly learn about AK knowledge, grenade usage, and a series of other skills. At 7 a.m., Xiao Lin got out of bed, put on the clothes given by Xiao He, and wore a trench coat that had a special feature, places to hold magazines. He tucked 2 handguns at his waist and hung 2 AKs on either side of the trench coat. He tore apart the hotel blanket into strips to make 2 thick ropes, which he tied to his backpack, slinging it across his waist. He went downstairs, got into the car, and bought breakfast on the way. He drove to the entrance of the Huda pharmaceutical building, but didn't go in immediately because there weren't many people inside yet, only a few security guards. If he startled the snake in the grass and the other side knew nothing, it would backfire. Time quietly passed to 8 a.m. Li Zi didn't want to come to the company so early, but he had to today. That girl from yesterday was crucial, and he needed to know the results immediately. Just as Xiao Lin was growing impatient, a Rolls-Royce and 2 Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the building. He instantly perked up, and when he saw who got out of the car, anger surged from his heart and malice arose. Chapter 167. The girl on Christmas Eve. The commotion at Huda Pharmaceutical created a huge stir, but it was quickly suppressed. Even the Li family had to put an end to it. They gained nothing and lost a son instead. Meanwhile, at the Longting shipping headquarters, 2 supercars parked in succession at the bottom of the building. Tang Jiu bent down to get out of the Ferrari and stretched while Long. This car has such a strong pushback feeling, it feels like sitting on the ground. Wang Yulong closed the door of the Bugatti Veyron and patted his shoulder, smiling. It's fine, you'll get used to it. Besides, supercars are all about that feeling. Come on, it's been a while since I've been back. Let us go greet my dad, then I'll take you out to eat and find that arrogant monkey. He had told the other side twice that he would make them look good when he returned. He couldn't go back on his word. The security guard at the entrance saw Wang Yulong coming and quickly smiled and respectfully said, Young Master Wang. Looking at the person in a black robe and mask following Wang Yulong, he couldn't help but show a strange expression. If they didn't know better, they might think Tang Jiu was playing cosplay. Tang Jiu noticed the gaze and felt helpless. There was no way around it. The hoodie used in the US for $0 purchases didn't work anymore, so he had to resort to this. Chapter 168. Wang Yulong. I said I would come find you when I return home. The 3 of them had a meal together, and Wang Yulong kept his head down, afraid that if he looked up, he wouldn't be able to eat anymore. After the meal, Alice reluctantly left. After all, she was from the dark web, and she still had things to take care of. The dark web was not as leisurely as the umbrella. All right, look, she is already far away. I have to say, you kid are impressive. You had your eyes on such a big beauty when she was still a minor. Do you have any tricks? Teach me. I'll give it a try at the kindergarten another day. Tang Jiu looked at Wang Yulong with disdain. Bro, even if the old cow eats tender grass, you can't pick the ones that haven't even sprouted yet. Besides, didn't I tell you while we were eating? I happened to save her when I was starting a business in the US, and I didn't even know her name at that time. Just as Wang Yulong was about to say something, his phone received a message. He picked it up and saw the corner of his mouth curve up slightly. Forget about the beauty. The monkey has been found. I want to see if he can really change 72 forms or if he has the eyes of fire. He sat in Tang Jiu's Ferrari heading towards their destination, while his Bugatti was being towed for repairs. Tang Jiu sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. At the port of Magic City. Chapter 169. I brought my RPG, and you tell me you were wrong? Great. The monkey is definitely doomed this time. I predict that the monkey will use his 72 transformations soon. He'll be beaten so badly that even his mother 1T recognize him. I was going to refute the upstairs, but after thinking for a moment, no problem, bro. Just when everyone thought that Douyin's official account wouldn't show up. A barrage suddenly became dazzling. Hey, young Master Wang, what's the matter? Listening. The Douyin official naturally knew Wang Yulong's identity. The young master of Longting Shipping. However, now that Longting Shipping had been acquired by the global group, his father's status had not diminished. Instead, it had risen to a height that people looked up to. To put it broadly, the boss behind the global group is a remarkable figure. Rumors have spread among the higher-ups that he is the leader of several major forces. To put it more specifically, the global group is still a shareholder of theirs. Because of this, they also benefited from the global group's immense influence, avoiding quite a few troubles. The viewers in a live broadcast room almost dropped their jaws. Wow, is it me or am I still not awake? No, this isn't right. It must be the way I entered that was wrong. Let me go out and come back in again. Chapter 170. Coming to the surface since the base of Yaxingyan was destroyed by the umbrella in Africa, they had no choice but to set up a research base within the Sakura. For the sake of research results, they could no longer care about so much. Having learned from the past, they placed a base here. Firstly, their main camp was in Sakura, and if anything happened, they could provide timely assistance. After all, in this small area, their words still carried a lot of weight. Mitsubaka City. In a hidden forest, several black cars parked by the roadside. After a while, two figures emerged from the woods, leading the convoy inside. The researchers in the car looked around with no expression on their faces, and after 10 minutes of travel, they arrived in front of a tall, heavy iron gate. Outside stood more than 10 fully armed soldiers, and at the front was a middle-aged man in a blue officer's uniform with a small patch of beard in the middle of his face. Welcome, everyone from the Freemasons. My name is Sanbin Mulang, and I am the person in charge here. With your help, our research results will surely make great progress. The researchers in the car looked at Sanbin Mulang in front of them. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, especially since they were in a cooperative relationship. Chapter 171. Black Agent. Dr. Molo, the six of them stared at each other in shock, because what should have been blue veins were now being consumed by black, emitting a chilling black glow. What terrified them even more was what happened next. The black aura emanating from Moro's pores touched the operating table, which quickly turned to ashes at a visible speed. However, what they didn't know was that at that moment, Moro's heart had also turned black, and even his entire skeleton had turned black. The doctors stuttered, and just as they wanted to approach to check, Moro, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Strangely, his pupils had turned into black slits. In the next moment, he suddenly sat up, everything returned to normal, and Moro was gasping for breath, his forehead unexpectedly covered in sweat. The six doctors hurried over when they saw him awake, asking, "How are you? Do you feel anything unusual? What exactly is that serum?" Moro did not answer the doctors immediately. Instead, he raised his hands and muttered to himself, "It's a strange feeling. I feel like I can control them." Then, with a thought, black veins appeared again. Chapter 172. Great. You finally succeeded. Let's go, the green light is on. The people in the car wiped the sweat from their foreheads, fully aware of Umbrella's style, simple and brutal, regardless of who you were. At this time, even if the Emperor himself came, he would probably take 2 shots. Outside, Tang Jiu saw that the other side remained unmoved and punched the car window, causing the person sitting next to him to suffer. Before he could react, a large hand grabbed his neck and pulled him out. "Bastard, what do you want? Do you know where this is? Let go of me." The car window being smashed was unexpected. "Tell me, are you from the Agami clan?" While asking, he pulled out a grenade from his pocket and, as the other party spoke, swiftly shoved it into their mouth. Pulling the pin, Tang Jiu pushed the person back into the car. Seeing this, the others in the car were instantly terrified. "Wait, Aren't you guys supposed to ask us questions? This direct approach has caught us off guard. You really are umbrella people. Boom! Before the green light even came on, the car exploded, and the surrounding vehicles, witnessing the scene, no longer cared about the traffic lights and immediately fled. Chapter 173, The Withering Cherry Blossoms inside the Yagami clan's base in Sanbaku City. Sambankuro looked excitedly at what was in his hands, a green liquid. Just a few milliliters could infect everyone in Sanbaku City and keep them awake, preventing them from losing their reasoning and humanity. The only drawback was its bloodthirstiness. The many researchers in the base were equally elated. This would be their great achievement, and history would remember them. Perhaps this would secure their names in history. To all the Freemasons, thank you for your hard work. But you might have to endure a bit of hardship and stay in the base for a while. Don't worry, we can provide you with whatever you want. Sambankuro smiled, waving his hand to have the Freemasons taken away for close supervision. Damn it, bastards. Do you Yagami clan want to steal the fruits of our labor? Do you want to be enemies with us Freemasons? You better think it over. Bastard, let go of me. Sambankuro smiled indifferently. No, we have no such intentions. But how you choose is up to your higher-ups. Perhaps we can collaborate more deeply. Let's not speak too soon. Chapter 174, Freemasons. We surrender. Can we lose half? The three high-ranking members of the Yagami clan had now changed their appearances. Their skin was covered in black scales, and even their faces were the same, with a tail swaying behind them. Looking at their hands, they felt extremely excited. This was the new humanity, power, unparalleled power. They would reshape the world order, inform our people to control the order in Sanbaku City. There will be no mercy for the rebels. Also, the comprehensive plan can now be implemented. Send the rebels to the base. If they are not mine, then they are all for my use. The other two had no objections. From this moment on, the Yagami clan would no longer need to hide in the shadows. The next morning, the world changed. No, the entire cherry blossom world changed. And the scene of the cherry blossoms could not be hidden from the world's eyes. Everyone woke up to find a new group had appeared on Blue Star. They called themselves the New Humanity. The Yagami clan took control of all airports and ordered that no planes be allowed to take off. Early in the morning, news spread like wildfire online. Trending topics were all about this. Shocking. Why did everything change overnight? Are they new humans or monsters? What should we do? Chapter 175, Rooting Out the Freemasons' Nest Number 6 Mind Raced. There were too many of them, and he had to find a way to escape. He coiled his tail around the chair behind him and threw it at Bart. Bart instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be kicked away by number 6, crashing against the wall. Although Bart was fine, his face felt hot. Just as number 6 was about to rush out, several figures blocked his path. Don't even think about running. You will definitely die today. Bart's voice came from behind him, and a dangerous aura rushed towards him. He quickly turned around, but Bart's fist was inches away. He reached out to block, but it was useless. Bang! He was sent flying, spitting blood, and the pain in his arm seemed to indicate that it was broken. Bart would not hold back. The power itself was the limit of humanity, and after switching to an energy heart, it reached a terrifying level. Boring. I thought you were tough, but you're so fragile. You could die now. Number 6 struggled to stand up, one arm completely useless, and several scales shattered, indicating that he was not on the same level as Bart. Bart stepped forward, wanted to finish him off, but suddenly a tail wrapped around his leg. Bart laughed. Oh, really? Do you think having a tail makes you a dragon? Chapter 176, Full Infection, The New Humanity, created by the Yagami clan, could maintain their clarity and reason, which was unacceptable. The second base did not want such an experimental ground. The three stood quietly on the top floor, watching. The gene virus spread out, and inside a military base, the three high-ranking members of the Yagami clan were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, the three of them simultaneously clutched their heads and rolled on the ground, as if their heads were about to explode. Their eyes turned red, their minds muddled, and their hearts filled with unease and fear. In the end, only one thought remained: slaughter. Ripping sounds echoed as their clothes tore from their enlarged bodies, their size growing by 0.5 times. The scales on their bodies emitted a metallic sheen. Reason was overtaken by primal beastly desires, and the three instantly began to fight each other. Not only them, but the entire military base was the same, even the whole Sakura. At this moment, the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Bang! The wall of the room was smashed open, and a high-ranking official was directly blasted out, covered in blood, with one arm torn off. At this moment, a monster over 2 meters tall walked out from the hole in the wall, holding a bloody heart in its hand. Chapter 1770-1778 Big White Cat. Su Lintian naturally agreed to Moro's request, but he was particularly curious about how the heart would enhance the other's strength, or whether something new had been developed at base number 2. You said the heart could enhance your strength. How does it work? Upon hearing this, Moro's thoughts shifted, and his aura changed dramatically. Long Butler, standing behind Su Lintian, suddenly changed his calm expression, flashed, and stood in front of Su Lintian. It wasn't that he was worried about what Moro would do. It was a natural reaction. Once he sensed danger near Su Lintian, he would instinctively shield him. The dangerous aura emanating from Moro shocked him. Su Lintian looked at Moro's current appearance, horrified. He was radiating a black aura, as if he had crawled out of hell like a Shura. It was hard to imagine that the other's eyes were black slits. Just a glance made him feel inexplicably fearful. What is base number 2 researching? At this rate, are they going to create artificial gods? Seeing Long Butler's reaction, Moro showed a look of self-reproach, suddenly knelt down, and said, "My subordinates are damned," causing the young master to be frightened. Seeing Moro suddenly kneeling, Su Lintian was taken aback, then waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for that, get up. You haven't answered my question yet." Chapter 1780-178 Killing One. 3 billion people will also leave a mark in history, right? Moro ignored the low murmur from the other party, stepped forward, and touched the bloodstains on its fur, which miraculously disappeared. The male tiger noticed that the other party seemed to have no hostile intent and retracted the malice on its face, transforming into a harmless appearance. Moro was quite satisfied with its behavior. He had just planned to beat it up severely, but unexpectedly, it didn't seem foolish. "Little guy, you don't want your wife and child to starve, do you? I found you a good place, with food and shelter provided. Your unborn child won't have to worry about food and accommodation in the future. However, for now, you and your wife will follow me. Once we resolve the issues here, I'll take you to meet the young master, and during this time, we can train you a bit." The male tiger looked at Moro, unsure of what to say. But it seemed that the other party really had no intention of harming it. Moreover, it looked quite friendly. Just as it was about to turn and leave with its wife, it found itself stuck in place. Turning its head, it saw Moro holding onto its tail. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't take another step forward. Roar, a deafening tiger roar echoed, and Moro smirked, realizing he needed to take action. Chapter 1790-179 A plump little lowly Wang Yulong was lost in thought and unconsciously started to smile. Seeing this, Tang Jiu couldn't help but think. Did Long Good change his brain when he swapped for the energy heart? It seems he got one that can't be cured, or even if cured, will just drool. Moro stood at the front, looking down at the crowd below, his voice booming. "I won't say much. You should know what to do. More than 30,000 people. Spread out into 10 groups. I'll be waiting for you here. The hearts will be delivered once a day. If you find any particularly special new humans, notify me immediately. Move out." Wang Yulong and Bart left one after another, leaving Moro alone on the scene. His task was to train that pair of white tigers and then hand them over to Su Lintian. "Brother Bart, what do you say? Shall we team up?" After leaving the high-rise, Wang Yulong excitedly asked. He was now eager to kill without restraint. Before, he lacked strength, but now it was different. He also wanted to familiarize himself with the power brought by the energy heart. Bart decisively shook his head. "No, I don't need training right now. I just need to help the doctor quickly collect hearts, so I need to stay with the main force." Chapter 180-180 My knife has even become dull from cutting, surrounded by the sound of heavy footsteps. A large number of new humans swarmed towards the two of them. Wang Yulong seemed to understand something, his expression serious. "Old Gio, it looks like we're in some trouble. We need to quickly inform the doctor about the situation here." The girl who had disappeared before seemed capable of controlling these completely irrational creatures. The two stood back to back, surrounded by a dense mass of new humans, drooling with blood-red saliva, rushing at them, seemingly ready to overwhelm them in an instant. Roar Wang Yulong kicked one person away, and with his right hand wielding the tang knife, he effortlessly split another S-head in half, blood splattering everywhere. With his left hand, he grabbed another person's neck, snapping it with a crunch, and casually tossed the body into the crowd. The series of actions flowed smoothly without hesitation. Yet despite this, The new humans showed no signs of fear. The smell of blood only excited them further. They even overturned the car in front of them, as if in their eyes. There were only Wang Yulong and Tang Jiu. The two stood back to back, cutting through the new humans like chopping vegetables, their tang knives becoming incredibly sharp under the aura. In less than 10 minutes, Tang Jiu's arm began to feel sore as he looked at the mountain of corpses around him. He felt somewhat numb. There were simply too many, and they couldn't be killed off. It was endless. Chapter 1810018 Wang Yulong. Just some wind and frost, he was also attracted by the nearby new humans. While training the tigers, the nearby new humans suddenly became strange. They didn't turn on each other, but all surged in one direction. This piqued his curiosity, so he followed the direction and encountered Wang Yulong and the others. Wang Yulong awkwardly scratched his head. "That's right, doctor. We were just surrounded by them in another place. Densely packed. We barely fought our way out, only to be stopped by that guy and a strange girl. However, when they discovered you, they left before you arrived. And it seems she can control these new humans." "A girl? And she can control new humans?" Moro suddenly became interested. "All right, I understand. I'll personally go look for her whereabouts. You guys are fine, right? If things get tough, just stick with the team. It's safer that way." Wang Yulong looked down at the thick layer of blood on himself, some of it even dried, and remembered the scene of being surrounded earlier. Feeling a shiver run down his spine. He almost couldn't even hold his knife. That feeling of exhaustion made him very uneasy. Facing Moro's suggestion, he shook his head without hesitation. "No need, it's just some wind and frost. A flower in a greenhouse can never become something great." Chapter 1820018 Dog Egg. "Really? Sometimes I think my master is quite dog-like inside the Yi family tea house." Old Master Yi was chatting enthusiastically with a man in his 50s. At the moment he saw the old man, Yu Wenjun knew the other party's intention was nothing more than to discuss matters related to the Su family. And this matter was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have come. The last time, it was just to let his old friends come and chat. Inside the tea room, a unique tea fragrance wafted through the air, rich and aromatic. The two sat facing each other after chatting about trivial matters. The old man picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then got to the point. "Old Yi, I've heard that your precious granddaughter is engaged to the youngest son of the Su family. I wonder when the wedding will take place. You must remember to save me a seat. I'd like to join the fun." Old Yi thought to himself that such matters were not for his little Yi family to decide. It would naturally be according to the Su family's wishes. Yet even so, he still wore a broad smile on his face. "You're joking. As long as you come, you're welcome anytime." The old man chuckled lightly. Then it settled. "I don't know if you've heard about the current situation in Sakura. There are too many uncertainties now, and we have to be cautious. I hope you can understand." Chapter 183. Not a buddy. You don't care about me? After receiving Su Lintian's message, the 5 chairmen quickly boarded planes to Rite Estate, regardless of the time. Arriving early was better than arriving late. Inside Sakura, over 30,000 people, with mechas and dogs working together, moved through the area as if it were uninhabited, leaving a trail of corpses behind them, all hearts ripped out, with bodies piled like mountains on the streets, truly piled like mountains. In the past 2 days, Moro had received no less than 1 million hearts, and his realm of annihilation had expanded hundreds of times compared to before, with his strength reaching an unprecedented height. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he could refine the entire Sakura without needing the help of Umbrella. While training the white tiger, he was also searching for that girl's whereabouts, but she was very cunning and hard to find, or perhaps she knew Moro was looking for her and had hidden away. Yet the reality was that while he couldn't find those he was looking for, he kept running into those he didn't want to see. In a city on the edge of a lake, 2 figures were rushing down the road, with a massive giant snake relentlessly pursuing them through the swirling dust. Chapter 184. Changed just as Xiao Lin was about to help. A knife suddenly emerged from within. Roar the intense pain caused the giant snake to roll on the spot. The nearby small houses collapsed with a bang, and the nearby vehicles were swept away without a trace. Xiao Lin quickly pulled Gu Yanxi to hide. There was nothing he could do at this moment, and he might make things worse. On the rooftop, Wang Yulong looked down, a slight smile on his lips. Inside the snake's belly, Tang Jiu wiped the slime off his face, gripped the knife handle, and made a strong slash. A few minutes later, bang, the giant snake's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, and the surroundings became quiet once again. Poochie, a head emerged from the snake's belly. Tang Jiu placed his hands on the snake's body, glanced at the ruins around him, then looked up at Wang Yulong, who was smiling at him, and said unhappily, "Damn it, Brother Long, you really don't care about my life." Wang Yulong jumped down, stepping on the snake's body, shrugged. "I'm confident in your strength. You see, your current position looks very cool." Tang Jiu looked down at himself, with only his head and hands sticking out. It was hard to imagine how the other could say he looked cool with a straight face. Chapter 185. Empty City. Once Su Lintian sat down, they felt relieved to sit back down as well. They looked at each other, quietly waiting for Su Lintian to speak. It was only then they realized why many people had seemed so reserved in front of them before, but they never expected to find themselves in the same situation today. Su Lintian looked up at the five of them. He naturally had no intention of engaging in small talk. He got straight to the point. "I already know your requests. But before we discuss it, I think you should watch a video first." He turned to give Butler Long a glance. Butler Long nodded and had someone bring over a projector, then projected a scene from Sakura. The Sakura in the video had changed drastically, with numerous buildings collapsed, chaotic streets, and corpses everywhere. However, those corpses were not human. At least that's what they thought, as they were covered in scales, and some animals had grown significantly larger. Everywhere they looked, there was slaughter. Some were being cleaned up by Umbrella, while others were fighting amongst themselves. The impression given was that Sakura had become a true city of slaughter. Especially when they witnessed the power of the new humans, they were shocked. If this were to be brought outside, the so-called kings of soldiers would likely be instantly killed before them. Chapter 186. The Great Escape. Upon arriving at an empty city, the atmosphere immediately became tense. What they didn't know was that the reason it had turned into an empty city was that Umbrella had already cleared out all the new humans in the entire city. Not just the new humans, but even the animals had not been spared. "Get in the car, we're leaving here. Don't retract the drones, keep searching." Compared to the people with Shaoingzi, they were incredibly lucky. In a northern city, Shaoingzi's 100 people had just left the airport and saw the scene outside, as if witnessing the end of the world. "Oh my god, are we going to fight these monsters? Thick skin crab, let us go die then. By the way, how did Sakura end up like this? What are we going to do? They don't look easy to deal with. Shit, watch your current identity." They saw the street in front of them filled with numerous new humans wandering aimlessly. The appearance of soldiers quickly attracted their attention. A roar sounded, and it was like a drop of water hitting hot oil, instantly igniting the street full of new humans into a frenzy, surging towards them like a tide. Chapter 187. Change. With their speed, those low-level new humans couldn't catch up. However, just then, "Brother Long, be careful." Xiao Lin felt a chill down his back, turned his head, and was instantly terrified to see a giant rock smashing towards Wang Yulong from behind. Without time to think, he dashed forward and rolled to the side with Wang Yulong. Bang! The ground shook as the giant rock fell, creating a large pit. Seeing this, Tang Jiu and Gu Yinchi couldn't help but stop. Wang Yulong got up from the ground, his face pale. "Damn it, if you can't catch up, you just throw things, huh? Just wait. I'll go back and bring some mechas to blast you to hell." "Longu, stop making threats. They're almost catching up. We should hurry." However, before Tang Jiu could finish speaking, a human figure appeared before them, looking at them with a mocking expression. "Run? Where to run?" The four of them looked at the person in front of them, their expressions slightly changing. Wang Yulong, seeing the person's appearance, couldn't help but think of someone, the girl he had seen twice before. The person in front of him was almost indistinguishable from her, except one had golden pupils and was female, while the other had red pupils and was male, both with astonishing speed. Chapter 188. 188. Hundreds of thousands of troops in this situation. The only one Tang Jiu could think of was that girl. Xiao Lin and the others pondered Tang Jiu's words. However, the expressions of the dozen or so new humans who had chased them out of the military base were completely different from Wang Yulong and the others. They naturally knew who had come, because in the entire Sakura, the higher-level new humans were either dead or had already submitted to their king. The only person who could do this, in their impression, was Hua Qingyu. Sure enough, on top of the nearby tall building stood a clear figure, with twin ponytails and dressed in a black princess dress. Her long, slender legs made people linger, and, at this moment, her golden pupils gazed at them as if looking at dead people. The golden pupils brought them an invisible sense of pressure. "Watching you, what do you want to do? Do you want to go against Wang?" Tang Jiu, seeing the other person looking up at the tall building, curiously followed their gaze, and a familiar figure caught his eye. He turned to Wang Yulong and teased, "Longu, so your wife is named Hua Qingyu. What'd I just say? It must be her coming to save you." I was right. Bang! Wang Yulong's face darkened as he slapped the back of his head, saying irritably, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Stop dawdling. Find an opportunity to rush out quickly. Don't forget, the king they mentioned hasn't appeared yet. The one who can make these high-level new humans submit must be the big guy who discovered us earlier." Chapter 18900-189, Aren't you here to save me? Tang Jiao gritted his teeth and turned to leave with Xiao Lin and the others. After they left, Wang Yulong turned and used the surrounding low buildings to quickly reach Hua Qingyu's side. His arrival surprised Hua Qingyu, who couldn't help but smile warmly and said, "I didn't misjudge you. I was a bit tangled before about what liking is and what loving is, but now I understand." Her words made Wang Yulong blush, like a girl's face turning red, surpassing all romantic words. This could very well apply to a man. By the way, why are you called Hua Qingyu? Don't the girls in Sakura usually have names like Aoi Neko, Kuma Keiko, or Sakurai Kanna? Just when Wang Yulong thought she would say it was because she liked Eastern culture, Hua Qingyu gave an answer that left him both amused and speechless. She tilted her head, a smile playing at her lips, "Because I'm a mixed-race child, and I grew up in the East." Mixed-race child? Yes. How did he forget that? The two chatted on the rooftop while below, a bloody battle was unfolding. The scene was filled with a dark mass of people, and those who fell had little chance of standing up again, as they would soon be overwhelmed by the army. Chapter 190-00-190 Misha arrive. Third young master lands Wang Yulong, feeling helpless, nodded and said, All right, I give in to you, little witch. Let us go together. We can't stay here any longer. The people from Umbrella should be arriving soon." On the other side, Yi Ziliang and the others stared in shock at the new humans captured by the mechas. This was their first time getting such a close look at them. The black scales looked incredibly tough. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered them before. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine whether they would have survived to this point. Crack! With a forceful twist of the mecha's arm, the new human's neck was broken and discarded on the ground. Su Lintao looked at everyone and said, "All right, you can take these two corpses back home. I'm not trying to scare you, but your guns probably won't even penetrate their defenses. You're lucky that everywhere you've been has been cleaned up by the Umbrella." The soldiers exchanged glances, feeling that made sense, and they all looked towards Yi Ziliang and Chun Tianqi, as they were the captains of this mission. Since Su Lintao had said so, Yi Ziliang naturally wouldn't say much more. Just as he was about to lead his men away, he was called back by Su Lintao. "Ziliang and Tianqi stay. The others can go back." Upon receiving the order, everyone took the two corpses and left. Chapter 191-0191, the terrifying Dr. Molo Su Lintao was brought before Wang Yulong and the others by the mecha, and his arrival surprised everyone, except for those new humans. Wang Yulong sensed something was off when he saw someone from the Su family arrive. They must know the dangers here, and their arrival meant there was no need to worry about safety for them. However, now the one who should be worried about safety was himself. Su Lintao Landif, looking at the endless sea of new humans below. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous at this moment, but thinking about the mechas made him feel slightly more at ease. Third young master. As soon as Su Lintao landed, Wang Yulong and the mechas slightly bent down in respect and greeted him. Wang Yulong looked at Hua Qingyu, who was still in a daze, and quickly discreetly tugged at her sleeve, making frantic gestures. Hua Qingyu finally reacted and hurriedly lowered her head, respectfully calling out, "Third young master." Su Lintao did not feel uncomfortable with their actions, as he had already gotten used to it during his time in the Nine Heavens Palace. Looking at Wang Yulong standing in front of him, he gently patted his shoulder and smiled. "You must be Wang Yulong, right? Not bad. What's the situation now? Where are the others from Umbrella? Why haven't I seen them?" Chapter 192-0192 10 breaths to slaughter a city. Hua Qingyu stared blankly at the scene below, almost dropping her jaw. She had always known that Molo was powerful, but she never expected him to be this terrifying. At this moment, Molo felt like a true god in her heart. Tang Jiao watched the black aura spreading beneath his feet, frightening him into jumping. However, he soon realized he seemed to be fine. Turning to see Bart's strange gaze, he awkwardly smiled. There are mosquitoes. Or stop right there. I have no intention to oppose your Su family. How about you retreat now? And from this day forward, we won't interfere with each other." Su Lintao found the other party's words somewhat ridiculous. At this point, he couldn't understand how the other side could have the face to say such a thing. Molo, seeing that Su Lintao did not respond, naturally had no intention of stopping. The new humans perished in droves, and a large amount of energy flowed back into him. It could be said that his strength was changing every minute. Seeing that the demon Luo had no intention of stopping, Wang already knew that the other party wanted to wipe them out completely. Damn bastard, this is Sakura. You group of invaders, you're going too far? Roar Chapter 193-0019, 3 Demon Luo. Please call me the Nation Slayer. After Demon Luo returned, he immediately ordered them to retreat. Sakura no longer needed them. He was enough on his own. Bart and the others naturally did not object and left Sakura with their people. The eyes of the entire world focused on Sakura, especially the warships outside the Sakura Sea area. Upon seeing them retreat from inside, they thought they could go in and pick up some leftovers. But little did they know that the mecha stationed outside had no intention of leaving. This left them baffled, not understanding what the Su family meant by this. However, they soon found out. Demon Luo wandered through all the cities of Sakura with 2 white tigers, stepping into each city that had not yet been cleansed. In 10 breaths, a city was slaughtered clean. Half a day later, the warships at sea suddenly sensed something was wrong with Sakura because they noticed that black smoke was rising within Sakura's territory. What is that? No. Why is Sakura emitting black smoke? What exactly happened inside? Should we ask those mechas? It seems very strange inside. Sure, you can go ask. Don't worry. We will take good care of your people. This is exactly what I mean, your wife and children. I will take care of them. Your son. I will beat him wonderful. Chapter 194-0019, 4 Mountain Lord and Snow Condensation. After the events in Sakura, the world became much quieter. Even though some forces still looked at each other with disdain, they dared not act recklessly. It was no longer like before, where I hit you and you hit me. So what? No one wanted to offend the Su family. After all, the Su family's minerals were spread all over the globe. If you fought, and a bullet flew over there, it would be disastrous. There would be no point in fighting, better to hug each other and dig a pit to bury themselves. Although Sakura was gone, its disappearance still had a significant impact, at least deterring many restless individuals. With no enemies, the Umbrella Corporation and Global Group developed rapidly. So much so that the progress of all bases sped up considerably. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. That silent place was finally revealed. The dark web also chose not to cover it anymore, with news reports flooding the internet and a large number of videos. Now, Sakura was overgrown with weeds, eerily quiet. Not a sound to be heard, the lake's surface calm, and the city in dead silence. As soon as this news appeared online, it caused an uproar worldwide. The top 10 trending topics on Douyin were all related to it. I'm blind. Can someone tell me, is it New Year's? Chapter 195-00-195, Su Emperor? Isn't it called Su Iron Egg? Seeing it like this, Su Lingxian couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I scolded you a bit and you're getting angry with me. Saying this, she turned around with the little white tiger and entered the main hall. After dinner, the family was drinking tea in the living room. While Su Lingxian thought that with no obstacles on Blue Star, the subsequent development should be quick. His goal was to leave Blue Star in a year. Just as he was lost in thought, Chun Yunxian, sitting beside him, suddenly clutched her stomach, her face showing signs of pain. Li Jiao quickly stepped forward, supporting her arm with a worried expression. Yunxian, what's wrong? When she saw her symptoms, she realized that it was time for her to give birth. In the medical room of the Nine Heavens Palace, Su Lingxian stood outside the door, feeling a mix of emotions, both happy and nervous. He was going to be a dad. Shortly after, 2 cries of a baby came from inside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the door of the medical room opened, and a nurse came out holding 2 babies wrapped in swaddling clothes, congratulating the young master. Both the young master and the young lady are very healthy. Su Lingxian stepped forward to take them, coming to Chun Yunxuan's side, softly saying, "You've worked hard, look. How cute these 2 little ones are." Chun Yunxian looked at the little baby in his arms, a happy smile appearing on her face. Chapter 196-00-196. I understand. It's a biological weapon. The appearance of Mountain Lord was like an alien invasion to those in the live stream. At this moment, in their eyes, Mountain Lord was that alien. Su Lingxian jumped on a Mountain Lord's back, riding it while walking towards the forest, explaining, "Little sheep, this white tiger is named Mountain Lord. It's my brother's pet. Don't be fooled by its fierce appearance. It's actually very gentle. The camera focused on Mountain Lord, which cooperatively let out a low growl. In the eyes of the live stream audience, its teeth seemed to glimmer coldly. Ah, yes, it's very gentle. We died very peacefully. That big paw. I estimate it could slap my dad to death with one paw. I think it's not just that. It could probably slap my ex-girlfriend and ex-wife to death too. To be fair, it really is handsome. If I had one, I'd ride it out shopping. Would that be so cool? So big. One meal wouldn't be enough for a pig. If that is the case, I wouldn't keep it. With one slide, it might only be half full. If you want to keep it, then I want to keep it either. If you all want to keep it, then I want to keep it. Aren't you all curious about how this thing came to be? White tigers are rare, let alone such a big white tiger. Chapter 197.0.197 Sube. We will temporarily take over global satellites and return them to you in 7 days. Demon Luo brought Su Lintian to a laboratory that was very spacious, where more than a dozen doctors were busy with various tasks. Along the wall were rows of test tubes of varying sizes, containing all sorts of reagents. Su Lintian curiously approached to check the label information. Among them were initial fast recovery agents, limb regeneration, brain development, mental agents, gene agents, and more than a dozen others, including a brain, but not a human brain, more like one they had created with the label reading, biological brain. After he finished looking at these things, the doctors finally noticed his arrival and hurriedly stopped their work, respectfully saying, "Young master." Su Lintian waved his hand, saying, "You all continue with your work. Just let Demon Luo follow me." The doctors could only continue with their experiments. Demon Luo stepped forward to explain, "Young master, this mental agent and gene agent were developed through the research on new humans. The mental agent can further develop a person's brain. Generally speaking, humans currently only develop about 10% of their brains. We hypothesize that when a person's brain development reaches 20%, they will have photographic memory and peak learning ability. At 50%, they can sense other people's brainwaves and read part of their memories." Chapter 198.00198 Waiting upon seeing Su Lintian arrive, the soldiers all saluted. Sube heard the noise and left the computer. "Young master." Su Lintian looked at Sube in front of him, patted the other man's shoulder, and said, "Xiao Bei, long time no see. How are things here? Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready, young master. All supplies have been transported into the spaceship's cargo hold. Just waiting for your arrival, the configuration of personnel." Su Lintian glanced at the two massive ships in the distance and asked, "How many people can the two spaceships carry?" Back to the young master, 80,000 to 110,000. Without hesitation, Su Lintian dispatched 100,000 bodyguards. A sea of black figures. The rest were selected from other personnel, along with 1,000 intelligent mechas and 1,000 dog eggs, making a total of 110,000. Finally, a burly male butler appeared. "What is your name?" Back to the young master. "My name is Luo Shanha." "Very well from now on. You are the commander of this team. Go ahead, we depart in 1 hour." Luo Shanha began to have people put on battle armor, of which there were only 30,000 sets. After all personnel boarded the spaceship, Su Lintian then boarded the main ship with Butler Long to await the other ships. Chapter 199. A celebration for all while they were holding their wedding ceremony. Su Lingxian spoke to the camera in a live stream. "For a joyous occasion, we must distribute wedding candies. How about this? With so many people in a live stream, let us distribute 1 billion lucky bags." As soon as she finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. "Wait, second miss, are you still the second miss I know? You have 2 billion viewers, and you're giving away just 1 lucky bag?" Yeah. Wouldn't that crush the winner? The amount inside must be over 100 million. Is there a possibility that the second miss meant 1 billion lucky bags, not just one? Su Lingxian didn't care about their comments and shouted directly, "Is anyone from the official team here?" As soon as she finished speaking, a flashy message appeared in the center of the screen. "Douyin Tian Dao, here. Second miss. I'm Xiao Ming. What can I do for you?" "Hahaha, Xiao Yi. You finally have your day. Xiao Ming, I'm out of money on Douyin. Help me recharge 10 million Do coins, and then say thank you to me." Su Lingxian saw the flashy comments on the screen, which were hard to ignore. "Wait a minute, I think I still have $5 billion in my account. Let us distribute it all." Chapter 200. Planet Qatar. However, when Luo Shanha and the others exited the solar system, the scene before him slightly surprised him. Just with the naked eye, he saw 3 planets, 2 of which were entirely green-blue, and 1 was deep blue. They formed a perfect triangular formation, with a distance of about 8 billion kilometers between them. With the spaceship they were on, it would take about 3 hours to travel between them. This truly gave him a big surprise. Slow down. Let us head to the nearest green-blue planet. Planet Qatar, ruled by 3 nations, namely the Musha Kingdom, the Kate Kingdom, and the Ernurlodo Empire. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The Musha Kingdom and the Ernurlodo Empire are neighbors. Thus they have been at war for years, while the Kate Kingdom, established on a sea island, managed to escape the cruelty of war. With this third party present, neither country wanted to be the one to benefit from the conflict, so both have been restraining themselves, preventing the flames of war from spreading throughout the kingdom. However, good times didn't last long. The crown prince of the Musha Kingdom was assassinated in the palace, and the king of the Musha Kingdom was furious. On the surface, the killer pointed to the Ernurlodo Empire, but in reality, there were hidden secrets because the queen had disappeared. On the sea island, within the Kate Palace. Chapter 201. Luo Shanha arrives at this moment on the sea island. King Kate had not yet come out of his fantasy when he was informed that the armies of the Musha Kingdom and the Ernurlodo Empire were coming. Report, Your Majesty. It's bad. They are coming. Bang. The king slapped the soldier away, angrily scolding, What's the matter? Speak clearly, what is it? The soldier wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, quickly got up from the ground, his face full of grievance. Your Majesty. It's the Musha Kingdom and the Ernurlodo Empire. Their coalition army is coming. Hearing that the 2 countries were united against him, King Kate was somewhat incredulous. What did you say? They have joined forces? How is that possible? Upon hearing this news, he trembled all over, his legs going weak, nearly falling to the ground, murmuring, This is impossible. How could this happen? Did he discover that my son was killed by my people? But clearly, thinking about this now was meaningless. The coalition army of the 2 countries was already at the gates, leaving him no time to ponder. Outside the sea island, the sea was densely packed with ships. The 2 countries gathered together, with a total military strength reaching an astonishing 500,000. On the Kate Kingdom's side, their ships were only half of that of the Musha Kingdom. Chapter 202. Sending people back to Blue Star, Luo Shanha casually tossed the corpse on the ground, nonchalantly clapping his hands, feeling as if he had just crushed an ant. He killed the king. We must avenge our king. A soldier suddenly shouted, trying to stir the emotions of the nearby soldiers. For such a small fry, Luo Shanha didn't even glance at him, merely waved his hand. The mechas hovering in midair understood the command, and one mecha quickly flew over, grabbing the soldier and dropping him from high above. Then a blue beam of light blasted him into a rain of blood. A piece of bloody flesh landed on King Kate's head, splattering blood all over his face. But even so, he didn't dare to reach out to wipe it. Others were even more silent. It was terrifying. It was not uncommon for someone to die without a complete corpse. Seeing that his archenemy was dead and the sea island was already in his grasp, the king of the Musha Kingdom suddenly smiled and bowed to Luo Shanha, saying, My lord, the Musha Kingdom is willing to pledge loyalty. Just asking for your kindness towards your subjects. What does it mean to recognize the times? The king of the Musha Kingdom truly understood. King Kate nodded repeatedly, just about to say something. Chapter 203. Sudi, good job. This young master didn't hit you. For nothing, the assistant did not hesitate much and took people to prepare supplies. The food on Qatar, though somewhat challenging, was fortunately abundant in animals, and with a vast land and sparse population, there were countless animals, which meant plenty of meat. 2 days later, the spaceship brought back the machinery and some energy crystals from Blue Star. After all, before Luo Shanha left Blue Star, Su Lintian had given them 10,000 personnel from other professions. It would take at least 2 years for Su Lintian to reach planet Qatar, and Luo Shanha wanted to see if he could get people to manufacture a spaceship here. Although many facilities were lacking, this was not a challenge for the technicians. If there were none, then they would create them. As the assistant left in the palace, Zhuo was doing ideological work with his daughter. Although the crown prince was assassinated, as king, he could not have only one son. On the contrary, he had 4 sons and 2 daughters, but now only 3 were left. The youngest daughter has just turned 18, and the more he looks at her, the more satisfied he becomes. She has clearly inherited her mother's beauty and charm. Shafiel. What are you doing staying in the palace all day? Remember to go out more. Show yourself in front of adults. If you can catch Lord Luoshan's eye, our family status will be secure. Do you understand? Chapter 204. Return to the Nine Heavens Palace. Su Lingxian is playing with Emperor Su in her arms. The tea on the coffee table exuding a fragrant aroma. Su Lingtian looks up at Su Lingxian, who is amusing Emperor Su. The 2 years previously mentioned have now passed, and it seems she has no intention of looking for a boyfriend yet. In the past, he would have urged her, but now he isn't in a hurry. When the time comes to visit Base 2, her lifespan can be extended by more than 5 times. She is still in her 20s, very young. Despite thinking this, he couldn't help but ask, Linger, do you have someone you like now? Su Lingxian pinches Emperor Su's chubby face, stunned by the sudden question from Su Lingtian. She quickly remembers what her elder brother said in Magic City, and her curiosity suddenly bursts forth as she responds off-topic, Elder brother, what did you mean by what you said in Magic City? It's been so long. Shouldn't you tell us? Stop talking nonsense. Answer my question first. Don't worry, I'm not urging you. You're still young. What didn't he expect was that before Su Lingxian could respond, Emperor Su in her arms said, Daddy, does that even need to be asked? Of course not. My aunt looks like a fairy. Who is worthy of her? Aunt, am I right? Chapter 205. Before leaving. Strengthen at Base 2. In outer space, Luo Shana's deputy looks at the nearby blue planet, and his previously stern face finally breaks into a long-lost smile. Deputy Commander, the spaceship is about to decelerate and enter the atmosphere. Is the destination in Africa? Yes, we'll return to Africa first, and then let the mech take me to the Nine Heavens Palace. Outside the African base, the sky suddenly darkens, and Su Bei knows the spaceship has returned. After about 2 years, they're finally back. Looking up, 2 spaceships land on the open ground. The deputy commander exits the spaceship and quickly approaches Su Bei, saluting, report. Commander, we have fulfilled our mission. Seeing that it was Luo Shanha returning, Su Bei knew everything had gone smoothly. Thank you for your hard work. Head to the Nine Heavens Palace first. The young master is waiting for you. Understood. Su Bei waves his hand, and a mech flies the deputy commander towards the Nine Heavens Palace in Lead Estate. In the Nine Heavens Palace living room, they didn't keep Su Lingtian and the others waiting long. Soon, news came from outside from Wei Chengxian. The people have arrived. For some reason, Su Lingtian suddenly felt nervous. A moment later, the deputy commander walks in from outside, greets everyone in the living room, and then reports to Su Lingtian, Young master, everything is safe. We found 3 adjacent planets about 1.6 billion kilometers outside the solar system, all of which have civilized life. We colonized Qatar Star in a very short time and confirmed that the other 2 planets pose no threat before Commander Luo sent me back. Chapter 206. Why are all of them orphans? A week later, Su Lingtian leaves Base 2 with his team, feeling the power within him, and he feels terrifyingly strong now. Of course, compared to his previous self, he can indeed say he has become significantly stronger. His eyes are much clearer, and looking at his skin, it has become much more delicate and youthful. The changes in Su Lingtian are not very obvious yet, but the most noticeable changes are in Su Jianzhou and his wife, as they're the oldest among everyone. Previously, their skin was somewhat loose, but now they look as if they have become 20 years younger. They look like they are in their 20s, which greatly shocks Su Jianzhou, especially Li Jiayao. Who wouldn't want to be young and beautiful? Su Jianzhou's eyes twinkle as he leans close to her ear and whispers, Wife, I think we also need to contribute to the Su family's legacy. Don't you think? Li Jiayao initially doesn't understand what he means, but after thinking for a moment, she suddenly realizes, her face turning red as she quietly scolds. You old rogue, what are you talking about? Unexpectedly, Su Jianzhou mutters, I'm not old. Look at us, we're only 18. Chapter 207. Everyone leaves about the matter above. You don't know, so how could I dare to inquire? Could it be that the young master is testing our Wang family? The more Wang Teng thinks about it, the more likely it seems. Just as he is about to call Zhao Ruilong to say he cannot handle it, Wang Yulong's phone suddenly rings. The 2 fathers and sons exchange glances, and Wang Yulong picks up the phone to see an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he quickly answers. Upon learning the identity of the caller, he immediately jumps up from the sofa, stands straight, and speaks respectfully, Yes. All right. Understood, I'll go right now. Sitting across from him, Wang Ting looks at his son's expression with confusion, going from puzzled before the call, to respectful, and finally to shock. A moment later, Wang Yulong puts down the phone, his emotions complex, excited, shocked, anxious, and reluctant. The young master hasn't forgotten about him, but it seems he is about to leave Blue Star. What is wrong? Why do you have that expression? Dad, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Wang Tong's expression stiffens. Hey, I want to give you a combo punch first. You're going to hit me with that, right? Hurry up and say it. Wang Yulong takes a deep breath to calm his emotions and says, Dad, I'm leaving. Chapter 208. Moro. Seems like someone misses me? What he finds interesting is not referring to the Sheffield sisters, but someone else. You all are so many, and I'm just one person. If I don't make a move, I want to have a chance. Great person, what are you talking about? Sheffield looks around but doesn't see any suspicious people, thinking Luo Shanhe is referring to her, her voice trembling. However, they soon realize that Luo Shanhe is not talking about them. In the next moment, dozens of strong individuals suddenly emerge from both sides of the street, each armed with various weapons. Outsiders, get out of our Qatar continent. This belongs to us Qatar people. You are not allowed to interfere. That's right. We don't need you here. Get out of Qatar continent. How dare you? To disrespect the great person. Do you want to rebel? Sheffield looks at the attackers who suddenly sprang out, her pupils constricting as she hurriedly stands in front of Luo Shanhe, angrily shouting at everyone. At this moment, she feels fear. How dare anyone defy Luo Shanhe? If this matter isn't handled well, it won't just be the mere dozens of people in front of them who will die. Rebellion? Ha ha. Listen to what our princess is saying. Are we rebelling? Isn't it you who have betrayed the entire Qatar continent? Chapter 2090020 Annihilation of the Clan. Luo Shanhe looked at the officials and soldiers kneeling in the street. His expression calm. Sha Fei'er watched his current state, feeling anxious in her heart. The calmer Luo Shanhe was, the more terrified she became. This calmness was merely the tranquility before the storm. At that moment, dozens of black streams of light flew from the horizon and stopped behind Luo Shanhe, bringing not only mechs, but also over 100 armored soldiers. The suffocating sense of oppression made those officials and soldiers not even dare to lift their heads. Instead, bowing even lower, almost touching the ground. Commander, are you all right? Luo Shanhe waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. A researcher approached with a vial of medicine and, after receiving Luo Shanhe's consent, injected it into his arm. Within just a few seconds, the wound healed completely. Commander, although Qatar has the materials to manufacture spaceships, it is much more difficult to actually build them here than on Blue Star, mainly because many devices need to be started from scratch. However, we will do our best. We can have it ready in 10 months at the earliest. 10 months? Luo Shanhe felt this was a bit long. Adding everything up, it would take nearly 2 years, but he could understand. Chapter 210000210 A planet abundant in beauties. Queen named Sha and High Priest Yin Xian. Suddenly, a torrential rain fell over the royal city, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. On this day, a tense and oppressive atmosphere surrounded everyone's hearts, with screams, pleas for mercy, and curses echoing throughout the royal city, rising and falling like waves. The rain diluted the bloody smell in the air, washing the blood on the ground, which gathered in low areas, creating what could only be described as rivers of blood. The slaughter lasted for a full 2 days and nights, during which no one dared to go outside. The doors were tightly shut, fearing to invite disaster. 2 days later, the rain stopped, and the royal city, after the slaughter, fell into silence. So Sha thought it was over, but the people below told him that the prince was missing. Hearing this news, he was shocked, and after careful thought, suddenly realized he might know who was behind this. Bang! A hand slammed on the table in front of him, and with a serious face, he said, "The person who is more likely to ruin things than to accomplish them wants to destroy our entire Qatar. He definitely hasn't gone far. We must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Life or death, it doesn't matter." Just then, a soldier in armor, who had been following along, suddenly spoke up. "Searching like this is too troublesome. Just give me the portrait of the person. You don't need to worry about this. Where can he run?" Chapter 211000211 The Sea Nation Starfish. If the life forms on the other 2 planets resembled humans, then the life forms on Starfish were entirely different from humanity. The land area of Starfish was pitifully small. Even though it was similar in size to Blue Star, the ocean occupied 90% of the area. When Luo Shanhe entered Starfish, The scene before him was completely unexpected. At a glance, it was an endless ocean. Let us check the land first. Luo Shanha frowned slightly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Just then, the ship's AI, Tasha, suddenly analyzed, Commander, 90% of this planet is ocean, and its size is comparable to Blue Star. The life signs in the ocean are particularly strong, unlike on land. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Heavens, such a large continent actually has fewer than 200,000 life forms, and their energy levels can't compare to those in the ocean. They are even weaker than the Qatar people, who are about to advance. Upon hearing this, Luo Shanha became interested in the creatures in the ocean. Tasha, what is the highest energy level of the beings in the ocean? He was currently at the 2nd level, although it didn't sound very strong. If he didn't consider physical exhaustion, he alone could wipe out Qatar. Chapter 2:12:0021-2 Luo Shanha. I am much more merciful compared to Dr. Molo outside. Luo Shanha entered with a mech, throwing a 1-meter-sized crab onto the ground, complaining, "The fish here are really rude. They come up wanting to eat us." Your Highness, haven't you taught them properly? Do you want me to help? I see they are quite troublesome alive. I happen to like this. I've never eaten such a big crab before. It must be delicious. The little shrimp trembled at Luo Shanha's words, thinking, "Oh no, is my shrimp body about to turn red?" The Sea King carefully examined Luo Shanha and the mechs behind him with wide, vigilant eyes. Its brain raced, searching through memories. As it seemed it had never seen a creature like Luo Shanha before, and the food it raised on land did not look like this. Where do you come from? And why have I never seen a creature like you in the ocean? What business do you have in the Sea Nation? It could sense the energy fluctuations from Luo Shanha, which were slightly weaker, but it couldn't detect any energy from the guys accompanying him. Chapter 2:13:0021-3 The strongest sorceress of Namite Star. Yin Zian, since you won't come out, I'll have to go in. Muttering to himself, he walked to a large door. He initially intended to kick it open, but after lifting his foot, he put it down again and gently pushed the door. The next moment, bang, the door collapsed. Luo Shanha looked at the fallen door and then at his hand, somewhat stunned. This door is so poorly constructed. It fell down with just a push. Inside, 3 women were blocking a man, trembling in a corner. Luo Shanha stepped in and was stunned at the sight, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Can you imagine the visual shock of 3 beautiful women standing in front of a burly man while he was trembling in the corner? It was like a newly adult girl teasing a 300-pound giant in a corner. The usual rules. He turned to the mech behind him and said. The mech stepped forward, ignoring the resistance, and brought the people to Luo Shanha. After obtaining their memories, he understood that Namite Star was actually a planet ruled by women, which was quite novel. Moreover, he found that every beauty here was quite good-looking, basically all beautiful. Let us go directly to their palace to talk to their queen. Namite Star has many women, and they all look good, while there are many men in the young master's hands. If we go to war, it would waste resources a bit. Chapter 2:14:0021-4 The Su family arrives on Qatar. Star Luo Shanha's expression brightened. They finally arrived. Zwasha, get ready to welcome the young master's arrival. Remember, if any unexpected incidents occur during this time, Qatar Star will become a dead star. Do you understand what I mean? Zwasha looked at Luo Shanha's serious expression and understood that he was not joking or trying to scare him. Understood, my lord. Remember, you have 2 hours to prepare. Go. Zwasha did not dare to delay, nodded, and turned to leave. The next moment, a storm brewed in the entire royal city, and a large number of palace guards surged out to the palace entrance. From now on, everyone is under house arrest, and no one is allowed to step out of their homes. Those who disobey will be punished by exterminating their 9 clans. In the streets of the royal city, as well as in the city where Su Lintian was about to reside, soldiers took turns standing guard every 3 steps, and the people on the streets were all driven away. Mother, what is happening? Why are we under house arrest? Don't ask and don't talk. Hurry and come home with me. The people in the 2 cities were now in a state of panic, thinking it was going to be another massacre like before. After all, they had not forgotten the scenes from the royal city, where the heads of nobles rolled and the entire royal city was drenched in blood. Chapter 2:15:0021-5 No other meaning. I'm just scared to sleep. Inside the 9 Heavens city, Luo Shanha, following Su Lintian's orders, had Zwasha relocate all the people within the city. These people could just supplement the population shortage of the royal city. At first, they were reluctant, but upon hearing they could move into the royal city, They acted swiftly, as if afraid that if they moved slowly, they would lose the opportunity. In just one day, the entire city became eerily quiet, with people gone and buildings empty. Wang Yulong and his group were being led down the street. Looking around in surprise at the treatment they were receiving, they could choose any house, and if they were unsatisfied, they could even rebuild. Xiao Shi, how about we choose this one? The group arrived at a corner and was greeted by a grand entrance, surrounded by walls. Gu Yinshi carefully surveyed the surroundings and entered first. The interior was very spacious and bright. The entire mansion was about 4,000 square meters, with corridors and pavilions fully equipped, and even the decorations inside were exquisite and elegant, all indicating that the owner here was also from a wealthy family. The environment here is nice. Let's choose this one. No need to rebuild. We don't know how long we can stay in Qatar. Yinshi was right. They couldn't stay on Qatar Star forever, and if they rebuilt, they might have to leave before it was finished, which was completely unnecessary. Chapter 2:16.002.1.6 Energy crystals are energy stones? The Mad King, enjoying himself on the high platform, slightly lifted his eyelids and said unhappily, "What do you mean by those people?" "That's my boss, Xiao Haizi. Be careful with your words from now on." The Black Snake panicked and quickly complied. The Mad King turned over and continued to the cleaners beside him. "All right, you can leave now. Xiao Hei, I think you are good, a rare snake. You will replace the position of Xiao Xiaomi from now on, following me and waiting for orders." Upon hearing this, the Black Snake flicked its tongue, almost scared out of its wits. It had heard that the previous Xiao Xiaomi had already been eaten by the king, and it hoped it wouldn't meet the same fate. Noticing it had been silent for a long time, the Mad King's tone turned serious. "What? You're unwilling?" Seeing that the Mad King was about to get angry, the Black Snake quickly shook its head, panicking. No, my king, I am willing, it is my honor." Seeing it was so compliant, the Mad King was very satisfied. "Don't worry, Xiao Xiaomi was just an accident. Following me, you will definitely benefit. Here, take this, it will be good for you." Saying that, he spat out a thumb-sized glowing stone. The Black Snake's eyes lit up upon seeing this, although it didn't know what it was. It was clearly not an ordinary object. Chapter 2:17.002.1.7 Queen Demacia. Do you have a partner? After putting away the items in his hands, he turned and left. Once back on the warship, he immediately ordered to leave this star region. Despite appearing tough earlier, he clearly understood that what the other party said was the truth. He wasn't afraid of the Locke Trade Association, but he had to be cautious of the Locke family behind them. The other party was one of the overlords of this star region, not something they, as space pirates, could provoke. The other members understood his intentions upon hearing his orders and naturally did not ask further questions. By the time the Locke family learned of this matter, they were already nowhere to be found. This incident vividly illustrated that those barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes, no matter how powerful the Locke family was. Capturing the wandering canes would still be somewhat difficult. After all, the universe is vast. Who knows where they would run off to? It would make sense to dispatch all family resources just to catch one space pirate. Doing so would clearly be counterproductive. Keynes realized this, which is why he dared to steal from the Locke Trade Association. Su Lintian was unaware that 12 light years away from them lay such a prosperous star region, where he was currently a guest at the Namit Star Palace with Butler Long and Molo. Yes, just a guest. After learning about Luo Shanha's intentions, he expressed strong agreement, but how things would turn out in the end depended on whether the women of Namit Star were really like that. Chapter 2:18.002.1.819. Did you grow up drinking milk? Born a sorcerer? Could it be that everyone has different physiques? That is quite possible. Yan Zian was completely unaware of his thoughts and continued on her own. As for how to become stronger, I'm not sure, but I can feel that there's a kind of energy in the air that my body can absorb. So I speculate that it should be through absorbing the energy particles in the air to become stronger, but it's very slow, and it's getting slower. Now it can basically be neglected. When I was just born, I could perceive myself getting stronger almost every year, but now, 3 years have passed, and I no longer have that feeling. Su Lintian frowned. Absorbing energy particles from the air? Perhaps the Mad King of the Sea Star was the same way. If that were the case, then the Mad King was a bit useless. Comparing the two, Yan Zian was indeed too monstrous, without any opportunities. And without the energy stones that the Mad King mentioned, she was somehow a level higher than the Mad King, which was simply terrifying. He suddenly thought of a question. Could it be that there was an age difference between them? How old are you now? In the end, Su Lintian still asked the doubt in his heart. If the other party was younger, it would prove that his guess was correct. Yan Zian was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 219.00219 Molo versus Yan Zian. When Su Lintian returned to the Sea Star by spaceship, there were obvious changes here. The land was no longer silent. A large number of people were sweating profusely, and over the course of more than a year, magnificent palaces stood on the land. At this rate, it would take about 5 more years to complete the construction of their territory. Su Lintian only hovered in the sky for a moment and had no intention of landing. He turned with his companions and headed to the Sea Kingdom. When he and Butler Long arrived at the entrance of the Sea Kingdom, the scene before him made him very satisfied. The entrance was a tall and grand stone door, with 3 large characters carved in the center. Sea Kingdom. There were even 4 shrimp and crabs guarding on either side of the stone door, each possessing first-level strength. However, this scene felt strangely odd no matter how one looked at it. The level of evolution is so low that they still look like the original ingredients. Standing on either side of the stone door, their appearance somewhat comical. Su Lintian's arrival quickly attracted their attention. The Mad King was quite astute, fearing that his subordinates might not notice and accidentally offend Su Lintian. So he specially sent someone to the land to obtain a portrait of Su Lintian, instructing all creatures of the Sea Kingdom to imprint it in their minds. Chapter 220, Meeting Me, you can consider yourself finished. Tasha had mentioned that energy detection could reach the 9th level, which was enough to indicate that Moro had exceeded this value. What level comes after the 9th? He currently had no idea. Only a few present had witnessed Moro in action. Tang Jiao, sitting in the lower right corner, reached out and nudged Wang Yulong, who was sitting beside him, and quietly asked Brother Long, "How strong do you think Dr. Moro is now?" The shock Moro brought to them back a cherry blossom still lingered in their memories after several years. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Moro's strength had become now. Wang Yulong stroked his chin, thought seriously for a moment, and then slowly uttered 3 words. "I don't know." Although he was speaking the truth, it sounded so casual in Tang Jiao's ears. Yan Zian frowned, looking at Moro, who stood across from her with a smile. She understood that the seemingly harmless Moro was not as simple as he appeared. Otherwise, Su Lintian wouldn't have kept him by his side. "Senior, I apologize." As the duel was about to begin, everyone straightened their backs and focused intently on the scene, afraid of missing a second. Chapter 221, They are weak, let's go. Although Luo Shanha didn't understand what the other party was saying, he knew that their manner of appearance was not friendly. Keynes, seeing that Luo Shanha ignored him, felt a bit annoyed at first, but quickly became excited when he caught sight of the energy crystals in the chests of the 2 mechas guarding the command room. He couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Energy crystals." Although there were only 2, perhaps the other party had more, and they were even using them as energy for their mechas, which was simply wasteful. He pretended to casually glance at Luo Shanha. The fact that he could be in the command room indicated his identity was not low. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled because Luo Shanha appeared too weak in his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the other party had just stepped into the starry sky? To verify this guess, he smiled at Luo Shanha and said, "Sorry, my tone was a bit hasty just now. Those interstellar pirates are quite cunning, and we are also left with no choice. I wonder if you have seen any suspicious ships?" Luo Shanha didn't understand what the other party was saying. If he could capture the other party, perhaps he could check their memories and quickly learn their language. But for now, he clearly had to choose silence. Chapter 222, Luo Shanha. "All right, I admit, what you said is all true." Not only him, but everyone else couldn't help but swallow hard at this scene, their faces unconsciously revealing greedy expressions. "We're going to get rich. We're going to get rich. With so many energy crystals, we no longer need to be interstellar pirates. Indeed, there's no way for heaven to completely cut off someone's path. We never expected to encounter such wealth. You guys think, how many energy crystals does this force have? If we can seize them all, haha, what a bunch of nonsense from a Locke family. Just give me another 100 years. No, 200 years, and I'll be warming the bed for the women of the Locke family. They wouldn't even dare to make a sound, and would even applaud beside me." As they thought about it, the group began to feel entitled. "Be careful." Boom! An explosion sounded, and among the crowd, a second-level member burst apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The sudden change instantly jolted everyone awake. "Deal with them. Dig out the energy crystals from their chests." Keynes tightened his battle knife, a red glow flashing in an instant. In just a blink, he covered hundreds of meters, the battle knife slicing through the mecha's shield as if it were mud, then cleaving the mecha in half. Chapter 223. Information from the glimmering star domain. Being forced to accept his imagination, Luo Shanhe felt quite helpless. He glanced at the other party and said calmly, "Yes, that's right. You're very smart to think of this." With canes in hand, they easily took over the hard-won warship, which was much faster than their own ships. Moreover, it was large enough for times the size of their spacecraft. After a large number of mechas occupied the warship, the pirate members were gathered together, trembling in fear. They were just miscellaneous workers, with the highest only being 3rd level, unable to resist at all. After Luo Shanhe took full control of the warship, Tasha also replaced the opposing intelligence brain. Although Tasha was slightly lower in level, she was much more reliable. After squeezing out Keynes's value, Luo Shanhe mercilessly wiped him out. Along with those pirate members, for safety's sake, they couldn't be left alive. Once these matters were settled, Tasha brought good news. "Commander, I have good news for you. The fastest travel speed of these 3 warships has reached level 2 warp, 3 times that of our spacecraft." Hearing this, Luo Shanhe's eyes lit up. "So, we can return to Qatar Star in just over a year? That's great." Chapter 224. Continuous surprises. After the Starfish Tribe's territory was established, it took another 2 days to move in. The original 9 Heavens Palace was given to Yi Ziliang and the Chun family to live in. On the Starfish Beach, Su Lintian looked up at the sky, watching Su Di fishing on the sea while riding the Mad King. Unknowingly, he had been out of Blue Star for several years. Su Di had grown up, and although he was still underage, his temperament was much more mature than his peers. Yanxian stood silently behind him, her strength having broken through from the previous 7th level to the 9th level, so fast it left him speechless. Although it had cost a considerable amount of 1st-level energy crystals, it was worth it. Yanxian was now completely treating Moro as her target to chase. Thus, when she broke through to the 9th level, she went to challenge Moro again, but unfortunately, the result was still the same, which severely impacted her confidence. Su Lintian looked at the butler Long beside him. His strength remained unchanged, which troubled him greatly. Why couldn't these people absorb energy crystals to enhance their strength? "Butler Long, how is the research going at the base?" The doctors at the base had been studying for 3 years, and now they probably understood the physical structure of the starfish's evolved beings better than they did themselves. Chapter 225. Heading to the glimmering star domain. A week later, Su Lintian brought Moro to the Sea Kingdom. Seeing Su Lintian's arrival, the Mad King hurriedly came over. At this moment, Su Lintian looked no bigger than one of its teeth in the eyes of the 100-meter giant. But even though it was already at the 8th level, it didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Su Lintian, primarily because Moro was one reason, and the other was that Su Lintian had treated it exceptionally well. If it weren't for Su Lintian's energy crystal, it wouldn't have such strength now. Which is more important, a full meal or a saturated one? It can still distinguish between the two. "Young master, what brings you here? Is there something you need me to take care of? You could have just sent someone to deliver the message. There's no need for you to come in person." Su Lintian looked at the giant before him, which seemed to be getting larger and larger. It felt like every time it broke through a level, its body would swell exponentially. It's hard to imagine that if this continues, the Sea Star might not be able to contain it. "All right, this matter is very important. A year from now, I will leave the Sea Star, and the affairs of the clan will be entrusted to you. Take good care of it. This is an energy crystal for you. I hope that when I return, you'll have broken through to the 9th level. Young master, rest assured, without you, there would be no current king of madness. You can leave the safety of the clan to me. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone damage a bit of the clan's territory." Chapter 226. 00226. It's already a funeral, and he's not dead yet? Far away in the solar system, on Blue Star. Nighttime, in the Yi family. The atmosphere in the Yi family was somewhat heavy. Yi Wenjun lay on the bed, pale-faced, looking as if his time was coming to an end. An old man beside him was checking his pulse. After a moment, the old man came out, and the members of the Yi family immediately surrounded him. Yi Zhonghua anxiously asked, "Elder Tai, how is my father?" The old man looked up at Yi Zhonghua, then turned to look back at Yi Wenjun, the room side, and shook his head. At that moment, a very weak voice came from the room. Zhonghua Yi Wenjun slowly raised his arm, covered in age spots, and weakly called out. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghui quickly stepped forward, squatting by the bed, feeling a mix of emotions. Although everyone will eventually die, when that moment came for his father, he couldn't help but shed tears. Gripping his father's hand tightly, his voice trembled as he choked out, "Dad, I'm here. Don't worry, we will find a way. Your precious granddaughter hasn't seen you yet." Hearing Yi Zhonghui mention Yi Sinny, a slight smile appeared on Yi Wenjun's face as he sighed. "Looks like I won't be able to see her." Chapter 227, 00227 Black Dragon Heavy Industries, perhaps due to the Su family. After Su Lentian and the others left Blue Star, the world still appeared very calm. This allowed humanity to enter a decade of rapid development, especially domestically. After receiving the 9 major research bases, the technology left by Su Lentian was sufficient for them to enter the interstellar era. Not only the mecha technology, but also others enabled humanity to achieve a leap in development. Especially with the help of the global group, the speed was astonishing. While countries around the world were researching mechas, domestic production had already begun. Black Dragon Heavy Industries. In the second year, after Su Lentian left Blue Star, Black Dragon Heavy Industries was established domestically, restarting a long-dormant massive plan. The aerospace mothership was one of the important links and also the beginning. A year later, in the domestic center, a middle-aged man reported to the old man. "The 8th base has informed us that the mothership is complete and they are applying for a test flight." "Do you mean it's finished?" "It hasn't been easy. 10 years have passed since we took over the Su family's base, and now we are finally taking this step to keep pace. Allow them to test fly, and not just test, but do it publicly so others can see that our sights are not on Blue Star, but on the universe." Chapter 228, 00228 Cosmic Superpower. Virtual Universe Organization. This will be an era of opportunities and dangers, a time for everyone to change their own fate. As long as one dares to take risks, they are likely to win at the starting line. This will be a path to the upper class, but it is filled with bloodshed and cruelty. Black Dragon Heavy Industries technological products are emerging one after another. Countries see the East growing stronger and their distance from it increasing. Reluctantly, they can only set aside everything and seek cooperation. 3 years later, Blue Star began to transform significantly with energy replacements, environmental emphasis, and streets filled with sci-fi colors and skyscrapers. Previously, fuel-powered cars were directly replaced by hovering vehicles, and flying machines became widely used. Today, the higher-ups are preparing to explore outer space and begin constructing space bases. Once the space base is completed, humanity will officially enter the interstellar era and the cosmic vision. Far away beyond the solar system, Su Lentian remains unaware of the changes on Blue Star. For 4 years, he stayed aboard the battleship. Not everyone could follow him. The reason he brought Su Bei and the others was naturally not just for their protection. The mission of these 50,000 people was primarily development, not to ensure his safety. With a big weapon Mo Luo by his side, he believed it was much safer than having 50,000 people around. Chapter 229, 00229 Su Bei. In that case, I'll have to let Dr. Mo Luo come over. The old man looked at Su Lentian with anticipation, hoping he could surprise him with a third-level energy crystal. However, he was not disappointed, but not overly happy either, as Su Lentian only produced a single third-level energy crystal. Although there are not many second-level energy crystals in the Radiant Star domain, there's still a fair number. But third-level ones are different. They are generally rare. Of course, this does not include the Radiant Universe Company, as they are part of the Virtual Universe Organization. "Young master, are you sure you want to exchange this third-level energy crystal?" The old man's words puzzled Su Lentian, but he nodded nonetheless. After confirming the exchange, the old man said nothing more and directly transferred 100 million energy stones to Su Lentian. Suddenly, the old man leaned mysteriously and whispered, "Do you have any 4th-level energy crystals? I can personally buy them from you at a 20% higher rate than the original price. What do you think?" Su Lentian showed a look of regret and replied, 20%? That's such a pity. I don't have any. Senior, rest assured if I do get any, I will definitely find you first. Chapter 230, 00230 Wang Yulong. Here to deliver a message? Hurry, don't let him get away. Su Bei's actions, although not infringing on the interests of the 3 major powers, still incurred the displeasure of other smaller factions, as they were taking away their livelihoods. Naturally, they wouldn't agree. However, not knowing the origins of Su Bei and the others, they didn't dare to turn against them. Just then, as soon as Su Bei landed, he was warned by others. After just occupying a place and discussing with Wang Yulong on how to proceed, a soldier reported from outside that messengers from other factions had arrived. Su Bei and Wang Yulong exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Isn't this an opportunity? Hurry, bring him in, don't let him escape. The soldier was taken aback, clearly not understanding Wang Yulong's words, but he turned and left. Momins late. An old man walked in, probably around 60 years old, with a strength at the 7th level. Based on their understanding of this planet, a 7th level individual is already a high-ranking figure in a force. It seems that the other party's identity should not be low. Before the old man arrived, he was anxious. After all, who knew what the situation was with this newly arrived force? What if the other party looked down on him and he couldn't return? However, fortunately, the strongest person on the other side was also at the 7th level, the same as him, which made him feel a little more at ease. Chapter 231.002, 3. When you make a good point, then you go. Ba Tianxiong looked at the people below, each speaking in turn, with a face as dark as coal. He even suspected that these words were fabricated by these guys to take the opportunity to insult him. However, no matter what, that group of people was indeed becoming increasingly unruly. If this continued, they would no longer take him seriously. Glancing at the people below, he said in a deep voice, "Enough, you don't need to cry here anymore. I have reported this matter to the Dun clan, but it cannot continue like this. Otherwise, when the Dun clan holds us accountable, no one will be able to bear it. Send someone to notify them to come here. President, they probably won't come so easily, right? Who would put themselves in danger? Well, you make a good point. Then you go personally to notify them." The person who just spoke nearly collapsed in fright, cursing himself for being talkative. Sending himself? What was the difference from sending him to his death? President, can't someone else go? It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but they had exterminated his entire family. If he went, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to help but act, thus ruining your big plans, President. Ba Tianxiong's eyes widened, thinking, "You want to go? Do you want me to go?" Chapter 232.002.3.2. I raised those black-headed chickens for 2.5 years, and they won't let them go. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian pondered. Don't you want her to fight for your Mu family? I have agreed on her behalf. As for the payment, a few level 4 energy crystals will do. The first half of the sentence made Mu Yao happy, but what was the second half? A few? A few? Selling the Mu family wouldn't even get 3 digits. And you opened your mouth to say a few? And with such a relaxed expression, you might as well have the Mu family give you some. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Haha, you're joking, my lord. We can at most give you 1 level 4, but we can give you 10 level 3 instead. Or use other things in exchange." Seeing his troubled expression, Su Lintian waved his hand and said awkwardly, "That's fine. Energy crystals are secondary. Mainly, I want to be friends with you." The word sounded nice, but in fact he was thinking, as long as the Mu family doesn't beg to cling to me later. He didn't care about those level 4 energy crystals, as he had plenty in his space. What he valued was the friend Mu Yao and, of course, the Mu family behind him. Thinking this way, his mood instantly improved a lot. It was nice to have someone deliver food when going out to eat. Chapter 233.002.3.3. Moro. I seem to have discovered some nutrients. After the warship entered, the soldiers sent by Su Bei to find Su Lintian quickly learned of their location. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Ba-Dao Society, Su Bei looked at the old man on the high seat, frowning slightly. The energy fluctuations within the other party made him feel fearful. The other party was undoubtedly a planetary-level powerhouse. Wang Yulong also noticed this and moved closer to Su Bei's ear, whispering, "Beige." The other party seems to be not easy to deal with. Su Bei remained silent, looking at the old man Hong on the high seat. Who should be the person sent by the Ba-Dao Society's backing? Who are you? Who is standing behind you? Speak up, and perhaps for the sake of the other party, I can let you off the hook. Old Hong squinted his eyes, sizing up Su Bei and the others. A 7th level strength was naturally not weak here, but in his eyes, they were no different from ants. Killing a 7th level individual was no different from squashing an ant. Su Bei shrugged. Who you are is not important. What matters is I want to know who you are. Upon hearing Su Bei's frivolous tone, Old Hong's expression darkened instantly. He simply couldn't understand how a mere 7th level individual could have the courage to say such words. Chapter 234.002.3.4. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. Looks like I need to cheat. That feeling he hadn't experienced for a long time. Ever since Cherry left, he hadn't felt it again. Experiencing it again was truly exhilarating. He didn't expect to be surprised like this today. There's no one here anymore. You could develop elsewhere. With his shock, Your development should face no obstacles. If there's nothing else, I need to return to the young master. Only Yin Zian is a 9th level there, and I'm not too confident about their safety. Su Bei nodded repeatedly. Thank you, doctor. We will take care of the follow-up matters. Seeing this, Moro did not linger and soared into the sky. Flying by himself was too slow. It was fine within the planet, but outside it was no different from a turtle crawling. The warship's speed was much faster. Watching Dr. Moro leave, everyone showed envious expressions. Dragon Brother, that's so cool. Can breaking through to planetary level allow one to fly? Maybe. We'll be there soon. All right, the matter is resolved. Let us quickly clean up the remaining forces on this planet. Su Bei patted Wang Yulong on the shoulder and smiled. Chapter 235.00235 Azura. Are you sure you want to hire us to kill Su Bei? The departure of Su Lintian and the others left the guards confused. Weren't they here to see their young master? Why did they leave? When Mu Yao happily came out from inside, Su Lintian and the others had long disappeared. Mu Yao looked around and didn't see Su Lintian. If he hadn't recognized Luo Shanhe as someone next to Su Lintian, he would have thought he was deceived by the guards. Why are you the only one? Oh my, sorry. The young master had to leave temporarily and asked young master Mu to meet at the restaurant where we previously met. Although Mu Yao was puzzled, he didn't think too much and followed Luo Shanhe out. Shuiguang Universe Company. Su Lintian arrived at the 3rd floor with ease. Without saying a word, he bought the dimensional ring and then looked at the dazzling array of treasures, directly buying everything. He packed everything into the dimensional ring and, after checking his expenses, found he'd spent a total of 50 level 4 energy crystals. He felt a bit unsatisfied and left with Butler Long and the others under the dazed gaze of the salesperson. When he arrived at the restaurant, Mu Yao had already ordered a full table of dishes. Seeing Su Lintian coming in from outside, Mu Yao quickly stood up. Heavens, you finally arrived. What happened? Do you need my help? Chapter 236.00236 Endless Pursuit? Simple. Just exterminate your entire clan. Mu family. Mu Yao brought Moro to find Mu Gi, who was in the reception room, sitting across from a man exuding a stellar-level aura. Father. Mak Yao greeted softly, sitting beside Moro and waiting. As soon as Mu Gi saw his son return, he nodded and turned to the person in front of him, saying, Sir, please leave. I need to carefully consider what you said. The man, seeing that it was Mu Gi's son who came in, spoke frankly without any reservations. All right, but I hope the head of the Mu family will think it over. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to cooperate with my Dun clan. As for the Moro who came in with him, just an ordinary person, nothing to pay attention to. Originally, the Dun clan wanted to casually find small power. But thinking of the fate of the Blade Society, small powers are too unstable. Who knows when they might be wiped out again? After finishing his words, the man stood up and was about to leave when the previously calm Moro suddenly raised his head to assess the other party upon hearing about the Dun clan. 1st level of stellar rank? It seems that the Dun clan sent quite a few experts to the Twilight Star domain. In that case, that would be great. Upon hearing this, Mu Gi's expression darkened. Although he didn't know how powerful the Dun clan was, the way the other party spoke made it seem as if his Mu family was like an ant in their eyes, which made it hard for him to maintain a good expression. Chapter 237.00237 Moro breaks through to planetary level, a 1,000-meter body, blocking the sky and sun. Maka now only felt a bit weak, his legs soft. The only thing he was grateful for was that he had never shown any disrespect to Moro. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine whether he would end up like that guy, leaving no trace behind. Moro looked at the 2 fathers and sons, smiled lightly, and said, Young Master Mu, have you forgotten something? Upon hearing this, Mak Yao shivered all over. Realizing the matter, he almost forgot. Yes, he almost forgot the main point. He turned and relayed Su Lintian's words to Mu Gi verbatim. If it were before, he would have been a bit resistant. After all, the Mu family, while not very strong, was still decent in this small plot of land in the Twilight Star domain. Letting the Mu family submit to Su Lintian, he was somewhat unwilling. But that was before. Now, Mak Yao expressed that it was really appealing, even though he still didn't know Su Lintian's identity. Just witnessing Moro kill a stellar rank made him realize that the other party's identity was definitely extraordinary. Stellar rank, even if it's just the 1st level. It cannot be denied that a stellar rank can kill his father like slaughtering a dog. But in front of Moro, it was like an ant. If Mugi knew that his son made such a comparison, he would probably have to use a big knife dipped in iodine to cut and disinfect. Chapter 238.002.3.8 The Golden Hoop Rod Covered in Dung. Still going to fight the white bone spirit 3 times, is also powerless. Regarding the praise for Su Lintian, Yanzian smiled happily. Young Master, just now young Master Mu came to inform us that tomorrow is the day the martial arts competition begins. Asking whether we will go with them or go separately. Is tomorrow the day of the martial arts competition? Responding to the Mu family, we will go by ourselves then. Suddenly thinking of something, he turned to Yanzian and said, High Priest, you should go with the Mu family. After all, you still need to represent the Mu family in battle. Okay, young master. Su Lintian glanced at Dr. Moro, planning to see the strength of the Mu family's higher-ups at that time and whether it was necessary to let Moro participate. After all, if he let the doctor go up, he feared the doctor wouldn't be able to hold back, and it would probably turn into a massacre rather than a competition. After Yanzian left, he looked at the dragon housekeeper beside him. In 3 years, he hadn't wasted time. His strength had also risen to planetary level 5, nearly catching up with the prodigy Yanzian. This was naturally due to the majority of the credit from the research decisions, absorbing energy nearly twice as fast. And with his infinite energy supply, if there was still no major breakthrough, that would truly be a waste reaching a boiling point. Dragon Housekeeper. How are Su Bei and the others doing now? Chapter 239.002.3.9 When she slaps down, you'll behave. After a moment, 7 of the 10 major powers have arrived. Ma Qiao sat in the Mu family's position, looking around, trying to find Su Lintian's figure, but he didn't see any trace of him. Mu Gi sat in the front row of the Mu family's position, with Yanzian sitting alongside him. The Mu family members behind them felt nothing wrong. However, the adjacent Anus, upon seeing Mu Gi arrive, was just about to make a teasing remark when he caught sight of Yanzian. Suddenly, his whole body bristled. Just a moment ago, he was feeling smug because Atana was a planetary level 7, but now his mood had plunged to the bottom. Upon sensing the aura from Yanzian, disbelief filled his face. Planetary level 8? How is that possible? I'm only planetary level 9. How can I compare? After all, I'm already 200 years old. He thought Atana was already the most monstrous genius in the Twilight Star domain. But now it seemed he had been sitting in a well and watching the sky. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he smiled at Mugi. Your companion here looks quite beautiful. I was just thinking of a union with your Mu family. What do you think of Atana? Saying this, he pulled the bewildered Atana beside him. Chapter 240.002.4.0 Domain. This is impossible. The old man looked down at the entire martial arts arena from midair, only pausing for a moment before landing on the high platform with Su Lintian and the others. The 3 major overlords, seeing this scene, immediately stood up and respectfully called out, Old Yin. They then fixed their gaze on Su Lintian and the others, whose highest strength was planetary level 5. Most importantly, all the major powers had arrived. Who were these people? How dare they come up here? Did they not know the rules of the Twilight Star domain? Su Lintian ignored their gazes and instead looked at the old Yin they mentioned with surprise. He had seen the other party before, and even when he first arrived, but he didn't expect them to be so low-key. Yin Hashan saw Su Lintian looking at him and smiled lightly. We meet again. Yin Hashan's words surprised everyone present, especially the 3 who had just been puzzled, Locke, Mu Yun, and the others. They didn't expect that Su Lintian and the others actually knew the head of the Twilight Universe Company. Knowing old Yin and being a stranger, could it be that they were outside forces? Yes, only this way could it make sense. The ghostly toxic woman, the old man Ling Feng. It seems that this martial arts competition has become a bit tricky, as some outsiders are getting involved. Chapter 241.002.4.1 Yanzian. The other 8 major powers come together. Yin Hashan was filled with shock, to the point that he couldn't help trembling all over. To comprehend one's own domain at planetary level 8 was simply unheard of. Who exactly was this person? But what made him even more horrified was that such a woman was actually someone else's maid. Then who was the man who exchanged energy crystals at the Twilight Universe Company? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the calm Su Lintian sitting beside Mu Gi, frowning and muttering. Who exactly are you? Su Lintian, of course, did not know what he was thinking. He had already become accustomed to Yanzian's prodigy. Ling Feng and the others smiled wryly. It seemed we would have to step aside. In the crowd below, Bai Mushua gaped, staring blankly at Yan Zian descending from the sky. This must be what her brother just referred to as there's always someone better. The old man behind the two squinted his eyes and looked up at Yan Zian, unable to help but exclaim, this can no longer be called a genius. It's simply a monster. Even in the Tianyu Empire, there are few who can compare to her. In a small place like the Tsueguang Star region, it's truly a waste. He thought that his young master breaking through to the third tier of the stellar level at 18 was already a genius among geniuses. He didn't expect that in such a weak star region, someone at the planet level could comprehend a domain. Chapter 242, Yan Zian, I will kill you, the Dun clan. The boy's words instantly ignited the anger of the young generation of the three major powers. If you're so capable, why don't you come up yourself? Don't tell me you came here to save face because you're afraid. A mere Tianwu Corps dares to speak so boldly here. Do you really think you can compare with our three major forces? The leader of the Tianwu Corps had a somewhat ugly expression but dared not explode in anger, as what the other party said was the truth. Besides, it wasn't his turn to speak right now. Useless. The young man coldly snorted and leaped towards the arena below. No. The elder sent by the Dun clan hurriedly shouted to stop him. But it was already too late. The young man had reached Yan Zian's side. This was his only son. If anything happened, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his wife when he returned to the main clan. Elder, don't be anxious. Even if my son can't win, he should still have time to admit defeat. That's right. It will also show other forces that their young generation is full of bullies who fear the strong. Dun Chi turned his head and looked expressionlessly at the two who spoke. If anything happens to him, you two won't have it easy either. Chapter 243, The Doctor Appears. Everyone is shocked. As soon as Dun Hao heard his father's hint, the hair on his back stood up, and a killing intent surged. Just as he wanted to take action, he found that he couldn't draw his knife no matter what. When he focused his eyes, his face turned pale with horror as he saw a chill spreading from the frost giant's sword towards his knife. The knife was instantly frozen. With no time to think, he decisively abandoned it and tried to slip away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yan Zian appeared behind him, holding a blue ice sword, a terrifying aura enveloping the blade. At that moment, he smelled the scent of death. Without thinking about anything else, he raised his head and shouted, "Father, save me." This cry for help caught everyone present off guard. What is this? Isn't he supposed to be shouting for surrender? Does he really want to kill the opponent in the arena? Your Excellency, how bold, daring to take advantage of my wife, if you have the guts. Come out for a duel. You let me reach the fourth tier. If I lose, I'll kneel and apologize to you and say thank you. Then I'll forgive you. Dun Chi, on the high platform, couldn't care about anything else. The aura of a second-tier stellar level enveloped the entire competition field, and the next moment, the sky turned blood red. He roared, "Stop! Whoever dares to harm my son, I will tear you to pieces." A bloody hand with a world-destroying momentum pressed down towards Yan Zian, trying to force her to give up the attack. Chapter 244, Elder Hun. If he survives for 5 minutes, I will die 5 times on the high platform. The demon Luo stepped down. The previously blood-red sky seemed to have been torn open by darkness. It quickly engulfed everything, turning the entire competition field pitch black. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone present feel as if they were at the edge of an abyss, as if they would be swallowed whole any second. The entire sky turned black. Although they knew this was the opponent's domain, why did it give them such a bad premonition? That's right, I felt it too. Where does this premonition come from? Stop talking. The more you say, the more scared I get. I keep feeling like he will kill us all in the next second. Haha, are you kidding, brother? There are more than one stellar level here. The 3 major powers will intervene, and even if not, isn't Elder Yin from the Tsueguang Universe Company here? How could he kill everyone? Don't scare yourself. Now I'm a bit scared too. Wait, isn't that the man without energy fluctuations from before the competition? What is going on now? What do you mean? No energy fluctuations, yet can fly? Isn't this a typical hidden big shot? No wonder Elder Yin knows them and even took the initiative to greet them. It turns out we were looking at the sky from a well and were blind. Chapter 245, Doctor, who is in favor, who is against? The scene from the Tianwu Corps made the audience feel the breath of death. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Do you think if I run now, will I still make it? Of course, as long as the other party lets you leave, it will be fine. Otherwise, I advise you to sit obediently. This is the stellar level? Truly terrifying. Dun Chi opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't. In the end, he laughed, ha ha ha. In an instant, the blood-red aura on him became violent. The the sky stirred, forming an energy storm centered around him, as if an 18-level hurricane swept through the entire competition field. Those below level 7 were all lifted into the air. Demon Luo watched the opponent wanting to counterattack before dying, clenched his palm, annihilate. The next moment, the energy storm ceased, and people rained down from the sky. No one cared about those who fell. Whether they lived or died was all up to luck. Brothers below, catch me. People below looked up, smiling. Bro, don't worry, I've got your back. Don't have any concerns. Chapter 246, Tianyu Empire. Imperial Star Anus stood awkwardly beside, as he had previously boasted about wanting to slap the Mu family in the face. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? He felt embarrassed to curry favor with Mu Gi instead. At this moment, Mu Gi had a smile on his face, feeling a bit elated, and his smile had not stopped. Even the other members of the Mu family were excited. On the other hand, Demon Luo brought the Bai siblings and Elder Hun to a restaurant. Su Lintian sat by the window, looking at the scene outside, with the Suiguang Star region in hand. Resources were sufficient to support the Su family. However, there were too many powers above, and he needed to advance further. At the very least, he needed to become a giant like the Virtual Universe organization to feel secure. But there was no rush now. He still needed to settle in the Suiguang Star region. At this moment, Demon Luo entered with people from outside. Young master, the person you wanted to see is here. After speaking, he turned and respectfully stood beside Su Lintian. Su Lintian looked up at the three in front of him, observing the aura of the Bai siblings and the dimensional rings in their hands. No wonder they had a 9th-tier stellar level as a guard. The power behind them was extraordinary. Sorry to meet you all in this way. Please take a seat. Chapter 247-002-47 Su D. You can't look. Mother will be angry if you do. Su Lintian found this somewhat amusing, but he did not take the dimensional ring. What was given to you? Why should you give it to me? Besides, the person has already left. Aren't you curious about what is inside? Why did she specifically remind you to look after she left? Could there be something very special inside? With his words, Su Di's curiosity was immediately piqued. She withdrew her hand and took a glance at the contents of the dimensional ring. Upon seeing what was inside, her cheeks couldn't help but flush red, and she quickly put the dimensional ring away. Seeing this, Su Lintian's mind flashed, and he teased, "What is inside that made you blush like that? Let father have a look." But Su Di hurriedly covered it. Her face flushed as she said, "No, father, you can't look." "Why not? Weren't you just going to give it to me? Now you won't even let me see it. I didn't know what was inside just now. Anyway, you just can't look. Mother will be angry if she knows." Su Lintian seemed to understand something, looking at Su Di with a meaningful smile. "Oh, father, what kind of expression is that? It's not what you think. I don't want to talk to you. Milk bottle, little flower, let's go. We're going out to play." Chapter 248-00248. If it's not hard to eat, it's actually quite delicious. Starfish. The Su family was barbecuing on the beach when suddenly, a large shrimp poked its head out of the sea, took a look at the things on the barbecue rack, and then turned and swam back into the depths of the ocean. Moments later, 2 claws each held a 20-centimeter-long blue shrimp, which were thrown towards the barbecue rack and landed perfectly on it. The others, seeing this scene, were no longer surprised. It was clearly not the first time. I wonder how my elder brother is doing now. It would be great if he were closer, but unfortunately, it's 12 light years away. With the battleship he left behind, it'll take too long to reach. Su Lingxian used tongs to flip the lobster, sprinkling some seasoning, and the next moment, a fragrant smell wafted out. Don't worry. The Mad King is already at the planetary level, and once it breaks through to the stellar level, I plan to take it to find my elder brother. I believe with it around, the journey should be much safer. Su Lintao looked at the vast ocean and wished he could go find Su Lintian now. But with their current strength, the journey was too far and safety could not be guaranteed. For safety's sake, they needed to wait until there was a stellar-level existence nearby. Relying on it? That's too slow. If you work a bit harder, you could break through to stellar level faster than it. Chapter 249-00249, The New King of the Sea Kingdom, Mad King. The warrior looked at the huge creature before him. And even though he was already at planetary level 5, 2 levels higher than a Mad King, he still felt a sense of unease. Mainly because this guy was simply too big. "Mad King, you are? Planetary level 5? Young master asked me to bring you a message." Upon hearing that it was someone from Su Lintian's side, the Mad King's vigilance instantly vanished, and he even felt somewhat excited. "Young master? Has the young master returned?" The warrior shook his head. The young master has not returned. He said that once you break through to stellar level, you should go to the Tsuigwang star domain to find him. As for how you get there, someone outside will tell you at that time. Soon, someone will deliver energy crystals to you. I hope you won't keep the young master waiting too long in the Tsuigwang star domain. After you leave, the Sea Kingdom must not give up and should find a strong person to take your place. Upon hearing this, the Mad King was filled with gratitude, knowing that Su Lingtian had not forgotten him and had even sent energy crystals. Understood. Please tell the young master and young master that I, Little Black, will not disappoint them. I am truly determined to become a renowned fish. Chapter 250.00250 Insect Race. When asked about his brother, who had never appeared, Wang Xingyu was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the photos displayed at home, he would think his parents had made up a fictional character. The girl's words instantly triggered his childhood memories. When he was 8 years old and just starting to understand things, he had asked his father the same question. He vaguely remembered the look of longing on his father's face, mixed with a hint of pride. It was a night of heavy rain, and his father was sitting on the living room sofa, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window. Xiaoyu, your brother's body is special. Your father can't say much. Everything we have now, wealth and power, is all thanks to your elder brother. The two sat on the sofa for 2 hours, with Wang Tung mostly talking and Wang Xingyu listening. From being hunted in the United States to dominating Cherry Blossom, bombarding the headquarters of the Sanka Group, turning the toilet into ruins, and then becoming a colonel in Africa, he was a figure of legend. If it weren't for the photos of his brother in military uniform in Wang Yulong's room, he would have thought Wang Tung was exaggerating. Father, is my brother really that amazing? Then why have I never seen him since I was little? Also, why is the cherry blossom you mentioned no longer on the map? Chapter 251.00251 Suhani, brother, I'm your sister. No one noticed what was happening on Mars, not even the countries of Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the outer space of the Tsuigwang star domain, a black spaceship appeared. Su Lintao looked at the gigantic planet before him, his face filled with shock. It was simply too grand. Mother, have you arrived? Is father and brother on this planet? Suhani excitedly grabbed Chun Yunyu's arm, her words filled with joy. It should be, you'll know soon. Inside Navet Star, Su Di was strolling on the street with the milk bottle, and behind him was Yin Zian, who seemed to have received some news and took a couple of steps forward to say, young master, madam, and the others have arrived. Has mother and the others arrived? As soon as he finished speaking, a spaceship appeared in the sky. The people on the spaceship were guided to the ground, and before Su Di could react, a figure flew towards him. Brother, long time no see. Hearing this familiar voice, a smile appeared on Su Di's face as he broke free from the embrace and leaned back to look at the girl in front of him. He joked, beauty, men and women shouldn't be too close. And who are you? Why does your voice sound so much like my sister's? Quickly say, did you grow up eating my sister's food? Suhani's smile froze, and she stood there in a daze, thinking that Su Di had forgotten what she looked like after not seeing her for so long. Her expression turned from dissatisfaction to tears welling up in her eyes, as if she was about to burst into tears. Brother, I'm your sister. Hey, beauty, why are you cursing? Woo, has become ugly, that even her own brother can't recognize her? Suhani looked down, pretending to be pitiful, and whispered, seeing her about to cry. Su Di quickly put away his joking demeanor and said, all right, I know you're my sister now. I just didn't expect that in just a few years. He has become such a beautiful woman, stunning and graceful, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Flattered by his praise, Suhani immediately laughed out loud. Huh? Of course. Just look at whose sister I am. By the way, where's father? At that moment, Su Jianzhou and the others walked over. When the baby bottle saw the mountain lord in Xuanning, it ran over, rubbing its big head against the two tigers to express its joy. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, you finally came. Let's go. I'll take you back to see father. The group walked towards Su Lingtian's residence, chatting and laughing. Passers-by on the street were very curious. Who are those people? Who cares who they are? Regardless of whether they're strong or weak, they're not people we can mess with. Didn't you see the emperor laughing and talking with them? The Mu family, upon learning that the Su family had arrived, wanted to pay a visit and show their faces in front of Su Jianzhou and the others. But before they could get close, they were sent away by Mo Luo. The other three major powers had the same idea, but this time they didn't need Mo Luo to do the job. Mu Gi, looking unsatisfied, drove the three away, secretly complaining. What a joke. We can't even see them, and you still want to? The arrival of Su Jianzhou and the others made the residence much livelier. After spending a few days with everyone on limitless and explaining the situation in the Tianyu Empire, they prepared to enter seclusion. Although they could go to the Imperial Star now, with their current strength, they would only become lambs to the slaughter for those forces. However, the Celestial Group and the Shadow Killers could take the lead. Dragon Butler informed Xiao Bei and Robert to find a suitable opportunity to head to the Imperial Star first. Also, after I finish my seclusion, send a spaceship back to Haixing. When that Mad King breaks through to the stellar level, bring him over. This time, there are resources and a spaceship in the dimensional ring. You handle the distribution. After giving the instructions, he turned and left. Once he entered seclusion, the others also began to join in. On the contrary, Su Lintao planned to take Yi Sini and Su Linglong back to Blue Star first. Su Lintian was aware of this and knew his intentions. Chapter 252, 00252 Duan Shun arrives. Almost scared to death, Yi Sini was deeply moved when she learned of Su Lintao's thoughts. Indeed, she hadn't seen her parents in over a decade. To say she didn't miss them would be self-deception, which made her think of her grandfather. If nothing unexpected happens, her grandfather is now in his 90s. She wondered if she would still be able to see him this time. "Husband, when are we going back?" Su Lintao turned around, gently stroking Yi Sini's cheek, and said softly, "It might take another 6 months or so. The doctor can't go back with us. He needs to stay here to protect Dad and Big Brother. Once the High Priest breaks through to the stellar level, we will return. This way, it will be safer." He exchanged a glance with her, noticing the worry in her eyes, and comforted her. "Don't worry, with the High Priest's talent, and having already comprehended her domain, she might break through to the stellar level in 2 or 3 months. Also, you don't need to worry. Big Brother considered your grandfather's age when he left Blue Star. So before leaving, he left some things on Blue Star specifically for the Yi family. With those items, the old man can live for over 200 years without any problem." Chapter 253, 00253 The High Priest breaks through to stellar level at this moment. Mo Luo stood high in the sky, looking into the distance with a black vertical pupil, knowing that the other party had already escaped from Nevet Star, with no intention of pursuing them. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. The day young master goes to the Imperial Star will be the day your Duan clan perishes. He looked up at the cosmos and muttered. Just as he was about to turn back, 4 figures flew in his direction. "Senior, what happened?" The newcomers were the 3 major powers and Mugi. They had been well in their family, but suddenly the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. They were very familiar with this scene. It was the aura of that being, and they rushed over without any hesitation. The 3 ghosts lowered their heads, not daring to meet Mo Luo's gaze. Nor did they dare to use their usual tactics against him. He was not like Luo Komuyan. She certainly didn't want to be slapped to death by Mo Luo. Mo Luo glanced at the 4 and said flatly, "It's nothing, just do your own duties." After he left, Nevet Star gradually returned to normal, but in a short time, it had frightened the people of Nevet Star. Those who had seen Mo Luo in action at the arena were trembling in fear from the sudden scene. Chapter 254, 00254 Human Coalition. Martian life, the High Priest breakthrough caused a drastic change in the surrounding weather. What's going on? Why has it suddenly become so cold? Cold? This cold feels wrong. I'm a dignified 8th tier powerhouse, yet I can still feel cold. It's an 8th tier powerhouse. Terrifying indeed. Why don't you look around? Is there anyone below the 9th tier? This aura, why does it feel so familiar? Now that you mention it, I feel it's familiar too, as if I've felt it somewhere before. Oh, I remember. It was at the arena. Do you remember that girl who fought for the Mu family? One person mentioned it, and everyone reacted. The High Priest had indeed stunned everyone at the arena, especially when she comprehended her domain at the planetary level. It could be said that she was the first among the younger generation in the Tsueguang Star region. So it's my wife. No wonder it feels so familiar. Wait, she was already at the 8th tier of planetary level. Is she now about to break through to the stellar level? Truly worthy of being the one I've pursued my whole life. In the Locke family, Luo Kamu Yun suddenly sensed something and flew up from the family grounds. Looking in the direction of the High Priest, her heart extremely shocked. The aura of stellar level. This domain, it's her. She actually broke through from the 8th tier of planetary level to stellar level in such a short time. Truly a prodigy. Chapter 255, 00255 Total Annihilation. A large number of insect soldiers caught up, and Isru could only lead his people to counterattack while fleeing. Fortunately, the laser weapons on their bodies could easily penetrate the exoskeletons of the insect soldiers. Otherwise, they could imagine the consequences. However, even so, there were just too many insect soldiers for them to kill. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star space station, upon receiving the news from Israel, they immediately notified the Human High Command. In less than half an hour, the newly established Human Federation, consisting of 5 elders, first elder from Sia country, second elder from the US, third elder from the Bear country, fourth elder from the UK, and fifth elder from France, gathered for the first time. The news sent back by Israel was of great significance to them, as this was the first extraterrestrial life besides humans. Everyone looked at the photo on the big screen, which showed traces of life activity. These traces did not resemble the body structure of human beings. Which team discovered it? It was Israel and his group. No matter what it is, for safety reasons, informed the remaining teams to head to Mars for support. However, the first elder, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. No need, let them go. It's been too long. Don't we still have 2 newly manufactured spaceships? It only takes 2 or 3 days to get from here to Mars. Israel and the others just sent back news indicating they want to investigate there, regardless of any danger. Let's send someone out now. Chapter 256.00256 Wong Tong. Honey, this ship is probably going to be useless again. Let's practice another one. Deep in the cave, a clear silhouette sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by 8 burly insect soldiers that appeared to be of a higher evolution level than ordinary insect soldiers. Behind them, a pair of thin wings were folded, standing still like a sculpture. These 8 insects were the selected guards, all at the 3rd level. Although 3rd-level beings are like ants in the universe, here, they're the strongest besides their creator. At this moment, the second miss of the insect branch had regrown her severed arm, and the blood hole at her waist had healed. Her strength had also recovered from the 1st level of planetary to the 9th level of planetary. Just then, dozens of corpses were brought in by the insect soldiers and placed in front of the 8 guards. Without further disturbance, they quickly turned and left. The next second, the 8 guards simultaneously opened their eyes, looking at the food in front of them. Without saying a word, they reached out and began to eat. As this was their source of food, eating their kind, this is perfectly normal among the insect race, especially for those low-level insect soldiers, who are essentially the spare food supply for the insect race. It can be said to be self-produced and self-sold. What to eat today? Eating a grandson to supplement calcium. In less than half an hour, dozens of corpses were completely devoured. They then silently returned to their positions, closed their eyes, and would not leave this place until their creator awakened. This is the discipline of the insect race. Chapter 257.00257 Troops head to Mars 3 days later. A man in a black robe took the space elevator to the space station. As soon as he walked into a restaurant, he heard people discussing inside. Have you heard? The higher-ups are preparing to send troops to Mars. I don't know what they've discovered there, but such a big fuss must mean they've found something astonishing. Hey, if you ask me, they must have discovered aliens. Otherwise, why would they even send out the top-tier mechs? I think so too. It would be great if they could broadcast it live. I've never seen what aliens look like. Wang Xingyu casually found a spot to sit down, eavesdropping on the discussions around him. These people are all aristocratic offspring, so it's not surprising that they know such trivial news. The higher-ups are sending troops to Mars? No wonder there are so many soldiers coming and going outside. He turned to look outside. 3 spaceships were parked at the spaceport, and a large number of soldiers in battle armor were orderly boarding the ships. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smiled as he slowly got up and walked outside. As he approached the vicinity of the spaceport, just as he was about to take another step forward, he was stopped by a soldier on guard who waved his hand. Chapter 258.00258 Unexpected joy. The atmosphere grew silent due to Wang Xingyu's last 4 words. Wang Tong's anger dissipated by half instantly. The words he was about to say were swallowed back down. He was rendered speechless by Wang Xingyu. Taking a deep breath, he feigned an angry expression and said in a deep voice, "Stop it. Come back immediately. Don't force me to have someone bring you back. I'll definitely break your legs then. Father, it's too late. We are already on our way to Mars. Don't worry, you have no idea how strong I am now. Even 10 of you can't approach me." Hearing this, Wang Tong's mouth twitched a few times. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it sounded, as if someone had said it to him before. "Oof, I see you've grown wings. Aren't you on a spaceship? Let the commander of the spaceship come over. I'll have him send you back. In any case, you cannot go to Mars." The man beside Wang Xingyu quickly walked in front of the camera and smiled. "Hello? Mr. Wang, I am the commander of this spaceship. Wang Teng looked the other person up and down. The soldiers on Blue Star were basically not at a high level, so they were quite pathetic. However, he could understand that if it weren't for Su Lintian, there wouldn't even be a space station now, let alone anything else. Chapter 259.00.259 Commander. Her energy level is exceeding the limit. Retreat quickly. The commander was shocked and immediately shouted, "Alert!" At the same time, he hurriedly approached Wang Xingyu and said, "Young Master Wang, I'm begging you, please don't run around." Wang Xingyu did not respond but stood frozen in place, his face showing no expression, while internally he was overjoyed. He was shouting in his mind, "I came to the right place, this time to Mars. I really came to the right place. What an unexpected joy." Just now, when his hand touched the insect corpse, in just a few seconds, the entire corpse turned into a stream of energy that he absorbed completely. This meant he could absorb these insect warriors to enhance his strength. In fact, this was indeed the case. In other words, these insect soldiers created from Alina's blood were, at their source, her energy. If it were other insect soldiers, it would not be the same. If Su Lintian, who was far away in the shimmering star domain, knew about this, he would definitely come in person. Because in his eyes, Alina was an energy generator, and the energy produced could also be absorbed. The most terrifying part was that Alina's insect soldiers could reproduce autonomously and at a very fast rate. If the first insect ancestor knew about this, it would be unimaginable what kind of turmoil the insect race would cause. Chapter 260.00.260 Alina. 8 against 1. The advantage is mine. With a command from Alina, the swarm rushed towards Wang Xingyu and the others. Her beautiful eyes scanned Wang Xingyu's group and found no one at her level. The strongest among them was only at the 3rd level. Such power could easily be dealt with by the swarm. Seeing this, she ignored them and shifted her gaze back to the mechs hovering in midair. Based on Alina's recent actions, the mechs seemed to understand her intentions and immediately scattered. At this moment, all they could do was lead away this terrifying presence. As for the human coalition, they could only fend for themselves. Run? You want to draw me away? If the dimensional ring were still with me, perhaps I would have given up. But now, just as you wish. Without the dimensional ring, she currently had not even a single energy crystal on her, leaving her empty-handed. Moreover, on the battlefield, the highest level on the other side was only 3rd level, and there was only one of them. Meanwhile, she had 8 guards, all at the 3rd level. 8 against 1. The advantage is hers. Dozens of mechs split into several streams of light, darting across the sky in different directions, flying far away. Alina licked her lips and murmured, "If only I could break through to the cosmic level, then I wouldn't have to waste time." Chapter 261.00.261 He is underage, standing at the peak of the world. Moreover, he is the only child of his parents, and they must feel very lonely after not having his company for more than a decade. They must be full of longing now. However, he does not know that Wang Teng and his wife have secretly practiced the trumpet behind his back. Time quietly passes on the battlefield of Mars. The remaining warriors at this moment are already 1 in 10 compared to when they first arrived. Counting them all, there are fewer than 100 members of the human coalition left on the entire battlefield. Even if they have survived, they are already remnants of an army. Looking around at the insect soldiers, they still stretch endlessly, as if they could never be killed. A large number of insect corpses have already piled up into a wall of flesh. On top of the meat wall, Wang Xingyu holds dual blades, exuding a fierce battle intent. His imposing presence makes the soldiers behind him worship him. "It's good to have you here." The commander, exhausted, slumps to the ground, looking at the thin figure standing on the meat wall, and smiles. If it weren't for the existence of Wang Xingyu, who is at the 4th tier, they might have been swallowed by the swarm and become their meal long ago. Indeed, who would say otherwise? Just thinking that he is still underage makes us feel ashamed. Hiding behind child. Chapter 262.00.262 An Ice Sword. Alina's arrival was quickly noticed by others, especially the 2 ships that came to support. They had no idea that such a presence existed here. When they saw Alina standing in midair, they were stunned for 2 seconds, rubbing their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. How'd she do that? She can stand in midair without external support. I must be dreaming. Wang Xingyu seemed to sense something, absorbing the insect corpses beneath his feet, and looked up at Alina in the sky, just in time for their eyes to meet. As their gazes locked, the air seemed to freeze. Even Wang Xingyu, momentarily distracted by the short-lived victory and the mountain of corpses before him, forgot about Alina, the strongest. The commander and the soldiers seemed a bit at a loss at this moment. After all, they had experienced the opponent's might. Not to mention anything else. Just the words energy level exceeding limits were enough to send chills down their spines. Young Master Wang, you go first, we will hold her off. The commander quietly stepped forward, blocking Wang Xingyu. No need, I think she won't let me leave. Chapter 263-00263. You should be glad that it is me who returned this time, not the doctor. Before he could react, a black spaceship appeared above him. Two figures flew out from the ship. The high priest, step by step leaving a trail of ice flowers, faced Alina, and at that moment, two stellar-level auras intertwined. The ground suddenly stirred with sand and stones, and Wang Xingyu finally reacted, quickly looking up. The scene before him made him gasp in astonishment, unable to help but shiver. At this moment, the sky was divided into two colors, completely like two worlds. One side was a frozen land, while the other was green and deep. But who was that woman with a tail, resembling a fairy? She couldn't possibly be from the Blue Star's race. Why would she save him? Just as he was puzzled, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, little boy, who are you? Courageous indeed, to face a stellar-level powerhouse at the 5th tier. Should I say you are brave because of ignorance, or simply unaware of the danger? Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyu turned to look for the source of the voice. And when he saw the figure hovering in mid-air behind him, he trembled with joy and cried. Stunned in place, he looked at the familiar face with moist eyes. He still looked so young. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down his face as he trembled and said, Brother, Chapter 264-00264, for suppressing Alina. Alina had no idea who the doctor mentioned by the high priest was, but it was undeniable that he must be a very dangerous person. This made her even more curious about the identity of the people on the spaceship. The high priest ignored her thoughts, and his aura suddenly changed. The ice layer on the ground cracked, quickly melting, and then Nirchung, Yijir, Daja, Ymir的气势, Shangana, Yachir. 紧接着便是双目冒着蓝色气焰的头颅，一具10丈高、浑身冒着寒气的身躯出现。In the spaceship, Wang Xingyu watched the scene outside, completely overturning his understanding. The 30-meter ice giant had frozen an area of dozens of miles, and he could even see that all the corpses on the ground had turned into ice fragments. No wonder his older brother said that a single frost could bury him here. At first, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that he had underestimated it. Even a stellar-level Alina could be hurt, let alone a mere 5th tier like him. He was afraid he would turn to dust in an instant. Brother, is this what a stellar-level powerhouse is like? Wang Yulong saw his astonished expression, as if he saw his own shadow in Wang Xingyu. He had witnessed Dr. Molo's attack firsthand and looked just like this. Chapter 265-00265, Disobeying Orders adds 100 years. In the command room of the spaceship, Wang Xingyu had already removed his battle armor and stood respectfully to the side. When did you discover life on Mars? Su Lintao, seeing that the high priest side had ended, turned his gaze to Wang Xingyu, this 13-year-old boy. If what the other party said was true, then this return to the Blue Star was indeed a windfall. However, the reality was somewhat different from what he thought. Wang Xingyu did not dare to hesitate and did not hide anything, simply recounting the events. Not long after, the high priest and the others hurried in from outside. Third young master. The two greeted respectfully, then stood on either side of Su Lintao, while the high priest kept a close watch on Alina, ready for any surprises. Su Lintao examined Alina from head to toe. Conversely, she was also scrutinizing him. Alina was somewhat puzzled. Su Lintao was just a low-tier planetary warrior. Such strength was like an ant in her eyes. But beside him were stellar-level guards, and there were even two at the 9th tier of planetary level. It seemed that his background was only slightly weaker than her own insect race. Who are you? Where do you come from? And why are you here? Chapter 266-00266, Mr. Wang. The third young master is back. Alina looked at Su Lintao in disbelief and finally chose silence. Su Linglong Sata Saut. Her serious learning expression made Yi Sini's mouth twitch. All right, if you don't want to say, then don't. You stay here for now. I will come to take you away in a month. Of course, during this time, you can leave. I won't stop you. But I need to remind you that there is no life within 12 light years. If you can fly 12 light years in a month, I will consider you impressive. Otherwise, if I catch you again, there will be no need for you to live. Alina didn't know what this place was. Nor did she know how much truth there was in Su Lintao's words, but she understood her current situation. Nodding, she didn't pay attention to Su Lin's tone and said, "Don't worry, Ielena, keep my word." As she spoke, she turned and left the spaceship, still holding dozens of level 1 energy crystals, which could help her regain some strength. After she left, the spaceship headed towards Blue Star. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star space station, several high-ranking officials were taken by surprise when they received the news from Mars. How could this happen? Almost the entire army was wiped out. Chapter 267. Are you playing cosplay? Mr. Wong, the third young master, has returned. In less than 10 words, he was overwhelmed with joy, his face filled with happiness. And he raised his voice. "What did you say?" He thought he was hearing things. The other party patiently repeated, "The third young master has returned, and he has already entered Blue Star." Not only that, Colonel Wong has also returned. Beep, the call ended, and Wong Tong was still in a daze. His eyes were moist, and his lips trembled slightly as he muttered, "He's back." His feelings were somewhat complicated at this moment. If he had returned earlier, would the incident on Mars have happened? His son might not have had to die. Thinking of this, the joy he just felt faded by half. He thought, sigh, perhaps this is fate. "Honey, who did you just say returned? Is it the third young master?" Wu Yisin was extremely excited, but then she thought of something else, and her smile faded. Why didn't he come back earlier? If he had returned sooner, then that little you. Wang Tong was shocked and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. We can only say it's his fate." Wu Yisin's heart skipped a beat, and she silently closed her mouth. 10 minutes ago, as the spaceship Su Lintao was on approached Blue Star, alarms instantly rang throughout the space station. Chapter 268. Stellar level with a wave of the hand. The colors of heaven and earth change. Su Linglong nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, not lingering on this topic. Their main purpose for returning this time was to see their grandparents. On the other side, Wang Yulong was flying high in the sky with Wang Xingyu, looking down at the scenery rushing by below, which gave Wang Xingyu a unique feeling. "Brother, can you tell me about the outside world? Where have you been for the past 10 years? What is the outside world like? Is it colorful?" Hearing this, Wang Yulong lowered his gaze and saw the longing expression on his brother's face, feeling it necessary to tell him about the cruelty outside. "Xingyu, remember, never think of anything too beautifully. The outside world is not as wonderful as you imagine, and its cruelty is beyond your imagination. Of course, the universe is vast, and the solar system is too small. Once you go to the glittering star domain, you'll understand that humanity is like ants." All right, there are too many things about the outside world to discuss. The third young master will stay on Blue Star for a month, so there's plenty of time to talk. Wang Xingyu nodded and didn't ask further. "Brother, you're flying the wrong direction." "Really? I thought it was this way." Chapter 269. Wang Tong. This is not just an overload. It's simply the revival of a deity. Wang Xingyu couldn't help but interject, "That's right, father, you don't know. That guy on Mars is a powerful stellar-level existence. The scene was unforgettable for me. His overwhelming might left me paralyzed. If it weren't for my older brother and the others returning in time, I might not have come back." When Wang Tong heard that there was a stellar-level existence on Mars, his pupils constricted. No wonder the messages coming back said the opponent's energy level was already overloaded. According to what Wang Yulong just said, after the 9th tier is planetary level, and there are still 9 minor tiers in between, then comes the stellar level. This is not just an overload. Calling it the revival of a deity is not an exaggeration. Thinking of this, he felt a deep sense of dread. If Su Lintao hadn't returned, if the opponent had come to Blue Star, the consequences would have been unimaginable. All right, just keep this to yourselves. Don't say it outside. Although this information isn't particularly important, no one knows what Su Lintian is thinking. Because of the safe return of Wang Yulong and Wang Xingyu, the Wang family became harmonious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific on an island, the buildings on the island were not luxurious, nor were there high-rise buildings. Instead, they blended harmoniously with simplicity and nature. Chapter 270. Killing my clan leader like slaughtering a dog. Yi Wenjun rushed in from outside, initially in a jovial mood. But when he heard Tang Yunyu's words, his mood plummeted. However, it was understandable. After all, only Yi Zhonghua and Yi Weiwen knew about his situation, and everyone else thought he was dead. When Tang Yunyu heard the familiar voice behind her, she turned around and looked at Yi Wenjun in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Trembling as she called out, "Dad? You're not." Seeing the middle-aged face of Yi Wenjun behind her, she was astonished. If she hadn't recognized Yi Wenjun's voice, she really wouldn't have believed it. She then turned to Yi Zhonghua, seemingly waiting for him to explain. Yi Zhonghua shrugged helplessly. As you can see, the old man is not dead. He was taken away by the people from the umbrella. However, to avoid attracting attention, we had to resort to this tactic. Although Tang Yunyu didn't know what had happened during this time, as long as the outcome was good, that was enough. Yi Xinyi knew very well why her grandfather had become this way. Su Lintao looked up at Yi Wenjun, and just then, the other party looked at him as well. Their eyes met, and both smiled and nodded, as if acknowledging each other, while Yi Xinyi was reuniting with the Yi family in the distant Lank Star Domain. Chapter 271, Lord of Kuaiwa Mountain. Looking at Yin Zhongya, who was holding onto Du Qiong's arm, jumping playfully in front of him, with her graceful long legs and charming appearance. Although her looks were somewhat lacking, sometimes a mix of flavors wasn't bad. They wished they could kick Du Qiong aside and take his place, which would lead to both fame and fortune. Du Qiong was unaware of the elder's thoughts and affectionately turned to look at Yin Zhongyue, saying to Du Shi, "Father, I plan to propose to Kuaiwa Mountain." Hearing this, Du Shi was delighted. Proposing was great, as their Du clan could become in-laws with Kuaiwa Mountain, having a connection with a cosmic-level force. He imagined their clan would soar to great heights. With this thought, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Haha, propose. Let me get ready, and I'll take you to Kuaiwa Mountain to propose. You two are also well-matched and have been together for so long. It's time to give her title." "Thank you, father. Then you wear and I won't disturb you." The two left the great hall, and Yin suddenly said, "I'll head back to Kuaiwa Mountain first to inform my father." "Okay, go ahead. Rest assured, no matter what, I will marry you." Chapter 272-00272 Elder of the Dun Clan. Clan Leader. "You can't ignore the cake we've drawn for you." After Su Bei and the others broke through to the stellar level, the next step was to take everyone away from the Tsuiguang star domain, in addition to the 6 stellar level members. They also needed to take away the 30,000 planetary level warriors from a god group. As for the Tsuiguang star domain, it would naturally be handed over to the people sent from Qatar star to take over. After all, Su Lintian and his tens of millions of people are still on Qatar star. The departure of the god group was just right for them to take over the Tsuiguang star domain. In an inconspicuous planet of the Tsuiguang star domain, Tang Ju looked at the gathered members and turned to Su Bei. "Brother Bei, should we go directly to the Imperial Star? Should we inform the young master?" He was puzzled as to why Wang Yulong was not present, assuming the other party had some task, and did not inquire further. Su Bei looked at the 30,000 planetary level warriors in front of him. Although most of them were at the 4th or 5th rank of the planetary level, they still represented a significant power. Hearing Tang Ju's question, he shook his head and said, "No need. The young master is currently in seclusion. Our strength is too weak. Let's not go to the Imperial Star for now. We should first go to other star domains. At least we need to wait until we break through to the 9th rank of the stellar level before we have a foothold in the Imperial Star. Moreover, from what I know of the young master, he probably won't leave the Tsuiguang star domain until the High Priest and the others break through to the cosmic level." Chapter 273-00273. Every word and action of that person affects the entire star domain. "Xiong, what do you say? Your father respects your choice." Dun Xiong had no problem with it. After all, it was not something to be ashamed of, and he was actually climbing high. "Father, it is my duty to contribute to the rise of the family, and it is what I, as the young master of the Dun clan, should do." Dun Xiong's expression was firm, as if he were making a great sacrifice for the family. Hearing this, Dun Xiong couldn't help but complain in his heart. Disgusting, so disgusting. It sounds like he is so great. Is this still the Dun clan he belongs to? Ha ha. Having such a young master in the Dun clan is indeed a blessing for our clan. The thoughts of the other elders were completely opposite to Dun Xiong's. Seeing that Dun Xiong had no objections, they all began to flatter him. The Dun clan's reaction was beyond Yun Zhongzi's expectations. He did not expect them to genuinely agree. He did not go back on his word and agreed to this marriage. And Dun Shi also got what he wanted, a 6th level energy crystal. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for him to break through to the 9th rank of the stellar level. And the Dun clan was in a celebratory mood from top to bottom. When this news came out, the entire Nayland Star domain was in an uproar. The Dun clan was truly lucky to be able to climb the big mountain of Kuwu Mountain. Chapter 274-00274. Don't get excited. It wasn't reasonable before, but now it is. Wang Xingyu, standing next to him, looked at his father in disbelief. "Old Wang, as expected of you. You even went to the grave to light up some green smoke overnight. Third young master, let's go in first and talk. Wang Yulong gestured for them to enter the door. Once inside the living room, Su Lintao went straight to the point. I don't know if you have any plans to leave Blue Star? Facing his inquiry, Wang Teng and the others exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. They did not expect Su Lintao to ask them such a question. Wang Teng cautiously replied, Third young master, if we leave Blue Star, what should we do with our assets? Su Lintao thought it was something significant. The assets owned by the Su family could completely affect the global economic order for a place like Blue Star. However, such things were completely dispensable for him. Just hand them over to the people above. To him, it was no different from giving away $3. Wang Ting naturally had no objections. Right now in Blue Star, besides the Yi family, the only family that could be associated with the Su family was the Wang family. If they left together, the Yi family would certainly not be an exception and would also leave Blue Star. These assets could be said to be of no use. Chapter 275.275. I can't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. Ting Quan looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, with comments about legs, bikinis, and going into the sea. Finally, he saw a normal comet amidst the chaos. He looked up at the yacht in front of him, and just by seeing its body, he knew its worth. It was likely that the people on board were rich second-generation heirs. Brothers, looking at the other party's yacht, it seems quite luxurious. The people on it must have an extraordinary identity. Let's not disturb them. Suddenly, a comment appeared with a Sheep Village fan light bulb. What are you afraid of? You are the host who has spoken to our lazy king. Besides, it's not like we're asking you to slap the other party's face. How could they eat you? That's right, with our Sheep Village around, what are you afraid of? If the other party has any objections, please let our little sheep from Sheep Village know immediately. And we will retreat strategically first, since our village chief and Lazy King are not here. But speaking of which, where did Lazy King go? It's been a long time since I saw her online. Yeah, the internet without Lazy King has become dull. I miss the village chief for the nth day. Let me think, all things considered, Lazy King has been missing for almost 10 years. I have insider information, but I don't know if it's true. I've heard that the village chief and the others are no longer on Blue Star. Chapter 276.00276. The third young master makes me wish to die at 3 in the morning. I don't even dare to survive until 5. The comments in the live broadcast room were very tactful, but they were also the truth. There was no intention of cursing, and most viewers could understand. Ting Quan fell silent, which amused the crowd in the live broadcast room. It was the first time they had seen him like this, so restrained that he didn't dare to speak carelessly. What's wrong with Brother Quan? I've been following him for 10 years and haven't missed a single live broadcast. This is the first time I've seen him like this, quiet like a little kitten. Well, maybe he used to talk too much, and now he doesn't like to talk as much. It can't be because of the third young master being present, right? Well, you successfully ruled out the correct answer. Hee, that is definitely not it. Brother Quan is so awesome. How could that be? Who wouldn't give him face? Watching the teasing comments in the live broadcast room, Ting Quan's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Su Lintao being in front of him, he would definitely have wanted to argue with the audience about their comments. They were just a bunch of spectators who love to stir up trouble. There are still people on the internet who remember my sister. Let me see it. Su Lintao was half convinced. After all, the internet's memory is the shortest. You could trend today, and a few days later, no one might remember who you are. Chapter 277.00277. What do you mean by really sending rockets? This is obviously sending the real deal. The viewers in the live broadcast room were thinking at this moment. How could someone cause such a big trouble? Ting Guan, on the side, was already weak in the legs, not knowing what to say. But soon, a comment helped him out. That Le Xiao, let me clarify. I don't know you, haha. Viewers in the live broadcast room can testify. I weakly ask, does your family have a spaceship? The kind that can leave Blue Star. Le Xiao, a spaceship that can leave Blue Star? No, that kind of thing is all in the hands of the federal government. How can anyone else possibly have it? And the federal government doesn't even have enough to use. Besides, I have no intention of leaving Blue Star. So why would I need a spaceship? Seeing the barrage he sent, everyone thought, damn, daring to be so arrogant on Blue Star without a spaceship. And now that you don't plan to leave Blue Star, it seems you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The other party obviously still doesn't know the seriousness of the situation. Su Lintao turned to Ting Quan and asked, do you know him? The 4 short words almost scared Ting Quan to death. He waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head so hard that it left an afterimage, and said in a trembling voice, No, I don't know him at all. I only had a few PKs with him a few days ago. and he was quite arrogant. Chapter 278. The bullet that flew for 20 years hit the center of the forehead. Just after Su Lintao finished sending rockets, the presidents in a live broadcast room were all thinking rapidly. In just 3 seconds, someone immediately found Lu Xiao's location. Su Lintao didn't say much, but Wang Yulong stepped forward and whispered, "Third young master, do you want me to go over?" He hadn't played on Blue Star for a long time, and now that he thought about it, he really missed the days spent in Cherry Blossom. The Cherry Blossom people were really generous. He could do whatever he wanted, and they wouldn't blame him. Unfortunately, good things don't last long, and in the end, it was all played away by the doctor. Su Lintao turned to the eager Wang Yulong and decisively refused. No need. At this time, someone will probably be faster than you. For such a trivial matter. Do they still want to do it themselves? This is Blue Star. As long as he steps in here, there will be presidents from various countries to eliminate all troublesome people and matters for him. It would be unreasonable to send a planetary-level 9th-tier warrior for an unknown rich second generation. Meanwhile, far away in a villa in the Golden Triangle region, Lu Xiao looked at the 10 rockets that appeared as live broadcast room, and combined with Su Lintao's earlier words, his heart was full of doubts. At the same time, he carefully recalled what Ting Quan had just said. The more he thought about it, the more something fell off. The guy he called a little loser seemed to have an unusual identity. Chapter 279. Do not ascend. The upper realm feeds on my clan's talents. Brother Hao was amused by what his son said. You think it's impossible to find us across all of Blue Star? Ha ha. You actually have such a ridiculous idea. But now it's all of Blue Star looking for you. Lu Xiao was somewhat stunned by the words. All of Blue Star was looking for him? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Seeing his son frozen in place, Brother Hao suddenly relaxed, as if resigned to fate, and sighed. Maybe this is fate. I should have died with my brothers in the Maldives 20 years ago. Now, living for another 20 years is a good deal. Lu Xiao was startled and quickly stood up to persuade him. Dad, we can hide. Surviving is better than dying, right? But no matter how he persuaded, Brother Hao showed no sign of movement, even too lazy to speak. His heart was as dead as ashes, and he just wanted to quietly welcome death. Rather than living in fear, it would be better to die, especially since he was already over 50. He had lived a splendid life in the first half, experienced everything he should have, and even things he shouldn't have experienced. His life was more brilliant than that of most people who live to be 100. He had no regrets. Seeing his father unmoved, Lu Xiao stopped persuading and hurried to the garage, getting into a sports car and speeding away. Chapter 280. Set morality aside for now. It needs to be picked up again later. Regarding the Golden Triangle incident, various countries to show Su Lintao the results. Directly put on Douyin's hot search. Moreover, it was in the top 10 of the hot search list, all about this matter. On the yacht, less than an hour had passed, and it could be said to be a rapid military operation. The matter on the hot search list was quickly noticed by those in the know, and suddenly, the live broadcast room was flooded with a barrage of comments related to it. Wow, brothers, quick look at the hot search. There's a scoop. Scoop? What scoop? Is it real or not? Any thunder? Don't joke. I'm trying to focus. No, what are you guys thinking? The hot search. The top 10 are all about that Lu Xiao. It's eye-popping. I looked at it. Even with my vast knowledge, I can only say 2 words: impressive. Damn, it's explosive. Third young master just sent 10 rockets to that Lu Xiao, and in less than an hour, Lu Xiao received them. You guys don't know, Lu Xiao was so happy he was out of control. Yes, the rockets sent by third young master, no bragging, but the special effects are unmatched. I think third young master should send a couple to Brother Quan too. Yeah, I think that's good. Ting Quan was watching the live stream with his phone when the barrage suddenly changed direction, suddenly pointing at him. Looking at those videos on the hot search, he felt a chill rushing to the top of his head. Chapter 281. If there's a God in the hearts of humans, it must be Su Lintian. Su Lintao looked at the waves on the sea, seemingly wanting something. He turned to Guanshan Hai and asked, Butler Guan, how many energy hearts are still in the hands of the umbrella? Guanshan Hai thought for a moment and said, back to third young master. There should be about 4 or 5 left. Are you thinking? He didn't finish his sentence. But it was clear that he understood what Su Lintao was thinking at this moment. Wang Yulong, who was beside him, stood silently, knowing very well that if humans were allowed to develop on their own and feel their way across the river, it would take an unknown amount of time to integrate into the universe. The longer it took, the more dangerous Blue Star would become, as it would be hard to prevent outside forces from tracing Su's family and come in a blue star. He ordered people to hand over the remaining energy hearts and various potions to the first elder and all the Umbrella's newly promoted warriors, letting them all join the federal government. This was all he could do, and it could be said that he handed over everything Sue's family had left on Blue Star to the federal government. As for whether it would be useful, that was not for him to worry about. Understood, third young master. Guan Shanhai nodded and began to contact people to get this done. The federal government might find it difficult to completely replicate the energy hearts, but it would still give them some inspiration, and those potions would prevent them from feeling their way across the river. Chapter 282. Return to the glorious star domain. Su Lintao stayed on Blue Star for a month. A month, not too long, not too short, but mainly felt like time passed slowly on Blue Star. It was like the 5 minutes during class and the 5 minutes during the break. They were two completely different concepts. After a month, a spaceship that was different from the Human Federation flew out into outer space. The 5 elders of the Human Federation stood in the command center, watching the spaceship disappear in the blink of an eye, their faces showing respect. Because in their view, the Su family was the pathfinder. The first elder looked melancholic, muttering to himself, "From now on, humanity will rely on ourselves." The other elders fell silent, knowing that the Su family had helped enough. The reason Su Lintao returned to Blue Star this time was probably because the Yi family was still on Blue Star. Reflecting on what Su Lintao had said in the live broadcast room, they suddenly felt the pressure on their shoulders was heavier. The first elder turned around, looking seriously at several people in the command center, and said, "Order all projects to make way for the research on the energy core in those potions." He then turned to gaze at the starry sky outside, his tone elongated as he said, "We humans must carve our own path." Chapter 283-00283. Alina. No. Don't you have any means to use against me? Su Lintao was very satisfied with Alina's reaction, indicating that the other party had entered her role. If she were to act insincerely, he would not show mercy. No matter how talented she was, if she could not be of use to him, there was no need to keep her. Third young master. Mo Luo glanced at Alina, then bowed to Su Lintao. As for Alina, a second-tier stellar level. There was nothing noteworthy about her. After all, stellar levels had been killed before. Alina trembled at his glance. After realizing it, she was secretly astonished. Third young master? So this person's status is the same as hers? Thinking this, she gasped, making her even more curious about Su Lintao's identity. Everything she had seen and heard along the way was shrouded in mystery regarding Su Lintao. Perhaps following him would allow her to grow quickly. According to her understanding, this was the Milky Way, far from the star systems where the insect race branches were located. It might be best to stay here for now. But thinking about this now was still too early. She still had a commitment to fulfill to work for 50 years. No, 150 years. Ugh, rogue merchant. If Su Lintao knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would definitely laugh out loud. He would also think he had underestimated the situation. It should be 1,000 years for defiance of orders. Chapter 284000284. Colorful energy crystals. Alina had stayed on Navid Star for a month without any restrictions and had not sensed any surveillance around her. Only then did she confirm that what the doctor said before was true. As long as she did not leave Navid Star, no one would care about her. Walking down the street, looking at the small planet beneath her feet, a thought suddenly popped in her mind. Should I try to leave Navid Star? As soon as this thought arose, a chill ran down her back, and she immediately dismissed it. Forget it. Even if she could leave, what would it matter? If she wanted to return to the insect race, by then her good sister would probably have taken the queen's position. With her current stellar level strength, returning would just be walking into a trap, and it would be of no use at all. Thinking of everything she had experienced, a flicker of killing intent flashed in her deep eyes as she said coldly, "Just wait. You won't hold the queen's position for long." "Why don't want? You will never get." At the same time, in the closed-door chamber of Su Lintian, surrounded by 5th-level energy crystals, he suddenly thought of something and took out a colorful energy crystal from his space. According to the classification, the colorful energy crystal in his hand was of the 11th level. Chapter 285000285. Xiao He breaks through stellar level. His 100-mile body covers the sky. This left him feeling like crying without tears. You swallowed the energy. How am I supposed to improve my strength in the future? Unconvinced, he took out a 10th-level energy crystal, and, as expected, it was the same. Let's try a 9th level one. However, still the same. 8th level, the same. 7th level, Still the same. Su Lingtian felt exhausted. There was no need to try any further down. It would undoubtedly be the same. As long as the energy entered his body, it would be swallowed without a doubt. Damn it, give me back my energy. However, he received no response. Collecting his thoughts, he focused on the colorful energy within him. I want to see what exactly you are. To effortlessly swallow so much energy, it's clear that the 11th level energy crystal is not as simple as he imagined. But as he researched this, time flew by, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the closed-door chamber, after finishing grooming his beard, Su Lingtian held his chin and murmured, "So that's how it is. It seems I won't need to absorb energy for a long time." 10 years, a full 10 years. And he finally understood a bit of the colorful energy's function. He saw it as a combination of an energy storage device and a transformation unit, storing energy for him while allowing him to cultivate autonomously. Chapter 2860028 The Sea Clan by Ing. The nearby python could not help but murmur, "Sea Clan?" Then he lowered his head to look at the densely packed Sea Clan warriors on the surface of the sea. "This is our tribe?" At this moment, he had found his own mission, which was to promote the Sea Clan, for the universe is vast, and there must be a place for them. He looked up at the Mad King, while all the Sea Clan warriors on the surface of the sea looked up at the 100-mile figure in the sky, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. That was the ancestor of their Sea Clan, the Mad King. Sea Clan, Sea Clan, Sea Clan. The Sea Clan warriors on the surface of the sea shouted crazily their clan's name, their resonating voices breaking through the heavens. The Mad King, watching this scene, smiled internally. His figure flashed as he approached the python. "Little python, my big brother left some things for you in his closed-door location. With your talent, it won't take decades. You will surely break through to the stellar level. Big brother is waiting for you outside, and then we can fight side by side. All right, I'm leaving. The Sea Clan is in your hands. Take care." The python looked at the Mad King's massive pupils, feeling that his several thousand-meter body seemed as small as an ant before him. Chapter 2870028 The Greatness of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The fate-bearer of humanity, Qi Daoyan the Mad King, did not expect that the first thing he did after breaking through to the stellar level would be to enter closed-door training. However, what he did not know was that after he went to the closed-door location, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared in the distance. They were the masters of the 3 major overlord forces of the former Star region. What kind of creature was that just now? Are there such giant beasts in the universe? Gui Mei maintained her enchanting posture, frowning curiously. As soon as the Mad King entered Star, she sensed it and rushed over. But when she saw the Mad King's 100-mile body, she was stunned on the spot. Such a gigantic body was something she had never seen in all her years. Each of his breaths seemed to stir up a gale. Who knows? The universe is vast and full of wonders. Just because we don't recognize it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the universe. Moreover, did you sense it? The aura emanating from him is of stellar level, said Ling Fengzi expressionlessly. The only thing that reassured him was that, so far, the other party clearly knew that person. Otherwise, the Star region might be in great danger. Beside them, Lok Muyun sighed, saying, "The Star region is still too small. If we want to advance further, we have to go out." Chapter 2880028 Mariana Trench. 20 warriors searched the trench for 3 whole days. And just when they thought they would return disappointed this time as well, a faint light caught their attention. "What is it?" A soldier suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted. The others, hearing the voice in their ears, turned to look in the direction he was pointing. Not far from them, a small crack in the trench was emitting a faint glow. If one didn't get close, it would be impossible to notice. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel delighted and quickly gathered around. The crack, only as wide as a fist, revealed an interior that was completely different from the outside. "It's so small, what if we can't get in?" I just took a quick look inside, and it seems like a cave similar to a karst cave. Wait, the commander has already understood the situation here and is on his way. Moments later, a submarine appeared above them, and a figure in battle armor emerged from the submarine. This person was the commander of the operation, and the face inside the armor looked extremely excited. The Human Federation had searched the entire Blue Star, but had not found the so-called energy crystal. Although it was still unknown whether this discovery was what they were looking for, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Chapter 2890028 Black Dragon Academy. Sir, this prosperous era is as you wish. I think, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, it would be better to invite Director Chi to take a trip, and also send those two 6th-tier individuals from the Federation along. That's right, with Director Chi, a 9th tier, here, he should be able to handle any potential dangers. Well, the energy crystal's mind later can be given to him as a reward. People are selfish. Even Chi Daoyun is no exception. If it were in the past, he might not have cared so much, but now everyone has stepped into cultivation. Moreover, he is now at the 9th tier, just one step away from planetary level. And energy crystals are a necessity. A 10% share of the energy crystal mine is hard to refuse. Seeing that several people agreed, Elder One decisively said, "All right, let's do it this way. I will personally go to Black Dragon Academy to find him." Black Dragon Academy does not teach mathematics or science, but cultivation. Chi Daoyun, being the current #1 genius and strongest of Blue Star, was naturally invited to become the dean of Black Dragon Academy. The Chi family also rose to become the #1 family in Blue Star because of Chi Daoyun's presence. Of course, the Su family, led by Su Lintian, is an exception, as they have long been outside the solar system. When Elder One found the other party, it seemed that the other party knew he would come and had been waiting in the Academy's pavilion with tea prepared. Chapter 290, 00290. I count you powerful. A soldier seemed to sense something was off and glanced back at the crack behind him. However, he saw nothing. What's wrong? The others asked in confusion. It's nothing. I just felt like something was watching us from inside the crack. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me due to stress. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the crack, but saw nothing. It must be your illusion. We are so close to the crack. If there was something, how can we not notice? Don't overthink it. The Federation should send someone over again soon, and we can leave this to them. However, what they didn't know was that deep inside the cave within the crack, the seawater was rolling, illuminated by the light emitted from the energy crystals. Over 1,000 kilometers from the cave entrance, two small hills, each 3 meters high and resembling rocks, stood in the center, surrounded by hundreds of strange creatures. Suddenly, the two rocky hills trembled slightly, and the surrounding creatures seemed to sense something and were too scared to move. The next moment, the two rocky hills split open, revealing their true form. It was a pair of golden pupils. Chapter 291, 00291. Golden eyes and crimson red is expected of Senior Chi. Killing 6th-tier beings is as easy as killing chickens. However, while he was complaining, in the next second, he was once again submerged by the mermaids. Seeing this, Chi Daoyun drew his sword and joined the battle. His presence as a 9th-tier warrior was like a natural disaster for those lower-tier mermaids, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. In less than 15 minutes, hundreds of mermaids were slaughtered. The surroundings resembled a battlefield, with bodies floating in the seawater, none of them intact. Let's go. It's waiting for us ahead. Chi Daoyun sheathed his sword and said calmly. Hyun-san, upon hearing this, didn't think too much, glanced around, and quickly followed. Less than 100 kilometers away from Chi Daoyun and the others, there was a vast and flat area resembling a giant soccer field. And beneath those golden pupils hid a massive body, its skin resembling rock, lying on the ground like a mountain dozens of meters high. Under its eyelids, a 50-meter-long shark with a surface like crimson rock was swimming. From the energy aura it emitted, it was clearly an 8th-tier shark. Crimson red. Are you puzzled by my actions? Chapter 292, 00292. Guardian Beast of the Academy. As soon as Chi Daoyun's words fell, the golden pupils suddenly rose, and at that moment, the entire cave began to shake. The dozens of meters high body made Hyun-san's eyes widen in disbelief. He wondered how such a huge creature could enter through the small cave entrance. Not to mention the creature, even the nearby shark probably couldn't fit through the entrance. Just as he was puzzled, the golden pupils vanished from their sight, and at that moment, a giant gap appeared above them. The crimson eyes glanced at the three without any emotion and then left. Our mission is complete. It was thrilling but without danger. Let's go back. Chi Daoyun looked up at the cave's exterior and said softly. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable excitement. With the energy crystals, planetary level was no longer a distant dream. Outside, the commander and others were waiting outside the crack, feeling quite bored. Suddenly, everyone's hair stood on end as the previously calm seawater rippled. Accompanied by a surging energy aura, it sent chills down their spines. This aura is 8th tier? No. Wait, it's 9th tier. It's not Director Chi's. Could it be that something happened to Director Chi and the others? Chapter 293. 00293 Though we are not of the same clan. We are both beings of blue stars soon. Everyone realized that this was not a guardian beast brought back by the Dean, but a distinguished guest of Black Dragon Academy. They were half convinced, but they quickly came to understand the many reasons behind it. It turned out that the reason those two giant beasts appeared at the academy was to suppress them here, preventing them from causing chaos on Blue Star. A week later, how the outside world speculated did not matter to Chi Daoyan. At this moment, he stood by the lakeside pavilion, looking at the calm lake's surface, lost in thought. The next second, the calm surface of the lake rippled with shimmering waves, and a golden eye emerged from the water, its golden pupil gazing at Chi Daoyan in the pavilion. If it was said that before, in the Mariana Trench, it agreed to Chi Daoyan's request out of a desire for compromise, now it genuinely felt fortunate for its initial choice. After these few days of understanding, it occasionally came to Chi Daoyan to discuss the subsequent realms. This brought it considerable gains. It turned out that the so-called evolution counts were categorized into ranks, and it was currently at the 9th rank. According to Chi Daoyan, if it evolved once more, it could reach the so-called planetary level, at which point it would possess many abilities, including flight and leaving the star without any issues. Chapter 294. Wang Yulong emerges from isolation. Stellar Level 8. The appearance of the golden eye caused a huge stir at the Black Dragon Academy. After all, its massive body was hard to ignore. 10 miles in size, they could hardly imagine the disaster it would cause if it got angry. Even more terrifying was the shark accompanying it, which matched its size. However, after so many years of coexistence, and with Chi Daoyan currently in the pavilion, they were not overly panicked. It was truly incredible. Even just by looking at the size of the golden eye, I estimate it has already broken through to the planetary level. Isn't that obvious? Before coming to the academy, it was already at the 9th rank, and now it has evolved again. It can't possibly have only evolved to the 8th rank, right? Not only the golden eye, but the crimson creature beside it also exuded an aura that was hard to believe. It too had broken through to the planetary level. How foolish. It can already fly. Isn't that a symbol of being planetary level? But is it planning to leave the Black Dragon Academy? Is the Dean really at ease letting them go? Moreover, the Federation is not stopping them. Do you think they want to leave Blue Star? Watching the figures of the golden eye disappear into the sky, everyone began to discuss. Chapter 295. Cosmic Level 8. Terrifying colorful energy. When he was feeling frustrated and wanted to find the doctor, he suddenly thought that with the doctor's strength, it was impossible for him not to know about the situation here. However, he did not come out to stop it, which indicated something. Being as smart as he was, he quickly understood the cause and effect. Did he tacitly approve of their existence, which is why he didn't intervene. However, what he didn't know was that Alina was actually on their side. The reason the doctor did not intervene was simple. Alina understood the limits and hadn't allowed a single insect soldier to leave this area. But even if the doctor approved, Mugi still felt anxious every day, fearing that Alina might one day be in a bad mood or take a dislike to him and kill him. However, since the doctor didn't show up, he didn't dare to disturb them recklessly. One could imagine how on edge he had been over the years. Now, with Wang Yulong taking the initiative to appear, he could finally relax. Yes, my lord, I won't disturb you any longer, he said with a bow to Wang Yulong before turning to leave. Wang Yulong looked at the mountain below, his figure flashed, and entered it. Deep in the mountain, Alina seemed to have known about his arrival long ago, and the insect soldiers all made way, lying on the ground to show respect. Chapter 296. I think you've eaten too many red beans and want to die. When Wang Yulong saw Su Lintian in the hall, an eerie sense of pressure hit him, and he instantly became reserved, standing in place with his head down, not daring to speak. Su Lintian looked up at the restrained Wang Yulong, standing aside with his head down, and smiled. Although he knew it was due to the aura he emanated, he couldn't help but tease, "Little dragon, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Wang Yulong shook his head repeatedly. "No. It's just that the aura you emit makes me feel horrified." "Ha, that's not like you. When did you become so tongue-tied? Bring out the momentum you had when you were on Blue Star, that kind of momentum when you were showing off on the high seas with an RPG." Wang Yulong didn't expect this incident to have reached Su Lintian's ears, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He secretly cursed. Who leaked this? If I find out who it is, I'll definitely solo you. What? You say it's the doctor? Then it's fine. He also understood the meaning behind Su Lintian's words, and his body relaxed as he raised his head and smiled. Hee hee, young master, you know about this too? Back in Africa, it was just because I was so furious. And besides, a man must keep his promises. If I said I'd kill his whole family, then I can't let a single one escape. If I said I'd find him offline for a solo match, then I must follow through. Chapter 297. Rebellion? Discontent? Just kill them on the other side. After entering the void, Su Lin felt a particularly strange sensation, as if he was not moving at all. Moreover, once he entered the void, a colorful energy within him formed a barrier that enveloped him. Otherwise, with his cosmic level 8 strength, it would be very difficult to safely traverse that distance of 1 light year. A spatial rift appeared 1 light year away from Navet Star, and the next second, Su Lintian's figure flew out from it. The scenery before him changed, appearing 1 light year away. For the first time, the time was too short. It felt like he came out in just a second, with no sensation at all. This speed, 2 seconds per light year. Who needs a spaceship? It's just a pity that only he can enter. If others go in, they'd probably be torn to pieces by the spatial forces inside in the next second. Moreover, this consumes too much energy. If it weren't for that colorful energy being able to store energy with the energy contained in his body, after a few more times, he would probably be drained dry. They probably won't emerge from isolation anytime soon. He wanted to return to Navet Star to see those subordinates rewarded by the system. It had been so long, they should have given birth to offspring by now. Meanwhile, on Navet Star, a planet filled with beautiful women, now all settled down. Chapter 298. Offspring of subordinates. Hearing this, Wang Xingyu quickly stepped down from the throne and approached Su Lintian, bowing his head and replying, "Young master, I am Wang Xingyu, Wang Yulong's younger brother." Wang Yulong's brother? Su Lintian looked Wang Xingyu up and down. Wasn't there only one son in the Wang family? But after a moment's thought, he seemed to understand the reason behind it. So it turns out that Wang Teng and his wife were afraid that something might happen to Wang Yulong outside, which is why they trained a backup. Seeing that Su Lintian didn't speak, Wang Xingyu didn't dare to say much. After all, this was his first time meeting Su Lintian. He didn't understand his temperament, and if he said something wrong, it wouldn't be good. Namisa remained silent throughout, with her head down. Su Lintian casually glanced at the two and immediately understood their relationship, not saying much. He turned his gaze to Wang Xingyu, instantly noticing the other party's strength. Planetary level 6, which was acceptable. At least he wasn't indulging in women all day long and hadn't brought shame to his older brother. This place is small. If you have time, go to the Glorious Star domain and don't embarrass your brother. Hearing this, Wang Xingyu, who was feeling anxious, couldn't help but feel delighted and quickly nodded. "Yes, young master, I believe you have important matters to attend to this time. Please let me know what I can do for you." Chapter 299.00.299. The second generation king of the Sea Kingdom. The Python having spent a day on the planet Namite, the result was quite satisfying. This planet would serve as the Su family's military camp. The Star of the Sea. The development speed of the Sea Clan is now faster than during the time of the Mad King. After the Mad King's departure, every decision made by the Python has accelerated the development of the Sea Clan, especially with the discovery of energy stones in the deep sea. While energy stones are not as good as energy crystals, they are abundant in quantity. Moreover, after the territory of the Sea Kingdom expanded to the entire ocean, many powerful beings have joined the Sea Clan. The number of Sea Clan members advancing in rank has also increased exponentially, although they are mostly low level. This marks a good beginning. After 20 years of development, especially referencing the architectural designs of the Su family's territory, the Sea Clan's palace has become even more magnificent and complete. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Sea Clan's palace, the massive body of the Python encircled the throne, raising its serpent head high, looking down at the powerful members of the Sea Clan below. There are a total of 30, all at least planetary level 3. The Python itself has broken through to planetary level 9. If it weren't for the future of the Sea Clan, it would have already broken through to stellar level. Among these 30 planetary level beings, aside from the Python, the one with the highest realm is Bai Ying, who has broken through to planetary level 7 in just over 20 years. Chapter 300.00.300. The only queen of the Sea Clan. Bai Ying, seeing that Su Lintian did not speak, the Python cautiously asked again, "Young master, is there anything the Sea Clan can assist you with this time?" It didn't dare to pry too much into the purpose of Su Lintian's visit, but it wanted to get closer to him. After all, it is not easy to meet Su Lintian once. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? This chance is rare and must not be missed. Su Lintian did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze to Bai Ying behind it. A question arose in his mind. Could the black and white duo be a couple? Their strength is not bad, at least in his view. Being able to break through to high planetary level on the Star of the Sea indicates excellent talent and other qualities. The python was delighted to see Su Lingtian looking at Bai Ying, thinking he was interested in her. After all, her talent is top-notch within the Sea clan, and she is also the same kind. Bai Ying, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and greet the young master. The python said cheerfully, then smiled at Su Lingtian. Young master, this is Bai Ying. Although her strength is a bit lower than yours, her talent is on par with mine, and I plan to pass the throne of the Sea Kingdom to her after I break through to stellar level and leave the Star of the Sea. What do you think of this arrangement, young master? Chapter 3010030 One Golden Eyes. Senior, spare us. We come from the Su family after leaving the Star of the Sea. Su Lingtian appeared in outer space. After pondering for a moment, he looked in the direction of the solar system and murmured, "It's been a long time since I returned to Blue Star. I haven't explored the solar system before, and since I have some free time now, I might as well go back and take a look." With that thought, he waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him, with spatial power swirling within. However, this was something he was already accustomed to, and he swiftly entered it. Within the solar system, amidst the vast starry river, two streaks of light were heading towards the outer solar system. King, how much longer until we leave the solar system? How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me king, call me brother. We don't even know how long we've been away from Blue Star. We don't know where we are now, so who knows how long it will take to leave the solar system. Whatever, according to Old Yin, there are no other clans within the solar system. So, as long as we encounter another clan, it proves we've left the solar system. Norus, we could take our time. I can already feel my realm loosening. It won't be long before I break through to planetary level 5. Maybe when we leave the solar system, I'll have already broken through to stellar level. Chapter 3020030 Li Qiye, the Su family? Su Lingtian was somewhat surprised upon hearing Golden Eye's words. However, he thought to himself that perhaps the Su family they mentioned was not his Su family. When Golden Eyes called out the Su family, the pressure on its body instantly vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Wow, I didn't die. Is the name of the Su family really that useful? At this moment, it had secretly decided that once they left the solar system, it would invoke the name of the Su family whenever it encountered danger. The crimson figure beside it was also secretly shocked, not expecting the current reputation of the Su family to be so resounding. If Su Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't know how to react. You said you come from the Su family? Which Su family? Also, where did you come from? Upon hearing this, Golden Eyes dared not play any tricks and replied honestly. Back to Senior, we came for Blue Star and are just trying to leave the solar system. Mentioning Blue Star, Golden Eyes cautiously glanced at Su Lingtian, and seeing no change in his expression, it continued. I'm sorry, Senior. I misspoke earlier. We are not from the Su family. But I'm quite familiar with Old Yin from the Black Dragon Academy. He's the Dean of the Black Dragon Academy. Chapter 3030303 Who let you casually discuss our village chief? Su Lingtian had no intention of following the other party's thoughts. For him, finding them was not too difficult. With a light laugh, he shook his head and turned to leave, soon disappearing from the street. At a turn in the street, Li Qiye peeked out, watching Su Lingtian disappear, and let out a long breath. This cautious scene left the viewers in the live stream quite surprised and filled with curiosity. After all, Li Qiye was a planetary level 4 powerhouse, only beneath Qi Daoyan. If he hadn't refused to join the federal government as a high-ranking member, that would have been a done deal. What happened to the senior? Why does it feel like he's acting like a thief? Hee, bro, you're done for. Daring to act like a cricket in front of the senior. What's the big deal? The senior wouldn't care about that. By the way, am I the only one who thinks that person just now looked familiar? No way, bro. Who are you talking about? Did you see a relative? The one who just passed by the senior, right? No way. Am I the only one who thinks he looks familiar? Could it be that I'm the only old man in the entire live stream? The bullet comments in the live stream quickly caught Li Qiye's attention, but he did not speak up, as he also didn't know who that person was. Chapter 3040030 Old 6 manufacturing machines on Blue Star. Su Lingtian looked at Qi Daoyun's true strength at this moment and couldn't help but complain. A planetary level 8 disguising as planetary level 4 was already outrageous enough, but now there was something even more outrageous. A planetary level 9 disguising as planetary level 6 What's going on? Is Blue Star hiding some deadly traps? Why be so cautious? The most ridiculous thing is that both of them are the first and second strongest in Blue Star. He found himself at a loss for words. But he had a newfound respect for Qi Daoyan. After all, the other party is not like Li Qiye. Li Qiye has comprehended a domain, while Qi Daoyan currently does not have a domain. Indeed, he deserves to be the one who created the cultivation manual. And now he has figured out another method to conceal his true aura. This made Su Lintian have to praise him, not caring about Qi Daoyun's feelings at the moment. Su Lintian sat on a stone bench nearby, looking around. He thought to himself, it seems that when Su Lintao returned, he must have said something to humanity that led to Blue Star becoming like this now. Are you Qi Daoyan, the strongest on Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Qi Daoyan quickly waved his hand and said, Young Master Su, you jest. In your presence, I am merely a warrior, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Chapter 305. A mature blue whale after Su Lintian explored the Black Dragon Academy and did not encounter any special individuals. He turned to leave. The next day at noon, in the sky over the Pacific Ocean, Li Qiye sat bored, just 3 meters above the sea surface, with a fishing rod beside him. Apart from that, he brought nothing else. Sigh. Ever since breaking through to the planetary level, it has been so enjoyable. He can go wherever he wants. After a moment of reflection, he operated the wristband, and in the next second, a blue light screen appeared before him, opening the live stream. Soon, a large number of fans poured in. Upon seeing the environment where Li Qiye was, they knew what he would be live streaming about. The senior really keeps his promise. He said he would live stream whale fishing today, without any ambiguity. Haha, brother, do you think my night brother has a habit of joking? Alright, you all have known me for a while. I'm not new to live streaming, so stop calling me senior. Since we are all humans, just call me Night Brother if you want to be polite. If not, feel free to call me whatever. Iron Egg. Night Brother has a great pattern. Other planetary level warriors are very proud, but only Night Brother is the most friendly. Can I really call you anything? Even little poor guy? Chapter 306. The village chief of Sheep Village. Unremarkable, the sudden voice made Li Qiye's hair stand on end. He hadn't noticed someone behind him at all, which was terrifying. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would probably already be a corpse. Turning his stiff neck when he saw Su Lintian's face, he screamed internally. I knew the person I met yesterday was not simple. My intuition was right. He couldn't help but doubt the comments in the live stream chat from yesterday. Could this person really be the village chief? Otherwise, how could he appear beside him without him noticing at all? Only this identity would make sense. Meanwhile, when the viewers in the live stream saw Su Lintian, out of hundreds of thousands, only a few recognized him. Damn, am I seeing things? I actually saw the village chief. No way. That person yesterday was really the village chief? I thought he just looked similar. Night Brother, hurry and ask him to confirm if he is really the village chief. At this moment, Li Qiye no longer cared about the chat. He was just as curious. Is the person in front of him really Su Lintian? Casually tossing the grilled blue whale into the sea, he tightly clasped his hands, like a shy girl, and cautiously asked, Are you young Master Su? Chapter 307. Playing out the remaining heat, what kind of existence are you? Ripping through space, he used to think this only happened in novels. But now it seems it was all too natural. It was just observing the sky from a well. He retracted his expression, looking up at the starry sky, as if he could see the vast universe beyond the atmosphere. Images of various races contending for supremacy unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Humanity seems so small. Can they really survive in such a universe? At this thought, he suddenly chuckled, mocking his past self, talking to himself, stay vigilant in times of peace. He secretly decided that once he breaks through to the stellar level, he would leave Blue Star. Putting on the dimensional ring on his hand, he was just about to leave. At that moment, 2 streaks of light flew in from afar, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The visitors were 2 men, and from the aura emanating from them, it was clear that both were 3rd-tier planetary-level warriors. There are only a few planetary-level warriors on Blue Star, so Li Qiye naturally recognized them. Daoist Qiye, hope you are well. The other party's greeting didn't interest Li Qiye much. He responded, I'm doing fine, can eat, drink, and sleep. But you two, what brings you here? If there's nothing, I'll have to leave. They represented the federal government, and regardless of their strength, they still had to show some respect for the federal government. Chapter 308. Su Di. Lao Deng, wait for me in the conference room of the federal headquarters. The first elder made this decision, feeling somewhat uneasy in his heart. But who told them to walk into the gun muzzle? Moreover, for the development of humanity, someone had to make sacrifices. Then he turned his gaze to Old Gong. And he had to admit that this guy was indeed bold. He even dared to covet what Su Lintien had given. It seems that, as Chi Daoyan said, his power had swollen too quickly, leading to a state of mental confusion. Old Gong felt the first elder's icy gaze, lowered his head, and didn't dare to meet it. His heart filled with unease. Although he was stronger than all the elders, he must not forget that Chi Daoyan was now sitting in the prime seat. You really have a lot of guts. Do you not take me, an elder, seriously? Do you think that just because you've reached this level, you can do whatever you want? Hearing this, Old Gong's heart trembled, and he lowered his head, not daring to retort. However, at this moment, his companion beside him, Kuden Ti, remained silent. Elder, it was all Old Gong's own decision. He wanted to misinterpret the elder's orders to pressure Li Qia. I already warned him when we were in the Pacific, but he wouldn't listen. I was just dragged into this. Chapter 309. The token of affection from Bai Mushu. Seeing this, Su Lintien looked up at the sky, pretending not to see anything. Su Di had no way to deal with it. After all, the other party was his father, and he was the son. He could only smile and approach. Hugging Su Hani's arm, and acted spoiled, saying, "Hey, don't listen to what father says. I'm your brother." How could a real brother speak of his sister like that? Don't be angry. Look at you, so beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water, unparalleled in beauty. Wherever you are, it's like spring all year round. Flowers bloom for you, and all things fall for you. Don't say marrying you. Even any man who looks at you twice is a blessing they've earned in 18 lifetimes. The cold wind blew, and Su Lintien felt goosebumps all over. Even Su Hani felt uncomfortable and quickly raised her hand to interrupt Su Di's words. Stop, 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 brother. You win, all right? You should go tell Bai Mushu this instead. Humph. How long have I known her? At most, we're just friends. Why should I tell her? Besides, it's been so long. Maybe she's already married. However, Su Hani's lips curled up, keep pretending. If she doesn't like you, then why did she give you a belly band? Chapter 3:10:00:310 Baby Bottle. Have you finally realized you need to be neutered? Don't be afraid. Master will help you. The baby bottle saw the expression on Su Di's face and the tone of his voice. Its heart couldn't help but tighten. This was not how its master usually spoke to it. Master, can I stay inside? Are you looking for a reason to hit me again? You've already hit me for the last incident. You can't do this again. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person in your heart? Stop talking nonsense. Father wants us to prepare. We will leave the Tsuiguang Star Domain in a few days. What's wrong? Do you want to stay? All right, come with me. I have something for you to do. Upon hearing this, the baby bottle immediately relaxed its guard and happily followed Su Di outside. Soon after, a heart-wrenching sound came from outside. Oh, master, be gentle. I was really wrong this time. It must have been Xiaohua who said something. I'm so smart. How could I fall in the same place twice? I swear, I really didn't tell Miss Ling Long that Bai Mushu gave you a belly band as a token of love. The voice was so loud that everyone in the Su family's residence could hear it clearly. Su Di's face turned darker than charcoal, anger surging in his heart. Baby bottle. Good job. Have you finally realized you want me to take you for a neutering operation? Don't worry. Master will take you there right away. No, I don't trust others. Master will personally do it. Chapter 3:11:00:311 The air competition has always been like this. Those of them with energy cores can absorb the bodies of these insect soldiers to enhance their strength. It is clear what Wang Yulong's purpose for coming to find Alina is. He wants her to leave these insect soldiers for Wang Xingyu. And he has already arranged for the Mu family to keep an eye on Wang Xingyu. When the other party arrives at Nawait Star, the Mu family will inform Wang Xingyu of his words. The only thing he can do for him is this much. You want them? Alina thought for a moment and seemed to understand Wang Yulong's purpose for coming to find her. My brother might come here soon, but if this affects your strength, then forget what I just said. After a moment of thought, Alina finally nodded and said, this won't make much of a difference. I can give you those low-level insect soldiers, but I need to take away those dozen or so planetary-level ones. After all, they have grown to this point, consuming a lot of my resources and energy. I can give you the others, and moreover, I can ensure they don't leave here. These low-level blood transformation insects are indeed dispensable for her, as she is already at the 8th level of stellar rank. Only insect soldiers above planetary rank can bring her benefits by breaking through. Chapter 3:12:00:312 Dun Xiong. My father is a cosmic-level powerhouse. The Dun clan was immersed in the fantasy of the Dun clan's imminent rise because Dun sure broke through to the cosmic level. Far away in another starry sky, Kawewu Mountain, as the young master of the Dun clan, Dun Xiong received a letter from his family at the first moment. Learning that his father had broken through to the cosmic level, and the pent-up frustration in his heart disappeared without a trace. He could no longer hide the smile on his face and burst out laughing. Ha ha, this is great. My father has finally broken through to the cosmic level. This means he can return to the family and no longer stay at Kawewu Mountain, no longer having to endure the humiliation here. Since coming to Kawewu Mountain, he has been subjected to ridicule at all times. Although Yin Zhongyue is the daughter of the master of Kawewu Mountain and has a noble status, it was fine at first. However, after Yin Zhongzi did not respond, everyone knew that their mountain master obviously did not think highly of him. Later, he was even mocked in front of Yin Zhongyue. He was furious but dare not speak out. Even Yin Zhongyue did not dare to report to her father, as he opposed this marriage in the first place. If it weren't for her mentioning her deceased mother, Yin Zhongzi would never agree to this matter. Husband, what is the matter that makes you so happy? Chapter 313 00313 Sillyman Yuan. When Yin Zhongyue heard her father calling her full name, she was momentarily stunned. This was the first time. However, thinking of her mother's death, she couldn't help but retort. The position of the mountain master, I don't care about it. I just want to be with the person I like, and besides, your incompetence caused my mother's death. Whether you agree or not, I will go back to the Dun clan with him. Yin Zhongzi was furious at her words, his face turning pale, stepping back a few paces and collapsing into a chair. His chest heaved as he angrily said, "All right, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Just then, Dun Xiong hurriedly entered from outside and saw Yin Zhongzi's exceptionally ugly expression, especially the look in his eyes directed at him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Before he could speak, Yin Zhongzi roared, "Get out." The next moment, a terrifying energy aura sent both of them flying out. Dun Xiong felt a flash before his eyes. A chill swept over him, and the next second he was already thrown out of the Great Hall. Yin Zhongyue flew out alongside him. "Yue, are you all right? What did you say to the mountain master? Why did you get so angry? Just now, that aura made me feel like I was going to die without a burial place." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light flew across the starry sky toward them. Chapter 3:14:00:31 4-second miss of the barbarian clan, Man Meiji. After finishing the matter, Yin Zhongzi didn't want to stay in the barbarian clan for even a moment. This barbarian Yuan was sometimes eccentric and might even be a dual-sex lover. Seeing Yin Zhongzi hurriedly leaving, barbarian Yuan curled his lips, rushing to transform, running so fast. If he knew what Yin Zhongzi was thinking, he probably wouldn't be teasing him like this now. That said, having gained benefits, the matter naturally needed to be resolved. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In a simple yet luxurious room, a woman exuding a unique charm was sitting on a couch, meditating with her eyes closed. The next second, as if sensing something, she slowly opened her phoenix eyes, her tone revealing a sense of helplessness, and said, "Father, why are you here?" Man Meiji looked at Barbarian Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in her room, with a face full of confusion. This was the first time she had seen Barbarian Yuan like this. However, she thought he must have something important to discuss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. Barbarian Yuan did not respond, but looked at her, unable to hide the smile on his face, growing more and more satisfied. "Ha! My daughter is indeed worthy of being my Barbarian Yuan's daughter. Stellar level 4, such talent. Among the young generation in the Lan Ku star domain, you can definitely rank in the top 10. Chapter 3:15:00:315 Arriving at the Lan Ku star domain. The last glory of the Dun clan. In the palace where Yin Zhongyue lived. Hearing these idle words, the servant beside her immediately became anxious, as her identity was linked to Yin Zhongyue. "Madam, why aren't you anxious? If what they say is true, then your position as the young mistress is surely in jeopardy." How could Yin Zhongyue not be anxious? She was just pretending to be calm on the surface and said, "Don't worry, my husband won't do that. I believe in him." The maid was left speechless upon hearing this. Is that all? So naive, and she is still the young lady of Kawewu Mountain. I could do it too. Believing in him is not as good as believing I'm the ancestor of the Dun clan. Not long after, Man Yuan left Man Meiji behind and left the Dun clan alone. Soon, news spread throughout the Lan Ku star domain. The second young lady of the Man clan, Man Meiji, had betrothed herself to the young master of the Dun clan, Dun Xiong, uniting the two clans. The entire Lan Ku star domain was like a drop of water in hot oil, instantly boiling over. The first beauty of the Lan Ku star domain was actually going to marry, and it was to a man who already had a wife. This left many men who admired mate Ji, feeling utterly devastated. Why? What does Dun Xiong have that makes him worthy? First, the young lady of Kowu Mountain was so devoted to her, and now even man-made Ji is like this. Chapter 316. The three-legged chicken beast raised for 2.5 years. Upon hearing this, Su-Di suddenly spoke up. Father, is this the Lan Ku star domain where the Dun clan is located? While puzzled, he looked outside undeniably. This star domain was indeed more brilliant than the Tsueguang star domain. Even from afar, he could see the massive and dazzling buildings set against the starry sky. Let us go in. The area where Su Lintian and the others entered happened to be under the jurisdiction of Kowu Mountain. After casually landing on a planet and stowing away the spacecraft, he turned to the doctor and said, Doctor, you and the high priest go investigate the location of the Dun clan and their strength. After so long, they were already at the high-level stellar rank. So just to be safe, let us check their overall strength first to avoid any accidents. The Tianyu Empire has 108 star domains. Although the Lan Ku star domain is second to last, it cannot be denied that there are cosmic-level powerhouses here. The overall strength is far from comparable to the Tsueguang star domain. Yes, young master. The doctor slightly bowed, took the high priest, and transformed into two streams of light, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Father, let us see what delicious food is here. Although breaking through to the planetary level means one does not need to eat and does not feel hunger, Su-Di, as a blue star person, still enjoys the satisfaction brought by taste. Chapter 317. Planetary level chickens can only be raised for 2.5 years. Suling Xuan felt increasingly uneasy. Having played on the internet in Blue Star, she found Su-Di's words somewhat familiar yet strange. At that moment, an old man appeared on the central platform of the Taotai Pavilion, and as soon as he appeared, the scene erupted. It's him. I didn't expect him to personally preside over it this time. It seems the rumors are true. He is indeed at the 9th level of the stellar rank. Hey, brother, I just got here. Who is this old man? No way. You don't even know Elder Cohen? He is the one in charge here. I heard that the three-legged chicken beast is raised by his family. And I also heard that Elder Cohen broke through to the stellar rank from planetary rank in just 2.5 years. And do you know why Taotai Pavilion doesn't have stellar-level three-legged chickens? Why? Because Elder Cohen, back in the day, insisted that planetary-level chickens should only be raised for 2.5 years. He believes that is the peak state of the chickens. This is also why the three-legged chicken beast became one of the signatures of Taotai Pavilion. So can I understand that any chicken that reaches planetary level doesn't live past 2.5 years? Ah, brother, you are mistaken. It's the three-legged chicken beast. Chapter 318. Dun Shun. I want to see who dares to be reckless in front of me. After the bidding ended, Su Lintian waved to the staff. Upon seeing this, the staff hurriedly walked over, smiling and saying, Hello, how can I help you? Please bring over the food gold beast I just bid for. There's no need for you to cook it. I just happen to be going to the Imperial Star in a few days, and I want to keep it for eating on the spaceship. The staff seemed momentarily stunned, as if they had heard something unbelievable. It was their first time hearing such a request. Many people brought beast meat to Taotai Pavilion for processing, and even if they offered high processing fees, Taotai Pavilion would not accept it. After all, Taotai Pavilion's cooking method is unique, not only delicious, but also prevents the loss of the ingredient's energy. Assuming Su Lintian and the others didn't understand, he then explained, It's like this. Our cooking method at Taotai Pavilion ensures deliciousness, while also guaranteeing that the energy won't be lost. If you want to take it away, we at Taotai Pavilion do not make any guarantees. Hearing this, Su Lintian simply replied with 3 words, It's fine. It's just a piece of stellar-level beast meat. He didn't expect to enhance his strength through it. He merely wanted to taste its flavor, that's all. Chapter 319. Dun Shun. Clan leader, save me. Outside the Dun clan's territory in space, Dun Shun stood before everyone, rushing out of the clan territory with a large number of guards, the elder's status particularly prominent. Even before he arrived, his voice was heard. How dare you be reckless here? Then, a nightmarish face appeared before them. Upon seeing the familiar figure beside the high priest, His pupils constricted, his mouth slightly opened, and he froze in place. In less than 2 seconds, he immediately panicked and shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, stop him!" After saying this, he turned and ran back without looking. The expression of horror on his face was as if he had seen something terrifying, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "What happened to Elder Shun? He seems afraid?" "You must be mistaken. Elder Shun is a powerful presence at the 8th level of the stellar rank. But the other party seems to be cosmic level." "Cosmic level? Then why are we still standing here? The clan is in trouble. We must act. You all hurry up. I'll go back and get reinforcements." Dun Shun's flight left everyone at a loss. However, the doctor did not give them time to chat. Looking at the high priest, he said, "All right, let us make it quick. The Dun clan's territory is quite large, and it's likely to take several days to finish." Chapter 320. The doctor's expertise, capture and refine instantly. Upon hearing this, Dun Shun wished he could kick Dun Xiong twice. This sending him to his death. The other elders completely failed to realize the seriousness of the problem. They did not believe that the person before them had strength above the stellar rank, especially since they had several high-level stellar ranks on their side, giving them a complete advantage. Dun Xiong, seeing that Dun Shun had not moved, turned his head in confusion. Not looking was one thing, but seeing made him jump in shock. He saw Dun Shun had already retreated behind everyone, planning to quietly escape later. This made him so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his 7 orifices. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Shun, do you not regard me? The young master in your eyes? Or did you not hear what I said?" "Who would have thought?" Dun Shun said with a bitter expression. "Young master, you are joking. How could I dare? I am truly here to protect your safety, and besides, the Grand Elder is the strongest here. Let him go. Wouldn't that better demonstrate your authority?" "Young master?" Dun Xiong thought for a moment, and it seemed to make some sense. He then turned to look at the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, you go." The Grand Elder, unaware of the terror of the doctor, nodded in agreement. Behind, Dun Shun saw this situation and quietly stepped back a few paces, already planning to escape the moment the two sides started fighting. Chapter 321. The 7 stars alignment of the High Priest shocks everyone, however, before Yun Zhongzi could arrive. He was once again startled. This aura is Dun Shi. He was extremely curious about what had happened to the Dun clan that caused Dun Shi, a cosmic level being, to start fighting desperately. On the other side, the terrifying aura from Dun Shi swept outward, and without any cosmic level beings to resist it. The surrounding stars couldn't withstand this momentum at all. In just a moment, dozens of stars around them collapsed into countless fragments of meteorites. Behind him, a colossal figure formed from energy, holding a red battle knife, stood tall under the stars. However, the high priest felt no fear at all. At that moment, a black aura burst forth from the Dun clan's territory, and the doctor glanced at the two and turned to leave. He had no time to deal with Dun Shi. The nutrients on other stars were likely getting anxious by now. But Dun Shi thought the culprit wanted to escape. Hatred had clouded his mind as he roared, "Bastard! Leave that to me." The energy avatar wielded a long knife, swinging it at the doctor. The doctor merely shrugged and didn't even bother to pay attention to the attack above him, thinking, "If I really stayed, you wouldn't be happy either." However, Dun Shi's attack was blocked by a long spear. Chapter 322. Mo Yin. Give me some face, and let's call it quits, shall we? Yin Zhongzi and Man Yuan exchanged glances upon hearing Dun Shi's words, but were unmoved. Not to mention that there was a cosmic level 5th tier being present. The other side would definitely not allow them to take Dun Shi for themselves, just based on that last strike. They also had no confidence in gaining an advantage over the high priest. Yin Zhongzi's expression remained calm, but he felt a bit puzzled, as if he had forgotten something. As the strongest being there, the cosmic level 5th tier Mo, Yin looked at Yin Zhongzi and Man Yuan teasingly, saying, "If I remember correctly, Kuei, Wu Mountain, and the Barbarian clan have a close relationship with the Dun clan, right? So, are you not planning to step in and save him?" However, before Yun Zhongzi could respond, Man Yuan waved his hand and said, "First, if you didn't remember wrong, then you remembered incorrectly. That's impossible. How can my Barbarian clan have a marriage alliance with the Dun clan? It's a joke. My daughter is a peerless beauty. How can the Dun clan be worthy?" Yun Zhongzi was even more direct, saying, "What relationship? It would be merciful of me not to step in and trample him a few times, let alone save him." Upon hearing this, Mo Yin didn't care about the truth of their words, only smiling indifferently and saying, "Since that's the case, I happen to need someone capable under my command, and Dunshire is barely qualified. Chapter 323, Falling Stars. Dr. breaks through to domain master level on the other side. The high priest looked at Mo Yin with interest. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. She knew the doctor had broken through, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. It was as simple as eating and drinking, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If only I could do the same, that would be wonderful. I wouldn't have to practice hard every day. She had never seen the doctor practice, let alone enter seclusion. She only knew he had been following Su Lintian. It seemed he didn't care about cultivation at all. She had been puzzled before, but now she finally understood. If he were to take this more seriously, there would be no need for her. And Mo Yin was feeling a bit troubled. It seemed he had just dug a pit for himself. That last aura made his scalp tingle, as if its owner could end him with just a thought. Coupling that with Yun Zhongzi's words, it was no surprise that the other party was in cahoots with the woman before him. Just thinking about it made him break into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. In his heart, a voice was screaming wildly, urging him not to sit idly by, but to take the initiative. Then, trembling, he said, "Arrogance. A mere cosmic level, first tier, ant dares to offend my master. Dunshire, you have such boldness. Why don't you surrender and stop resisting? The rank star domain will have no place for your Dun clan." Chapter 324. Heading to the Imperial Star, he tossed the items to Su Lintao, instructing him to distribute them among the others. However, Su Lintao was even more straightforward, distributing them according to the number of dimensional rings. Su Di was extremely lucky. The dimensional rings of Man Yuan and the others all ended up in his hands. Looking at the 7th level energy crystals inside, he was overjoyed. Although there weren't many, it was clearly a windfall for him. Now that the Dun clan's matter was resolved, it was time to head to the Imperial Star. This journey would probably not be short. The Imperial Star was quite far away, approximately 30,000 light-years from the rank star domain. If they relied solely on a spaceship, it would take a full 100 years to arrive, which was far too long for him. However, the doctor suddenly spoke up, "Young master, I have now broken through to domain master level and can take you all on the journey." His words made Su Lintian overjoyed. Is that possible? If so, it will be much faster. No problem, young master, but the consumption will be quite large. It's fine, we aren't in a hurry. We can use the spaceship as a transition along the way. As you say, young master, shall we set off now? Set off, to the Imperial Star. The doctor nodded, waved his hand to tear apart the void, enveloping everyone in energy and leading them into the void, disappearing from sight. The shattered space gradually returned to normal. Chapter 325. Nalan Hongi watching by Mushua laughing heartily. Nalan Hongi felt both shy and angry. "All right, little Shui, daring to tease me. Come here and let me teach you a thing or two." "No, I don't want to learn anything." Just as the two girls were playfully bantering, a guard descended from the sky and saluted to Nalan Hongi and by Mushua, saying, "Greetings, young lady, greetings, Miss Bai." "Young lady." The clan leader asked you to go to the family hall. Nalan Hongi was puzzled and did not understand what her father wanted with her. Not daring to delay, she turned to Bai Mushue and said, "Little Shui, wait for me here. I'll be right back." Go ahead, don't mind me. It's not my first time at your Nalan family." When Bai Jiha saved Nalan Hongi in the first star domain, the two became familiar with each other over time. Nalan Hongi liked Bai Jiha, and she knew that, but she did not interfere in their feelings. The Bai family, although in the first star domain, had a head who was a cosmic level 9th tier. Overall, the Bai family was much stronger than the Nalan family. Outside the Nalan clan's great hall, a girl dressed in red stepped lightly to stand before Nalan Wentian. "Greeting, father." Nalan Hongi did not expect that Homing would also be present, although the two were engaged. She did not have any good feelings towards him. Chapter 326-00326 by Mushua. If he doesn't take me to play, then I'll take him to play. Regarding the matter of breaking off the engagement, Nalan Hongi didn't take it to heart at all. Moreover, this was something she had longed for. But she made a note of the divorce letter. Upon returning to the courtyard, she saw Bai Mushue resting her chin on her hand, with a smile occasionally appearing on her face, seemingly lost in thought. Nalan Hongi walked over without her noticing. Seeing her like this, Nalan Hongi couldn't help but smile and teased, "Oh, what are you thinking about that so embarrassing? Smiling so happily?" Bai Mushua immediately wiped the smile off her face and said solemnly, "Not at all. By the way, Sister Hongi, I heard you say before that you have an engagement with the young master of the Fire Clan. Since you don't like him, do you want me to accompany you to break off the engagement?" Bai Muxiue quickly changed the subject, fearing that the other party would continue on her. Nalan Hongyi's expression stiffened, and she replied indifferently, "No need, I just broke off the engagement with the young master of the Fire Clan." Seeing that Nalan Hongyi's expression was not right, Bai Muxiue thought that she should be happy about this, but she showed no signs of happiness and seemed a bit gloomy. "Sister Hongyi, did something happen? Why you seem unhappy? Did that guy humming bully you? That's outrageous. I'll tell my brother right now." Chapter 32700-327 The God Group of the Third Star Domain. Fearsome to all. The seventh princess felt a wave of worry in her heart. She never expected that the seemingly calm southern domain was actually on the verge of collapse. The three great ancestors had not emerged for 1,000 years, and their deterrent power had long been diluted by time. One can only imagine how great the pressure was on her father, the emperor. Yet even so, he did not sacrifice himself to marry into those domain-level powers. However, upon reflection, it seemed understandable, if that were the case. It would be an obvious admission that the empire was afraid of them, desperately wanting to marry into them to stabilize its own position. The Fire Clan, as a cosmic-level force, was different. The true situation of the Tianyu Empire was unknown to outsiders, as the pressure from the three great ancestors was too great. To this day, no one dared to provoke the empire's dignity. Unless absolutely necessary, who would dare to joke with the lives of their entire clan? The Third Star Domain. Inside the bustling Taotai Pavilion, the second floor was packed, with discussions never ceasing. "Have you heard? The Tiandi Gate was destroyed. What's the big deal? It's been spreading for a long time. You guys don't know? When I passed by that star domain, the scene was so shocking. Luckily, those people left. Otherwise, even I, a level 9 planetary being, would have been killed on the spot." Chapter 32800-328 The God Group's 6 High-Level Cosmic Beings. If it really is the Dragon Tomb, it might be worth paying attention to. He didn't care much about dragon saliva, but the supreme-level Dragon Pearl and Dragon Bones were also rare treasures for him. With this thought, the old man's figure slowly disappeared from the Taotai Pavilion. As he left, everyone fell into contemplation. The God Group had dragon saliva. Not only that, but they were also likely to have something even more valuable than dragon saliva. The old man's departure seemed to validate their speculation. The once crowded Taotai Pavilion, at this moment, saw everyone quietly leaving. Within less than an hour, it was empty. Only one person remained on the second floor, the man who had spread the news. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the man lowered his head, revealing a look of hatred, and muttered, "God Group, slaughter my entire family. Even if I can't take revenge, I won't let you have it easy." The creation liquid is something even cosmic beings would go crazy for. If the entire southern domain knew you had this, I wonder what choice you would make. His name was Zhang San, originally part of a cosmic level 7th tier family in the Third Star Domain, and he was the third son of the Zhang family. 8 years ago, when he was just 7 years old, his family was annihilated. If he hadn't been lucky enough to not be home at the time, he might not have escaped death. Chapter 32900-329 Tang Jiao. Old man, I remember you. The guard was sweating profusely and swallowed hard before continuing. "My lord, that place has disappeared." "What? This time?" Not only Su Bei, but even Tang Jiao and others were shocked. "Disappeared? How could it possibly disappear? Can it grow legs and run away?" Tang Jiao's face was filled with disbelief. "My lord, even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. It really is gone. Damn it. How is this possible? There is still a large area inside that we hadn't explored. Old Jiao, take Hua Qingyu to see what's going on." Old Jiao was hesitant, but quickly took Hua Qingyu away. However, when they arrived at the location, they were dumbfounded. It really was gone. If he remembered correctly, it was this starry sky, but it was truly unbelievable that it had vanished. He didn't think anyone had the ability to take it away. When they discovered that void small world here, the space was extremely unstable, constantly breaking and then restoring, repeating endlessly. They had been able to break through so quickly thanks to the things inside that small world. The creation liquid was one of them. There are also a large number of level 7 energy crystals inside, and even some level 8 ones. Chapter 33000-330 Lichia. Does my sister like me? Warning, bone-related content. Su Bei brought the old man to the starry sky where the dragon tomb had disappeared. There was no emotion on his face as he pointed in a direction and said, "It's right here." The old man didn't say a word and waved his hand to tear through the void, stepping in without fearing Su Bei would deceive him. Once he entered the void, He could feel that this starry sky indeed had an unusual aura, but unfortunately, just as Su Bei had said, that place had already disappeared. After a moment, the old man emerged from the void, glanced at Su Bei, and realized that the other party hadn't deceived him. He just felt that he had been overly optimistic, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him leave. He turned back to the god group. When he safely returned, everyone's hearts, which had been in their throats, finally relaxed. "Brother Bei, are you all right?" Tang Jiu hurriedly asked. His words made Su Bei chuckle and say, "Don't worry. I'm not that weak yet. I was just showing weakness to him." "All right, enough of this talk. Inform everyone that we are heading to the Imperial Star now." The god group consisted not only of these 6 cosmic beings, but also hundreds of stellar-level beings. The people they brought along back then had greatly benefited, and if it weren't for the energy crystals provided by Su Lintian, their strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. Chapter 33100-331 The Great Change of Blue Star. Li Qingling saw that he was unmoved, standing there like a block of wood, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. She secretly thought, "No wonder you're still single." Sigh. "Forget it. Who told me I like you?" With this thought, she immediately jumped into Li Qiye's arms. Before Li Qiye could react, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside, asking, "What are you doing?" Li Qiye's heart sank, and he quickly pushed Li Qingling away from his arms, turning to say, "Mom and Dad, how come you're back?" Li Yanbo looked at his nervous son and then at Li Qingling, whose face was streaked with tears, and pretended to be furious, saying, "Look at what you've done to your sister. She's your sister." Hearing this, Li Qiye felt his head go blank. "Wait, why does this sound more and more wrong?" He hurriedly explained, "Dad, it's not what you think. Let me explain." No need to explain. We already know." Li Qiye felt like crying, but had no tears. "Old dang, you're going too far." At that moment, a woman beside Li Yanbo covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "All right, stop scaring your son." Then, looking at Li Qiye and Li Qingling with a smile, she said, "I agree with your matter." Chapter 33200-332 Creating Brilliance for Humanity is our duty. Qi Daoyuan's words made everyone's expressions brighten. An opportunity? However, they still held back their curiosity since Qi Daoyuan was injured because of it. Li Qiye looked up at the entrance, but ultimately chose not to go in first. Instead, he said, "Director Qi, you should recover from your injuries here first. Once your condition stabilizes, we can go in together." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, it should be like this. Not long after, Qi Daoyuan's words reached Space City. The 3 elders did not hesitate and directly published the news online. At the same time, their excitement was evident. This is the key to the rise of humanity. Such opportunities are rare. However, thinking of Qi Daoyuan's words made them a bit disappointed. Only warriors above the planetary level could enter. What a pity. Don't worry, even though only planetary level warriors can enter. Can't you sense that the energy of Blue Star has far exceeded the past? This was indeed true. As long as one advanced, they could sense it, and the cultivation speed was several times faster than before. If a normally talented first-tier warrior wanted to break through to the second tier, it used to take a year. Now it only takes 2 months. Chapter 33300-333 Where the sword points is where our hearts follow. Qi Daoyuan finished speaking and exchanged a glance with Li Qiye before they were the first to enter that small world. Other people followed suit and poured in. As soon as they entered, they felt something unusual. The energy inside was extremely rich. Just taking a breath felt refreshing. What shocked them even more was that the ground was covered with energy stones. What a strong pressure. There must be something terrifying deep inside. Unfortunately, with our strength, we can barely linger at the very edge. Qi Daoyuan, who entered for the second time, was not overly surprised. He turned to everyone and said, "We don't know how long this place can exist, so let's disperse, but it's best not to go alone. The dangers here are still unknown." After saying that, he said goodbye to Li Qiye and turned to leave. The rest began to form teams. Among the crowd, Ting Quan gathered the people from Sheep Village together, totaling 120 people. With 30 million members in Sheep Village, having 102 planetary-level warriors is not a lot, but relative to all humanity, it is extremely formidable. Looking at the more than 100 people in front of him, Ting Quan felt a sense of honor. Our Sheep Village is a whole, and your breakthroughs to planetary level show that you are the backbone of the entire Sheep Village. With the village chief and Lazy King not here, I believe we can still develop Sheep Village well. Chapter 334003334 Energy crystals everywhere. Nothing can catch people's eyes more than the energy crystals in front of them. Ting Quan wasted no time and immediately sent someone back to bring the 21st tier planetary level members from the entrance. This is an opportunity, our sheep village's opportunity. A few people stared at the ground full of first-level energy crystals, somewhat beside themselves with excitement, comparable to the thrill of seeing gold bars on the ground 200 years ago. Not long after, those 21st tier planetary level members from Sheep Village were brought here, still looking confused. Not moving energy stones, but moving energy crystals? They thought they were hearing things, but when they saw the scene before them, it was more than just hearing things. It felt like a hallucination. Ting Quan understood their dazed expressions. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be any better. Stop staring. Hurry up and move. Upon hearing Ting Quan's words, everyone finally reacted. They gulped, unable to believe, and said, "Brother Quan, this isn't an illusion." One person quickly stepped forward and touched the energy crystal underfoot, trembling as he said, "Oh my, this isn't an illusion. It's real. It's really energy crystals. With so many, this place can't be someone's treasure trove, can it?" Chapter 335003335 The Tomb of the Dragon Clan Beyond the Supremacy Level Facing Li Qiye's Praise. Qi Daoyan merely shook his head slightly, not wanting to dwell on the topic. Instead, he looked deeper and smiled, saying, "Shall we go together?" Li Qiye was taken aback for a moment before realizing and laughing. Of course, it's rare to have this opportunity. If I don't get hurt a bit, how could I be satisfied? Breaking through to the 7th tier of the stellar level gave him the possibility to advance further. However, it was evidently not easy. Just taking a step forward felt like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making it hard for him to stand upright. Qi Daoyan was even less able to bear it, blood once again spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Li Qiye quietly stood in front of him. Thus, the two moved forward step by step. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qiye only felt dizzy and his legs trembling. He was about to lose his balance. After a moment, with a sweet taste in his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his aura in chaos. Meanwhile, Qi Daoyan had already fallen behind. At that moment, Li Qiye revealed a smile again as he saw something ahead, his spirit jolting. 5th level energy crystals. As expected, the deeper they went, the higher the level of energy crystals. Enduring the pain in his body, he waved his hand to collect those 5th level energy crystals into his dimensional ring. Exactly 362,972 pieces. Chapter 336003336 Black Heavenly Sovereign Long Out Yin Obsidian. Li Qiye raised his hand, somewhat confused. Looking at the 10th level energy crystal in his hand, he realized it was called obsidian. The black dragon descended from the sky, landing on Li Qiye's shoulder, its pea-sized eyes carefully examining the black energy crystal. "That's right, the aura is indeed obsidian. Where did you get it? Wait, you don't know this is obsidian?" Li Qiye did not choose to hide it, shaking his head and saying, "I really didn't know. We just call it a 10th level energy crystal." Little did he know that the black dragon's eyes widened in shock, angered by Li Qiye's words. 10th level energy crystal? You actually compared it to an energy crystal? That's such a waste. Which bastard told you this is a 10-level energy crystal? Hurry up and tell me. I'll chop him up right now. Hearing this, Li Qiye broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. If I tell you, will I still be alive? Not to mention whether the Su family will let me go. If humans find out I sold out Su Lintian, I wouldn't even need the Su family to take action. The people on Blue Star would be eager to get rid of me. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, the black dragon seemed to be muttering to himself. 10-level energy crystal. It's the first time I've heard someone call obsidian a 10-level energy crystal. Chapter 337003337 What harm is there in adding all kinds of karma to my body? Master, can't the obsidian on me help you? Long Out Yin looked at him in surprise. He knew the value of obsidian. However, he didn't expect that his newly accepted disciple would be willing to use it for himself. This surprised him greatly. In his view, being powerful oneself was fundamental. All relationships had to be maintained by interests. The idea of selfless dedication was simply a huge joke. He even thought that the so-called feelings were just a joke as well. Even towards Li Qiye, this disciple, if there hadn't been a legacy or those energy crystals, the other party would never have become his disciple. But now, he felt something different about Li Qiye. Ha ha, Li Qiye looked at Long Out Yin. who suddenly laughed uncontrollably, feeling somewhat baffled. However, he soon noticed that the laughter gradually turned desolate. Why didn't I meet you sooner? But it's not too late now. At least I truly lived. Li Qiye showed a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding the meaning behind the other party's words. However, he noticed that the other party's body suddenly became much fainter. Was about to dissipate? Chapter 338. 00338 Desolation. Everyone on Blue Star, no matter where they were or what they were doing, stopped their actions and looked at the sky in disbelief. Heavens, were those things? Shooting stars? A little boy, not yet 10 years old, looked up at the sky with a slightly dirty face and clear eyes, watching the flowing lights in the sky. He closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, and quietly prayed, I don't want to be useless. I want to fight for humanity. Please give me a chance. However, just then, a red stream of light fell from above his head, precisely landing in his palm. Feeling the sensation in his palm, the little boy slowly opened his eyes. Focusing on his hand, where a bright red fruit appeared before him. The innocent boy, at this moment, seemed to have received a response. Regardless of what the fruit's effects were or whether it was edible, he held it in both hands and quickly devoured it. At that moment, it felt as if Blue Star had received a windfall. Meanwhile, in the airspace over the Pacific Ocean, Qi Daoyun and others were hovering in front of the Dragon Tomb entrance, watching as the entrance slowly closed and finally vanished. Listening to the disappearing entrance, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened here. Chapter 339. 00339. The Su family arrives at the Imperial. Starly Qingling followed Qi Daoyun to practice at the Black Dragon Academy. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Tomb, Li Qiye was also saying his final farewell to the Black Heavenly Sovereign. Long Outyan's body was slowly dissipating. The small dragon body was now only half left. Looking at the surrounding scene, his eyes were filled with reluctance. This was his Dragon Tomb, as well as the home where he had lived for most of his life. After breaking through to the Heavenly Sovereign and opening this small world, he had roamed the universe alone, rarely returning to his family. Is it finally time to leave? Disciple, take out the obsidian. Li Qiye thought he finally understood and wanted to use the obsidian. However, when he took out the obsidian again, Long Outyan suddenly said, Your strength is too low. When this place will open again is unknown. I'll give you one last protective talisman. I was originally going to leave the Dragon Pearl to you, but once my bones return to the source, the Dragon Pearl will also dissipate. Now, I will infuse my remaining soul power into the obsidian. It can unleash a supreme level 9th tier full force strike. Take care. After Long Outyan finished speaking, his body dissipated, transforming into streams of energy that surged into the obsidian. At the moment of his disappearance, the entire small world began to rain blood, as if crying for its master. Chapter 340. 00340. The Northern Domain Forest. One day later, everyone looked at the massive planet before them, secretly astonished. Su Lingxian tugged at Su Lintian's sleeve, uncertainly asking, Brother, is this the Imperial Star? It's no wonder she asked this. The planet before them was not a single entity, but made up of 12 planets, each 5 times larger than Blue Star. They were connected by spatial bridges, forming a gigantic spherical body. Su Lintian silently nodded, which was his response to her question. The Imperial Star was, so far, the largest and most unique planet he had ever seen, or rather, it could no longer be considered just a planet. No wonder it was the power center of the Southern Domain. Even before entering, he could sense no less than 10 domain lord-level auras inside. There are also numerous high-level cosmic beings. However, what puzzled him was why these forces were gathered on the Imperial Star. In reality, he did not know that although these forces were on the Imperial Star, their sphere of influence did not extend within it. This was also tacitly approved by the Tianyu Empire. Let us go, we'll go inside. As everyone stepped into the Imperial Star, the scene before them shifted. It felt as if they had entered a world combining ancient and modern elements, filled with streets that exuded a sense of technology, yet were also retro, along with buildings on both sides. Chapter 341. 00341 Yulong. I find the Emperor of the Tianyu Empire displeasing. Lao Jiao, go kill him. After speaking, she released Su Di's arm and turned to look at Su Lintian and the others. She could still act a bit spoiled towards Su Di, but faced with Su Lintian, she didn't dare to be too reckless and respectfully said, Senior, long time no see. Looking at the little girl from before, now grown into a graceful young woman, Su Lintian couldn't help but marvel at how fast time flies. Before Su Lintian could speak, the doctor behind him seemed to sense something and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Young master, it seems that the people from the Celestial God Group have also arrived at the Imperial Star." The Celestial God Group? Su Lintian frowned. It was such an unfamiliar term. And then it seemed he recalled something. Wasn't he that the force established by Su Bei and the others back then? He was indeed not a competent manager. Didn't he expect they had also come to the Imperial Star? He just didn't know how strong they were now, since they had also arrived. Little Dragon's presence here was of little use. You take him with you. By the way, find out how strong the Celestial God Group is now. Yes, young master. The doctor nodded in agreement and then turned to Wang Yulong, saying something to him. Wang Yulong's face was filled with excitement as he turned to leave with the doctor. Su Di felt inexplicably puzzled, but did not inquire further. Chapter 342-00342 The Emperor's Palace can't be bought with a loan, right? Meanwhile, Su Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of a building that looked like it had been carved from stone. From a distance, the building stood tall like a giant sword. Looking up, the 6 large characters of Virtual Universe Company were particularly eye-catching. Virtual Universe Company? Su Lingtian murmured as he looked at the name. He thought the Virtual Universe organization would choose a name similar to Brilliant Light Star Domain, using a star domain for naming. Brother, what are we doing here? Su Lingxian asked curiously. Is there a house for sale inside the Virtual Universe Company? After all, in my impression, companies usually sell products. Su Lingtian turned to glance at his curious sister and said while walking, "This is the power of the Virtual Universe organization. You can think of it as a conglomerate. It has everything inside. Is there a cosmic network? I've always wondered why we can't socialize and communicate like we do on Blue Star through some sort of device, like a mobile phone." Su Lingtian didn't expect his sister to ask that, but he was also curious. Linger, you've hit the nail on the head. I don't know, but we can ask later. Chapter 343-00343 Cosmic Virtual Network. Cosmic Virtual Network? Su Lingtian looked at the item handed over by the other party, surprised that they were prepared even before he could ask. Why is the Cosmic Virtual Network only available in the first star domain throughout the southern region? Does the first star domain have some special characteristics? However, the truth was that he was overthinking it. The staff member, upon hearing this, did not seem surprised, clearly. He had heard this question countless times. In fact, the organization felt that the value of other star domains was not significant, or rather, the entire southern region held little development value for the company, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. So, it ended up like this. Su Lingxian had not expected it to be for this reason. So, the Virtual Universe organization thinks that apart from the first star domain, other star domains are too poor and lack profit, which is why the 107 star domain has no network. No wonder the branch in the Brilliant Light Star domain is so shabby. Hearing this, Su Lingtian's expression turned awkward. Damn, I've become a country bumpkin. The village is too poor, which is why there's no network. But upon reflection, it was understandable. There were hardly any stellar-class beings in the Brilliant Light Star domain. And even if they looted all their assets, they probably couldn't exchange for a single level 7 energy crystal. Chapter 344-00344 Proposal Tianjin Sect? Bai Zhiga frowned. Although the Bai family had no connection with them, they were one of the 10 domain lords of the southern region, and he had heard of their deeds. But what did they want? They even sent a deputy sect master over. He originally intended to leave after finishing business, but couldn't help but step forward and sit down in a nearby chair. He wanted to see what the Tianjin sect was here for. Just as he took his seat, 2 men entered the hall. One, a cosmic level 8th rank, appearing somewhat mature, and beside him was a young stellar level 8th rank, looking arrogant as if he held everyone in disdain. Bai Fanghan glanced at the young man and ultimately focused on the middle-aged man. "Ha, honored guests have arrived. Forgive my lack of hospitality, please take a seat." One does not hit a smiling face, especially since the other party was from the Tianjin sect. After the two sat down, he continued, "I wonder what brings Deputy Sect Master Choi to my Bai family. No one comes to a treasure hall without reason." Although this wasn't a treasure hall, he assumed they weren't here just to chat. Chapter 345-00345 High Priest. Don't be too presumptuous after speaking. He turned to leave, but paused beside Su Di. Approaching with an arrogant demeanor, he looked at the bewildered Su Di and said, "No matter who you are, stay away from her. Don't bring trouble to yourself or your family." Unexpectedly, Su-D suddenly covered his mouth, took a few steps back, and said in panic, "Don't get so close. You might kiss me, and also, you seem to have bad breath." Cui Xiaoyuan's eyes widened, anger surging his heart. "What did you say, Brad?" Just as he was about to teach this stellar-level 4th rank punk a lesson, he raised his hand, and in the next second, a chill spread through his body. His raised arm stiffening in midair. His whole body felt as if it had been frozen, unable to move. Not just him. The temperature in the entire hall was dropping rapidly. Bai Zhiga and Bai Mushua couldn't help but shiver. The high priest behind Su-D looked at Cui Xiaoyuan with a cold expression and slowly said, "Don't be too presumptuous." If it weren't for the cosmic level high rank beside him and the consideration for Su-D's safety, Cui Xiaoyuan would have been a dead man by now. The only one still alive who dared to speak to Su-D like that was him alone. "Bastard. A cosmic level, 1st rank, ant dares to talk to me like this. Cui uncle, kill him for me." Chapter 346.00346 The Domain Lord family with the fewest members in history. Su-D would never have thought that Bai Zhiga was so active in his heart. He had spent an hour in the Bai family, mainly reminiscing with Bai Zhiga, as he only knew the 2 siblings from the Bai family on the Emperor's Star. Not long after leaving the Bai family, Butler Long came to find him, bringing a few people to the mansion that Su Lingtian had just purchased. Meanwhile, in the Bai family hall, Bai Fengheng and the others did not disperse after Su-D's departure. Bai Mushua knew her father's heart was filled with many questions at that moment, so she stepped forward and sat down next to Bai Zhiga. "Zhiga, Xiaoxua, don't you want to tell me about him? As far as I know, there are no families or forces in the brilliant light star domain that can afford a cosmic level guard. What is his identity?" In his view, Su-D did not have the aura of a large family. If it weren't for the cosmic level and stellar level 9th rank guard beside him, he would definitely think that the other party was just a typical family member from the brilliant light star domain. This wasn't his fault. In the Emperor's Star, which cosmic level family or force did not exist for over 1,000 years. Families like the Su family simply did not exist, or rather, in his impression, there was no force that could rise to such a level in just 200 years. Chapter 347.00347 Su Family Protector. The establishment of a Su family did not cause any waves. It seemed like just a change in 2 titles. 1 family head and 1 young master. But who would have known that this newly formed family of only 10 members would grow into a colossal family that shocked the entire universe in the future? After everyone left, only 3 people and a dragon remained in the Great Hall. Su Lingtian sat in the chair, taking out the dimensional ring brought back by the doctor. The Mad King stood on his shoulder, looking puzzled. The doctor and Butler Long stood respectfully behind him. The Mad King, hearing Su Lingtian's call, the Mad King on his shoulder quickly responded, "Master, you can just call me Xiao He. It sounds more friendly. And I think the name the young master gave me is great. It was fine to be called the Mad King before, but now it won't do. I feel I can't bear it. Moreover, I owe my current situation entirely to the person in front of me." Su Lingtian smiled and said, "All right, then I'll call you Xiao He. Do you know why I wanted you to break through to the stellar level to find me?" Xiao He, feeling dull-witted, asked, "Please enlighten me, Master." Su Lingtian, with a serious expression, replied, "Because I want to cultivate you to be the protector of the Su family, to safeguard the future outstanding younger generation of our Su family. However, your growth has greatly exceeded my expectations." Chapter 348. Intentions in Falling Flowers, Indifferent Flowing Water. Bai Mushua fixed her gaze on him, and finally, with a chuckle, pointed to the milk bottle under Su-D's feet and said, "Brother D, that milk bottle is so cute. I'll have my father send someone to the northern forest to bring one back." The milk bottle, currently munching on beast meat, paused, glanced at her, and said, "Hey, why are you cursing? Besides, I grew up with the master since childhood. I'm one of a kind." After saying that, he continued to eat. Hearing about the northern forest again, Su-D couldn't help but ask Littletail, "What is this northern forest you mentioned? Are there many spirit beasts there?" Bai Mushua pondered for a moment, tapping her lower lip with her finger, and said, "How should I put it? It's quite special. The northern forest is located at the junction of the southern and northern regions. It doesn't belong to either region, and indeed, there are many spirit beasts inside. Moreover, I heard my father say that deep in the northern forest, there is a domain lord level 7th tier spirit beast. But that's just hearsay. No one has ever seen it. Perhaps that's why it has become the most unique existence between the southern and northern regions. Domain lord level 7th tier? This left Su-D somewhat shocked. No wonder it was considered a unique existence. Chapter 349. The Master of the Heavenly God Pavilion breaks through to Supreme. 3 days later, Cui Xiaoyuan brought Cui Yongyuan to the Bai family again. Inside the Bai family hall, Cui Xiaoyuan glanced at Bai Muxue sitting beside Bai Jihe and couldn't help but smile. After they sat down, Bai Fangheng finally spoke. The Bai family agrees to your proposal, but I have a question that I wonder if Deputy Master Cui could answer. Cui Yongyuan smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if he had known from the beginning that the other party would agree. What are you talking about, Brother Fangheng? Since you agreed to our proposal, we are family now. Calling me Deputy Master feels a bit distant. Whatever your question is, just ask, and I will certainly clarify it for you. Bai Fangheng did not take his words to heart, but questioned. Isn't your Tianjin sect taking such great pains to avoid upsetting our emperor? Upset? Cui Yongyuan chuckled lightly and said, what if he is upset? Our young master and Miss Muxue are in love. He can't interfere with personal feelings, can he? If that were the case, not only would our Tianjin sect disagree, but I'm sure other domain lords wouldn't agree either, so Brother Fangheng need not worry. Chapter 350. Colorful Little People, Soul Mark. The ones who die the fastest, of course, are those low-level cannon fodder. Moreover, they don't die one by one, but the entire planet blows up. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace, when Emperor Yu learned about the situation at the border, his expression turned anxious. He didn't expect that the person from the Heavenly God Pavilion would break through to Supreme at this moment, which undoubtedly increased his pressure. Given the current situation, fortunately, they were unaware that the three great ancestors were not in the southern region, so they could remain stable for a while. But this is not a long-term solution. Once the other party becomes aware, the Tianyu Empire will be in danger. It is essential to stabilize the internal situation as soon as possible. As for the Heavenly God Pavilion, let us delay as long as possible. The subtle changes in the southern and northern regions were completely unknown to Su Lintian. In the depths of the Su family, Su Lintian's secluded area. At this moment, Su Lintian was trying to absorb colored energy once more. However, this time it seemed unexpectedly simple. A stream of colored energy entered his body along his meridians, then roamed through his limbs and bones, finally merging with the energy that was already stored within him. At the moment the two energies fused together, Su Lintian's entire body suddenly trembled, and a faint colorful glow emanated from the surface of his body. In less than 2 seconds, all the energy inside him was consumed, and Su Lintian was left with only one thought. Chapter 351. Alina's Choice. Su Lintian looked around at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Alina behind Su Lintao. Her strength seemed somewhat awkward at stellar level 9. Alina seemed to realize this too, but there was nothing she could do. She simply didn't have many energy crystals. Otherwise, with her talent, she would be at least comparable to a cosmic level 4 dragon butler by now. At the same time, she felt very shocked because she now didn't dare to look directly at Su Lintian, who occupied the master position. A year ago, she could still sense his cosmic level aura, but now she couldn't even detect energy fluctuations. Even so, she did not feel less pressure. On the contrary, it was even greater than a year ago. The pressure was greater than what the doctor had brought her. In the entire hall, only 2 people looked like ordinary people, and it just so happened that these 2 had the strongest strength. One of them goes without saying, it was naturally the doctor, and the other was Su Lintian, who sat in the master's position with a smile. Su Lintian withdrew his gaze from Alina and chatted with everyone for a while. After everyone left the hall, Alina was left behind. This made Alina feel puzzled and a bit nervous. Senior, did you call for me for something? Chapter 352. Su D comes out of seclusion. Engagement banquet? Su D was taken aback upon hearing this. Wasn't it the guy he had met at the Bai family before? He had almost forgotten about him. All right, I understand. By the way, has my father come out of seclusion? Young master, the master has already come out of seclusion a few days ago. Su D nodded and fell silent. When he found Su Lintian, he was currently having tea with Chen Yunyu and her daughter. You know, drinking tea outside of Blue Star is indeed different, and I haven't had it in a long time. I wonder how Blue Star is doing now. Sitting opposite him, Chen Yunyu rolled her eyes at his complaints and said, shouldn't I be the one saying this? Didn't Tiu return once before coming to the Emperor's Star? It hasn't been long since then. How much can change? Besides, you know that the energy on Blue Star can't compare to that outside the solar system. And most importantly, they still don't have energy crystals. Meanwhile, sitting beside them, the usually silent Su Hani suddenly spoke up, father, mother. I want to leave the family for a while." As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Yun was filled with confusion. In her view, the Su family lacked nothing right now, and Suhani had no need to go out and take risks. Chapter 35300-353 Tianjin Sect. Don't worry, it's very stable soon. A burly middle-aged man was brought in. Hua Yin pays respects to the emperor. Ha, Minister Hua, there's no need for such formalities. I heard you've broken through to the domain lord level. Congratulations. May I ask why you have come to see me in the palace? Hua Yin replied straightforwardly. Emperor, my Hua clan wants to move to the Imperial Star. This way, it will be more convenient for the 7th princess to see Ming'er, so I ask for your permission. The Feather Emperor was naturally very happy about this, but also caught the meaning behind his words. He smiled and said, "Granted, this is a good thing. Let's do this. I will have someone buy a mansion from the Virtual Universe Company as a congratulatory gift for your breakthrough to Domain Lord. Also, from now on, your Hua clan and subordinate forces no longer need to pay tribute to the Empire." Hearing this, Hui Yin was ecstatic. He had heard that the mansions from the Virtual Universe Company were not cheap, and starting today, the Hua clan no longer had to pay tribute to the Imperial Palace, saving a significant amount of energy crystals each year. With his son engaged to the 7th princess, the Hua clan could be considered royal relatives. They were bound to soar in the future. The more Hui Yin thought about it, the more excited he became, completely oblivious to the current situation of the Imperial Star. Chapter 35400-354 Su Emperor. That dog, Cui Xiaoyuan, everyone showed shock upon hearing about the arrival of the Taotai Pavilion. In their impression, the Taotai Pavilion, like the Virtual Universe Company, was a force beyond their comprehension. They had always kept to themselves, and, as long as they weren't provoked, these two forces were as calm as still water, having no interactions with other forces and not interfering in the matters of the southern region. Although the Taotai Pavilion on the Imperial Star did not have a supreme sitting in, its leader was also a high-level domain lord. Strange. Who is Lu Ruyin from the Taotai Pavilion? I've never heard of this person. I can see that the other party has an extraordinary status in the Taotai Pavilion. Hey, little friend, do you have any insider information? Share it with me. Are you blind? Can't you see the cosmic level aura radiating from her? Which family's younger generation has cosmic level strength, except for the crown prince of the Tianyu Empire? Damn, I really didn't notice until you mentioned it. Just looking at her bone age, she can't be 100 years old, right? To have such strength at such a young age. She really could be a big shot within the Taotai Pavilion. I'm curious why the Taotai Pavilion has come. The Virtual Universe Company, as expected, want to participate in this betrothal banquet. Chapter 35500-355 End. No, this is just the beginning. Before the words fell, a strange voice rang out from not far away. Oh, you finally came. I thought you wouldn't show up. How is it? Are you satisfied with the surprise I prepared for you? Other cosmic level families don't have such treatment. Only because you're Xiao Xue's good friend do you get this treatment. Kui Xiaoyuan walked over proudly, while Bai Muxue lowered her head, not daring to meet the Su Emperor's gaze. Instead, Nailan Hongyi curiously sized up the Su Emperor. Is this the Emperor brother Xiao Xue mentioned? He doesn't seem special, just a bit strong, stellar level 7, decent talent, a bit handsome, but otherwise quite ordinary. He can't compare at all with my Jiha. Jiha, so you are here. Long time no see, Nailan Hongyi said as she naturally linked her arm with Bai Jiha's. Bai Jiha was momentarily taken aback by her sudden change, his face showing some astonishment. When did she become so proactive? Didn't she seem quite reserved before? Nailan Hongyi felt secretly pleased. After learning about Bai Muxue's situation, she felt she couldn't leave any regrets and decided to take the initiative. Chapter 35600-356 Your belly band is with me. After the commotion between Cui Yin and the 7th princess, everyone's thoughts were different. However, Cui Yin and the others were very satisfied, especially those who were previously worried that the Feather Emperor would use this as an example to intimidate others. Now they could finally relax. Cui Yin stood on the high platform with a shiny face, looking at the many guests and smiling. Today is my son's betrothal banquet. Thank you all for taking the time to come. After some formalities, Cui Xiaoyuan entered the crowd with Bai Muxue, and everyone began to present gifts. Cui Xiaoyuan thanked them one by one until the Su Emperor stood up from his seat. The smile on his face instantly vanished. He knew the Su Emperor wanted to embarrass him at this moment, and couldn't he help but give a glance to an elder from the Tianjin sect, who was a cosmic level 3-stage expert. The other party understood immediately, and, before the Su Emperor could make his next move, blocked his path with an expressionless face, saying, "Su young master, please sit back down. Our young master does not need your congratulatory gift." The Su Emperor ignored him and walked straight past. Seeing the Su Emperor actually ignore him, the elder was furious. Even a royal family of the Tianyu Empire wouldn't dare act this way. The other party was just a little cosmic-level family young master. How dare he? Chapter 35700-357 by Jiha. 2 levels higher, still 1v2, isn't that weak? Even today, she was fantasizing about such a day. She didn't need the Su Emperor to give her an answer right now. She just needed a little response from him, a glimmer of hope, even if just a tiny bit. I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes, even if it's 10,000 years. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. But I don't want you to be in danger because of me. Bai Mushue's meaning was clear to the Su Emperor, who comforted her, "Don't worry, as long as it's something you don't want to do. No one can force you, not even the Tianjin sect. Also, I still prefer you to call me Emperor Brother." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushue was deeply moved. She left Su Emperor's embrace, looked up at him, her eyes filled with affection. Emperor Brother, seeing the two of them being so affectionate in front of him. Cui Xiaoyuan felt a rage inside him that erupted like a volcano. The words of the people below only added fuel to the fire. It seemed that today would not end well. End well? How could it end well? It hasn't even started, and it's already full of green grass. If it were you, could you end it well? Let alone the Tianjin sect. If it were me, I would definitely blow up with him. But it can't be said that way. Didn't you see? The young lady from the Bai family clearly likes the Su Emperor. Cui Xiaoyuan must have taken a liking to her, and is using his power to pressure her, which is why we have this scene now. Chapter 35800-358 Doctor. Don't think that just because there's a domain lord protecting you, you can talk nonsense here. The Grand Elder of the 7 Stars sect, upon hearing this, naturally did not hesitate. After all, in his eyes, even if Bai Fangheng was of the same level as him, he was not afraid, as long as he could hold the other party. Moreover, there are not just these cosmic-level experts present. The domain lords of the Tianjin sect, 7 Stars sect, and the Hong family, among the 4 major forces, were all here, enough to deal with various unexpected situations. Even if a certain someone from the Imperial Palace came in person, they wouldn't be afraid. Bai Fangheng looked at the Grand Elder of the 7 Stars sect blocking his path. Although he was not afraid of him, he also couldn't go help the High Priest. Looking up at the battle in the sky, he could only sigh in resignation. Given the current situation, he could only hope for the best. However, just as he was worrying about the High Priest, an exclamation from Cui Yongyuan was followed by a scream. "How could you be so strong?" "No." Everyone looked up in response. They saw a figure descending rapidly from 10,000 meters in the air, accompanied by a blue glow, moving as fast as lightning. Bang! Cui Yongyuan was pierced through the right shoulder by an ice-blue spear, pinned to the ground, his breath faint. The chilling aura from the spear spread within him, freezing his entire right arm. Chapter 359. Cui Yin. No one from the Su and Bai families will be left behind. After Nu Qingyun took Lu Ruyan away from the Tianjin sect, Lu Ruyan finally reacted, feeling as puzzled about Nu Qingyun's actions as Bai Zai. "Uncle Nu, why did you do that?" However, Nu Qingyun's expression was unusually serious. "Miss, the person next to them is not simple." "Not simple? You mean he is not an ordinary person?" "Well, how could there be ordinary people with the Imperial Star? But it's strange that I didn't feel any energy fluctuations from him. Regardless of how extraordinary he is, he couldn't possibly be stronger than you, uncle." To her surprise, Nu Qingyun smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "Miss, you don't know. Just now, he showed his killing intent." "Killing intent? Does he want to kill me?" Lu Rian was momentarily stunned, but what followed was not fear, but curiosity. Uncle Nu was a 4th-tier domain lord. How could the other party dare to act like that? She should feel fortunate that her identity as a member of the Taotai Pavilion saved her. "Miss, let's go. If we stay here any longer, I fear we will be caught in the crossfire." He never expected that this little-known Su family could be hiding so much. However, Lu Ruyan had no intention of leaving. The matter wasn't over yet. How could they leave like this? They should be fine outside. I believe the one from the Imperial Palace will also not be able to sit still. This kind of excitement is rare in the southern region. Chapter 360. The Tianyu Empire's turn. Cui Yin raised his hand to press down. The glacier giant behind the High Priest had its legs shattered. Not only that, but its mountain-like arms also broke apart, countless ice shards raining down. It was as if hail was falling from the sky, spreading an extreme cold that caused the temperature of the entire Tianjin sect to plummet. The barrier enveloping the Tianjin sect was covered in frost. So cold, Brother Emperor. The high priest won't be in trouble, right? Bai Muxiu couldn't help but wrap her clothes tighter, moving closer to Su Di, watching the battle above with concern. Su Di did not respond. At this point, he didn't know what the outcome would be. The gap between cosmic level and domain lord was still too large. If the high priest could break through to cosmic level 9th tier, perhaps he could withstand Chui Yin for a while. But now, there was no way to contend with him. The assembled glacier giant fell apart in just 3 breaths. The high priest in the sky suddenly trembled, clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His blue hair turned back to pure white. However, the giant hand above the sky did not dissipate. It continued to press down on the high priest with the power to destroy everything. At this critical moment, it seemed the national master beside the 7th princess received some news, flashing forward to confront the giant hand. Chapter 361. The Arrival of the Feather Emperor. What he did not expect was that a crack in the void appeared before the 7th princess, and an old man with white hair stepped out, looking coldly at Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan was not surprised to see the old man. "Ha, the Feather Emperor even sent you out. Is he not afraid of someone being detrimental to the crown prince?" It was clear he knew the old man's identity, as he was the protector beside the crown prince of the Tianyu Empire. "You don't need to trouble yourself, Sect Master Duan. Oomph. How dare you stop me with your first-tier domain lord strength?" As soon as Duan Wuhan's words fell, the void behind him was suddenly ripped apart by a large hand, and a deep voice came out. "Oh, then how about adding this emperor?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Duan Wuhan felt a chill down his spine. The crowd outside the Tianjin sect was secretly astonished to see the Feather Emperor appear. They did not expect the Feather Emperor to personally intervene. However, upon further thought, it made sense. Although there were many domain lord-level experts in the Tianyu Empire, all those who could be mobilized were now at the Tianjin sect. It was strange that at this point, the Feather Emperor could have called out an ancestor to suppress Chui Yin and the others, yet he did not do so, instead choosing to come himself. Chapter 362. The Divine Group. Just as the doctor finished speaking, a crack in the void suddenly appeared outside the Tianjin sect, and 7 figures emerged. Su Bei turned his gaze to the 6 domain lords who were watching the excitement. 4 first-tier domain lords and 2 second-tier domain lords. Were these the 6 among the top 10 domain lord-level forces in the southern region? Feeling his gaze, the 6 domain lords exchanged glances with him. Su Bei only glanced at them before retracting his gaze, leading Tang Jiao and the others through the barrier and into the Tianjin sect. After they left, the crowd finally reacted. "My heavens, who are they? Cosmic-level powerhouses from the royal family of the Tianyu Empire? Impossible. The leader is a domain lord. I know the domain lord from the Tianyu Empire, but I have never seen this one. Moreover, there are actually 5 cosmic-level 9th tier and 1 cosmic-level 7th tier here. Now, there's a good show to watch. If they are not from the Tianyu Empire, then who are they? They can't possibly be from that Su family, can they?" Yes. Su Bei broke through from cosmic level 9th tier to domain lord, and apart from Wang Yulong, the other 5 all broke through to cosmic level 9th tier. The price for this, however, was that the resources obtained by the divine group from the Dragon Tomb, except for what was given to Su Lintian, had been nearly exhausted, and now even Su Bei did not have a single 7th level energy crystal left in his dimensional ring. Chapter 363. Chui Xiaoyuan. How can I win with such teammates? Although the other party was a bit brutal, at least they were on his side. Thinking this way, he felt slightly more at ease. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." At the same time, he was filled with confusion. Are these people from the Su family? Su Bei nodded, but did not converse much with Bai Fangheng. With the addition of the divine group, it was as if those cosmic-level beings were facing an apocalypse. Moreover, with Su Bei, a domain lord, present, the situation soon tilted heavily in their favor. "Head of the family, save me. I don't want to die. Sect Master, save me. Mountain Master, save me. Damn it, as a domain lord, how could I sneak attack a cosmic level 9th tier?" The consecutive falls of cosmic level beings made Duan Wuhan and the others anxious. If this continued, they would become the last standing commanders. Chui Xiaoyuan, seeing the current situation, felt a surge of fear deep in his heart. Who said the Su family was cosmic level? Damn it, false information misled me. The opponent not only has a domain master, but also 5 universe level 9th stages. And there's even a monster that can withstand a strike from a domain master with a universe level 6 stage. As for them, teammates occasionally shout, "Master, save me. Homeowner, save me. Mount Master, save me." How are we supposed to fight like this? Seeing this situation, I quietly retreated, planning to slip back to the rear. Chapter 3640036 For Slave Chinyan. If he truly gets angry, I'm afraid that person from the virtual universe company will have to run away. The Feather Emperor's gaze sharpened as he looked at the Vice Master of the Heavenly God Pavilion and coldly said, "Vice Master, Mo actually came to my southern domain. Are you not afraid of being unable to leave the southern domain?" Hearing this, Emo-chan seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. His expression darkened. Afraid? Of course, I'm afraid, but in comparison, I'm more curious as to why your 3 ancestors have yet to show up. Could it be that they cannot come out? How about this? As long as one of them comes out to see me, I will leave the southern domain without a word. The reason he appeared here was to gather information on the 3 ancestors of the Tianyu Empire, and as for the Tianjin sect, it was optional for him. Of course, if the royal ancestors do not appear in the end, he wouldn't mind helping the Tianjin sect a bit, fulfilling his promise. The Feather Emperor certainly knew his purpose. Upon hearing Emo Chen's words, the 7th princess suddenly realized, recalling a series of events. First, the engagement with the Fire Clan to win them over, and all the various matters, along with what the Feather Emperor had said to her before coming. A thought popped in her mind. Are the ancestors not in the southern domain right now? As soon as this thought emerged, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 3650036 Don't worry, it's very safe. Just barely stabilizing, she looked at Emo-chan, who was at the center of the storm, and, at this moment, cold sweat was streaming down his forehead. Damn it, this old guy actually broke through to the 9th stage of the Domain Master. It seems that the Pavilion Master was right. Rashly invading the southern domain is truly unwise. If the 2nd ancestor has broken through to the 9th stage of the Domain Master, then the 1st ancestor must have also broken through to the supreme level. For the Heavenly God Pavilion to step into the southern domain, they must at least wait until he breaks through to the 9th stage of the Domain Master. With this in mind, he began to feel a desire to retreat. However, before leaving, he needed to consume some of the southern domain's power. Yet, the terrifying sword energy seemed to exceed his expectations. In less than 3 breaths, the red barrier before him shattered. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The fierce sword energy tore open countless rips in the surrounding space. Bang, it collided with the barrier of the Tianjin sect. But this time it only caused a slight crack before dissipating into the heavens and earth. The Vice Master of the Heavenly God Pavilion was injured. His terrifying. The barrier set up by the Virtual Universe Company was actually torn apart. The 2nd ancestor of the royal family is indeed terrifying. It seems the 1st ancestor has already broken through to the supreme level. Tear apart? Are you joking? That person was just acting casually. Try letting him break it again now. Chapter 3660036 He's playing you. Your Majesty, additional chapter. If you hadn't said anything, how would have felt that the outside isn't very safe? The sudden change shocked everyone inside the Tianjin sect, especially the domain masters like the Feather Emperor. They never expected that such a terrifying existence was hidden here. Upon seeing the Dr. S appearance, the young Master Chui, Xiaoyuan, thought about having to duel him. He couldn't help but feel a warm stream flow down from his thigh. He was scared to death. If even the universe level cannot escape the fate of being annihilated, let alone him, a small shrimp that isn't even universe level. Watching his body dissipate, he opened his mouth but couldn't shout out. His eyes filled with endless fear until the last moment of his life. In just 2 breaths, he turned to ashes, blown away by the wind, dissipating into the heavens and earth. In a short minute, the horrific sounds gradually weakened. Even the half-dead Huiyin couldn't escape the calamity. Black gas spread all over his body, and his calm body suddenly started to tremble. He raised his left arm, waving in the air, looking in the direction of the Feather Emperor, his mouth slightly open, as if to say, "Save me, I can still be rescued." Chapter 3670036 The land, shrouded in darkness, is a zone of life prohibition. The doctor merely glanced at the 4 of them. Before Cui Yin and the others could react, countless chains formed from black gas firmly trapped them. Seeing this, Chen no longer hesitated, tearing through the void and rolling inside. His actions left Hong Yu dumbfounded. Damn it, old Chui, that guy ran away. Didn't he say he had a guaranteed kill method? After hearing this, Chui Yin reacted and immediately became furious. Chen, you bastard. Is this what you call a guaranteed kill method? If anyone is to run, it should be us. What is a domain master of the 8th stage like you're running for? Damn, but there was no trace of the opponent anymore. The doctor looked at the vanishing Chen, indifferent, and said, Now you want to leave? Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought, the next moment, Chui Yin and the others screamed in panic. They realized that no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the black gas enveloping them. Not only that, but the energy within their bodies was rapidly depleting. If this continued, they would be completely drained. Damn, what the hell is this black gas? That's actually consuming the energy in my body? Senior, please spare us. We surrender. We will follow the Su family from now on. And we ask you to spare us this once, considering we are domain masters. Chapter 368-00368, Using Oneself as a Furnace to Refine All Lives. The sudden appearance of the void crack made Chen alert. He thought the doctor was chasing him, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately relaxed. As long as it wasn't he, that terrifying guy, he didn't take ordinary domain master seriously. Moreover, the other party was only a domain master of the 3rd stage. What? You want to stop me? The man's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat at a loss. He was just a domain master of the 3rd stage, while the other was the vice master of the heavenly god pavilion, someone akin to an ancestor. Seeing him like this, Chen coldly said, Humph. I've discussed it with your ancestor. After I return, the border will return a peace. After saying that, he was about to continue on his way. Just then, the man in front suddenly looked at Chen's back in horror, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he saw something unbelievable. Behind Chen, a pair of strange hands emitting black gas tore through space. Immediately after, a cold voice echoed in their minds. I said, Now you want to leave? It's too late. In the man's eyes, a humanoid black mist emerged from the void. The terrifying aura made him tremble uncontrollably. He stuttered, What is this thing? Chapter 369-00369. The doctor is out of control. The 1st star domain is in critical danger. The energy within the doctor surged violently. A black pillar of light pierced through the starry sky, and a huge void crack above was torn open by the black energy. In the void, a pair of pitch-black claws reached out, followed by a long, black-horned head emerging from the emptiness, with black golden vertical pupils the size of 2 planets. Then came the massive body. Witnessing this, Hong Yi was stunned, standing frozen in place. He had come to check the situation after sensing fluctuations in the spatial energy here, only to unexpectedly encounter Chen, and that wasn't the end of it. Shortly after, a powerful figure exuding a strange black aura appeared. It seemed that the other party was thoroughly enraged by the words of the vice master of the heavenly god pavilion. He inwardly lamented, Why did you have to say something so harsh when you were trying to escape? Looking at the terrifying shadow behind the doctor, which seemed to reach as high as the starry sky, draped in a vast celestial cloak with countless stars as embellishments. He felt as small as an ant in front of it. At the moment the other party emerged from the void, his heart nearly stopped for a brief instant. After regaining his senses, his pupils contracted, and he trembled as he asked, What on earth is this? Chapter 370, Soul Shadow, 10 minutes ago. South Domain Border. A crack in the void appeared, and Peng Yi flew out in a disheveled state, his face filled with fear. The moment he appeared, 2 domain lord-level auras approached him, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Seeing his expression, the newcomers were puzzled. Old Peng, weren't you going to investigate the anomaly? Why do you look like this? What happened? To their surprise, Peng, he didn't answer their questions. He turned his head to look behind him anxiously and said, Don't ask. Quickly notify everyone at the border to escape. The two exchanged a serious glance, realizing he wasn't joking. You keep an eye on him. I'll see what's going on. Okay, be careful. Hearing this, Peng Yi's expression changed dramatically, and he was about to shout to stop them, but before he could finish, the other party had already vanished. Old Peng, what exactly did you see to scare you like this? You're a domain lord of the 3rd tier, after all. Peng Yi forced a bitter smile and thought, Domain lord of the 3rd tier? What does that even matter? Chen, a domain lord of the 8th tier, used all his tricks, even the black hole transporter. And what did it result in? Chapter 371. Some are happy, some are sad. Pengyi's words were like a heavy blow to those in the North Domain, leaving them dizzy. The vice master of the heavenly god pavilion is dead? The people of the North Domain fell silent, watching Peng Yi and the others leave with disbelief in their eyes. Whether this was true or not was uncertain, but it was a significant matter. They had to report back to the master no matter what. Leave this to you. At the heavenly god pavilion, when Mo Yuan heard this news, his expression darkened. One of the few high-level domain lords of the heavenly god pavilion had died in the South Domain. Master, perhaps the guy Peng Yi is just making things up. The vice master is an 8th-tier domain lord. Even if the ancestor of the Tianyu Empire broke through to the supreme level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. All right, I understand this matter. You may leave. Also, without my orders, do not disturb the South Domain again. Yes, understood. After the others left, Mo Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Shadow, go to the South Domain and investigate whether this matter is true. It was indeed difficult for him to believe that Mo Chan had died in the South Domain. After all, that guy was not only powerful, but also very cautious about his life. That was why he had sent him to the South Domain. The 3 ancestors of the Tianyu Empire had not shown themselves for 1,000 years. Chapter 372. The Wheel of Fortune turns. He had thought that by eliminating the 4 major domain lord-level forces led by the Sword of Heaven sect, the South Domain would become stable. But now, the Sword of Heaven sect was gone, and the Su family had emerged. Without the ancestor, he could only keep his head down and be cautious. Fortunately, there was some good news. With the death of a vice master, the Heavenly God Pavilion should be a bit more stable. Bring the 7th princess to see me. The Emperor of Yu rubbed his brow and instructed the guards beside him. A little while later, the 7th princess hurriedly arrived and saluted. Father. The Emperor of Yu got straight to the point upon seeing her arrival. You can cancel the engagement with Huaming. I will send someone to the Hua clan to notify them that your engagement with Huaming is void. Upon hearing this, the 7th princess felt a surge of joy and thanked her father. Poor Huiyin, who had just broken through to the domain lord level, was used as cannon fodder by the Tianyu Empire. As for Huaming, the Hua clan had just moved to the Emperor's Star. Thinking that with his father being a domain lord and his engagement with the 7th princess, he would surely soar to great heights upon arriving at the Emperor's Star. But good times were short-lived. Bad news followed one after another, and the pillar of the Hua clan fell at the Sword of Heaven sect. This was akin to the sky collapsing for the Hua clan. At that moment, the Hua clan no longer felt the joy of relocating to the Emperor's Star. The atmosphere turned extremely oppressive. Chapter 373. One moment, do not underestimate the young poor. The next moment, one slap kills. Huaming looked at the divorce document in Nailan Hongyi's hand, his face betraying no expression. After the Tianyu Empire sent someone to annul the engagement, he had known that this day would eventually come. After all, the strongest in the Hua clan was only a cosmic level 5th tier, lacking the capital to stand on equal footing with the Nailan family. Moreover, he no longer even held the identity of the young master. The Hua clan would definitely not offend the rising Nailan family for his sake. Nailan Hongyi was somewhat surprised to see his calm demeanor. However, the others in the Hua clan were different. Upon seeing her produce the divorce document, they couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. The great elder panicked and said, Miss Nailan, the decision to break the engagement was entirely made by them, and this divorce document was also unilaterally decided by them. We strongly advised against it at the time, but you also know that once the clan leader makes a decision, no amount of persuasion will help. Please do not blame the entire Hua clan for this. Afterward, he did not forget to yell at Huaming. Huaming, why are you still dazed? I repeatedly advised you and your father not to do this, and you still haven't knelt down to apologize to Miss Nailan. Chapter 374. Master, you're too cautious. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor of Yu smiled bitterly. Neither side agreed, leaving him somewhat at a loss. In the end, he could only reluctantly accept reality, leaving behind words to maintain good relations with both families before diving into seclusion. The South Domain did not require his governance, as it was self-governing. As long as those forces paid tribute to the Empire every year, it was sufficient. After these events, the Nailan family successfully replaced the Hua clan and settled in the Emperor's Star. Following the Sword of Heaven sect incident, the Emperor's Star had become much more amicable. Even those domain lord-level forces treated the newcomer, the Nailan family, with courtesy. It could be said that as the tide rises, the boats rise. And every day the place was bustling. while the Su family was left cold and desolate. It wasn't that no one wanted to build connections, but their thoughts were cut off by a single sentence from Su Lyntian. Su Lyntian had no time to listen to their flattery. In the entire southern region, apart from the Feast Pavilion and the Virtual Universe Company, the Su family did not need to befriend other forces. The premise of friendship is that both sides need to be on equal footing. The Heavenly God Pavilion. After Mo Yuan learned about the events in the southern region from the Shadow, he would have thought anyone else was talking nonsense, but coming from the Shadow, he had to believe it. It seemed that the Heavenly God Pavilion's ambition to unify the northern and southern regions was hopeless. Chapter 375. 00375 Ancestor of the Sea Demon race of Blue Star when the Mad Python left the Sea Star. It bid farewell to Wang Xingyu and Queen Nemisa on Namit Star, heading alone to the glimmering star domain. Compared to the events at the Imperial Star involving the Heavenly Sword Gate, the now tranquil Blue Star in the solar system seemed particularly unsettled. Solar System Blue Star. Since the Dragon Tomb disappeared less than 10 years ago, Blue Star has undergone earth-shaking changes. The energy of a celestial master infused into the small Blue Star made it seem as if the energy was reviving. Now, Blue Star no longer has only the human race. The ocean has seen the evolution of creatures collectively referred to as the Sea Demon race. The land was no exception. With the revival of energy and the scattering of numerous treasures from the Dragon Tomb, animals underwent tremendous changes. The Human Federation, based on ancient cultural texts, referred to them collectively as the Demon race. Of course, everything has two sides. The Sea Demon race and the Demon race naturally have both good and bad aspects. The Demon race and humans are food for each other, just as their flesh and blood are rare ingredients. Moreover, after evolving, the animals on Blue Star are vastly different from the spirit beasts in the universe. Once they evolved, they possessed demon cores. While the spirit beasts in the universe do not have beast cores, and demon cores are also important resources for cultivation. Chapter 376. 00376 Wolf King. My lord, I am also part of humanity. The Wolf King, looking terrified at Chen Xiaodao, exclaimed that the Inspector Lord was wronged. Even if it were given 10 times the courage, it wouldn't dare to disrespect him. What a joke. It had cultivated to such a level, but it wasn't foolish. It knew humanity's deeds all too well. Meeting Chen Xiaodao here today made it so overjoyed that it forgot itself. It was simply an opportunity not to be missed, especially since the other party was the Inspector of Sheep Village. Upon learning about Sheep Village's origins, it decisively decided to join, but unfortunately, with its fierce appearance, it would definitely cause panic in human society. It would be hard to defend itself then, and it would be instantly killed by human experts. Knowing how precious its life was, it decided to wait here, knowing that the Inspector of Sheep Village would patrol the world periodically. Sure enough, heaven did not disappoint the diligent wolf. It encountered Chen Xiaodao today. However, as soon as Chen Xiaodao saw it was a stellar level 5th rank, he promptly turned and ran. Seeing this, how could it possibly give up the hard-won opportunity? In its haste, it forgot to explain. Thus, the current situation arose. Chen Xiaodao realized that the name of Sheep Village could hold the opponent in check, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 377. 00377 Monkey King of Amei Mountain. The elders of Sheep Village listened quietly to what Ting Quan said and did not interrupt. Only quietly listening to the conversation between him and the 3 grand elders. They knew that if it were just a minor matter, Ting Quan wouldn't have gathered them for this meeting. It was just a small East CC demon after all, and it wouldn't even require Sheep Village to intervene. One Black Dragon Academy could easily wipe them out several times over, even without Qi Daoyan stepping in. As expected, not long after, Ting Quan spoke again. Regarding the EC, I have discussed it with Director Qi and the 3 elders of the Human Federation. We will take this opportunity to eliminate the Sea Demon race of the EC, serving as a warning to the entire Sea Demon race not to set their sights on humanity, or they will only bring about their own destruction. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. To eliminate the Sea Demon race of the EC, this was no small matter. Of course, the 3 major forces could easily accomplish this, and these were resources for them. However, wouldn't this mean leaving the East Sea empty? Wouldn't that be somewhat wasteful? One Grand Elder expressed uncertainty. In his view, it was indeed wasteful. Most of those were low-level sea demons. If they could wait until they broke through to the planetary level before killing them, the demon cores within them will be quite different. Chapter 378. 00378 Hunters often appear in the form of Prey. The Wolf King was grateful to Chun Xiaodao for allowing it to stay. After all, humans were the rulers of this world. Although it had stellar level 5th rank strength, it never intended to be enemies with humans. However, sometimes not being enemies does not mean there are no dangers. Its stellar level 5th rank demon core was still quite valuable. At the same time, the Human Federation released 2 notifications. In 10 years, everyone can leave the solar system freely. In 1 month, we will eliminate the sea demon race of the EC. These 2 pieces of news caused a stir around the world. First, the ability to leave the solar system freely in 10 years indicated that the Human Federation had enough spaceships to support this, making it affordable for ordinary people. Although there were many who could afford it before, they were weak and faced great danger, often dying along the way. Now, it was different. Planetary-level beings were everywhere, and even if there were accidents with the spaceships, they could survive in the cosmic starry sky for a long time. Secondly, the elimination of the sea demon race of the EC was akin to the Human Federation distributing resources to everyone. They just needed to pick them up. Although there was some danger, it was low enough to be negligible. Chapter 379. 00379 Those who know their friends will prosper. Those who oppose will perish. Along the coast of the EC, people crowded together. Several major cities saw their populations double in just a few days. Fortunately, these people's living arrangements did not require official personnel. In just 10 days, as everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the 1-month deadline, suddenly a cheer echoed throughout the EC. Everyone prepared for battle as the sea demon tide arrived early. The sea demon tide? Upon hearing this, there was a momentary confusion and misunderstanding among the crowd. Sea demon tide? Wasn't it said that they would eliminate the sea demon race of the EC? How could there be a sea demon tide? Isn't there a conflict between the elimination of the sea demon race and the sea demon tide? No. I think the Human Federation realized long ago that these guys were going to launch a sea demon tide against the East Sea coast, which is why they sent us to eliminate them. Yes, that must be it. Great. These guys dare to invade us humans. It seems they think they are capable again. I have enough large sacks. I want to let any first-tier sea demons escape. They all belong in my sacks. Hey, just kidding. What is elimination? First tier, I want to leave any unevolved ones behind. Just right for food for leaving. As everyone chatted and laughed, they saw the once calm surface of the East Sea begin to ripple, followed by surging waves carrying countless sea demons toward the coast of the East Sea. Chapter 380. No need for Dean Shi to take action. We can still defeat you, just the same. The second batch of humans joined the battlefield, and the entire battlefield seemed to show signs of spreading beyond the EC. Meanwhile, inside the Black Dragon Academy, in a pavilion by the lake, Li Qingling looked at Qi Daoyun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, wanting to speak but hesitating. Just then, Qi Daoyun slowly opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and smiled. Want to go to EC? Upon hearing this, Li Qingling nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She indeed wanted to go to the EC, but not because of those demon cores or resources. She had no lack of them. The energy crystals left by Li Qiye in the dimensional ring were already sufficient for her current use, and since she was Qi Daoyun's only disciple, she had even more resources. Qi Daoyun naturally understood this, and knew why Li Qingling felt this way. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "If you want to go, then go. It's just right to familiarize yourself with your own power before leaving the solar system." Hearing this, Li Qingling's heart was filled with joy. "Thank you, Master. I'm off." After saying that, without waiting for Qi Daoyun to respond, she transformed into a streak of blue light and broke through the clouds, heading towards the East Sea. She had already begun to silently envision life outside the solar system while also looking for Li Qiye. As Li Qingling headed towards the East Sea, deep within the East Sea, Chapter 381-0381, the more normal the surface, the more abnormal the reality. Although Kuei Snake was angry, he knew that He Yinshan was speaking the truth. Over a dozen 4th-tier stellar-level beings and 1 5th-tier stellar-level being. Facing them alone, he could indeed be severely injured. So there was no need to consider face. His life was more important. The other 8 demons naturally understood this point and recognized Kuei Snake's importance, as he was the strongest among the sea demons. If he died, they would have even less chance of winning. So after seeing the true strength of He Yinshan and the others, they stopped in their tracks. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire sky above the East Sea. The pressure from above was intense. Was a fight about to break out? If a fight breaks out, it won't threaten us. By the way, hey, why are you even killing the unranked sea demons? Issue the first Elder's Order. East Sea Demon Tribe. Leave none unaccounted for, regardless of rank. When this order was issued, it did not cause much of a stir. An unranked sea demon. Is that still a sea demon? At most, they could be considered seafood, which posed even less pressure. In the sky, as a stellar-level battle was about to erupt at that moment, a streak of blue light swept across from the horizon and appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Li Qingling looked at the battlefield below, her brows furrowing. The smell of blood in the air was somewhat pungent, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. Chapter 3, 820038-2 The Guardian of Sheep Village. Chen Beixian right now. Nothing is more important than my life. The other side's 5th tier can fight evenly with me. Now that it's a 6th tier, I definitely can't win. Continuing to fight would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Li Qingling seemed to sense its intention, smiling slightly and coldly saying, "To escape? Too late." Her aura locked onto it. If it had been before, if the other side exchanged injury for life, perhaps she genuinely wouldn't have been able to keep it, but now. The golden giant sword was like a beam of golden light. Kuei's snake had just wanted to dodge when the golden light flashed, moving so fast that it didn't give him time to react. Seeing this, he was filled with confusion. Damn it, why is she so strong? Even though she's also a 6th-tier stellar-level being? He took this hit head-on, and the golden light blinded he and Shan and the others. The overwhelming energy swept through the surroundings. Even those on the East Sea battlefield could feel it. Is the battle outside this intense? Stellar level, why don't you go try it? Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see a dazzling beam of golden light. They wouldn't be blowing up a planet, would they? Damn, no wonder they want to go out of Blue Star. It's hard to imagine what the outcome would be if they fought within Blue Star. Chapter 3, 830038-3 Monkey Brothers Hospitality. 8 golden flowers of Monkey Mountain. Li Qingling watched as the battle in the East Sea gradually calmed down. After greeting he and Shan, she transformed into a streak of blue light and returned to the Black Dragon Academy. 3 days later, the East Sea returned to tranquility, and all the corpses of the Sea Demon tribe had been packed up and taken away by everyone. This completely predictable battle had come to an end, and the Spirit Shark King took this opportunity to lead many Sea Demon Kings from the Mariana Trench to unify the entire ocean. Although it itself only possessed 1st-tier stellar-level strength, it enjoyed the prestige of the Golden-Eyed Crimson and was the first Sea Demon King to befriend humans. Even those stronger than it did not dare to oppose it, especially the powerful figures in the waters near the Mariana Trench, who supported it wholeheartedly, viewing it as the descendant of Crimson. Thus, numerous Sea Demon Kings from the Mariana Trench began to support it as the king of the Sea Demon tribe. Meanwhile, Mountame, this place had changed dramatically, with no trace of humans remaining. The mountaintop was flattened, and a huge stone cave appeared. Various peach trees were planted at the cave entrance, and a stone throne stood out prominently. On the throne sat a person about 7 meters tall, covered in golden fur, with a tiger skin wrapped around his waist. He was not a human, but a monkey. Chapter 3, 840038 The Doctor Awakens. The Sea Demon Tribe unified, and the Golden-Eyed and Crimson were officially recognized as the ancestors of the Sea Demon Tribe by the Spirit Shark King. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. The peaceful Blue Star was once again bustling with activity as the 10-year period was up. Today was the day they would leave the solar system. And for everyone, they had waited too long for this day. There was no sadness, only joy. Online, a stream suddenly entered everyone's sight. This was an official live stream of the Human Federation. The person appearing on the screen was none other than the 3 great elders of the Human Federation. The first elder solemnly said, "Humans have come a long way, facing hardships and also good fortune. The prosperity we have today is largely due to the Su family, and the prime credit for the current flourishing of humanity goes to Dean Shi. Although there are humans, monsters, and sea demons on Blue Star, there have been no racial conflicts because we all know that although we belong to different tribes, we are all one lineage of Blue Star. We hope this remains true within Blue Star and continues to be so outside of it. The dangers of the universe are still unknown to us, so think thrice before acting. Finally, I wish you all good luck. After the first elder finished speaking, the livestream's bullet comments suddenly became uniformly synchronized. Chapter 38500-385 Milk scented handkerchief. In response to Emperor Su's inquiry, Su Lentian thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Let's not rush it. We'll talk in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Emperor Su did not feel disappointed, but was instead pleased and went to find a milk bottle. Throughout the Imperial Star, Emperor Yu was in seclusion, and the other 6 domain lords had calmed down significantly after the affairs of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even those previously arrogant young masters and young ladies seemed to have vanished during this period. This allowed the people of the Imperial Star to enjoy a pleasant life. Su Lentian arrived at the Su family hall, with Butler Long following behind, reporting the trivial matters of this period. The landlord, the Celestial God Group. Apart from Wang Yulong, who is a cosmic level 9th tier, the rest of the members have all broken through to the domain master level. Moreover, although there are less than 20,000 members below them, the lowest strength is also high-level stellar. However, the resources you provided them have been exhausted, and the Tianyu Empire has been very peaceful during this time. The Feather Emperor seems to have gone into seclusion, and now the Crown Prince is in charge. The northern region has not made any moves since the Doctor killed their Deputy Hall Master, and the border has stabilized quite a bit. Lastly, regarding the Northern Forest, 2 years ago, there were rumors that the Beast Master deep within had broken through to the Supreme level, but this is just a rumor, and the subordinate does not dare to go investigate recklessly. The truth is still unknown. Chapter 386-00386 With Su Emperor, I am still the Heavenly Emperor. However, she may never be able to unravel this doubt in her lifetime, because the Doctor follows Su Lentian not because of his strength. Just as the Su Emperor was teasing the baby bottle, he overheard the conversation of the diners at the nearby table. "Don't eat anymore. The auction of the Virtual World Company is about to start, and I heard there will be treasures at this auction. Let's start then. Do you have many energy crystals? Treasures? We can't afford waste. The auction items are extremely expensive. Selling your cosmic level would barely allow you to afford one. And that is assuming no one else bids." "Hey, you can't say that. Even if we can't afford it, we can still go and soak in the atmosphere and broaden our horizons." "Soak in the atmosphere? Have you forgotten so quickly about the Tianjin sect incident?" Hearing the Tianjin sect mentioned, that person trembled and then shook his head. How can that be the same? How can the trash of the Tianjin sect compare to the Virtual Universe Company? Who dares to cause trouble in the auction hall? Are they tired of living? All right, this meal is on me. Let's hurry and leave. Upon hearing this, the other person curled his lips and thought, who knows? Maybe the Tianjin sect also thought like this back then. But it makes sense. How could the Tianjin sect compare to the Virtual Universe Company? Chapter 38700-387 The Spirit Beast Egg of the Bloodline of the Celestial Lord. Bai Mushua looked at the woman on the central auction stage, then down at herself, and couldn't help but think that the other party probably couldn't see her feet when looking down. "If I jump, I will fall, right?" She then turned to look at Su Emperor sitting next to her and noticed he wasn't staring at the woman like the others in the hall. Only then did she feel relieved. On the auction stage, Ching Meyer's cherry lips slightly parted as she smiled silently at the reactions of the crowd below. She had long since grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Every time the company had her host an auction, it was always like this. "Welcome everyone to our Virtual Universe Company's auction. I believe everyone knows that this auction is different from the past, as it requires energy crystals to participate. However, Meyer guarantees that the items being auctioned next will not disappoint you." Her lively voice entered everyone's ears, enchanting them. Ching Meyer is indeed the most beautiful woman in the southern region. Just her voice can stir my primal desires. That's right, I'm glad I came today. Otherwise, I would have missed out greatly. This enchanting voice makes me feel all tingly. I can't stand it. If I could marry her, I fear I would soon meet my demise. Chapter 38800-388 Mo Chun. A reminder from someone who has been there. It's better for you to escape quietly for your own good. The auction was gradually approaching its conclusion. Dozens of auction items opened everyone's eyes. Mostly things that are rarely seen in the southern region in 1,000 years. A 7th-tier energy crystal can see so many treasures. No one would feel it was a loss. Ching Meyer still wore a smile on her face, and as this auction neared its end, the final item, a grand treasure, was something everyone present had probably never seen before or even heard of. It was not an exaggeration to say that whoever won, it would essentially have a second life. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the venue instantly heated up. What? What treasure can give someone a second life? The Virtual Universe Company is indeed a peak force in the universe. Such things exist. However, this item must be extremely expensive. We can only enjoy the view. Learning something new, that's not a loss. I think this item will likely fall into the hands of young Master Su. I doubt it. Such a treasure is very different from the previous ones. I don't think others will easily give up competing, and this is after all the Virtual Universe Company's auction. The highest bidder wins. That's true. The Crown Prince has already made up his mind to compete, regardless of whether Su Emperor will raise the bid. He doesn't want to miss this item. Chapter 38900-389 The High Priest. Someone doesn't want to live anymore. Lu Rian fell silent upon hearing Nu Qingyuan's words. If it is really like that, then it is indeed possible. Moreover, no one knows where such secret realms will appear. A secret realm is a small world created by a being at the celestial lord level or above. It can also be said to be their place of seclusion. The energy concentration inside is naturally incomparable to the outside, and most of the treasures are within the secret realm. Once a small world loses its master, it will wander aimlessly in the void and will appear periodically, though the time can vary. With this thought, if the Su family really encounters a secret realm in the Tsuwang star domain, achieving such accomplishments seems to make sense. The wealth in a celestial lord-level secret realm could easily create a domain master-level family. Miss, should we send someone to investigate the Tsuwang star domain? No need. It's just a celestial lord-level secret realm. Even if the Su family has acquired wealth from a secret realm, it cannot be denied that this family is still not simple. From the battle with the Tianjin sect, we can see that every one of them is extraordinary. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The emergence of the Su family has stabilized the tense situation between the northern and southern regions. We've been out for a while. After some time, we'll return to report. Chapter 390-390. No wonder they are in this line of work. Making money is quick. The collision of energy flattened buildings within 100 miles in an instant. However, this was just the beginning. The shockwave was sweeping the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. If no one intervened, it wouldn't be long before the Imperial Star would become a wasteland. However, things didn't seem to develop as imagined, and soon everything returned to calm. It was as if there were an invisible barrier around, preventing the aftershocks of the battle from threatening the entire Imperial Star. Luo Shana, beside Su Emperor, suddenly spoke. Young Master, should we notify the landlord? No need. Such a big commotion here, the entire Imperial Star can probably sense it. Besides, why notify my father for such a trivial matter? Seeing this, Luo Shanhe could only give up. Even by Mu Shue, who was initially very tense, had calmed down a lot and looked at the high priest with admiration. She thought to herself, when will I be able to be like that? The three who barely blocked the high priest's strike felt their scalps tingle and their minds shook. Only now did they understand why no one in the first star domain dared to provoke the Su family. What energy crystals, what black hole teleporters. They're all clouds to them now. Take the third one along. We're leaving. Chapter 39100-391 Baby Bottle. Welcoming your king as soon as he entered. He saw Su Lintian sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, with the doctor standing behind him with his hands clasped, and Butler Long beside him bowing and seemingly saying something. When he approached, Butler Long finally stopped speaking and respectfully greeted, "Young Master." He then slowly retreated behind Su Lintian. Hearing this, Sudi nodded and sat in front of Su Lintian. What trouble have you caused outside now? The commotion is so big. Haha, I haven't caused any trouble. I just came out from the Virtual Universe Company's auction and was targeted by 4 cosmic level 9th stage beings. Auction? Su Lintian put down the teacup in his hand, puzzled. Yes, Father, it was quite coincidental. I heard that this auction is different from the past. By the way, Father, have you seen this? Saying this, he took out a black hole transporter from his dimensional ring and handed it to Su Lintian. However, before he could speak, the doctor behind him suddenly frowned and said in surprise, "Black hole transporter?" As soon as these 5 words were spoken, both Su Lintian and Su Di looked up at him, each with their own doubts. Su Di did not expect the doctor to recognize it. Wasn't that Qing Meyer saying no one in the southern region had seen it? Could it be that this thing is not a treasure? Then didn't that make him a big fool? Chapter 392-00392. If this continues, the northern region forest will be eaten to the ground without continuing to bicker with it. He walked with the high priest and others while enjoying the scenery around. Not long after, They arrived at the beach, with the baby bottle trailing behind, carrying a high-level stellar beast. Looking at the boundless sea, Su-D took a deep breath and sighed. Familiar smell. It feels like I haven't been out in a long time. This feeling is really good. He turned to Luo Shanha and said, Butler Luo, please take care of this stellar beast. Baby bottle Shawa, let's go. We're going swimming. After speaking, without waiting for the baby bottle to react, he jumped headfirst into the sea. However, as soon as he went down, a huge shadow quickly approached from the depths of the sea nearby. Other creatures in the sea seemed to sense the danger and quickly fled in all directions. Seeing this, the doctor flashed his figure and appeared at the bottom of the sea. In less than 2 seconds, black gas began to rise from the sea surface. Within 3 seconds, everything returned to normal, and the doctor reappeared on the beach. However, now the area within 100 miles of the sea had seen all planetary level and above creatures disappear. The baby bottle shook off the blood-soaked fur and jumped into the sea, swimming doggy style. On the beach, Luo Shanha had already started a fire. Chapter 393.00.393 Great. It's the Beastmaster. We are saved. The arrival of Su-D and others turned the northern region forest into chaos. The stellar level and above beasts dared not show their faces, which left the people from the northern and southern regions in disbelief. Deep in the northern region forest, the northern region powerhouses who came here to hunt high-level stellar beasts looked at the quiet planet, lost in thought. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Strange, this is the northern region forest, right? Why has it become like this? If one didn't know better, they would think this was the outskirts, but they had already come deep inside, and occasionally, one could still see 1 or 2 low-level stellar beasts at the outskirts. Now in the depths, let alone cosmic level, even low-level stellar beasts were nowhere to be seen. Truly strange, something unusual must be afoot. Could it be that the northern region forest is having some major movement, and these beasts have been summoned by the Beastmaster? The two speaking were both high-level cosmic beings from the northern region, who had come to the northern region forest to catch spirit beasts for their younger generation. Should we continue to investigate deeper? What if the Beastmaster has intentions to invade our northern region? That would be terrible. The news of the Beastmaster breaking through to the supreme level had spread in both regions. The head of the Heavenly God Pavilion was only at the first level of Supreme, so it wouldn't be strange for the Beastmaster to have such thoughts. Chapter 394.00.394 Great. The Beastmaster has run away. We are doomed. The entire northern region forest at this moment was as lively as Blue Star during the New Year, with spirit beasts that had not dared to appear finally showing themselves. However, it seemed they were too happy too soon. On the other side, Su-D looked up at the fierce dragon head and thought, this must be the supreme of the northern region forest. The two cosmic-level beings from the northern region, seeing that Long Yuan's gaze was not on them, exchanged glances. At this moment, both heads shared the same thought, to run. They sensed that the domain masters of the northern region forest were rushing over, and if they didn't leave now, they would probably be stuck here forever. Unfortunately, as they made up their minds to come over, their fate had already been sealed. The doctor stood with his hands behind his back, blocking Su-D's front. Looking up at the dragon head in the sky, Su-D suddenly turned his head towards the two from the northern region and said to the High Priest, kill them. The others were attracted by the anomaly, and it was clear what their purpose was. In other words, in the vast universe, there is no right or wrong, only the survival of the fittest. Hearing this, the High Priest nodded, his figure flashing as he blocked in front of the two. The sudden appearance of the High Priest made the two who originally wanted to escape feel a jolt in their hearts. Your Excellency, we have no grievances or enmities. Why block our way? Chapter 395.00.395 Energy Assimilation. Baby Bottle and Shawa as transformation, watching the 3 first-stage domain master spirit beasts run away in a second. The other 5 high-level domain masters that came along showed expressions of deep resentment. After all, they were of the same clan, yet they abandoned their companions like this. Doctor, what are you doing? Su-D asked, somewhat confused. He didn't understand what the doctor was trying to do. He couldn't possibly want to keep them here to eat, right? Young master, before coming here, the family had instructed to bring back a few high-level domain master spirit beasts. Although these 5 are a bit weaker, they barely qualify. Hearing this, the 5 spirit beasts didn't know how to feel. After all, they were domain masters of 5 stages or above. Yet they were merely considered barely qualified by the other party. Wasn't that a bit discouraging? However, although they were somewhat displeased by this remark, it seemed like they wouldn't be eaten. This relieved them a lot. As long as they didn't die, they were fine with whatever was asked of them, as it wasn't easy to cultivate to the domain master level. Seeing that this was Su Lintian's order, Su Di no longer asked anything else and didn't inquire about the reason. In his view, Su Lintian must have his reasons for doing so. He that adult. We are very strong. Keeping us would be useful. Yes, look, there's not even a servant to pour tea for the young master. How can that be? I can handle that. Chapter 396 Heavenly Star. See, the appearances of the two didn't seem to have much change, but their talents could be said to be worlds apart from before. They even possessed the ability of energy assimilation. The 5 spirit beasts following Su Di witnessed the entire process, and the northern region forest lost 1% of its population. The 2 spirit beasts were even more terrifying, breaking through from planetary level to high-level cosmic level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it, even if you beat them to death. What exactly is that black energy that is so terrifying? They were somewhat relieved that they didn't run away. Otherwise, they might not have even been left with scrap. No, they must persuade the Beastmaster not to resist. Suddenly, the baby bottle lying in the starry sky shook its tail. Seeing this, Su Di hurriedly approached, reached out to pat its head, and called out, "Baby bottle?" In the next second, the baby bottle slowly opened its eyes. To their surprise, the first thing it said made Su Di unable to help but give a solid slap on the head. "Master, I think I just dreamed that I was breastfeeding." Bang, the next moment, it got a solid slap on the head. "All right, it's good that you're awake. Take care of Xiao Hua. We're going to find that dragon." Upon hearing this, the doctor gathered everyone and headed deep into the North Domain Forest. Chapter 397 Unexpected Change. Seeing the doctor say this, Long Yuan finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go with you." He also wanted to see who the master of the house the doctor mentioned was. Of course, he had his own little calculations in mind. The doctor saw that Long Yuan agreed, which saved him some effort, and then turned to Su Di. "Young master, what do you think? Should we continue deeper?" Su Di glanced at Long Yuan and then said, "Forget it. We've had enough fun in the North Domain Forest. Let's go back." The reason for coming to the North Domain Forest was purely out of curiosity, and of course, to satisfy his and the baby bottle's taste buds. Now, they had not only tasted the universe-level spirit beasts, but also the domain lord-level ones, and there were unexpected surprises. That was the current strength of the baby bottle and the flower leopard. At least now they were no longer just mascots when encountering danger. But this statement reaching Long Yuan's ears made him unable to help but murmur in his heart. Is it almost done? The North Domain Forest has already been destroyed by 1%. What he didn't know was that compared to the first star domain in the South Domain, the North Domain Forest had actually hit the jackpot. Deciding to follow Su Di back to the Su family, Long Yuan also let down his guard, transforming his body to a size of several meters, and came to the side of the baby bottle, looking around. Chapter 398 Ordinary. Ordinary as the doctor seeing these two lively treasures leave, Su Di couldn't help but feel amused. The doctor did not linger and took Long Yuan and them to the main hall. When they arrived at the main hall, Su Lintian had already been waiting for a long time. He knew the moment the doctor and others entered the South Domain. The colorful energy on the doctor's soul projection was, after all, his energy, so, as long as the other party was not too far from him, he would know where they were. He was sitting in the master's seat, with Butler Long standing behind him as usual. Below, Alina seemed to be reporting something to him. At this time, Alina had already broken through to the 3rd stage of the domain lord level, which even she found unbelievable. Not only that, but she could also be said to be an army of one. Among the swarm, there were a full 8 universe-level insect generals. Seeing the doctor and others enter the hall, she finally stopped speaking and respectfully stood aside. However, her heart was clearly not as calm as her surface suggested. Dragon Clan? She clearly felt that Long Yuan was not evolved like the Mad King, but was a true Dragon Clan. She never expected to encounter a Dragon Clan in such a place, which was astounding, and their strength was also very strong. While she was surprised, Long Yuan felt the same way. Chapter 399 Little Black emerges. Su Lintian thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "Okay, I agree." The 3 venerable ancestors were indeed powerful, but the other party also mentioned that it was under the permission of strength. They didn't say when. And it might be that by then the other party would have reached the venerable level. It was just a verbal promise, and he wouldn't lose anything. Of course, when the time came, he would naturally fulfill it. Long Yuan was delighted to hear him agree. Saving his mother was the main thing. And he also wanted that so-called brother to pay the price. Thinking of this, he bowed to Su Lintian and said, Long Yuan has met the master of the house. Su Lintian waved his hand. He wouldn't just accept them like that. I've given you all the benefits. You have to let me feel at ease. Since you agree to be the protectors of the Su family, then open your minds. I will plant a soul mark on you. As long as you wholeheartedly serve the Su family, I promise that when you break through to the venerable level, I can give you another chance to choose whether to leave or stay. However, if I find out that you make any small moves during this period, I think you should have understood the methods of the doctor. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan and the others trembled all over. That would really leave nothing behind. Chapter 400 400 Little Black. One of the peak dragon species suddenly, the aura within the Mad King surged violently, skyrocketing. The black ghostly light wandered through his body, draining the energy around him. At that moment, the Mad King's urgent voice came from above. Master, help me. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian instantly reacted and quickly rushed to the Mad King's side. He suddenly had a bold idea. Little Black, this is an opportunity. Take advantage of the bloodline transformation. I have something here that can help you break through to a higher realm, but there's a great risk. If you can't withstand it, you might perish. If you can withstand it, your future path will soar, and it's not impossible to break through to the supreme level. Master, come on, I the Mad King. How come this far relying on gambling? For the Sea clan, for the Su family, and even for myself, what is there to fear about death? Su Lintian chuckled. He was moved by this guy's words. He turned to the doctor, guarding Hall. Take orders, from now on, without my command. Anyone who dares to approach the Su family will be killed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the doctor's expression changed. For this was the first time Su Lintian had spoken to him in such a commanding tone. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, he understood the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 4010401 Undercurrents. Looking at the Mad King, his weakened body had already fully recovered. Moreover, his dragon horns had turned colorful, looking strange and adding a hint of mysterious color. His aura surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 8th stage of the Domain Lord. However, he did not stop there. Domain Lord 9th stage. Bang! Above the Su family, energy suddenly erupted, with thunder and lightning. Every flash of lightning was accompanied by the cracking of space. The aura on the Mad King also crossed from the 9th stage of the Domain Lord to the supreme level. Fortunately, the doctor blocked the aura he emitted. Otherwise, the entire first-star domain would have been in turmoil. Within the Mad King, energy surged in all directions, and within the sea of consciousness, 10 colorful energies suddenly embraced together, gradually shaping into a colorful little dragon. The energy surging within him seemed to have found a destination, rushing madly towards the sea of consciousness. 10 minutes later, a colorful little dragon was wandering in the Mad King's sea of consciousness, looking very happy. The moment the colorful little dragon took shape, the Mad King had just broken through to the first level of the Supreme Realm and was about to break through again. Supreme Realm, 2nd level. Supreme Realm, 3rd level. It was only after breaking through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm that he stopped. 3 minutes later, everything returned to calm. The doctor, seeing this, retracted his aura. The next moment, the Mad King opened his eyes, and Su Lintian's figure came into view. Chapter 402. Tang Jiu's Grudge Notebook. In the depths of the northern region forest, Su Bei and the others looked at the distant entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, the entrance had not yet opened, but thousands of cosmic-level beings had gathered here. Old Jiu, is this the so-called secret realm? Didn't you go into a secret realm in the 3rd star region before? What was it like inside? Wang Yulong asked Tang Jiu, turning to him while looking at the entrance. Brother Long, every secret realm is different, and I can't guarantee anything. However, the one we encountered before was filled with energy crystals. There wasn't much danger inside, but there was a strong pressure in the depths that even Bei Gu couldn't approach despite having high-level cosmic strength at that time. Of course, that was the secret realm we encountered before. We can only know what this one is like after we enter. Anyway, once the entrance opens, it's best to be careful. The Heavenly God group not only consisted of Su Bei and a few others this time, but also brought along more than a dozen cosmic-level members. In contrast, the few high-ranking members of the Heavenly God group, including Tang Jiao, had already broken through the Domain Lord level, with Su Bei having even reached the 3rd level of the Domain Lord. Among them, Wang Yulong had the lowest strength, being at the 9th level of the Cosmic Realm. The 6 Domain Lords, along with more than a dozen cosmic-level beings gathered together, immediately became the focus of the crowd. Chapter 403, Neighbors Hoarding Grain While I Make Guns. Neighbors are my granary. Lu Ruyin was also puzzled about when Lu Yuanzong had any dealings with the Heavenly God group. When she went to the 3rd star region, she hadn't heard of this. It seems you offended someone from the Heavenly God group in the 3rd star region. Lu Yuanzong, seeing her ask, realized he couldn't hide this matter and revealed the possible appearance of the Dragon Tomb in the 3rd star region. At this moment, he was extremely nervous, as Lu Ruyin had been in the 3rd star region at that time. Miss, I didn't intend to hide it from you. I really didn't know the truth. After all, when I went to investigate, the secret realm had already disappeared, so Lu Ruyin didn't respond. Her expression was very unsightly. She didn't expect that Nu Qingyun's speculation was true. The Su family had indeed encountered the Supreme Realm secret. Moreover, it was highly likely to be the Dragon Tomb, but it was too late to say anything now. Seeing her silent, Lu Yuanzong felt a bit uneasy. The surrounding gossip made him realize that the Heavenly God group was actually a force of the Su family, which made him even more lost. However, with Lu Ruyin present, he felt a bit more at ease. After all, with this young lady from the Lu family around, the other party likely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't done anything against the Heavenly God group, so they shouldn't turn against the Lu family. Chapter 404, Supreme Fruit Tree. After pondering for a moment, Su Di said, Father went deeper, and the doctor stayed at the entrance. Let's head deeper as well. But there's no rush. Perhaps the good stuff isn't all in the depths. Thus, the group leisurely walked toward the depths of the secret realm, collecting all the spiritual fruits they encountered along the way into their dimensional rings, regardless of their grade, because he purely wanted to use them as ordinary fruits. Meanwhile, Su Bei and the others looked at their surroundings. This secret realm was completely different from the Dragon Tomb they had encountered before. The Dragon Tomb was filled with energy crystals, but here, not a single energy crystal could be found. Is this Supreme being too poor? We've walked for so long without seeing a single energy crystal, not even a low-level one. Tang Jiao couldn't help but complain as he looked at the ground. Old Jiao, you can't say that. It might not be exposed yet. Brother Long, you have a point, but we didn't come here for energy crystals. That old guy is probably with Lu Ruyin in the depths now. However, just as Tang Jiao finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the next second, a 5th-level Domain Lord's aura swept toward them. Su Bei looked toward the source and murmured, the aura of the Feather Emperor. Are they fighting with the Heavenly God Pavilion? Let's go take a look. Chapter 405, Heavenly Star C. Lu family. He clicked a few times on the light curtain, and moments later, a deep voice came from inside. What's the matter? Nu Qingyun, hearing this voice, did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, Head of the family, a Supreme Realm secret has appeared in the Northern Region Forest. The owner of the voice fell silent for a moment, then asked, What about Ruyin, head of the family? The young lady has taken people there now, but suddenly a Su family appeared in the southern region. Nu Qingyun briefly explained the situation regarding the Su family, and what decision would be made was beyond his control. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Nu Qingyun did not linger in the Heavenly Star Sea. At the same time, under a starry sky in the Heavenly Star Sea, a large and magnificent city appeared. 2 golden characters appeared above the city, Lu family. This was obviously the Lu family where Lu Ruyin was. Inside a grand hall in the center of the city, a burly middle-aged man sat on a high seat, with 12 elders of the Lu family standing below him, 6 of whom were supreme level and 6 were 9th level domain lords. Of course, this could only be considered the main strength of the Lu family. The Lu family had stood firm in the Heavenly Star Sea for thousands of years, relying not on them, but on the 4 ancestors of the Lu family. Chapter 406, Palace in the depths of the secret realm. The domain lord of the 4th level, who was currently engaged in battle with Su Bei, had an extremely ugly expression upon seeing this. Damn it! Before he could break free to stop it, 3 figures descended from above the clouds. The other 3 first-level domain lords left by Lu Ruyin were smashed down by Xiao Lin and the others, crashing heavily to the ground. Their auras were weak, and then 3 blue lights pierced through the clouds, standing in midair and looking down at the three. It could be seen that Xiao Lin and the others were emanating blue light from their bloodlines, especially Hua Qingyu, whose golden pupils were fearsome. And her aura was even stronger than Xiao Lin's. Seeing this situation, the opponent felt a sense of retreat. However, if he returned to Lu Ruyan alone, he would probably face severe punishment. For the sake of the Taotai Pavilion, you can take those three away, but he must die without a doubt. Su Bei smirked and, after speaking, looked at Lu Zongyuan. Anyone can live, but this old guy must die. This could be seen as giving the other party a way out. He was naturally worried that the head of the Heavenly God Pavilion would return, and, compared to that, the Supreme Fruit Tree was more important. Hearing Su Bei's words, the opponent snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he quickly took the three half-dead first-level domain lords deeper into the secret realm. Seeing this, Lu Yuanzong immediately panicked. If the other party left, he would be doomed. Chapter 407. Sudden Change. Brother, why are you covered in black smoke? Lu Rian also did not expect to open it so easily. The three of them exchanged glances, and Huan Zhouge was the first to flash inside. The others quickly followed suit. Once everyone was inside, it wasn't long before the domain masters of other forces in the galaxy arrived. They looked at the open palace doors, then turned to Su Lintian by the stone pillar before rushing in. After they entered the palace doors slammed shut automatically with a bang. Seeing this, everyone instantly became alert, including the two supreme-level figures, Huan Zhouge and Mo Yuan. Could there be some danger? Now that you mention it, I suddenly have a chilling feeling. It's not just a feeling, I feel the same way. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Mo Yuan turned to Huan Zhouge and said, Taoist friend Zhouge, since you are from the Virtual Universe Company, you must have experienced the Supreme Being's secret realm. Could you share some insights with us? However, Huan Zhouge merely glanced at him and did not say much. Just as Mo Yuan was feeling awkward, Lu Ruyan spoke up to alleviate his embarrassment. Every Supreme Being's secret realm is different. Whether there is danger inside depends on what kind of person the owner of the secret realm was in life. Chapter 408. The Undying Clan appears. Everyone in danger, everyone looked at the scene at the entrance and instantly fell into despair. On the other side, deep within the palace, Huan Zhouge took in the outside scene, and when he sensed the aura emanating from the skeletons, his pupils contracted. He exclaimed, the Undying Clan. Upon hearing these three words, Lu Ruyan's heart sank, and her mood instantly plummeted. The Undying Clan, a name both familiar and foreign. She had heard about this clan from her family's first ancestor when she was a child. The family records contained only a few brief mentions, lacking much detailed information. The Undying Clan has very few members, but they all share a characteristic. Even if they die, they have ways to be reborn. As for how, she did not know. The family records only contained those two sentences. What she didn't know was that not only she, but even the first ancestor of the Lu family had never seen the Undying Clan. She learned about them during her youth while training in the cosmos, hearing stories from other star domains. She never expected to encounter the legendary Undying Clan here. No, wait, if that's the case, does it mean that the owner of this secret realm, yes, she guessed correctly, the owner of this secret realm is indeed a member of the Undying Clan and a powerful supreme being. Chapter 409. The three ancestors of the Tianyu Empire, not long after Lu Kuanyang entered the secret realm, far away in the southern domain. At the imperial palace of the Tianyu Empire, a rift opened in the void above. The sudden scene made everyone in the palace hold their breath. The Feather Emperor had taken all the powerful individuals to the northern forest, leaving only an empty shell in the palace. If enemies were to attack at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time the void rift appeared within the prince's palace, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky, looking gravely at the rift. Then, a young man appeared beside him. At this moment, why would a domain master come to the imperial palace? The young man was the prince of the Tianyu Empire, Yu Fansheng. He couldn't understand why a domain master would resist the temptation of the Supreme Being's secret realm. But the old man's next words left him in shock. Your Highness, the visitor may not be a domain master. I can already sense the aura emanating from within. This aura is definitely not that of a domain master. Yu Fansheng's expression changed dramatically. Not a domain master? Could it be a supreme being? Apart from the one from the Virtual Universe Company, are there other supreme beings in the southern domain? Even the Taotai Pavilion, which is stationed at the Imperial Star, only has a high-level domain master. Chapter 410. The Resurrection of the Undying Clan Supreme being Su Lintian, looked at the scene before him, unsure how to react. A giant golden staff? And a golden palace? Just as he was puzzled about what this was, a surprised voice came from nearby. Soul weapons. 2 of them, truly worthy of the Undying clan. Lu Kuangyang looked at the golden staff with a face full of joy. At this moment, his eyes were filled with images of the 2 soul weapons, completely ignoring the doctor and Su Lintian. However, he soon reacted. Upon realizing that this was the secret realm of the Undying clan supreme being, his expression instantly darkened. Su Lintian looked at Lu Kuangyang. The unmasked aura of a supreme level 9th tier from him made Su Lintian frown. He felt a bit shocked. He didn't expect to attract a supreme 9th tier. It seemed the other party was from the Lu family or the Virtual Universe Company. However, the other party didn't seem to have good intentions. The greedy look from just now indicated that even a supreme 9th tier coveted these 2 items greatly. While Lu Kuangyang was mesmerized by the soul weapons, the palace was already drenched in blood. Mo Yuan and Huan Jioge were back-to-back, with Huan Jioge wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the person before him, his expression extremely grave. This was his first injury since being sent to the Southern Domain by the Virtual Universe Company. Chapter 411. The Undying Supreme being Lu Kuangyang didn't dare to look at the soul weapons any longer and flew towards the entrance with Lu Rian. Montauk Yuan, seeing this, was puzzled but then suddenly remembered what had happened in the palace. His expression changed, and he was about to leave when he was stopped by someone. When he saw the face of the person blocking his way, he was taken aback. Yuan? Huan Jioge saw this and did not stay. Quickly following behind Lu Kuangyang to leave the secret realm, Yuan looked at Mo Yuan and couldn't help but smile. Mo Yuan, it's been over 1,000 years since we last met. I hope you've been well. I didn't expect you to break through to the Supreme in the Northern Domain. It seems you have a good chance of unifying the Northern Domain. However, in the face of Yuan's praise, Mo Yuan did not feel happy. Instead, his expression became serious. He never expected that all 3 ancestors of the Tianyu Empire had broken through to Supreme. It seemed leaving safely today would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the owner here, just as he was lost in thought, an ear-piercing laugh echoed throughout the secret realm. Ha ha ha! I, the Undying Supreme Being, have resurrected. Old folks of Tianfu Mountain, wait for me. I will return to take revenge. Boom! A supreme-level aura surged from the ground, and the earth beneath the golden palace collapsed as a red figure slowly rose from underground. Chapter 412. Mad King. That guy's strength is quite impressive at this moment. He felt like an ant in front of the other party. Su Di and the others were sweating profusely. Father, the doctor, will he be all right? Su Lintian thought for a moment and said 3 words. He should be fine. A supreme 9th tier should be able to handle a newly resurrected 1st tier supreme being, right? Although he thought so, he was already ready to take action. Moreover, in his sea of consciousness, that colorful little figure began to become active, emitting colorful light. There were faint signs of a breakthrough to the supreme level. Hearing his uncertain tone, Su Di showed a worried expression. This is the soul phantom. Yuan struggled to raise his head to look at the soul phantom behind the undying heavenly sovereign, murmuring, the soul phantom. This is the huge gap between the heavenly sovereign and the supreme, like a chasm between the 2, because the attack of the soul phantom directly strikes the soul. Those below the heavenly sovereign level cannot defend against it at all, unless they possess a defensive soul weapon. Otherwise, even if you were supreme at the 9th level, you cannot escape death. Just like that golden palace, that is a defensive soul weapon. Of course, the doctor didn't have any soul weapons, but the massive soul phantom of the undying heavenly sovereign loomed like a deity descending to earth, looking down at the doctor. Chapter 413-0413 Undying Heavenly Sovereign. Why not first take back your soul phantom? I am afraid. Hearing the Mad King's words, the bottle was unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of its mouth. Brother, you're all soft now, just hard on the mouth. If that mouth had been used as a defensive measure just now, it would have passed out now. Su Lintian turned to look at the Mad King on the bottle's head. Given the other's strength, lasting 5 minutes would be considered good. Seeing him faint, he once again turned his gaze to the battlefield. At the same time, the energy emitted by the colorful little figure in his sea of consciousness was bringing his realm infinitely close to the supreme level. The undying heavenly sovereign, seeing that he could not take down the doctor for a long time, became extremely angry. The soul phantom held a soul weapon, an immense energy gathered on the blade. You are strong, but compared to a real heavenly sovereign, you still lack a bit. If you were to break through to the 9th level of the Supreme, even with my soul weapon in hand, I would have to be wary of you, but now it's time to end this. The soul phantom behind the undying heavenly sovereign swung the long knife, and a red blade aura cutting through the space of the small world revealed the void outside. The pressure of the heavenly sovereign directly enveloped the doctor. Mo Yuan and others were severely injured again, lying on the ground, barely breathing. Facing the undying heavenly sovereign's sweeping strike, the doctor squinted his eyes, just as he was about to muster all his strength to resist. The undying heavenly sovereign thought that with his full power strike, he could slay the doctor beneath his blade. Chapter 414-0414 I am the undying heavenly sovereign of the Su family. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Just as Su Lintian was thinking about how much to give, the undying heavenly sovereign readily agreed. 100 years for a piece of obsidian? Good, it's a deal. Su Lintian felt a bit embarrassed. He had just decided to say 1 piece per year. He didn't expect the other party to make the decision for him. At the same time, he secretly thought that obsidian was so precious. Is obsidian precious? Of course it is precious. But the undying heavenly sovereign's agreement to become the protector of the Su family is not entirely for the obsidian. While obsidian is important, he values the future of the Su family even more. Monsters are clustered together. A 3rd-level supreme black dragon, although it looks a bit useless now, is relative to him. Moreover, this is one of the peak dragon species of the dragon clan, and he may not be able to reach its future heights. One who can fight him back and forth at the 6th level of the supreme, and without a soul weapon, if the opponent possesses a soul weapon, they could contend with the heavenly sovereign as well. Then there rests the person before him, who is even more terrifying. He can already imagine the future scene, a powerful background, coupled with his undying clan characteristics. I am the undying heavenly sovereign of the Su family. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Chapter 415-0415 Please, it's me who almost died. After the 3 left, Su Lintian turned to Su Di and asked, when do you plan to leave? Both siblings are unstable, and he knows this. Hearing this, Su Di smiled and touched his head, saying, You understand me, father, but there's no rush. I'll wait until Little Black heals before leaving. And I haven't been to the northern region yet, so it's just right to go to the northern region to see during Little Black's recovery. As you wish. If you go to the northern region, let Mo Yuan accompany you first. Hearing this, Mo Yuan secretly rejoiced. Su Di is the young master of the Su family. Being able to interact more with him is excellent. Since things here are settled, let us go back. After they left the northern region forest, those surviving spirit beasts dared to surface one after another. It's over. The heavenly sovereign secret realm has appeared in our northern region forest. It's indeed a disaster rather than a blessing. Who says it's not? Even the remaining 3 domain masters died inside. Our future days will be grim. But fortunately, with the identity of the beast master, the northern region forest 1T be completely slaughtered, as long as we don't court death. Even without domain masters in the future, there shouldn't be any major problems. Chapter 416-0416 Wishing to buy osmanthus while carrying wine. It is never like the youthful wanderings. When the Mad King's injuries healed, he left the Milky Way and headed to the celestial star sea. In his myriad thoughts, he saw a bottle rushing towards the sky above the Su family, carrying a flower leopard. Master, master, I'm here. Meanwhile, the Mad King on his head lay there motionless like a decoration. Upon seeing the bottle arrive, Su Di waved his hand. Let us set off for the northern region. After they left, in the main hall of the Su family, Su Lingxian walked in from outside. Seeing her arrival, Su Lintian, sitting in the position of the family head, could not help but smile. Linger, why are you here? Not bad, at the 9th level of the stellar rank. It seems you've been in closed-door cultivation for this period. Actually, you don't need to work so hard. I've said before, there are many paths for you and Lin Tao. You don't have to become the strongest. Happiness is the most important. No matter what you would do in the future, your elder brother will support you 100. Elder brother? Hearing this affectionate title, Su Lingxian was a bit stunned. Her expression seemed a bit dazed, as if after leaving Blue Star, she hadn't been very happy. Although the Su family is strong now, she can have whatever she wants. But it seems she can't regain that feeling from before. Just like that saying, wishing to buy osmanthus while carrying wine. It is never like the youthful wanderings. Chapter 417041 Humans leave the solar system. After Su Lingxian left, Su Lintian in the hall turned to the Dragon Butler and said, "Dragon Butler, I want to enter closed-door cultivation. Don't let anyone disturb me unless it's something important." Now that he has broken through to the supreme level, he thinks that those colorful energy crystals should be able to absorb some more. Moreover, he wants to study where the limit of the soul phantom lies. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure. The Dragon Butler nodded and said, "Yes, family head." While he was in closed-door cultivation, far away in Celestial Star C, the Lu family. Lu Shan has saw that his ancestor had returned with Lu Ruyan, and upon seeing their expressions, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Lu Kuangyang did not explain to him, turning around and entering the closed-off small world. Seeing the ancestor like this, Lu Shanhe did not dare to speak, and could only wait until the other party left before shifting his gaze to Lu Ruyan. "What's going on? Didn't the ancestor go to the secret realm of the North Domain Forest? Did things over there finish so quickly? Why does the ancestor seem to have a somewhat displeased expression? What is going on?" The three questions in a row made Lu Ruyan smile bitterly. She also did not expect things to develop this way. One could say it was just her bad luck. It was not easy to encounter a heavenly, sovereign-level secret realm, especially in the North Domain Forest. She had thought that the treasures of this secret realm would surely belong to the Lu family. Chapter 418041 Great. It's a fellow townsman. We are saved. Jin Tong looked over, and, sure enough, the figures of Su Lingxian and the undying heavenly sovereign came into view. With his stellar level 7 strength, he could not discern the undying heavenly sovereign's realm at all. However, Su Lingxuan's stellar level 9 strength was exceptionally clear to him. Trying to maintain calm, he said, "It's fine with our stellar level 6 and 7 strength. Even if we can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But why does that woman look so familiar? Boss, her appearance looks like a human from Blue Star. Do you think she could be?" Before Qi Hong could finish, Su Lingxian brought the undying heavenly sovereign before them, curiously examining Qi Hong. "Shark?" Her voice had a hint of doubt, mixed with some shock. She thought, "My brother said Blue Star had changed drastically a long time ago. Many people have already advanced. Could the ocean have changed as well? The stellar level is not weak at all. Blue Star?" Jin Tong saw this and tentatively asked Su Lingxian. Upon hearing these two words, she immediately understood that they had come from Blue Star. "You came from Blue Star? How is Blue Star now?" "All right, let me introduce myself. I'm Su Lingxian, from the Su family." Chapter 418041 The universe's most amazing female anchor Lazy King. On the mothership of Yang Village, the high-ranking officials watched the beautiful figure under the starry sky, feeling extremely excited. Their main purpose for coming out was for their Lazy King and village chief. But unexpectedly, they encountered Su Lingxian right after leaving the solar system. "This is really Lazy King. Am I dreaming? What a coincidence. I'm not sure. Should I stab you a couple of times to see if it's real? Why don't you stab yourself? That one do. I'm afraid of pain. Strange. Why do those two giant beasts look somewhat familiar?" Hearing Quan's expression of confusion, when Jin Tong and that guy left Blue Star, they were only planetary level. And now they were both stellar level 7. Their bodies not only became larger, but also changed quite a bit. Guan, the giant beast that Lazy King is riding, seems to be the one from Black Dragon Academy before. It does look a bit like it. Didn't they leave Blue Star a long time ago? And now their strength has also broken through to stellar level, and it's still 7th tier. Don't say. It really does look like the two giant beasts from before Black Dragon Academy. As the fleet of Yang Village got closer to Su Lingxian, not only did Quan and the others discover Su Lingxian, other members of Yang Village also noticed her. Chapter 420420 Who says women are not as good as men? Seeing the scene before her, she finally realized that everything Su Lintian had told her before was true. She raised her beautiful eyes, looked at Quan in front of her, and said softly, "Quan, you've worked hard." As soon as she said this, Quan was taken aback. To him, was this hard work? Yes. It was indeed hard work when they were forming Yang Village back then, but that was only temporary, and Yang Village relied on the Su family. There were basically no troubles on Blue Star. No one dared to offend them. Even the federal government was helping him, making the establishment of Yang Village much easier. In the later stages, there was no mention of hardship. His status was on par with the elders of the human federal government. It could be said that he had everything he wanted, so where was the hardship? It could be said that they complemented each other. It wasn't too hard. It wasn't too hard. These are all things I should do. Moreover, our young village has a strong cohesion. Even without me, they would still develop and grow. Su Lingxian just smiled at this and did not refute. Looking around at the people under the starry sky, she asked, "Do you have any plans for the future? 30 million members, is that a lot? In terms of Blue Star, that is indeed an incredibly terrifying number. But in the universe, this number is pitifully small." Chapter 4:210421 Jin Tong paints a big picture. Although I'm not human. Old man Yun, I'm not human, but I suspect you're not either otherwise. How could you not understand the meaning of my words? Do you know what a heavenly sovereign is? Have you seen a heavenly sovereign? The second young lady has returned this time, and she is accompanied by a heavenly sovereign powerhouse. If they sneeze, Blue Star would explode. Avoiding your perception would be a piece of cake. Seeing Qi Daoyun's puzzled expression, Jin Tong looked very proud. Qi Daoyun was indeed confused. In the realms he knew, there seemed to be no heavenly sovereign, so this must be a powerful existence beyond his understanding. And Su Lingxian was accompanied by one. Has the Su family become so powerful now? Seeing this, Jin Tong returned to the pavilion and continued. Old man Yun. After the domain lord comes the supreme level. And then, the heavenly sovereign. The universe is really vast and exciting. You shouldn't just stay here. With your talent, if you go out to explore, within 100 years, even if you can't break through to heavenly sovereign, achieving supreme level will definitely not be a problem. Moreover, humans are not as weak as you think. Don't you want to develop your Black Dragon Academy throughout the universe? Think about it. Countless years later, Black Dragon Academy students will be spread across the entire universe, and those super powerhouses will all be your Black Dragon Academy students. By then, who would dare to be reckless on Blue Star? Chapter 4:220422 shocked Lu Kuangyang for several years. Upon hearing this, the undying heavenly sovereign nodded. wealth.The. Everyone saw a void crack spanning hundreds of miles appear in the starry sky, once again witnessing what it means to be a powerhouse. It took less than half an hour to come, but by the time Su Lingxian returned to the Imperial Star, it had already been half a month. Even so, it almost exhausted the undying heavenly sovereign. The energy consumption was immense. After returning to the Su family, he immediately went to the Guardian Hall and entered seclusion. The arrival of humans did not cause any reaction. Those hundreds of millions of people were insignificant to the first star domain. Whether it was 10 billion less or 10 billion more, it made little difference. Moreover, their strongest member was only at cosmic level 3, and it was just Qi Daoyun alone. Su Lingxian originally wanted to inform Su Lingtian about this matter, but learned from Butler Long that he had already entered seclusion. At this time, the people who arrived at the first star domain were filled with curiosity about everything. Although their arrival did not cause much of a stir in the first star domain, those cosmic level forces all knew that these people were related to the Su family. That was something that could not be offended. This also led to the rapid integration of the Human Federation into the first star domain. Time flies. Chapter 4:230423 The Fish Bites. Lu Qingfeng showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. A celestial venerable willing to be a protector? The Su family? I haven't heard of this family. Logically speaking, a force capable of such feats must not be a nameless entity. However, he searched through all his memories and had no impression of the Su family. You're not referring to a family from outside the Tianheng Star Sea, are you? How come I have no impression of this family? However, Lu Kuanyang's words left him in disbelief. Third brother, you might not believe it, but this Su family is not from outside the Tianheng Star Sea. Rather, they are from the South Region's Tsuiwang Star Domain. However, according to the girl Ruyan, it seems they have previously encountered the secret realm of the Dragon Clan's Celestial Venerable. Of course, this is just a guess. It might not necessarily be a Celestial Venerable secret realm. It could also be something above Celestial Venerable. Lu Qingfeng was stunned upon hearing this. He murmured in the air, above Celestial Venerable? If it really is a secret realm above Celestial Venerable, then it's not impossible for the Su family to have grown to this point in the South region. A family that can make an undying clan Celestial Venerable willing to be a protector is best not to provoke lightly. They will definitely come to the Tianheng Star Sea and inform Shanha, instructing the younger generation in their clan to be vigilant when encountering members of the Su family. Although our Lu family is not afraid of them, it is better to avoid provoking them if possible. Chapter 4:24. 042 4 wanting to cover her mouth, but afraid she'll lick my hand. Inside a gray planet, Wang Yulong stood high in the air, overlooking the scene below, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He saw dense swarms of insects, orderly standing on the ground, stretching as far as the eye could see. Leading them were 12 cosmic tier 5 insect generals. Standing beside him was their queen. Are you sure your sister will send someone over? What if it goes wrong? However, Alina just smiled knowingly and confidently said, "Don't worry. You don't understand her, but I do. If she learns about my presence here, she will definitely send someone again. But don't worry. The branch of the insect race I belong to is no match for me now." However, that was in the past. The reason for doing this is to see how strong they are now and to casually collect some interest. Wang Yulong understood what she said, but he was a bit confused. As a Tier 1 domain lord, it seemed he couldn't help much. No, the other party was already a Tier 8 domain lord, and they had 12 insect generals under them, so they didn't need his help at all. But then he thought, who am I? I am one of the higher-ups of the Celestial God Group. Mo Yuan, this supreme being, is now a member of the Celestial God Group. Chapter 425. 0425 You can eat shit casually, but can't speak randomly. Alina didn't expect Beijano to send a Tier 7 domain lord over. No. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Shocked, she said, "A Tier 7 domain lord? How can you be a Tier 7 domain lord?" The Grand Elder, seeing her shocked expression, felt quite pleased. It really is strength that makes people feel good. There's nothing impossible. Second miss. The reason I was able to break through to Tier 7 domain lord so quickly is all thanks to Her Majesty the Queen. So, to put her mind at ease, please, second miss, take this matter seriously. Because of Beijano? What the hell happened? If what the other party said is true, then my sister has become stronger than me. Alina's expression changed as she said, "Impossible." The Grand Elder, seeing her like this, exerted the pressure of a Tier 7 domain lord on her, while also reminding her, "There's nothing impossible. The Queen has already gained the importance of the main lineage. With the resources of the main lineage, nothing is impossible." However, the few cosmic-level insect warriors who came with the Grand Elder heard their conversation. They frowned, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Unable to help, they reminded, "Grand Elder, it's better to say less about the Queen's matters." Chapter 426. 0426 Supreme, Tier 9. Tianheng Star C. Beijano, who was waiting for news from the Grand Elder, had not received any news for a long time. She initially thought the other party hadn't found Alina in the South region. 2 months later, damn it, what the hell happened over there? Why hasn't the Grand Elder returned yet? She always believed that with the Grand Elder's Tier 7 domain lord strength, even if he couldn't sweep through the entire galaxy, escaping should be easy. But now so much time has passed. Regardless of the outcome, he should have returned by now. In the end, she had to accept reality. Something must have happened to him in the South region. Once that thought crossed her mind cleared, and she seemed to understand everything. That is, the news was very likely a bait thrown by Alina. As for why, she didn't know. What does she want to do? Forget it. The most important thing now is to break through to Supreme and then return to the main lineage, using the identity of the main lineage to send someone back to kill her. The thought was good, but reality is often full of unexpected surprises. Time flies. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Imperial Star Su family, where Su Lintian was in seclusion. At this moment, he was emanating a colorful aura, and the colorful energy crystal in his hand had become dim and even cracked. Chapter 427. 0427 Zhao Ruelong. Seeing Su Lintian say this, Su Lingxian could only nod, indicating she understood. After she left, Su Lintian turned to Butler Long and instructed, "Send someone to notify the person in charge of the Human Federation to come to the Su family, and also inform Mo Yuan and you and that the Tianyu Empire and the Celestial God Pavilion can be dissolved." Yes, head of the family. By the way, head of the family, Alina seems to have a grudge against the Insect Queen of the Tianheng Star Sea. It seems she is her sister, and she fled to the solar system to escape the pursuit. Moreover, she has awakened the inherited memories of the insect race. Although I don't know what the inherited memories of the insect race are, it seems that her insect soldiers and generals are related to this. As Su Lintian's personal butler, there are many things that even if Su Lintian does not mention, he must know. This information was learned from Wang Yulong. After all, besides Su Lintian, only Wang Yulong had been closest to the other party. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "A grudge against the insect queen of the Tianheng Star Sea? Let us not worry about her for now. Since he didn't team mention it to Lintao, it means she wants to resolve it herself. But keep an eye on her so she doesn't end up dying on the way to take revenge. Chapter 428, 0428 Very bullish. He was too lazy to think of a name, feeling that the name from Blue Star was good enough, Global Group. However, calling it Global Group now seemed inappropriate. Universe Group is just right. Universe Group? Zhao Ruilong murmured upon hearing this. At the same time, he felt full of energy and spirit. The feeling he had on Blue Star seemed to return at that moment. Rest assured, head of the family, Ruilong will definitely not let you down. I naturally trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let the doctor find you. Go ahead. If you need anything regarding resources or personnel, you could talk to Butler Long, but there's no rush. You have 3 years to assemble them, and 3 years later, you will go to the Tianhing Star Sea together with the Su family. Yes, master. After arranging things, Su Lintian's figure flashed, and he arrived at the back of the main hall. At the same time, by the lakeside of the residence, surrounded by bamboo groves, Su Jianzhou sat in the air, holding a fishing rod. The bait on the hook was an energy crystal. He stared blankly at the lake's surface and complained, "Damn it. I clearly went down to check yesterday, and there were fish down there. Now I've been fishing for half a day and haven't caught a single one. It's really strange." A stellar-level servant beside him said, "Master, how about I go down and take a look?" Chapter 429, Tian Axe Mountain Elder. Hearing this, Su Lingxian could no longer hold back and laughed heartily. Looking at Su Lintian's hungry gaze, she waved her hand and said, "I usually don't laugh, unless I really can't help it." Su Jianzhou, seeing this, first expressed confusion. Is it really that bad? It shouldn't be. It smelled really good while cooking. He then picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and spat it out immediately, saying expressionlessly, "It's a bit too hot." Su Lingxian pouted and dared not laugh anymore. Finally, they had the chef redo a whole table of dishes, so it wasn't a waste of effort. After that, Su Lintian left the Imperial Star and arrived at a nearby planet. The people living here were those the doctor had brought back from Kadar Star not long ago. However, he did not expect that the number was far beyond his expectations. Moreover, most of them had broken through to the planetary level. Once inside, the scene was vastly different from the Imperial Star, giving a sense of being broken and then rebuilt. With a thought, he arrived above a house. As soon as he appeared, a figure flew out from inside. "I have seen the master." Looking at George in front of him, Su Lintian nodded, handed over a dimensional ring, and said, "This place will be yours from now on. I hope that when the time comes, like when we were on Blue Star, you won't let me down." Chapter 430, I am 8th rank. You're 6th rank, can you kill me? As for the space city in outer space, he ignored it completely. Or rather, he didn't take the Milky Way seriously at all. To him, the Milky Way, such a barren land, might not even have a single supreme being. Meanwhile, inside the space city, at the headquarters of the Human Federation government, the 3 elders looked at the 10 people who suddenly appeared, their emotions tense to the extreme. Who were these people? 9 high-level domain masters, and 1 who was inscrutable. He probably had reached a level above domain master. Could it be that the Su family has offended someone outside? Are these their enemies? The first elder, hearing this, turned his head and said coldly, "Don't jump to conclusions. If they were really enemies of the Su family, with their strength, Blue Star would no longer exist. What should we do now? Director Qi has already left Blue Star, and the strongest on Blue Star is only cosmic level. It will be fine if the other party had no ulterior motives. Don't worry, Blue Star currently doesn't even have energy crystal mines and those low-level spiritual fruits and herbs. They might not even look at them. They might just be passing by." Of course, this was just self-deception. At this moment, Blue Star was already in an uproar. News of the outer space events quickly spread back to Blue Star. Chapter 431, Chow Pai's wife enters the vegetable garden. Zhang Ji pulls weeds the doctor upon hearing this. Didn't think much. 8th rank supreme? He had killed 8th rank supreme. The Tian Axe Mountain Elder, seeing his icy demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. Impossible. How could I have such a feeling about him? He is clearly just a 6th rank supreme. Shaking his head, he dismissed this thought. The next moment, a pair of pitch-black claws suddenly tore through the starry sky behind the doctor. The black aura enveloped the entire solar system, blocking the sun's light. At this moment, the whole of Blue Star was plunged into darkness. What the hell? What is going on? Instant change of heaven and earth? What realm is the doctor in now? He seems very powerful. Not to mention anything else. What is that figure behind the doctor that emanates black energy? A demon? What demon could speak? It is clearly the primordial purple energy turned black. This is a saint. The first elder stood stunned in the starry sky, looking at the figure behind the doctor that seemed both demonic and divine, murmuring, the Su family has already become this powerful. And the moment the doctor's soul phantom appeared, the Tian Axe Mountain elder trembled in fear. He finally understood why he had a bad premonition. Chapter 432, Tian Hung Star Sea. Cave Heaven Abyss. The doctor sent the two elders to the headquarters of the Human Federation in the First Star Domain and returned to Su Lintian's side. He handed over the dimensional ring of the Tian Axe Mountain elder to the other party, while also recounting the matter of Tian Axe Mountain. Su Lintian reached out and took the dimensional ring, looking at its contents. Besides energy crystals, there was also a black hole transporter that the other party hadn't had time to use. Tian Axe Mountain? Shadow Killing Hall? Su Lintian had heard of Tian Axe Mountain from the Immortal Supreme, but the name Shadow Killing Hall felt somewhat familiar. He felt like there was something he had forgotten. Too much time had passed, and he couldn't recall it for a moment. Just as he was puzzled, Butler Long suddenly mentioned, Master, could it be Robert and the others? With Butler Long's suggestion, long-stored memories resurfaced in his mind. It is indeed possible. The force that Robert had established seemed to be called shadow killing. Could it really be them? If it is, then their ability to assassinate 8th rank Supremes suggests that their current strength far exceeds his imagination. Let's not worry about that. We will know if it's them when we go to the Tian Hung Star Sea. Meanwhile, in the Tian Hung Star Sea, under a starry sky, 9 stars surrounded, emitting a faint white glow, while the central starry sky resembled a vortex with chaotic space. Chapter 433, Free and Easy Palace. By Li Wushuang, as soon as the golden sedan appeared, it seemed that everyone knew who had arrived. On either side of the golden sedan stood 4 stunningly beautiful women in green, each not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also with strength above the 7th rank of domain masters. The crowd, seeing this scene, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although the beauty is a red powder skeleton, it is still pink. The curtain of the golden sedan was lifted by 2 women, revealing a handsome young man lounging inside, with fair skin that made many women feel inferior. His pair of phoenix eyes, combined with his unique aura, captivated countless girls. Beside the golden sedan, a green-clad maid bowed and said, Young master, we have arrived at the Cave Heaven Abyss. The surrounding crowd, seeing the handsome man inside the golden sedan, couldn't help but praise him. Young Master Wushuang is still as handsome as ever. Brother, are you a guy? What does it mean when your eyes are glinting? If Lord Wushuang finds out you're looking at him like that, you're done for. What is there to be afraid of? I admire him, don't think too much about it. Of course, if he wants, I could actually be okay with it. No, are you really not afraid of death? Have you forgotten? He is the young master of the Xianyao Palace. Brother, what do you say? Chapter 434, The Baby Bottle. My master is hard to handle. Bai Li Wushuang looked at the woman from the demon-devouring mountain, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Seeing this, Su Di couldn't help but step forward to ask, Do you know her? To his surprise, Bai Li Wushuang let out a bitter laugh and said something that caught him off guard. Do you see that woman up there? She was my former fiancée. Former fiancée? There's such a term? The baby bottle nearby perked up, and the gossip in its heart was burning fiercely. Not just the baby bottle. Su Di was also filled with curiosity. Confused, he asked, Oh, former fiancé? Tell me more. Hee, fine, it's not something I can't say. Do you remember when we first met? At that time, I went to the demon-devouring mountain to demand an explanation from her. We had a marriage pact, but she betrayed me. If I hadn't sensed the life force in her belly, I would have still been in the dark. But when I brought powerful people from the Xianyao Palace to demand an explanation from the demon-devouring mountain, I just happened to run into the young master of the Red Dragon clan. That when I realized that she had hooked up with him at some point. The Red Dragon clan is also one of the top forces in the Tianheng Star Sea, and they carry the title of Dragon Clan. For the greater good, I had to swallow my anger. Looking back now, it seems a bit ridiculous. She is just a woman, and with my status, what kind of woman can I find? Chapter 435. Protecting the Mad King in front of him, this left by Mu Shui quite helpless, and she could only try her best to lean closer to Su Di. Bai Li Ziling greeted by Li Wushuang and took a few more glances at Su Di before leading the young talents of the Xianyao Palace into the Cave Heaven Abyss. Seeing this, Bai Li Wushuang didn't linger and stepped forward to pat Su Di on the shoulder, smiling. Good brother, be careful. You are carrying 2 dragons with you. Many people will be envious, especially the young master of the Tianyao Valley. The one who bickered with me before, that Yao Ji, he has a history. I finally found someone I can play with. Don't die in there. Upon hearing this, the baby bottle couldn't help but mutter softly. If my master loses even a hair here when the doctor and the others arrive, the Tianheng Star Sea will probably explode. Although the baby bottle spoke softly, Bai Li Wushuang still caught it, making him secretly guess that, as he thought, Su Di's background must be extraordinary. Seeing this, Su Di tapped the baby bottle's head with his finger and smiled at Bai Li Wushuang. Don't mind him, he is just bragging. Bai Li Wushuang showed an understanding smile and turned with Mei Lan Juju and the two-headed blue lion to enter the cave heaven abyss. Chapter 436. We're done. Su Di naturally understood what he meant and turned to look at the remaining abyss beasts. Due to the pressure from Long Yuan, they were still lying on the ground. Understanding that the Tianheng Star Sea is different from the Milky Way, he nodded and planned to leave first. All right, let us leave first, but before we go, let us have the baby bottle break through to the domain master. Baby bottle. Those abyss beasts are up to you and Xiaohua. Break through to the domain master as soon as possible. However, what he didn't expect was that after the baby bottle broke through to the domain master and Hua Bao broke through to universe level 5. When the baby bottle finished off the last abyss beast, it was stunned and even began to doubt whether the previous guesses were correct. Because the last abyss beast was a real abyss beast, not a manifestation of energy. This left everyone confused. The baby bottle spat out the blood in its mouth, shook off the blood-stained fur, and wondered, hey, this isn't right? Why is this one real? Su Di and the others looked bewildered. Wait, were their previous speculations wrong? Forget it, it just feels wrong. Let us leave here first. But just as Su Di was about to leave, a voice that seemed to be smiling but was not came from behind. Oh, you really made it easy for me to find you. I didn't expect you to move so quickly and arrive at the depths of the Tianhan Palace so soon. Chapter 437. Today, I will draw your dragon tendons, just as Bai Li Wushuang was rushing towards Su Di outside the cave heaven abyss. An old man seemed to sense something and his expression changed. Bastard, who dares to touch the young master of my Tianyao Valley? After saying that, he exuded a terrifying aura and transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the cave heaven abyss. The others exchanged glances. Lu Kuangyang turned to look at the third ancestor beside him and said, Third brother, let us go in too. We can't let that girl Yu Yin encounter any accidents inside. The two followed closely behind, and the other powerful forces did not dare to linger outside, as their own juniors were still inside. At the same time, deep in the cave heaven abyss, the Mad King pressed that supreme level 5 down into the ground with one claw, and his gaze fixed back on Yao Ji. This scared the young master of the Tianyao Valley to break out in a cold sweat. Just then, bang, the earth trembled again, kicking up a cloud of thick smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the figure of Long Yuan appeared, and the person beneath his claw was already on the verge of death. Seeing this, Yao Ji felt a surge of panic. Long Yuan showed no signs of holding back. With a claw retracted, bang, he turned the supreme level 3 beneath his foot into a mist of blood. The fierce dragon head looked at the 3 domain masters at level 8 surrounding Su Di. Chapter 438. The Lu family takes action. Uncle Yao, stop him. Hearing Bai Li Wushuang's words, the arriving Tianzuan, Tianqing Yao, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, but still acted to block Yao Jinyan. Bai Li Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and with Mei Lan Juju and the two-headed blue lion, he approached Su Di with a serious expression. Brother, how are you? Are you all right? I'm fine, Brother Wushuang. The cave heaven abyss feels off. I think we should leave here quickly. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Wushuang turned to look at the chain covered in runes. He understood what Su Di meant. However, he couldn't help but wonder. The cave heaven abyss had opened so many times, and many Tianzuan from the Tianheng Star Sea had entered. Even his father had been here, but none had found anything wrong inside. But it seems that the cave heaven abyss is clearly not as simple as imagined. You do have a point, but some people are not too happy about it. Yao Jinyan looked at Tianqing Yao blocking him and the other Tianzuan from the following forces, and it seemed that wanting to subdue this black dragon for the Tianyao Valley was unlikely. However, since it couldn't be used for me, it could only be destroyed. Tianqing Yao, what do you mean? Chapter 439. Long Yuan. Only if I die can you live. Long Sha's words nearly made Lu Qingfeng laugh in anger. If it weren't for his older brother and second brother currently in seclusion a breakthrough, he would have wanted to slap this bragging fool to death. We, the Dragon Clan, are not afraid. How can a mere little red dragon clan represent the dragon clan? The dragon clan? How ridiculous. Can you represent the dragon clan? Today, I, Lu Qingfeng, will make it clear they, my Lu family, will protect it. You can try to make a move. Upon hearing this, Long Sha's face turned extremely ugly. Indeed, they cannot represent the dragon clan at all. To be precise, they actually have very little connection to the dragon clan. Although they are dragons, the two still have a significant difference. If it were a usual time, others might not pay much attention, but at this moment, Lu Qingfeng clearly wouldn't give him that face. In Lu Qingfeng's view, the dragon clan is a force, not a species. In other words, Long Sha is waving the banner of the dragon clan. The scene fell into silence, and no one dared to refute Lu Qingfeng's words. After all, the other party has that strength, and his Lu family has that capability. Because they all know that the Lu family is different from the Red Dragon clan. The Lu family is the true force of the gluttonous pavilion. In other words, they have support from above. Chapter 440, Colorful Giant Eye. Starry Sky Phantom Beast. The sudden change startled everyone. Before they could react, a colorful orb flew into the air from within the dragon head of Long Yuan. Everyone looked at the floating, colorful orb, puzzled. Even Lu Qingfeng was no exception, showing a look of confusion. What is that thing? Why did the dragon's body turn into a skeleton? Could there be an accident? It shouldn't be, right? Meanwhile, in the Milky Way, at the Imperial Star, Su family, Su Lintian, who was accompanying Su Jianzhou fishing, suddenly stood up with a terrifyingly dark expression. The doctor, seeing this, was about to speak, but was stopped by the dragon butler beside him, who shook his head slightly. Having followed Su Lintian for so long, it was the first time he had seen him in such a state. At this moment, he felt it was better to remain quiet. Su Jianzhou, seeing his son's expression, knew something was wrong. Moreover, it was not a small matter. He didn't have as many concerns as the dragon butler and asked aloud, "What happened?" Su Lintian looked up at the sky, as if penetrating space to see the location of Long Yuan, squinting his eyes and saying in a deep voice, "Long Yuan is dead." Upon hearing this, not only was Su Jianzhou shocked, but even the dragon butler and the doctor turned pale. Chapter 441, Dark Realm. Dark King Lu Qingfeng remained silent about this. Although he didn't know the truth, there was a starry sky phantom beast sealed in the ruins of the Tianhan Palace. Regardless of the reason, it must be greatly related to the Tianhan Palace from 100,000 years ago. Li Wushuang was secretly shocked. The master of the Tianhan Palace was rumored to be at the peak of the Eternal Lord's strength. If it was truly as he thought, then weren't they just jumping around under the other party's nose? Moreover, the master of the Tianhan Palace turned out to be a starry sky phantom beast. Could it be that this was why the Tianhan Palace was destroyed? His mind was filled with confusion. But thinking about these things now was clearly unnecessary because it seemed irrelevant to them. Everyone looked at the entrance of the Dantian Abyss, exchanged glances, nodded, and left. This place would probably not be safe for long. Meanwhile, deep within the Dantian Abyss, the scene resembled the end of the world, with 9 rune chains emitting golden light. Long Sha saw that Su Di and the others had disappeared right under his nose. Not only that, but even the people from the Lu family and the Xinxia Palace vanished from everyone's sight, and the colorful giant eye in the sky also disappeared at this moment. This gave him a bad premonition. Yin Guanke, beside Shi Qingyin, looked solemnly at the 9 chains. As a supreme fourth stage, he felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. Chapter 442, Mad King. Head of the family, I think I can still be saved at this moment. News of the Dantian Abyss had already spread throughout the entire Tianning Star, through the cosmic ring. Not a single one of the talented disciples from various forces who entered the Dantian Abyss managed to come out alive. Even a powerful force like the demon-devouring mountain only returned with 1 young lady. And even the Tianzuan experts returned with injuries. The Red Dragon clan suffered heavy losses, having lost a Tianzuan expert inside. In contrast, the Lu family and the Xinxia Palace returned unscathed. This left everyone puzzled. What do you think happened in the Dantian Abyss? Why did the Lu family and the Xinxia Palace come back unscathed, while the other forces nearly suffered total annihilation? Who knows? You said total annihilation. Those who came back didn't say anything. How would we know? Why don't you ask those Tianzuan? Yeah, what you said makes sense, but I'm not going. Not going? What are you afraid of? You don't know, the Dantian Abyss is now gone, in complete chaos, and it's hard to find any clues. Here is some news for you. I am one of those who came out from inside. By the way, from my Xinxia Palace. The Dantian Abyss sealed a giant beast at the level of an eternal lord. I think it's called a Starry Sky Phantom Beast. You can guess the rest. Chapter 443. Colorful Little Person. Father regarding the actions of the Mad King. Su-Di looked at him with concern and left with a milk bottle and others. Since his father said so, it must be fine. Big brother, hold on. I'll come to see you again when you're better. Whether it was because of the milk bottle's words or not, the Mad King closed his eyes and fell asleep. After greeting Su Jianzhou, Su Lentian took the Mad King back to the retreat area. In the depths of the Great Hall, he placed the Mad King to the side. What he had just said was actually meant for Su-Di to hear. The Mad King was now in such a state that not only was his internal energy exhausted, but his soul had also suffered a heavy blow. His physical body was covered in wounds. To withstand the attacks of the Tianzuan for so long was to bring the potential of the Black Dragon to the extreme. Colorful energy entered the Mad King's body, coursing through his entire dragon body. Coupled with his own self-healing ability, the visible external injuries began to heal. Half an hour later, looking at the Mad King, who was as good as new, Su Lentian knew that this was just superficial. The dragon soul was the most important. However, this was not something that could be resolved in a short time. He sat down on a nearby soft mat and checked the situation in the sea of consciousness. He saw the colorful little person stretch out a tiny finger and poke at the colorful orb. Chapter 444. The Virtual Universe Network of the Su family. After hearing this, Su Lentian was unable to calm down for a long time. He never expected that the colorful little person would be the embodiment of the laws of the universe. And the long-standing doubts resurfaced in his mind. What exactly is that colorful energy? Thinking of this, he took out another one to hold in his hand, looking at the other party and asking in confusion, "Do you know what this is?" At first, he referred to it as a level 10 energy crystal, but it was obsidian. So, this so-called level 11 energy crystal must not be what he thought. The embodiment of the laws glanced at the thing in his hand, but shook its little head. "I don't know." So Lintian finally reactive, feeling somewhat amused by his own behavior. Indeed, how could the other party know? The other party was now akin to a human baby who had just learned to speak. "Forget it. Let's call you Shao Kai from now on." Upon hearing this, Shao Kai was very happy, repeating, Shao Kai, and "Thank you, father." He understood that Su Lentian had acknowledged his existence. "By the way, how did you swallow the remnant soul of Long Yuan?" He had been thinking about the opportunity to revive the other party in the future, but he never expected to be swallowed whole by this guy. However, things were clearly not as he thought. Chapter 445. The guest of Huan Jiugu. Seeing Su-Di's puzzled expression, the Mad King cautiously said, "Young master, the little young master is your brother, but he looks a bit strange, all colorful." Upon hearing this, Su-Di was stunned for a moment, then stared tightly at the Mad King. "Shao, hey, you can't talk nonsense. Where did I get a brother?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "It can't be that after all these years away. No way, it's been a while since I returned, and no one has mentioned it." The Mad King shrank his neck, feeling wronged. "How can I dare to lie to you, young master? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes." He called the family head father. How could there be a mistake? Su-Di pondered for a moment and realized that the Mad King wouldn't joke about such matters. Thinking of this, a smile spread across his face, thinking, "Father has finally come to his senses and is willing to have a brother for me." Ignoring the grievance on the Mad King's face, he turned and left, wanting to see his brother whom he had never met. However, halfway there, he encountered Chun Yunyan. "Mother, why did you and father hide this from me? Where's my brother? Call him out to let me see." Chun Yunyan, who had come to the lakeside for a walk with her servant, looked shocked upon hearing Su-Di's words. Chapter 446. The Vast Universe. The Virtual Universe Organization is not invincible. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, waved his hand to dismiss Lu Shanhe, the head of the Lu family. After a moment of silence, he looked at the calm lake surface and said, "If that's the case, then the Su family must have at least 2 powerful experts deeply accomplished in the laws of space. In other words, the Su family has more than 2 Lord-level experts, and they have comprehended one of the 10 supreme laws." As soon as this was said, Lu Kuanyang immediately refuted, "Impossible. The Su family couldn't have grown so fast. Back when we were in the Immortal Clan's secret realm, they were at most a celestial-level family. How long has it been since then? Third brother, do you think that's possible?" However, Lu Qingfeng did not refute him, but instead asked, "You're right. No force can grow so quickly, but fourth brother. What if they were already like this?" Hearing this, Lu Kuanyang fell silent. Indeed, it is difficult to go from 0 to 1, but it is easy to go from 1 to 0. Seeing him silent, Lu Qingfeng continued, regardless of the situation. The facts have proven that the Su family is not comparable to our Lu family. Fourth brother, you and that girl Ru Yen were right. Back in the cave heaven abyss, it was good that you insisted I take action. Chapter 447. Compensating for humanity's last shortcoming, for the boss Harris who loves eating fried oil cakes. Looking at the obsidian in the box, he thought, it seems that Su's family has accepted my goodwill. Although Huan Jiuge is a loose cultivator, he is not without insight. The time Su's family spent in the Emperor's Star was quite short. However, he has seen their growth in detail. Of course, that was before. Now he believes even more that the surface strength of the Su family is merely the tip of the iceberg, comprehending the power of the laws of space. He estimates that there are not many in the entire virtual universe organization. Su Lintian naturally did not know about Huan Jiuge's speculation. Inside the Su family hall, Butler Long hurried in from outside. Family head, where is Shao Kai? Returning to the family head, young master Shao Kai is with the young master. Upon hearing that Shao Kai was by Su Di's side, Su Lintian felt relieved. He did not want Shao Kai to reveal too much of his uniqueness outside. The current Su family still could not provide absolute safety for him, although he had already broken through to the celestial level and comprehended the laws of time. Even if he could not be compared to Shao Kai's laws of time, his current strength was enough to rival a beginning-level Eternal Lord. However, the premise is that the laws he comprehended are not one of the 10 supreme laws. Chapter 448. The current situation of Sheep Village and Black Dragon Academy after the doctor comprehended the laws of darkness. He did not delay and directly tore through the void, heading to the heavenly star sea. In the first star domain, at the Sheep Village's base, under a starry sky, Ting Quan looked at the monkey that was breaking through to the domain master level, a look of envy on his face. Domain master, as expected of the monkey king of a May mountain, with exceptional talent. He was only at cosmic level 5 himself. Just then, under the starry sky, energy began to gather around, forming an energy vortex above the Monkey King's head. The energy within the Monkey King's body rapidly surged, and a domain master-level pressure swept outwards. Seeing this, Ting Quan did not hesitate and quickly made a move to defend. The energy that had just gathered was quickly absorbed by the Monkey King. Here comes another expense. Seeing this, Ting Quan sighed, waved his hand, and took out a large number of energy crystals from the dimensional ring. As soon as the energy crystals appeared, they transformed into energy that entered the Monkey King's body. With a puff, cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and the Monkey King's aura shifted from the original Cosmic Level 9 to Domain Master Level 1. Looking at the shattered energy crystals, Ting Quan felt immense pain. He considered this an embezzlement of public funds. Suddenly, he felt a lightness and pressure on his body. The Monkey King, with his tightly closed eyes, suddenly opened them, withdrew his aura, looked at Ting Quan not far away, and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 449. The Demon Mountain, of course. Hope is still necessary. Heavenly Star Sea. Heavenly Demon Valley. After Yao Ji returned from the cave heaven abyss, he did not step out of the door. He suddenly recalled that the information he received seemed to be incorrect. Wasn't it said that the Su family was a family from that barren land? At most, they were a family that had just entered the celestial level. But from what he saw back then in the cave heaven abyss, was it a family that had just broken through to the celestial level? The most important thing is that he has already offended the Su family gravely. Bang! He slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair, looking darkly at the trembling figure kneeling on the ground. How's the investigation on what I asked you to check? What exactly is the background of the Su family? Don't tell me they're just a family that has just broken through to the celestial level. That's not what I want to hear. If you're not able to satisfy me, you know the consequences. Hearing Yao Ji's murderous words, the other party lowered his head even further, trembling uncontrollably, clearly unable to provide any satisfactory information to Yao Ji. Useless. Come, take him away. The guards outside quickly stepped forward just as they were about to take him away. Suddenly, the other party looked up, trembling as he said, "Young master, spare my life." The information I found indicates that the Su family is indeed as previously mentioned, but I don't know why it is so. They might be hiding their strength, unknown to outsiders. Yes, they must be concealing their power. Young master, give me another chance. I will personally go to the barren land and investigate the Su family strength. Chapter 450. The arrival of the Dr. Heiyao and Yinji had already restored their previous levels, and not only that, they had taken a step forward. reaching the 5th stage of the supreme level, but given the current situation, it was unlikely that they could take Suhani away. Seeing this, the other party did not give them much opportunity to speak. Killing the two of them, having two supreme level 5 experts by her side, she must also be from a celestial level force, wanting to end things quickly to avoid any further complications. The woman seemed indifferent to Suhani's identity. Just as Suhani was about to use the black hole transporter to escape, a pair of jet black claws suddenly tore through the sky above them. The space was ripped open like a piece of paper, creating a massive gap. A terrifying black aura spread out from the fissure in space. This sudden scene caused several people's expressions to change dramatically. Even Suhani was no exception, frowning at the sky in confusion. She sensed that the black aura had an inexplicable familiarity, as if it were the doctor, though it felt somewhat different, making her hesitant to confirm if the visitor was indeed the doctor. Meanwhile, the woman on the other side looked up at the sudden turn of events, an uneasy emotion lingering in her heart. Chapter 451. Doctor, Wan family, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Suhani slightly nodded and said, Doctor, why did you kill them all? Is there going to be any trouble? The Heavenly Demon Valley is not a weak force. Although she did not know how strong the Su family was now, she imagined there was still a certain gap compared to the Heavenly Demon Valley. Of course, she did not blame the doctor. They were trying to seize her soul weapon. Would she still welcome them with a smile? After leaving the Su family for so many years, she was no longer the girl who walked under Su Lintian's protection. Everything she had seen and heard along the way made her clearly realize what it meant to respect the strong and that the weak were preyed upon. There is no right or wrong in this world. Only the strong can write history. However, she just didn't want to put the Su family in danger, at least until she had comparable strength. Taking a step back wouldn't hurt. The doctor understood what Suhani was worried about. He explained, Miss, don't worry. The family head is not as weak as you think, and just a 9-stage celestial level is not enough for the family head to take action. Give me a little time, and I alone can subdue him. What does that mean? The doctor's words left Suhani puzzled. Wait, she seemed to remember something. She had never seen the doctor in closed-door cultivation, yet his strength had increased rapidly. Chapter 452. Arrogance. The man followed the doctor outside, looking in the direction of Wan family city. Confused, he asked, Senior, do you have a grudge against the Wan family? He was well aware of the situation with the Wan family. In the Tianhing Star Sea, aside from those top forces and entities like the Virtual Universe Company, few dare to provoke the Wan family. Upon hearing this, the doctor smirked slightly and said with a light laugh, Don't ask too much. It won't do you any good. You just need to know that I can help you take revenge. What? Are you scared? The man smiled silently, seemingly dismissing life and death, and said casually, I've already died once. What is there to be afraid of? If it weren't for the Wan family having the Heavenly Demon Valley as their backing, with their style of doing things and the arrogance of the Wan family's younger generation, they would have been destroyed countless times by now. Although he did not know the doctor's true strength, he understood that the Wan family had 3 celestial level experts, one at the 1st stage, one at the 3rd stage, and the family head, who was a 5th stage celestial level expert. The man didn't finish his sentence, but the doctor couldn't help frowning and interrupted. Enough. I know the situation of the Wan family better than you. If you want revenge, let us go flatten Wan family city now. I can fight all 3 celestial level experts alone. Chapter 453. Family head. Save me. The doctor looked at the furious elder of the Wan family and slowly turned to say, Don't you want revenge? Wan family city is right in front of you. I'll hold him off. You can go in and kill as you wish. After saying that, as if recalling something, he added, Remember, you only have 100 breaths of time. The man showed a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, 100 breaths of time? Senior, why is that? The doctor clearly did not expect him to ask such a question. He turned to look at him and said calmly, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill you too. Upon hearing this, the man felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, could it be that there are truly people who are ruthless enough to kill their own? But after a moment's thought, he realized he wasn't very familiar with the doctor. Remembering the doctor's warning, he knew he had to leave Wan family city within 100 breaths. Take care, Senior. With that, he looked up at the massive claw descending from the sky, and his body suddenly relaxed, knowing the doctor was making his move. Without hesitation, he flashed into Wan family city. The elder of the Wan family, witnessing this, roared, Bastard! How dare you enter my Wan family city? Right under my nose. No matter who you are, you will die today. The doctor sneered at his words. Chapter 454, Doctor, the main course has arrived for VY2NKGF, an extra update. However, the next moment, the doctor's aura suddenly surged, breaking through to the 8th stage of the supreme level effortlessly. Everyone present showed expressions of horror. If the 7th stage supreme could crush a 3rd stage celestial, then now he was disregarding even the likes of Wan Wujing. Breaking through to the 8th stage at this moment meant the Wan family was finished. Isn't this just perfect? I've been waiting for this moment for so long, ideally leading to their extermination. If the Wan family is finished, who will withstand the wrath of the heavenly demon valley? The opponent can leave the Tianheng Star Sea alone, and, at that point, the heavenly demon valley wouldn't come to vent their anger on us, right? That might not be the case. Let us see how it goes. What if the opponent is targeting the heavenly demon valley all along, and the Wan family is just a stepping stone? Could it be that this is still the supreme level? The crowd murmured among themselves, while inside Wan family city. 88. Ha ha ha, kill. Kill. Kill all of you despicable Wan family members. You don't deserve to live. My son, do you see it? They dared to kill you. Today, for your father, I will make them pay 100, 1,000, 10,000 times. For killing you, I will have the entire Wan family buried with you. 98. Bom 99. Chapter 455, Dead Legs Run. At this moment, the doctor's aura stabilized as he raised his hand, shrouded in swirling black mist, murmuring, "Is this the celestial level?" So strong, he now understood that if he hadn't condensed the soul phantom in the supreme level, trying to kill a celestial at the 7th stage would likely be very difficult. At the very least, he wouldn't be standing here as if nothing had happened. But now he discovered that with his breakthrough, the power of the Dark Law actually became stronger. This was something he never expected. It seemed that the Dark Law was merging with those black auras. He looked up at Wan Wujing, just about to prepare to deal with the opponent, when in the next moment he seemed to sense something. He looked up at a part of the starry sky, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Coming early is not as good as coming just in time. Dessert after dinner? Not really, compared to Wan family. This is the main dish. Everyone was somewhat puzzled by the doctor's actions. What's wrong? Why didn't that senior kill Wan Wujing, but instead looked over there? Fellow Taoist, very brave. Are you teaching the senior how to do things? I don't think things are as simple as we think. I have a bad premonition that things are not over yet. What do you mean? Be clear. Don't force me to kneel and beg you. Chapter 456-0456, I'm just a domain master. It's actually not that hard to kill. With such might, even with their supreme level 5 strength, they probably couldn't get close. Suhani now believed what the doctor had said before. A 1st level celestial lord is not afraid of a 9th level celestial lord. Bang! Outside, a golden and a black figure intertwined. The destructive power made Wan Lana frown. She didn't expect the doctor to be so terrifying. It should be known that the celestial lord of 7th level beside her was the 3rd strongest in the heavenly demon valley. Yet even so, now he was actually fighting evenly with a 1st level celestial lord. Mother, why don't we go back to the heavenly demon valley? It's too dangerous here. Yao Ji looked at the two figures that were evenly matched and couldn't help but speak. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. The heavenly demon valley did not lack enemies, and once they were targeted, with the strongest among them only being supreme level 9, if another celestial lord came casually, they would be in danger. The others remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. However, Wan Lana waved her hand, seemingly not caring about the current situation. It's fine. Your grandfather is still here. After all, he is a genuine 5th level celestial lord. Chapter 457-0457, if your true body comes, I'll kill you together. Unfortunately, none would have expected that the Doctor Soul Phantom would actually condense behind the 7th level celestial lord of the heavenly demon valley. When the opponents sensed it, they only heard a sound as if something had pierced through their body. Looking down at the black claw that pierced through their chest, their face was filled with disbelief. The doctor smiled knowingly, exerting force to snatch the soul weapon from the opponent's hand. With a light chuckle, he said, "I've taken your soul weapon, of course. Your life is no exception." As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent's heart was devoured by the black aura, feeling their life ebbing away. They could never understand why this was happening. Looking up at the doctor, their voice hoarse, "Why, your soul phantom?" The words were not finished, and life came to an end. With no obstructions, the black energy quickly devoured them completely. The doctor's aura changed again, now a second-level celestial lord. Yao Ji and the others looked at this scene, their expressions frozen, their hearts seemed to stop beating. Van Lana's rosy lips trembled. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. How could a soul phantom separate from its owner? Moreover, it had clearly been dispersed before. Why would? Chapter 4580458. Who is she? When the doctor walked into the gluttonous pavilion, the people inside made way. Suhani then walked down with Yanji and the others from above. Just as everyone was curious about what the doctor was doing in the gluttonous pavilion, they saw the doctor respectfully greet Suhani, who had just come down. Young miss. Boom, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to imagine that the powerful figure who had just ignored the monstrous could now show such reverence to a girl. What kind of identity does that girl have? This question arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. Even the person in charge of the gluttonous pavilion thought the same. They wondered, when did such a distinguished guest arrive? Suhani ignored everyone's gazes, slightly nodded to the doctor, and said, "Let's go. It's time to head back." The doctor nodded upon hearing this, went outside, waved his hand to tear through the void, and disappeared with Suhani and the others from everyone's sight. Did they leave? How the pressure was immense. Even if that senior had no aura at all, at this distance, I felt like I was suffocating. Fellow Taoist, the senior has already left. Your flattery was in vain. By the way, what kind of identity does that girl really have? Even someone as strong as the senior shows her such respect. Wait, did I just notice that the senior went from a 7th-level supreme to a 3rd-level celestial lord? Is that normal? Chapter 4590459, the first ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Yinshu. Lu Kuangyang, upon hearing this, didn't he have time to respond when Lu Qingfeng continued. Do you like being teased by fish? Huh. Lu Kuangyang became agitated upon hearing this. You can say I'm weak, but you can't insult me. Who has such a hobby? Third brother, that has a bit insulting. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Shanhe striding over, which made him involuntarily shut his mouth. Some things shouldn't be known by the younger generation. It's for their own good. Ancestor, big news. Lu Kuangyang said impatiently, "What big news? You come running to me every day. Don't you want to be the head of the family anymore? If you can't, just let Ru Yin take over." Lu Shanhe was stunned. Why was the ancestor's tone so fiery today? It seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing him dazed, Lu Kuangyang became even angrier. If there's nothing, just get lost. You scared all my fish away. It's like this, ancestor. Just now, news came back from the gluttonous pavilion on Wan family's side that the Wan family was exterminated. And the young master of the Heavenly Demon Valley was also at the Wan family, and, after a series of explanations, Lu Kuangyang and the others' expressions finally changed slightly. Chapter 4600460 Shao Kai. Sister, I am your biological brother from the same father, but different mother. Regardless of whether the Lu family has ulterior motives or not, in the current situation, it is impossible for them to actively send people to the galaxy system. The Tianning Star Sea is not as calm as it appears on the surface. There are countless eyes watching them in the dark. Once they send senior officials to the galaxy system, it's not just about how the Su family is doing overall. Dispatching powerful figures away would put their own safety at risk. If others come to lure the tiger away from the mountain, it would be a loss. Especially the Xiaoyao Palace. Those lunatics, she was sure they were keeping a close watch on the movements of the demon-devouring mountain. Yao Nyang thought that the demon-devouring mountain would take some action. But who knew that Shi Qingyin only casually asked a few questions about the Su family, and then there was no further development. He could only leave helplessly. He returned to the Heavenly Demon Valley with a sullen face all the way. Damn it, what is going on with the demon-devouring mountain? What are they afraid of? ISNT had said that they rely on great powers. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Without the support of the Red Dragon clan and the Demon Mountain, he had no confidence in dealing with the Su family, just relying on the Sky Demon Valley. If it weren't for having seen the doctor, he might not even consider the Su family a threat. However, after witnessing the doctor's terrifying power, he had to suppress his inner anger. Damn it, Su family. You better not come to the Tianning Star Sea. Chapter 461. The starfish ran away. The crazy python felt somewhat restrained next to him. And the pressure from the crazy king was too great. Even without releasing any aura, he could feel that suffocating sensation. Unable to hold back, he cautiously asked, "Big brother, what is your current strength?" Hearing this, the crazy king stopped, turned to look at the anxious crazy python, and slowly uttered two words. Supreme. Supreme? The crazy python was momentarily at a loss for how to react, dumbly following the crazy king into the guardian hall. At this moment, the Sioux family was very quiet, as everyone had entered a state of closed-door training. Naturally, the people in the guardian hall were no exception. This is the Sioux family's guardian hall. The young master and the family head are all in closed-door training. You came at just the right time. If you had come a bit later, I would have gone into seclusion as well. You can stay here for now. Here, take this dimensional ring. It contains energy crystals you can use. Don't wander around the Sioux family before the young master finishes his training. The crazy python took the dimensional ring and carefully remembered the crazy king's words. The two chatted for an entire day, and then the crazy king went into seclusion. The crazy python, knowing only Wang Xingyu who came with him, had no choice but to follow the crazy king into seclusion as well. Chapter 462. Celestial Sovereign Level 6. However, this way, it seemed that more energy crystals would be needed. After understanding the changes in his sea of consciousness, the 100 colorful energy crystals he had just taken out were completely absorbed. However, when Little Color returned to the sea of consciousness, part of the energy was absorbed by him. What delighted him was that perhaps due to absorbing the colorful energy crystals, his realm had once again improved. He broke through from Celestial Sovereign Level 1 to Celestial Sovereign Level 6. Although he only broke through 5 levels, it was enough to satisfy him. Last time, so much energy was completely devoured by Little Color. But only 5 levels? If others knew about his speed, they would probably be unable to hold back their curses. Ordinary warriors at the Celestial Sovereign level, if they don't have opportunities, even breaking through 1 level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yet he, breaking through 5 levels, seemed not satisfied enough. Truly inhuman. After calming his realm, he waved his hand to tidy up the closed-door training room and got up to go outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the doctor standing respectfully beside him. It seemed the other party knew he was about to finish his seclusion. Family head. During this closed-door training period, nothing major happened in the family, right? He asked while walking outside. The doctor followed beside him and replied, reporting to the family head. Everything is normal. However, regarding the Tinning Star Sea, I have something to report to the family head. Chapter 463. Crazy King. What's the big deal about Celestial Sovereign Level 9? Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Baiying felt a bit stunned inside. But more than that, she was shocked. The colorful little figure that had just appeared in front of her was indeed telling the truth. The starfish really ran into the family head's sea of consciousness, which for her, a cosmic level being, was already touching the unknown realm, making it hard not to feel horrified. Su Lintian carefully examined the white snake in front of him, completely snow white and very ornamental. Not bad, it's been a while since we last met, and you have already reached cosmic level. The time flow in the starfish is different from outside, which will help you break through faster. You can stay in the starfish for your training. I will provide you with resources from time to time. Baiying quickly nodded, secretly delighted. She had never received such treatment before, and now the starfish was even safer. So she would have to worry about its safety all the time and could focus on her training. However, family head, could you allow Baiying to meet our clan's ancestor? Su Lintian was first taken aback, and then he realized that the ancestor she mentioned was probably the crazy king. Sure, go ahead. Thank you, family head, Baiying said, bowing before turning to seek out the crazy king's aura, arriving at the palace where Su Di was located. At this moment, besides the crazy king, there were also the bottle and the flower leopard, and now a little black snake had joined them. Chapter 464. Heading to the Tinning Star, see the crazy king was the guardian of the young master, so he must have a better understanding of the Su family situation. Since he said so, it seemed that this Hall Master's strength was not weak, at least not weaker than Celestial Sovereign Level 9. Thinking of this, he didn't say much more. However, he was pondering how to deal with those bastards from the Sky Axe Mountain. All right, as for those high-level Celestial Sovereign experts, there will naturally be someone to handle them. My only request is to leave none alive. Beast 1 and the High Priest were left behind. The others could go back and prepare. Moments later, only the High Priest and Beast 1 remained in the hall, while the Doctor and Butler Long still stood in place. The High Priest stood below with a cold expression, while Beast 1 felt uneasy, not knowing why Su Lintian had him stay. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Lintian took out 2 boxes from the dimensional ring and waved his hand to send them in front of the 2. Inside are supreme fruits. Although there's only a 90 chance that you will break through to Supreme after consuming them, I hope you won't let me down. Go. The high priest did not hesitate at all, took the boxes with both hands, and bowed. Thank you, family head. Beast 1 also showed excitement as he took the box. Supreme level? He had never thought he could break through to Supreme so quickly. Chapter 465. Immortal Celestial Sovereign. Sky Axe Mountain. Your grandfather is coming back to kill you not far behind them. By Ji, he watched this scene, not knowing how to comfort them for a moment. After all, the current Bai family and Su family were like the skies and the earth, completely two worlds. He believed that feelings cannot be forced. At least that is how he thought, and with a sigh, he turned and left. He thought it was better not to disturb her at this time. Let her calm down, perhaps she would figure it out. In the depths of the Emperor Star Virtual Universe Company, Huan Jiugu, sensing the movements from the Su family. Couldn't he help but murmur, it seems the Tianheng Star Sea is going to be unsettled. Even though he didn't know which forces had a grudge against the Su family in the Tianheng Star Sea, he knew from when the Su family first arrived at the Emperor Star that something was bound to happen in the Tianheng Star Sea. After all, the first star domain nearly vanished back then. Tianheng Star Sea. Under a starry sky, a colorful vortex suddenly appeared, and the doctor led the people from the Guardian Hall to step out first. After looking around, numerous stars were twinkling around, and many planetary-level warriors were shuttling in between. It seemed this was a prosperous star domain. Soon after, Su Lintian and others followed out from the void. Chapter 466. The Lord of Sky Axe Mountain. Battle Axe. Not long after the immortal celestial sovereign finished speaking, the interior of Sky Axe Mountain suddenly boiled. The dead celestial sovereign was now standing in front of them once again. Moments later, a slightly surprised voice came from the crowd. Immortal Heavenly Sovereign? I never expected that after being killed by our mountain lord, you could still come back to life. It seems the rumors are true. Your undead clan is indeed hard to kill. Moreover, I didn't expect your strength has improved quite a bit, reaching the 6th level of Heavenly Sovereign. However, this time you won't be so lucky. As the words fell, an old man appeared before the immortal Heavenly Sovereign. This person was the Grand Elder of Tianfu Mountain, whose strength was equal to that of the immortal Heavenly Sovereign, also at the 6th level of Heavenly Sovereign. No wonder he dared to speak so boldly in front of the immortal Heavenly Sovereign. Not bad, huh? After all these years, your strength has only progressed at a snail's pace. Let that dog, Zhan Tianfu, come out to die. The old man felt a surge of anger as the immortal Heavenly Sovereign disregarded him. After all, he was also a genuine 6th level Heavenly Sovereign. In an instant, his anger boiled over, and he roared arrogant. The next moment, the aura of a 6th level Heavenly Sovereign spread around him, and a soul phantom condensed behind him. The disciples of Tianfu Mountain watched this scene, their expressions not filled with fear, but rather with excitement as they anticipated the spectacle. Chapter 467. I have never had the habit of leaving survivors. Zhan Tianfu looked at the immortal Heavenly Sovereign, who was laughing loudly. Even though Tianfu Mountain was already in tatters, his expression remained calm as ever. The presence of the doctor and others forced him to be cautious. Everyone stop. Who are you? Seeing the Mad King and others wantonly slaughtering the disciples of Tianfu Mountain, he couldn't help but roar, while the aura of an 8th level Heavenly Sovereign enveloped the entire starry sky. The immortal Heavenly Sovereign frowned. With his 6th level Heavenly Sovereign strength, he could barely withstand this pressure, but the others were rendered immobile. Even a Mad King was no exception, though it only lasted for less than 2 breaths before everyone felt lighter. The doctor stepped forward, appearing before the immortal Heavenly Sovereign. He is with me. Without any extra words, the immortal Heavenly Sovereign glanced at Zhan Tianfu and nodded to the doctor, saying, yes. Palace Master. After that, he no longer paid attention to Zhan Tianfu and turned his gaze to the elders who had just arrived. This made the elders feel a chill in their hearts. Damn it. Won't the Mountain Lord stop this guy? How can we fight him with our strength? What are you afraid of? It's not like we're fighting to the death with him. Just hold him off until the Mountain Lord can free his hands. That'll be his death day. So the 3 of you go and stop him, and the rest find your own targets. Chapter 468. Mad King. When the doctor gets angry, he even kills his own people, so be careful. The clash of blades and swords tore through the void, and all the people on the battlefield instinctively stopped, each defending against the energy aftermath coming at them. Seeing this, Zhan Tianfu quickly distanced himself from the doctor and said in a deep voice, let's go into the void. After saying that, he didn't care whether the doctor agreed or not, his figure flashing as he entered the void through a crack. The doctor, hearing this, looked down at Alina and others, then followed Zhang Tianfu into the void. Seeing the two big shots disappear from sight, both the disciples of Tianfu Mountain and Alina's group all breathed a sigh of relief. The aftermath of the battle between the two was enough for them, these supreme beings, to drink a pot. Roar the Mad King threw his head back and roared, looking at the disciples of Tianfu Mountain, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Now no one is disturbing me. Prepare to die. Saying that, he gathered energy in his mouth, and a black energy beam shot straight towards the immortal heavenly sovereign. Be careful. Just as the three were engaged in a fierce battle with the immortal heavenly sovereign, before they could react, the black energy beam instantly struck one of the second-level heavenly sovereigns among them. Boom! He was directly sent flying 1,000,000 miles away, crashing into a star before the beam finally dissipated. Damn it, you treacherous dragon, you actually ambushed us. Chapter 469, The Destruction of Tianfu Mountain. Looking at Zhang Tianfu, who had fallen before him with a severed arm, the disciples were momentarily speechless. As long as the Mountain Lord is not dead, we should still have hope. Clearly, his speech was somewhat slurred at this moment. In contrast, Zhang Tianfu's severed right arm was being eroded by the doctor's black aura at all times. As a result, he couldn't regenerate his arm immediately, and his fear of the doctor reached its peak. He originally thought that being an 8th-level heavenly sovereign, even if he couldn't kill the other party, he could at least force them to retreat, but unexpectedly, not to mention being an 8th-level heavenly sovereign. Even if he had just barely broken through to the 9th level, he still couldn't gain the upper hand against the opponent. Now he was even left with a severed arm, and he finally understood that some people really shouldn't be judged by their apparent realm because they were truly monstrous. On the other side, just as the immortal heavenly sovereign was about to deal with the two individuals in his hands, the doctor stepped out from the void, coldly glancing at Zhang Tianfu before finally turning to the immortal heavenly sovereign. At the heavenly sovereign level, don't waste it. After saying that, before the immortal heavenly sovereign could react, two black mists wrapped around the two heavenly sovereigns in his hands. Seeing this, the immortal heavenly sovereign quickly released his grip, feeling deeply shocked. Chapter 470, Lord of the Moon Viewing Tower, Lanning. Inside the Lord's chamber of the Moon Viewing Tower, there sat a girl with a stunningly beautiful face, occupying the position of the Tower Lord. With her willow leaf eyes and exquisite features, she left people in awe. She is the Tower Lord of the Moon Viewing Tower, Lanning. Don't be fooled by her being just a woman. Her strength is not weaker than that of the leaders of the top forces in the Heavenly Demon Valley, also at the 9th level of Heavenly Sovereign. Moreover, no one dares to covet the Moon Viewing Tower because everyone in the entire Heavenly Star Sea knows that the Tower Lord not only possesses formidable strength, but also has a mysterious master behind her. As for the strength of her master, aside from the Virtual Universe Company, no one in the entire Heavenly Star Sea knows, because those who did are dead. Hearing this, Lanning murmured, Su family? In her memory, there was no recollection of this family, but she knew a little about the events in the cave sky abyss. However, she never expected that the Su family would be so powerful, killing at will at the 9th level of Heavenly Sovereign and wiping out the entire Tianfu Mountain. But this has nothing to do with the Moon Viewing Tower. She might even applaud it. For years, Tianfu Mountain had been eyeing the Moon Viewing Tower, and her master had not shown up in the Heavenly Star Sea for a long time. Zhang Tianfu had long been eager to replace the Moon Viewing Tower and become the overlord of the Moon Domain. Chapter 471, Shadow Killing Hall. On the top floor of the Gluttonous Pavilion. This floor was originally exclusive to the Liu family, but now, with the Liu family's consent from now on, an additional family would be entertained on this floor, the Su family. As everyone took their seats, Su Di glanced at Bai Li Wushuang and then asked Su Lintian, Father, when do we strike against the Red Dragon clan? He had not forgotten the grudge between Bai Li Wushuang and the Devouring Demon Mountain. And since the Red Dragon clan had a marital relationship with the Devouring Demon Mountain, once the Su family acted against the Red Dragon clan, the Devouring Demon Mountain would definitely not sit idly by. With two top-tier forces involved, it was estimated that there would be no less than 10 heavenly sovereigns on the scene, which was quite a gap compared to the strength the Su family currently possessed. At least, this is what he believed. Perfectly, with the Xiaoyao Palace having grievances with the Devouring Demon Mountain. Bringing them in would not only help share the burden, but also serve as a way to help Bai Li Wushuang vent his anger. On the side, Bai Li Wushuang immediately perked up his ears upon hearing this. As long as Shikinjian is not dead, the anger in his heart will not be settled. Not only Shi Qingyin, but also Long Sha, the young master of the Red Dragon clan. With gratitude in his heart, he looked towards Su Di, realizing that the opportunity mentioned earlier in the Cave Heaven Abyss was this chance. As for Su Di's inquiry, Su Lintian certainly understood its purpose. He glanced at Bai Li Wushuang, knowing that he had learned about this guy and Shi Qingyin from the milk bottle. Chapter 472-047 My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Let me run first. It wasn't until he stepped into the depths of the dark abyss that he found a way to get out. This led him to send people to develop the Shadow Kill Palace towards the Milky Way, while establishing the headquarters deep in the dark abyss. Thus, the Shadow Kill Palace's branch in the Stellar Sea was formed, and currently, within the Shadow Kill Palace. The 10 groups of members could basically achieve invincibility among the same rank. Of course, this invincibility was under the condition of assassination. Conversely, it would be hard to say, as the members of the 10 groups specialized in assassination, and during their time in the Dark Abyss, they trained with dark creatures, making it nearly impossible for anyone in the same realm to evade their assassinations. As for the assassins outside the 10 groups, they were of no concern to the Shadow Kill Palace. Their existence was merely to bolster the strength of the Shadow Kill Palace. Simply put, they were cannon fodder. However, this cannon fodder was not for just anyone. Their realm had to be no lower than cosmic level, and they had to pass various assessments. Although it was strict, many desperate, strong individuals flocked to join, as once they entered the Shadow Kill Palace, not only were the cultivation resources abundant, but the identity of being part of the Shadow Kill Palace was also crucial. Therefore, the 10 groups did not lack for cannon fodder. At the same time, after Su Di parted ways with the doctors and others and headed to the Leisure Palace with Su Lintian and others. Chapter 473-047 War begins. Inside the starfish, everyone seemed to return to their previous lives. Outside, Su Lintian was walking aimlessly with Butler Long. Butler Long, check the situation of the Shadow Kill Palace. See if it's them. Yes, master. Butler Long nodded in response, and was about to turn and leave when Su Lintian called him back. Wait, never mind. After saying that, he waved his hand to tear through the void and stepped in with Butler Long. This left Butler Long confused, but he said nothing and quietly followed behind. Once they entered the void, he finally understood why Su Lintian had suddenly stopped him. In front of them stood a man wearing a golden, smiley face mask, seemingly waiting for them. As soon as Su Lintian appeared, the man immediately bowed respectfully. I am Jin E from the original Rakshasa 10 group. Greetings to the master. Jin E was not a name, but a title of the first group in the 10 groups, which had no individual names, only unified titles. Butler Long suddenly realized why Su Lintian had called him back. It turned out the other party had come to them proactively. So it really is you from the Shadow Kill Palace. No wonder it felt so familiar. Where's Robert? Su Lintian looked at the man in front of him, feeling very satisfied with Robert, not expecting that the Shadow Kill Palace had developed into such a powerful force. At the 7th stage of the Heavenly Lord level, this was already the strongest among the Su family, aside from the doctors and himself. Chapter 474-047 For the Leisure Palace's full force emerges. Wang Yulong didn't know what to say upon hearing this. At that moment, the scene that appeared at the Leisure Palace left them dumbfounded. They saw countless figures appearing in the starry sky before them, so densely packed that it resembled a locust swarm. What the hell? Is the Leisure Palace really coming out in full force? How many people is this? Tang Jiu stared blankly ahead, all of them at the stellar level or above. Although they weren't very strong, the sheer number was overwhelming, and at a glance, he couldn't see the end. There were at least hundreds of thousands, which made him truly feel the atmosphere of cosmic war. This was the real cosmic war. Beside him, Wang Yulong swallowed hard. Although he was somewhat prepared, after all, the Leisure Palace and the Liu family were both regional overlords. Having more people was quite normal, but this was just too many. On the contrary, the doctor was not surprised. If a regional overlord couldn't muster this kind of strength, that would be surprising. Moments later, Bai Li Wudi, along with a group of strong individuals from the Leisure Palace, approached Su Di and the others, glancing at the doctor behind Su Di before finally focusing on Su Di. Laughing heartily, I presume this young friend is the young Master Su? I am by Li Wudi, the master of the Leisure Palace. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me.